Chapter 1. In the year 736, on a supergravity planet of the star Gaston, all intelligent creatures were wiped out, and a scion with crab hair, a scar face, and wearing the armor of the Frisia soldiers was sitting cross-legged in a simple grotto, suspended in the air, exuding a terrifying aura. Everything around became restless as the scion aura increased, stones trembled and caves shook, as if an earthquake. Immediately afterwards, everything around them underwent terrifying changes, dark clouds in the sky gathered, lightning slashed into the cave where the scion was, the strong gas in the cave was rubble rolled down, and the mountain was torn apart, but when the rock fell to the scion body, they were all crushed into powder by the powerful aura emitted by themselves. It was as if the apocalyptic scene intensified, and the strong chi rushed straight into the sky, stirring the wind and clouds, and this scene lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Boom! Everything seemed to have reached a certain critical point, the scion breath seemed to have reached a certain critical point, suddenly woke up at this moment, stood up, and then bent his arms slightly, instantly exploded, an angry roar resounded in the sky, everything around was razed to the ground, and the scion chi itself turned golden with the ascension of the breath. Immediately after the hair, the eyebrows turned golden yellow, the pupils turned light green, the powerful aura broke through the layers of dark clouds, and the sky was clear in an instant, and the golden light shone on the entire earth like the sun. After nearly 10 years of hard work, I finally broke through this barrier and became a super scion. After observing his combat power of up to 250 million through his golden finger, Bardock couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly. It is the body of the original Bardock, but it is not Bardock's soul, as early as 10 years ago, because the original body was seriously injured and accidentally died when he was put into the medical cabin. A soul that did not belong to the Dragon Ball world dreamed of committing suicide and crossed the other world was integrated with this body and became the father of the Monkey King of the Dragon Ball world Male 1. But it's not right, Bardock has not returned for 5 or 6 years, except for a son Raditz, he has not been sown again, so the protagonist of the original book, Sun Wukong, has not yet been born. After becoming Bardock, the soul named Zhao Beat was very excited, because in his memory, Bardock seemed to be the first existence to become a super scion. As for the scion ancestor Yamosi was automatically ignored by him, but reality hit Zhao Beaten in the face, because after recovering from the injury, the control of this body was not high. Coupled with the fact that Bardock's own identity is the so-called lower-level warrior, who is looked down upon by intermediate and superior warriors, Zhao Bing, who first came to this world, did not see the essence of this world clearly, and still required himself according to the moral standards of his previous life, and the result can be imagined, during a meal, when he encountered a bald middle-level warrior forcing a petite female scion to be each. Other scions laughed when they saw it, it seemed that this was very common. Zhao beat a rush of blood in his heart, went up and gave the intermediate warrior a punch, knocked him to the ground, causing the lively scions to be stunned at first, and then invariably opened the detector to watch Zhao Ping's combat effectiveness. Hey, the combat effectiveness is only 2000 garbage, all the scions thought in unison, and thought how strong the scions who dared to punch the broken wheel of the intermediate warrior could be, but the result was just a small garbage with a combat power of only more than 2000, and there were mocking and ridicule sounds around them. Damn! You garbage junior warrior, you dare to attack my broken wheel, Lao Tzu wants to give you a look at the color. After speaking, the broken wheel backhand a Qigong wave came towards Zhao Beating, Zhao Beat dodged in no hurry, was blasted out of the restaurant, a move was second, passed out, the scion named the broken wheel did not let go, broke Zhao Beat's limbs. This is only relieved. After watching the lively scion still continued to play music and dance, but Zhao Ping's behavior was not without effect, at least the female scion took the opportunity to escape. And Zhao Beat himself was thrown on the street like a lump of garbage and was ridiculed and pointed at by passing scions, and no one was willing to rescue the unconscious Zhao Ping. Until nightfall, after the first group of scions left the restaurant, a petite figure looked around vigilantly, and found that there was no trace of the broken wheel, so he flew to the unconscious Zhao Beat at the fastest speed, probed Zhao Beaten's snort with his finger, and found that the other party still had breath, and immediately smiled. The 1m6 female scion carried Zhao's disabled body and flew to the scion medical station, for which the female scion spent all her savings to allow Zhao to heal. After the treatment, Zhao Ping, whose body was severely damaged, became stronger and stronger, his combat power increased to 3002, and he obtained his own golden finger, the all-knowing eye, and the only ability of this all-knowing eye is to see through a person's combat power, which is very chicken and the most direct and useful. And this female scion who was saved by Zhao is Sun Wukong's mother Gnei, and because of this incident, the two have feelings for each other and become connected. At the same time, because of this incident, Zhao beat up the reality and became a real scion, Bardock, and after that, Zhao beat up Bardock. Bardock and Haimuka were born in the second year of their marriage, and their qualifications barely reached the standards of superior warriors, 101 combat effectiveness, no need to be exiled, and they could also get the so-called elite education of the scions, but it all cost money, and Bardock began to take on the task of invading the planet according to his own strength in order to live better for Jaime and his children. When Raditz was 3 years old, in the planet Vegeta, as the titular king of the Scion, Frisia, suddenly visited, and saw Frisia, who was in the stroller. Bardock's memory that was almost consumed by time suddenly awakened, and only then remembered that there was also the Scion being exterminated by Frisia's move, and he couldn't help but sweat. When Frisia left, Bardock was in a trance, until he returned home. Raditz wore a battle armor and called out to his father, and Gnei laughed and told him to come to eat quickly. Bardock returned to normal, and saw the scene of the family laughing during the meal. Bardock secretly vowed in his heart to change the plot and protect his family. So that night, Bardock told Haimuka that he was going to take on a higher level mission and that he would need to go out for a long time, so that Haimuka could take care of himself and Raditz. Haimuka didn't know why her husband wanted to take on advanced tasks, but he didn't ask much, and could only silently support Bardock behind his back. The next day, Bardock took over the invasion task about Gaston Star issued by the Frisia Legion, and it was a person, in the mission hall. The scion who received the task saw that Bardock, a guy with only close to 4,000 combat strength, dared to take the task of Gaston Star, and couldn't help but laugh at Bardock in his heart that he didn't know how many pounds he had. Because according to the available information, Gaston Star is a high-level planet, with a super combat power of up to about 50,000, and the average combat power of the entire planet is also 4,000, Bardock's behavior is undoubtedly choosing to die this kind of task unless you team up with high-level warriors, otherwise it is impossible to complete, let alone a person to take this task. However, the soldiers in charge of the registration task are not scions, so they do not discourage much, because scions advocate force, and these researchers are not doing well on planet Vegeta, plus they may encounter the possibility of being directly killed at any time to vent their anger, so these researchers have a smile on their faces, and their hearts are MMB, hoping that the fewer scions die, the better, and it is best to exterminate the family. In their understanding, the evil race of scions should not appear in this universe. In this way, Bardock greeted the ridicule of the scions, and the aliens whispered in their hearts, and left the planet Vegeta in the battle sequence spaceship. Chapter 2. The scheduled arrival time of planet Vegeta to planet Gaston is about 3 months. According to the data, planet Gaston has rich mineral resources and underground energy, coupled with legend that it has the hardest metal in the universe. Kakong has been targeted by many space developers and offered a considerable price to buy this planet. However, because this planet is a high-level planet, although the civilization belongs to a primitive civilization, but because the gravity of this planet is about 5 times that of planet Vegeta, it is difficult for people on other planets to adapt to this inhuman gravity, and when some of the elite soldiers under Frisia descend on this planet, their combat effectiveness will drop several times because of the gravity of this planet. And the Gaston Starmen, who have lived on this planet since childhood, because they are naturally strong and fierce in battle, so they put off the soldiers under Frisia, and by the way, they threw this hot potato to the scions who only had fighting in their heads. On the one hand, there is also Frisia's instruction, on the other hand, it is to consume some of the high-level combat power of scions and avoid some uncontrollable factors among scions, so that scions can serve Frisia himself. In these 3 months, Bardock is not idle, since he wants to become stronger, then he must learn how to better perceive and use the chi in the body. Fortunately, as a Dragon Ball mystery, he still knows chi very well, but he is forced by the pressure of reality, and he has not come up with anything, idle to the real Dragon Ball world, of course, to experiment well. The first is the production of chi. Simple Qigong waves are the content that every scion will have, which may be the benefit of a strong innate physique. You must know that ordinary earthlings may not be able to release Qigong waves after a lifetime of cultivation. Sun Gohan's way of teaching Bidali is the generation of chi, and Bardock naturally skips this stage. Then there is the perception of chi. In Dragon Ball, each race has its own chi, and everyone's chi is different. Is there a corresponding race in the starry sky for Bardock to experiment? But there are no other races that can try to perceive their own chi and try to control it by the way. Finally, the cultivation of chi. In this regard, different races cultivate differently. For example, the Namex people, because of their natural strong spiritual power, so meditation alone can increase combat effectiveness. Although this cultivation method combat power increases slowly, but the victory is safe. Of course, you can also increase combat effectiveness through battle, but compared with scions, the improvement is very limited. Of course, if you want to take a shortcut, the Namex is the easiest, and you can quickly become stronger by assimilating this perverted trick. The most typical is the resurrection of Vic from King of the Realm to the assimilation of Namex and Niru, and the combat power has changed from 10,000 level combat power to million level combat power, directly increased by 100 times, which can be called perverted. The most terrifying thing is that after assimilation with the heavenly god, the combat effectiveness directly soared to about 700 million, and there were back and forth fights with artificial humans, which was simply terrifying. However, Bardock is not sure whether his meditation will cause his own energy to run away and cause damage to the spacecraft. If the spacecraft is destroyed because of his meditation, then there is only one way out of death in the universe, and then it will not be worth the loss. After thinking for a long time, Bardock had to start exploring from the most secure perception of chi, because in Bardock's memory, Vegeta could easily learn to control his chi after fighting with Sun Wukong and others, and as a traverser, he would not even be able to explore the perception and control of the so-called chi. It turns out that Bardock himself slapped himself in the face, and people don't know how many years of martial arts experience can be studied in a short time by you, a scion who has no foundation in martial arts. Some people may want to say here, why not go to the earth or somewhere in the Nemesis to learn the use and perception of chi to increase the martial arts heritage? Bardock can only say that he wants to fart and eat. Each scion ship and the SCO combat power probe has location and eavesdropping functions, and if Bardock suddenly disappears during the mission, or is transferred to another planet, it will be automatically defined as missing or defected by Vegeta's scientists. As for going to other planets with martial arts backgrounds to learn each other's martial arts, it's just a joke. The Namex will welcome a notorious scion. Moreover, Bardock has done many tasks in order to improve the living standards of Jimenez's mother and son, and the evil chi on his body will be directly killed by the Namexian. Some people may say that great apes can be used. Please, lower scions don't have an artificial moon, and Namex doesn't have a moon. As for the Madama star, it is estimated that the combat effectiveness of others is higher than that of the Bardock giant ape. Let's not make trouble. Not to mention, the Adetra starmen have many secret techniques. Bardock may not be able to fight. Moreover, in Dragon Ball Super, the Adetra starmen of the 6th universe can participate in the conference of force. Do you think the other party's strength will be weak? If they disappear, Raditz and Hymene's life will be more difficult, and the young Raditz will be sent directly to other planets on missions, maybe in which mission, which Bardock does not want to see. Defection is even more unlikely, and Kenai and Raditz will be directly tried by King Vegeta and sentenced to death. Having said all this, the main thing is that the reputation of the SAIYANs in the 7th universe is too stinky, it is simply notorious. As for friendly communication like fanfiction, say that you are a good person. The other party can see at a glance the righteous chi and purity chi in you, it is simply nonsense, and the planet that knows the name of the SAIYAN directly offers the strongest attack weapon. Bardock saw it when he first took over the invasion mission, and the other party saw that he was a SAIYAN, and he did it directly without saying a word, and explained a fart. Bardock also became a little numb in his heart as he did more tasks, knowing that the best way to persuade was to kill the other party. One was the aggressor, the other was a defender, it was an unending situation, plus Bardock had Raditz and Jaime two concerns, even if he couldn't bear it in his heart, he had to hurt the killer. After all, people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Time passed quickly. 3 months later, Bardock's spaceship landed on the star of Gaston, and the spacecraft that had landed normally landed quickly and smashed heavily on the ground, which made Bardock feel distressed. After all, it was not a small individual spaceship used by the SAIYANs to requisition. As soon as he got out of the spaceship, Bardock felt as if his body was bearing 1,000 pounds of burden, and it was simply difficult. Fortunately, this is no man's land, and there are no powerful creatures, otherwise Bardock is estimated to be sent to hell as soon as he leaves the spaceship. With all his strength, Bardock felt more comfortable, and his actions were relatively fast, for example, no different from the old man's jogging. Now Bardock's first problem to overcome when landing on Gaston is to overcome the gravitational environment of the planet, and as for the return spacecraft, it can only be placed in place first, and then placed in a relatively safe place when it is able. In the following time, in addition to doing some basic exercises in the gravity environment, Bardock could only eat the nutrients that came with the spacecraft when he was hungry. Considering that the SAIYANs have a particularly large appetite, the nutrients researched have a fairly high absorption rate in addition to making SAIYANs hungry, but the taste is not very good, but it cannot operate normally on this planet, and Bardock can only reluctantly accept this nutrient. It lasted for half a month before Bardock was able to move freely in the 5-fold gravity environment of planet Vegeta, and his combat effectiveness had also increased tremendously, reaching 8,000, directly doubling, even if the so-called superior warriors did not reach this level. After being able to move freely and with a huge improvement in combat effectiveness, Bardock found a relatively safe place to hide his spacecraft, and then exploded through the detector to find a place where creatures gathered, where the biological combat effectiveness is also quite not weak, reaching nearly 3,000 combat effectiveness, and according to the detector, there are almost hundreds of similar creatures living together, which is simply terrifying. As for the position with stronger combat power, Bardock did not dare to go, because according to his all-knowing eye, this planet actually had up to 1.2 million guys with combat power. It was obvious that the information provided by the Frisia Legion was falsified. Fortunately, this planet is relatively primitive, and there is no concept of chi or anything, otherwise it is Bardock who should run. Chapter 3. The Gaston Starman has a one-eyed, yellow, wearing an animal skin grass skirt, a body similar to a goblin, a very strong physique, and the words exchanged with each other are limited to roaring, and different tones represent different meanings, which is the result of Bardock's secret observation. Because he was afraid that Frisia would learn something from his probe, Bardock dropped the probe in the spaceship, and as for why it was not destroyed, Bardock had his own plans. He said that he would stay on this planet for 7 or 8 years, and the time of 7 or 8 years was almost the time when planet Vegeta was destroyed. Cultivate on this planet, even if the strength does not reach the level of defeating Frisia, you have to go back, at least take Raditz and Hymen away from planet Vegeta, even if it is their own life, they don't care, this is the responsibility of a man. What gentleman is not late to take revenge for 10 years, that's... In Bardock's eyes, there is only a family, there is no gentleman, Bardock can hardly imagine what he would be like without his family and without the spiritual sustenance of Jaime. And in the future, there may be unknown changes, maybe the spacecraft is damaged, so that the probe can play his role. You know, Gaston is a primitive civilization planet, which means that if you lose contact, then there is no adventure, you will be confined to this planet for life. The Gastonis are also very unfriendly. In the face of aliens different from themselves directly attack, there will be no communication at all, completely barbarian style. Bardock used a shockwave on the spot to destroy the Gastani who tried to attack him. Fortunately, this tribe is not strong, and the highest combat power is just over 3,000, so the Gastons of this tribe were easily killed by Bardock. Bardock also occupies the magpie's nest. Living in this tribe, daily life is divided into 3 parts. The first part is hunting. This tribe is weaker, the surrounding beasts are also relatively weak existence. The average combat effectiveness is about 1015, there will be no danger to life. This is no wonder will live a tribe with a per capita combat power of about 2000. The second part is to exercise the body, because gravity is 5 times that of planet Vegeta, so no matter what heavy objects to carry to exercise, it is a great load on the body, so Bardock will temper the body to add the content of exercise, but in Bardock's vision, in deep water or deep sea is the best exercise environment. Although weight-bearing practice is effective, there are still many parts of the body that cannot be exercised, or in other words, the body cannot develop in a balanced manner. As for cultivation in the deep sea or even deep water, not only can temper the body, but even exercise the strength of their own lungs, which can be said to be the role of both internal and external cultivation. The third part is the perception and use of chi that Bardock has been exploring, and Bardock still has no clue in this regard, so he can only meditate and practice step by step, emptying his mind to perceive the breath around him. As for the actual combat training, Bardock said that it is still okay, the strong is too strong, the weak is too weak, the Gastani people except for the strongest million-level combat belly survival, other Gastani are tribal existences, in other words, a poke is a nest, not one. The consequence is that a group of people chasing you to fight alone, it will not play a role in improving your combat skills. It is better to exercise yourself honestly and strive to defeat Frisia before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Time flies, a year has passed, Bardock's combat power has reached the level of 15,000, even on planet Vegeta is a premier existence, and he has the strength to be a SAIYAN king, but on this planet is still a midstream existence, and the improvement of strength is particularly unsatisfactory in Bardock's plan. With such a step-by-step exercise, even if Bardock's combat effectiveness growth rate remains unchanged, increasing his combat effectiveness by 7,000 per year, after another 7 years, it will only be 64,000 combat effectiveness, which is not as high as the combat effectiveness of Frisia's first form, and there is no chance of victory at all. Even if he turned into a giant ape and reached a combat power of 640,000, Bardock, who turned into a giant ape, could not fly, and he still could not escape the fate of being destroyed. However, the good point is that after more than a year of meditation, Bardock has been able to perceive the breath of the strong people around him, and at the same time, he can freely control the changes of his own breath, which is a good thing under many unsatisfactory circumstances. After thinking for a long time, Bardock abandoned the safest way of cultivation, and chose the most radical way of ascension for the Saiyans, fighting. According to the strength of his own chi, he searched for a combat power with a relatively similar strength of chi. Bardock flew in the direction of the target, and after coming to the target location, Bardock felt a little strange in his heart, because according to the detection of his omniscient eye, his opponent actually had a combat power of 20,000. But according to his own perception, the strength of this Gaston's popularity is only a little weaker than his own, and it is estimated that the combat power is about 14,000, and Bardock feels a little broken at this moment. Therefore, ignoring the detection results of the all-knowing eye, he immediately dived down and smashed a punch at the Gastonis, who was the most powerful here. Boom! The Gaston people are not slow to react, it is estimated that it is the instinct to fight with powerful beasts for a long time, blocking Bardak's punch with his arm, and his figure took a few steps back. Percent and seeing that there were foreign enemies breaking in, the entire tribe spread 10 by 10, and one by one with weapons did not hesitate to surround Bardak. Number %. The strongest being suddenly gave an order, and the Gastanis of all tribes quickly distanced themselves away from the place where the two were confronting. Bardak thought to himself, the order just now should be to let the others retreat to a safe distance, to single out with themselves. Interesting fellow, I will let your ethnic group walk a little decently and not suffer a little. Bardak said unashamedly, regardless of whether the other party could understand it or not. Ha! Bardak burst into anger and rushed at the Gastanis, who returned with a straight fist with his left hand, colliding with his fists, bringing a hurricane and blowing away the tribe's humble houses. Then he slashed at Bardak with a stone axe in his right hand. And Bardak blasted the Gastanis' rudimentary weapon into powder with a qigong wave in his left hand, and then grabbed the Gastanist's right hand with both hands, grabbed the opponent's left wrist with both hands, and fell across the street to throw him to the ground. Then he continued to bombard the head of the Gaston with straight fists, cracks appeared in the ground, and the body of the Gastani continued to sink, which showed the weight of the attack. The Gastani shouted these two words, and then endured the severe pain, grabbed Bardak with both arms towards Bardak, who kept punching, and Bardak punched left and right, bouncing the opponent's arms away, and then hit the Gadustan head with a blow of qigong waves. This blow Bardak was full of confidence and retreated confidently. But the Dragon Ball world, which follows the law of smoke and harmlessness, cannot let this end like this, and when the smoke and dust cleared, there was an angry roar of the Gastanis, and the tyrannical chi around the body fully erupted, and then the other party's body also underwent unexpected changes in Bardak, turning from yellow to pink. The height of 2 meters before became 2 meters 5, and the breath became extremely powerful, at least doubled the combat effectiveness, and then Bardak remembered the data that his omniscient eye had just detected, and then suddenly realized that his omniscient eye detected the enemy's final combat effectiveness. That is to say, even if Frisia is in the first stage, then the data obtained by the all-seeing eye is the combat power of the final transformation controlled by Frisia at this stage, which will also have a combat power of 120 million. Knock knock. The heavy footsteps knocked Bardak's heart, and the powerful chi of the transformed Gaston actually made Bardak feel a little excited. The first thing ordinary people feel when they see an opponent twice as strong as themselves is fear, not excitement, which may be the aggressive nature of science. Look at my how long destruction wave. Undaunted in the face of the transformed Gastanistan, Bardak unleashed his newly created new skill, and the one-handed qigong wave quickly compressed and then thrown out, hitting the chest of the Gastanist. Chapter 4. The Gaston people released all their chi, and Bardak's trick only scratched a little skin, and it was useless at all. Ade. The damage was not enough, the number of qigong waves came to make up. Bardak had to use the prince's combat method in place, constantly bombarding the transformed Gastanis. Buzz. A strong wind hit, cutting Bardak's cheek, and then the other hand slapped hard towards Bardak. Bardak hurried to dodge, but the Gaston's nails still cut Bardak's cheek, forming a cross scar with the location of the previous strong wind abrasion. Wow! After dodging, Bardak felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then his body flew out upside down and fell heavily on the ground. Damn, come on, I'm Bardak, the first Super Saiyan in history. How is it possible to lose to you this scrap? Although his body was severely damaged, his instinct to fight drove Bardak to continue, even in the face of death. Then the two began to fight again. Bardak straight punches, swing punches, elbow strikes, horizontal kicks, side kicks, back and forth. Every time the Gaston people hit Bardak back, the body felt like an ordinary person receiving a heavy blow from an iron bar. The stronger the pain, the stronger Bardak's desire to fight. In addition, after the transformation of the Gaston, the muscular body became extremely thick, although the strength was strong, but the speed was more than a step slower, although Bardak's strength was relatively weak, but the speed was several notches higher, so the two seemed to fight back and forth. However, there is a saying called one force down 10 times, Bardak's 10 punches may be worth the damage of one punch of the Gastanis. Comet crash. Bardak, who had dodged a heavy punch from the Gastanis, gasped and flew into the air to gather a ball of energy with a diameter of half a meter. The Gastans can't fly, but they can feel the danger of the energy ball in Bardak's hand, and immediately open their mouths, and in Bardak's surprised eyes, energy continues to gather in their mouths, which surprised Bardak, who had always thought that the Gastan people were constantly attacking energy waves. Taking advantage of the fact that the energy waves of the Gastanese people have not yet been gathered, Bardak smashed his own comet crash into the other party's mouth, since the other party wants to gather energy, then help him. Bardak smiled coldly, and as a result, he couldn't laugh. Bardak's smile froze when his trick smashed into the mouth of the Gastanist. I saw that his trick was gradually shrinking, and the energy wave gathered in the other party's mouth was assimilating his own energy wave, and he originally wanted to help, but now he really helped. Roar! With a roar, the Gastan's mouth stirred energy wave towards Bardak in mid-air. Bardak used Kikong wave attacks while dodging sideways, and the energy wave grazed Bardak's body and flew into space. I lean on, the evil door. Bardak cursed secretly, leaned down, put his hands together, and smashed down towards the Gastan below. The Gastan people stacked their arms to block, protected their heads, and observed Bardak through the gap between his arms with a one-eyed eye, silently gathering energy in his mouth at the same time. Bardak was unaware of this, flying in mid-air and constantly attacking the body of the Gastan with his fists. The Gadustan understood their disadvantages from the battle just now. So they focused on two things, while defending, while preparing a special move. It was bound to solve Bardak with one move. Damn, why only defend, not attack? Attack quickly, attack! Saying that, a blow flew up with his knees diagonally upwards on the arms of the Gastani who were protecting the head, and then the Gastani seemed to spread their arms apart very reasonably, making Bardak think that his attack had broken the Gastani's defenses. What? Bardak was horrified when he saw the energy waves in Gastan's population, but the distance was too close to dodge, and he could only cross his arms to block the mouth cannon attack of the Gastanis. Boom! Bardak's figure disappeared in front of the Gastanis, and after this move, the transformation of the Gastan was lifted and collapsed to the ground weakly. It seems that such a transformation is a great burden on the Gastan's body, has a certain time limit, and has just been the end of the strong crossbow. On the other hand, Bardak's side, the whole person was lying unconscious by a small river at the moment. The combat uniform on his body had a big hole in his chest, and the flesh on his chest was burned black, and he was beaten very badly. After a day and a night, with the strong vitality and resilience of the SAIYAN, Bardak finally woke up, felt the damage to his body, and couldn't help but show pain. Fortunately, he didn't lack arms and legs, which was also a great luck in misfortune. Dragging the injured body, Bardak flew leisurely in the air, and after 7 or 8 hours of searching, Bardak finally found his spaceship, opened the medical capsule with the last trace of wool, lay in it and passed out again, detected someone entering, and the medical capsule automatically entered the treatment state. Bardak's spaceship is different from other individual combat spaceships, but a medium-sized spaceship, which looks similar to the spaceship that Sun Wukong went to Namex, with a single medical cabin inside. It is Bardak's spaceship to rob a space pirate, although the performance is average, but it is better than having the equipment of the medical capsule, but it has helped Bardak a lot in many previous missions. After a night of treatment, the treatment equipment began to withdraw the nutrient solution after detecting that the vital signs of the treated person returned to normal, and Bardak slowly woke up, flicked the nutrient solution on his hair, and walked out of the medical cabin. Through the investigation of the all-knowing eye, Bardak's current combat strength has reached 20,000, and a battle that is almost life-threatening has increased his combat effectiveness by 5,000, and Bardock is still a little disappointed. I just don't know why the all-knowing eye doesn't show its combat power after turning into a giant ape, but only the basic combat power. Faced with the countdown to the destruction of planet Vegeta, Bardock was anxious in his heart, but he couldn't think of any way to quickly improve his combat effectiveness, although the speed of simple combat improvement was faster than the step-by-step training improvement speed, but every time it was impossible to have such good luck every time, pulled back from the edge of death. Helplessly, Bardock had to spin around on this planet. It stands to reason that a planet with life must have water, but not necessarily an ocean, because he was busy cultivating before. Bardock didn't have time to explore the entire planet, so he took time to explore this time. Converge his own breath, quickly fly above Gaston. This time Bardock no longer dares to be self-righteous. There is a saying that what you think is only what you think, so Bardock does not dare to be sentimental, unauthorized judgment that Gaston has a powerful chi, but does not know how to use it. Because of the last battle, I felt that the Gastonese would not have any angry attack methods, and as a result, people began to hit their faces on the spot, where they dared to stand up a flag. The Emperor did not pay off. When turning the entire northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, Bardock finally saw a blue sea. The creatures in the sea area are relatively weak. The strongest strength is 1,000 combat power, a creature that looks like a dragon more than 200 meters long body churned up from the sea, with monstrous waves. Compared with land, the safety index of the sea area is simply rising for Bardock books. Without saying a word, rushing into the sea, the body continued to sink, until the position of more than 20 meters, Bardock felt the pressure of the body. In order to challenge the limit, Bardock dived 20 meters again. Heavy pressure hit. Bardock can feel the sorrow of the body, but this is exactly what Bardock wants. I don't know how long he resisted. Bardock felt that his lungs were about to be exploded, and then the explosion quickly rushed out of the sea, gulping for this fresh air. At this time, Bardock felt that he took it for granted, although cultivating with the pressure of the deep sea is a good way to improve his strength, but it is also affected by oxygen. Cultivating like this, I don't know how long it will be wasted. After thinking for a moment, Bardock went to the hiding place of the spacecraft, drove it to an unnamed island in the sea, jumped into the sea again, and used all his strength to continuously punch and kick at a depth of 45 meters under the sea. At the bottom of the sea, affected by the resistance of the sea, the speed of punching and the speed of the attack will be greatly affected. The usual fast as lightning fist speed, under the resistance of the sea water is also slow as the old man playing Tai Chi. The same physical consumption is also very huge, but the advantage is that you can get a full body exercise, to do not bias. The disadvantage is the length of cultivation time, which depends on the length of time the cultivator himself holds his breath. Chapter 5. With a new way to improve his strength, Bardock continued to explore the mysteries of Qi from the martial arts Xiaobai while cultivating, and gradually perfected his own cultivation method of Qi. Combined with the theory of the previous life SAIYAN novel, coupled with the understanding of his own physical condition, in just 2 years, Bardock's combat effectiveness has made a qualitative leap, reaching an astonishing 200,000, and in just 2 years, it has increased its combat effectiveness by a full 180,000, although it is not as good as his future son, but for the general race in the universe, it is already an amazing improvement. And with Bardock's improvement of his own cultivation system, his combat effectiveness increased faster in the later stage. For the cultivation of Qi, Bardock draws on the top exercises in the novels he read in his previous life, and gradually compresses his own Qi into his own body cells, increasing the degree of tolerance of each cell's Qi, to know how many cells there are in a person's body. If the Qi of each cell is contained to the limit, then how much the combat effectiveness will be improved. At first, Bardock's idea was to learn the SAIYAN novel, gather his own Qi into the danshan, and then gather the Qi into liquid, and the liquid into the dan, and then the path of cultivation can be slowly explored, but Bardock found that he took it for granted. Although the Saiyans only have one more tail than the Earthlings, the body structure is still very different, that is, there is no danshan, Perhaps the reason for the 2 lifetimes, Bardock can reach the realm of inner vision through more than a year of meditation, and the spiritual power sweeps his body. I didn't find the legendary Danshan, but found that the toughness of his own flesh was very strong, and every cell in the body had a weak chi existence, so he had the idea of letting the cells replace the Danshan. At the beginning of the experiment, the body suffered a lot. You must know that the compression and integration of gas is a very dangerous process, and if it is not done well, it will be exploded. Therefore, when Bardock drove his own chi into a cell, he caused a lot of serious injuries, and his blood vessels burst from time to time, and he was painful. Fortunately, there was a medical cabin in the spacecraft, and after being seriously injured by the explosion, Bardock recovered in a few hours after entering the medical cabin, and his combat effectiveness was greatly improved. As the way of incorporating chi into cells became more and more mature, Bardock was injured less and less, and his combat effectiveness increased rapidly. In the Dragon Ball world, the way Earthlings cultivate is to squeeze their own potential to strengthen their chi, which belongs to a rough and explosive cultivation, which is easy to cause many dark injuries and even reduce lifespan. Bardock's cultivation chooses to strengthen its own cells by the chi in the body, strengthen its own chi, and at the same time contain the chi into the cells, which can more easily control its own chi, which belongs to a restrained way of promotion. After the chi of its own cells reaches a limit, the chi of each cell is compressed into liquid, which is a new stage of improvement. It's hard to imagine how far it will go in the future. As for the Gastons on this planet, when Bardock's combat power reached 1.1 million. After finding the Gastons with a million-level combat power on this planet, after experiencing a big war, it ended with an interstellar destruction bomb destroying the strongest Gastonis, and the remaining minions were all killed by Bardock. And today, in 736, when Bardock finally increased his chi to 5 million combat power, an inexplicable force was summoning Bardock at the spine, and his body involuntarily gathered his chi on his back, making him smoothly transform into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, the nightmare Frisia in Bardock's heart was finally erased by his own powerful strength, and the thoughts were clear, and the depression in his heart dissipated, as if the whole person had been sublimated. It's time to go back. Wait for me, Heim, Raditz. After exiting the Super Saiyan state, Bardock opened the hatch of the spaceship, walked into the mossy spaceship, set a predetermined flight trajectory, issued a return command to planet Vegeta, and after activating the spacecraft, sat in the control room to hang in the air to cultivate. Bardock clearly knows that there will be stronger enemies in the future, although it is impossible to know which time and space they belong to, but the enemies of each time and space are not easy people, and if you want to survive in this world that destroys the world at every turn, you can only have the strength above the gods. A meteor-like craft rushed out of Gaston and flew towards planet Vegeta. On planet Vegeta, the staff responsible for counting mission data were shocked when they suddenly received the news of Bardock's return, but after seeing the news reported by Bardock above, they couldn't help but laugh, because Bardock reported that his mission failed, and the reason was not explained. Garbage is garbage, there is no strength. A small lower-level warrior actually wants to complete a high-level task in a whimsical way. Is it crazy to think about money? After the ridicule, the staff re-released the task of Gaston Star, and at the same time announced the news level of the failure of the Bardock Gaston Star mission. Saiyan missions, whether they fail or succeed, are announced in the mission hall for a period of time, which serves as a certain incentive, and the losers are ridiculed, despised, and even insulted by most Saiyans. Therefore, as soon as the news of the failure of Bardock's mission was announced, even if it was known that Gaston Star was a high-level planet and the difficulty of conquering belonged to the existence of hell, these Saiyans still unabashedly mocked and despised, and said filthy words in their mouths, and at most they talked about Bardock's lower-level warriors. In the mission hall, a long-haired, small-faced Saiyan looked at the familiar name, and his heart couldn't help but be excited, but knowing that Bardock's mission failed, his fists were clenched and made a creaking sound, which shows that this mood is not calm at the moment. And this Saiyan is Bardock's son, Raditz. A superior warrior who reached 800 combat power at the age of 10 was arranged by King Vegeta to follow his son Vegeta with the scion name Manaba, that is, the little follower. Because Bardock was a low-level warrior, Vegeta and Naba almost treated Raditz as a servant, and his 800 combat strength was still exchanged for Naba's injuries after being beaten and constantly beaten in the name of fighting. Otherwise, he would not have nearly half of the combat power at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z at the age of 10. Hey, how can I have such a waste father? Raditz, who has not yet understood the difficulty of Gaston's overcoming Star, is now in a typical mood that does not know how expensive firewood and rice are. Forget it, although you are a waste, but your mother has been thinking about you all these years, so I will tell my mother the news of your waste, so that she can be happy. Perhaps the reason for staying with Vegeta for a long time has given Raditz a sense of superiority as a superior warrior, and has always talked about the so-called hierarchy of superior fighters and lower fighters. However, Raditz's kind of mouth high is just talking in front of scions who are lower in strength than himself, and when he returns home, he behaves like a kitten in front of Jaime, and he does not look arrogant and domineering outside. With mixed feelings, after Raditz returned home, he informed Hymene of Bardock's return to planet Vegeta, and upon hearing the news of Bardock's return, Hymechi's face was full of happy smiles. Raditz, have you asked when your father will be able to return? Hymuka didn't pay attention to Raditz's complicated look, but asked expectantly. Raditz was speechless. He really didn't ask. After seeing the news of Bardock's mission failure, he was busy disgusting. Who cares when this waste father will be able to reach planet Vegeta? Mother, I also learned the news of my father from other people. My father's mission failed to return to planet Vegeta, and I don't know when my father will return. Raditz, who pressed Bardock on the pillar of shame, felt unspeakable when he shouted the word father at this moment. In that case, then I will go to the mission hall and listen to it. Only then did Gnei realize that Raditz's mood was a little wrong, knowing that his son must be because of Bardock's mission failure, and did not do much enlightenment, and flew out of the house towards the mission base. Chapter 6. After Raditz left Hyme, he sat for a while a little uneasy about his mother, and also walked out of the house and flew towards the mission hall. The reason why I am worried is because Raditz has been following Vegeta for the past few years, knowing the nature of scions. If other scions know that Jaime is a shameful wife of a scion, Light will be ridiculed, spurned, and the content will be found and beaten. Jaime's combat effectiveness is not high, only 1000 combat power, maybe he will be bullied. The screen turned to Jaime's side, and after flying for 10 minutes to the mission hall, he saw the news in the mission hall that Bardock had stopped the mission of Gaston Star and had returned, and Hymuka was very happy and came to the mission release location. Hello, may I ask how long it will take Bardock to return to planet Vegeta, and when will he be able to return? Hymuka asked very politely. The staff who were asked were frightened by Jaime's polite inquiry, because the General Scion takes the task, the tone is not friendly, even if the speed of registering the task is a little slow, they will be cursed or even killed. Polite Scions are really rare. Respected Scion warrior, Bardock is about to arrive on planet Vegeta in 3 months. The staff replied with sincere trepidation, afraid that Hymuka was a kind scion with a dark face. Okay, thanks. Gnei smiled brightly, bowed in thanks, and the frightened staff almost fell to his knees. Yo, this is not Bardock's waste wife Gnei, I think she almost became my broken wheel plaything in the first place. How can I inquire about Bardock's waste return? The broken wheel looked at Hymuka with a smile on his son Naba. Gnei looked terrified and pulled away to get out of here quickly. Run what? The broken wheel grabbed Gnei's arm. I really can't figure it out, a small junior warrior, I want to choose to marry a junior warrior, is it not good to be a vassal of the broken wheel family in my famous family? Bardock, this waste is also true. I don't know how many pounds and tails I have, but I have to choose a task that cannot be completed. As a scion, is it not good to die in my own mission location? Ha ha! Let go of me! Gnei raised his other arm and fired Qigong waves towards the broken chakra. Boom! The combat power of that broken wheel was more than 6,000, and the Qigong wave condensed by more than 1,000 combat power in Gnei did not even scratch the face of the broken wheel. I haven't seen you in a few years, Gnei, you have become bold. The broken wheel blew the dust on his body, turned his head and called his son Naba. Naba, I heard that Bardak's son of Waste is in a squad with you. The broken wheel smiled and asked Naba. Yes, father, called Raditz, is also a waste. When doing tasks, he only follows me and Prince Vegeta to mend the knife, and he has not been able to win me once during the battle. It is simply insulting the name of the superior warrior. Prince Vegeta's combat power has reached 5,000, I have reached 2,000 combat effectiveness, and Raditz's waste is only 800 combat power. Naba came up and reported his own data, which caused the broken wheel to be proud. Sure enough, the son of Waste is still Waste, even if he was born with the qualifications of a superior fighter. Naba, in the future, treat Bardak's Waste son well. The broken wheel said with a wide mouth. Damn! Let go of my mother! Then a figure quickly appeared in front of the broken wheel, raised his hand and punched the broken wheel in the face. Boom! A muffled sound came. Hey, boy, are you tickling me? The broken wheel smiled coldly, and then the arm as thick as Raditz's body swung quickly towards Raditz, and Raditz had no way to dodge under the gap of nearly 5,000 combat strength, and his small body was fanned out on the spot by the broken wheel. Knock knock! He fell heavily on the ground and rolled several times in a row. Raditz! Haimchi shouted worriedly, but unfortunately his arm was tightly gripped by Naba, and he couldn't get to Raditz's side. Haha, Raditz, you trash, it is your honor that my father sees your mother, and even dares to make a move against my father, let me teach you a lesson. Naba acted as a dogleg at the right time, very arrogant. Abominable, abominable, abominable. Naba, you bastard! At this moment, because of Hymenei, the resentment and anger suffered by Raditz and Vegeta's team all broke out, stumbled up, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and the breath around his body continued to rise, and the Saiyans watching this farce were surprised to find that Raditz's combat power reached 1015. Raditz, you trash, you dare to scold me for being a famous Naba, next mission, I will let you eat shit. Naba is still talking because he is not wearing a detector, and although the broken wheel is wearing a detector, it is only 1,500 combat strength, and his son is 2,000 combat power, and there is a gap of 500 in the middle, it's okay. But sometimes the punch in the face came so quickly, because the brainless speech of this guy Naba made Raditz's inner humiliation reach its peak, and the anger value soared again, under the surprised eyes of everyone. Raditz's combat power reached 1009, and in a roar, fast as lightning appeared in front of the inside. An angry punch slammed into Naba's abdomen, and the pain made Naba's smelly mouth shut up instantly. Then Raditz followed the trend with a whirlwind kick and kicked Naba on the cheek, kicking Naba out. Not a waste, the one who wants to eat shit is you, it's you bastard. Raditz was terrifying in anger, and he still chased after Naba after he was beaten out, gathering Qigong waves in his hand to hit Naba. Boom! Seeing that the Qigong wave was about to hit Naba, who was crying in pain, a tall figure flashed, casually knocking Raditz's Qigong wave out. It was Naba's father's broken wheel. Boy, do you not exist when I am? The broken wheel looked at the blinded kid in front of him viciously, and a chill was born in his heart. Let go of my mother. Raditz looked at Haimchi, who was being carried by the broken wheel, and responded coldly. What if I don't let it go? The broken wheel, which was still arrogant, lifted Gnei and shook. If you don't let go, then give me death. Both father and son will die. At this moment, Raditz was still flooded with anger, and quickly stepped forward, his fist hit the head of the broken wheel, and the broken wheel blocked Raditz's fist with all his strength with one hand, with a wistful mockery on his face. Unable to take advantage of his fists and feet, Raditz opened the distance and began to continuously release Qigong waves, and the broken wheel smiled and blocked GNEI in front of him. Nope. The Qigong waves had already been played, and Raditz couldn't control them. Watching the Qigong waves he shot hit his mother and couldn't do anything. A waste's attack power is quite strong, and this woman in GNEI is about to run out of breath. Through the detector, it was shown that Jinei's combat effectiveness was rapidly declining, stopping at 2 points, and the broken wheel pouted like throwing rags and threw the dying GNEI aside. Mother, mother! Raditz quickly stepped forward and caught Heimchi, who was about to land, anxiously calling. It's a pity that there was no response. Abominable, abominable, you all deserve to die, all deserve to die. Anger is the source of SAIYAN becoming stronger, and the reason why SAIYAN's strength in the original work is generally not strong, in addition to the indifference of character, is that there is no emotional sustenance. Once there is emotional sustenance, people also have weakness, and this weakness is the source of SAIYAN anger. Raditz's breath at this time rose sharply under everyone's surprised gaze, reaching a combat strength of 4005, which made Naba, who often bullied Raditz, feel a suffocating and cold breath, and the data seen by the broken wheel was more clear and intuitive, 4005 combat effectiveness, and Raditz was only 10 years old. Thinking of the possibility of Raditz reaching 10,000 or even higher combat power when he was an adult, killing intent surged in the heart of the broken wheel, and the idea of killing Raditz on the spot appeared in the mind of the broken wheel. Eliminate potential opponents. This is also the reason why the SAIYAN family does not stand much on the planet Vegeta, which is also very different from King Vegeta's behavior in this regard, and it is no wonder that family is King Vegeta's faithful doglegs, and the two have a strikingly similar way of doing things. Chapter 7. Slaughtered you. Raditz looked at the broken wheel with a fierce face, and his figure appeared in front of the broken wheel in the next second, and he punched the broken wheel in the chin with an upward hook, and the broken wheel smiled coldly, and grabbed Raditz's fist with his backhand. Raditz saw that the fist could not make a contribution, twisted his waist, kicked towards the waist of the broken wheel. The broken wheel released the hand that grabbed Raditz, blocked it with his arm, and then hit Raditz's body with a knee. Raditz rolled a few times and stabilized his figure, and came forward again. The Qigong wave in his hand continued to compress. Diddy. Seeing that the strength of Raditz's attack increased from 4,000 to 5,000, the broken wheel felt cold in his heart, and his fingers gathered energy, and Raditz suddenly attacked towards him. Raditz did not dodge the attack and directly pierced his shoulder. His fierce eyes looked directly at the broken wheel, and then when his own energy wave could no longer be compressed, his figure accelerated sharply, smashing the energy wave towards the head of the broken wheel. Abominable rubbish! Do you think this kind of insect trick can fool me? I'm the broken wheel of the SAIYAN family. Saying that, energy waves instantly converged in his mouth and sprayed towards Raditz. Raditz's young figure was overwhelmed by the mouth cannon attack of the broken wheel, but the energy wave gathered in his hand shot out and hit the chest of the broken wheel. Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the mission hall, and the area where the broken ship and Raditz fought was completely reduced to ruins. How is it possible? How can I, a superior warrior with a combat strength of 6,000, be injured by the garbage created by a lower-level warrior? The smoke cleared, and a large hole was broken in the chest of the broken wheel's combat obedience, and a lot of blood spilled from the charred flesh and blood, and the tingling sensation constantly stimulated the nerves of the broken wheel. And Raditz, who was attacked by the broken wheel, the combat clothes on his body had completely disappeared, his body was scorched black, and the whole person was still very awake. Even if he couldn't get up, he still stared at the father and son with slanted eyes. Abominable fellow, you junior crop-created garbage, you dare to hurt my lord broken wheel and slaughter you. The broken wheel gathered energy waves in his hand and shot towards the dying Raditz, whose body had reached the limit at the moment, and he couldn't even use the strength to move his fingers, and his heart was full of resentment and despair. At this moment, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Raditz, and waved his hand to knock out the Qigong wave of the broken wheel. Bei, Vegeta. Seeing the person who saved him, Raditz felt a little complicated in his heart. That broken wheel, my entourage, is not something you can dispose of at will. Are you going to challenge my authority as Prince Vegeta? Vegeta glanced sideways at Raditz, and then looked coldly at the broken wheel on the opposite side, who was sincerely terrified. His Royal Highness, subordinates don't dare. It's just that kid insulting my family, I did it against him, and I also want to protect the reputation of my family. Not to mention the descendants of a low-level warrior, it is not worth such maintenance by you. Prince Vegeta. The act of breaking the wheel talking nonsense with his eyes open made Vegeta's little face darken. My people, understand, even if the lesson is not your turn to teach the lesson, I should not have happened this time, Raditz I will take away. As for what dissatisfaction you have with Prince Ben, you can report it to my father. Vegeta issued a direct warning, pointing at a SAIYAN to carry Raditz on his shoulder. As for Raditz's mother, Hymena, Vegeta had already asked people to be taken out of the mission hall in advance and sent to the SAIYAN medical base, and Raditz was also sent to the medical base and thrown into the medical cabin. In fact, Vegeta witnessed the whole process of the whole incident. If it weren't for Raditz's anger that broke out nearly 5 times his combat power, Vegeta would not care about Raditz's life or death. Even if Raditz and his mother Hymena were all killed, they would not have made any waves among the SAIYANs. In the concept of the SAIYAN above the strong, the weak should be ruled by the strong, and life is in the hands of the strong. But when Raditz burst out of super combat power because of anger, Vegeta gave birth to the idea of saving Raditz from the broken wheel, but this kind of rescue should be the right time, preferably when despair brings hope. I have to say that Vegeta's entry point is very correct. And thus gained a little loyalty from Raditz. Vegeta, as the next king of Vegeta, of course, also has his own considerations, just as the so-called son of heaven and a courtier, Raditz's potential to become his right hand, so he was regarded by Vegeta as a future courtier, and the first requirement of a courtier is loyalty followed by strength. If you want to lead the entire SAIYAN, you must not only have strong strength yourself, but also have courtiers who are loyal to yourself and stronger than many SAIYANs. I have to say that Raditz is lucky, not as cold-blooded and ruthless as the original, with the different Bardock and the gentle Hymena. Under the influence of the two, fate is undergoing a huge change. The cost of Kenai and Raditz's treatment was deducted from Vegeta's commission account, and the two lay in the medical cabin for 2 days because of their injuries. Raditz woke up first and learned what happened after he fainted, and was grateful to Vegeta in his heart, but at the same time very complicated, in short, very contradictory. After waiting for a while in the medical cabin where Hymena was, Hymena also woke up, saw the intact Raditz, and excitedly held it in his arms, causing Raditz to blush a little. Then Hymena asked about what happened after he fell into a coma, and Raditz truthfully caused Hymena's senses to rub Vegeta, which made Raditz's heart more complicated. After the treatment of the two, the medical staff brought new combat suits and energy detectors for the two to change. Mother, your combat strength has reached 1005. Raditz didn't expect that his mother had been blessed with misfortune and improved her combat power by 500 points, and she couldn't help but be surprised in her heart. Wow, our Raditz's combat power has reached 3000 points. That's awesome. Hymena cheered, only happy about the improvement of Raditz's combat effectiveness. No shocking thoughts. I don't know what happened to your father. You must know that when your father was his age, the combat power had not reached 800. Remember, Bardock said, it is worth 300 combat strength. Worthy of my son, really a genius. Hymena said and couldn't help but boast. Lord Raditz, Prince Vegeta asked you to wait for him in the training room when you wake up. As GNEI pulls Raditz to cheer, medical staff relays Raditz's orders to Raditz. Okay, I see. Raditz responded, telling her mother Hymena to go back first and go to Vegeta's training room herself. The so-called training room is actually the training ground for the actual combat of the SAIYAN. The so-called basic training is not at all, only direct and rough battles. The actual combat object is the cultivator seeds mass-produced by the cultivation star, and the combat effectiveness is about 1,000 years old, which is the actual combat object of most lower-level fighters. As far as Vegeta, whose combat effectiveness has reached 5,000, these actual battles are just cruelty, and each battle must send 5 to 10 cultivators to fight, commonly known as enjoying the fun of battle, and this degree has no effect on the improvement of combat effectiveness at all. Coming to Vegeta's exclusive training room, Raditz saw the scene of Vegeta pinching a cultivator in the air, and then 6 cultivators attacked Vegeta with their teeth and claws. Some launched Qigong wave attacks, and some took the opportunity to get closer. Raditz knew that the cultivators who wanted to be close to Vegeta were to use self-explosion. Swish! I saw Vegeta showing an evil smile, and constantly shooting air bombs from his fingers. The cultivators who wanted to approach Vegeta instantly turned into a disgusting green blood mist, and the remaining 3 cultivators showed fear on their faces. Vegeta took a step forward, and the cultivators involuntarily took several steps back until they retreated to the corner of the training room. Useless garbage! Vegeta instantly felt bored. 3 Qigong waves were launched, blowing the cultivator into powder, took a sip, turned around and saw Raditz waiting outside the training room, his eyes showing excitement. Raditz, fight me! Vegeta said to Raditz in a commanding tone, and Raditz frowned slightly, remembering that Vegeta had saved his life before, placed the detector on the storage platform, and walked into the training room. Chapter 8. Ha! Vegeta did not wear a detector at the moment, because Raditz's combat effectiveness was similar to that of the broken wheel when he fought, so after Raditz entered the training room, he immediately exploded and raised his breath to the peak. If you look at it with a detector, Vegeta has reached a combat power of 5,500 points in the explosive state. Raditz, Prince Ben orders you, use your full strength to fight me. Vegeta ordered Raditz in an unquestionable tone, and Raditz felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but still did so. Who let the family be His Royal Highness the Prince and the Lifesaver? Ha! With a high shout, Raditz exploded with it, and the combat power reached 4,000 points, which made Vegeta, who wanted to use Raditz as a sandbag, feel a little uncomfortable. Although Vegeta will not sense the strength of the opponent through chi, but through the pressure of the opponent's explosion to himself, he can also judge the strength of the person he is fighting against. Obviously, Raditz's current state did not reach Vegeta's ideal state, thinking that Raditz was retaining strength, and Vegeta, who was slightly angry in his heart, blatantly shot out, venting Raditz's underestimation of his behavior in the battle. Raditz can't figure out why Vegeta suddenly became angry. Bang bang! Vegeta was greeted with a flying kick that hit Raditz's cheek, and Raditz raised his arm to block, his arm numb from the shock. Vegeta closed his legs and then used a whirlwind kick in the air, striking again. Raditz backflipped to dodge, opened the distance and constantly used Qigong wave attacks. Vegeta was as fast as lightning, flying Raditz's Qigong waves out one by one, and quickly closed the distance with Raditz. Raditz gave up the use of Qigong waves, sheltered in close combat with Vegeta, and punched straight to Vegeta's face. Vegeta dodged it wrongly, his left hand had condensed Qigong waves, and then hit Raditz's chest. Raditz was knocked out and fell heavily on the wall of the training room. A puff of blue smoke rose from the chest of the combat suit. Vegeta took advantage of the victory to pursue, clasping his hands together and smashing into the back of Raditz's head. Raditz dodged in embarrassment, and a large hole was smashed where he had just stayed. Raditz, you'd better use your full strength, or you'll die. Vegeta also wanted to verbally stimulate Raditz, who was full of question marks. Isn't this my full strength? I seem to be using my full strength all the time. Ignoring Raditz's self-questioning, Vegeta kicked with a roundhouse kick, and his toes pointed directly at Raditz's temples. Raditz was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he protected his temples with the back of his hand, and his body was involuntarily turned over due to the unstable center of gravity. Abominable. Raditz felt that he was very unlucky in the past 2 days, either beaten or on the way to be beaten, first beaten by Naba's father, almost lost his life on the spot, and then inexplicably beaten by Vegeta in the name of training, and his heart was extremely angry. Vegeta, your uncles! Raditz dodged Vegeta's elbow and cursed, causing Vegeta to be momentarily stunned. Vegeta, as the prince of the Saiyans, except for his father King Vegeta, other Saiyans are all respectful when they see him, where dare to make a move, let alone scold, the young heart is affected differently. Raditz. Don't think that with 4005 combat power is invincible, arrogance has to pay a price. Vegeta smiled wickedly and raised his fist to punch. Raditz knew that he had just made a gaffe, but it was too late to regret it, so he could only bite the bullet and fight Vegeta, and the two collided with their fists, erupting into a huge roar, and the entire training room became shaky. Vegeta elbow hit, Raditz resisted with his knee, and then swung his fist. Vegeta caught it with a single fist, rotated his body and kicked with a whirlwind. Raditz blocked with his elbow, and gathered Qigong waves to bombard Vegeta's chest. Vegeta hurriedly retreated, catching Raditz's Qigong waves with both hands and pushing away. The two went back and forth for dozens of rounds, and as the battle progressed, Raditz, who forgot Vegeta's identity, was originally beaten passively, but after absorbing some of Vegeta's fighting methods, he actually fought back and forth with Vegeta, but he still had to be beaten. After all, the gap in combat effectiveness of nearly 1500 was there. In the stage of low combat effectiveness, the gap in combat effectiveness of 500 or 600 can basically judge the final outcome, and when the battle reaches hundreds of millions, the gap in combat effectiveness of several million may not be able to judge who wins and who loses, and tens of billions are even more exaggerated. Because Raditz was only used as a logistician when he teamed up with Vegetanaba to carry out missions, his combat experience could be said to be very limited, which was still a bit of a combat method that Bardock randomly taught. And today, as the fight with Vegeta increases, Raditz's fighting style is closer and closer to Vegeta's style, and he is ruthless and reckless. After the battle lasted for an hour, Vegeta solved Raditz with Ultimate Flash. Of course, Vegeta had no intention of killing Raditz and did not use the maximum power of Ultimate Flash. Woohoo! After Vegeta saw Raditz being knocked unconscious by himself, he kept panting. On the one hand, the physical consumption of the battle with Raditz just now was indeed quite large, on the other hand, the consumption of Chi by the Ultimate Flash was also very huge, which led to Vegeta's panting appearance after the battle. Coming! Vegeta shouted to the staff outside. His Royal Highness! Alien technologists who were used as slaves by Saiyans ran into the training room like dogs. Take Raditz out for treatment. Saying that, he flicked the beads of sweat on his hair and walked out of the training room proudly. For the next period, because Vegeta did not issue a summoning order, Naba was afraid to see the powerful Raditz, so he never showed up, and Raditz was trained by 5-year-old Vegetala every day after recovering from his injury. After each battle healing, Raditz's combat effectiveness has increased slightly, from being knocked out before to gradually returning home with a blue nose and face, which shows that Raditz's strength has made a qualitative leap. And Vegeta's side with the increase of Raditz's combat experience and the growth of combat effectiveness, Vegeta also felt a lot of pressure. Until the 3rd month, Vegeta's body began to appear a lot of bruises and wounds. Raditz's injury was relatively serious compared to it. Vegeta gave sparring Raditz a few days off. After Raditz finally ended a period of physical and mental destruction, Bardock, who returned from the Star of Gaston, had come to the outer space of planet Vegeta, and after being confirmed to be a Saiyan spacecraft number through the outer space checkpoint of planet Vegeta, the space checkpoint was released, and Bardock controlled the spacecraft to land to the Saiyan spaceship base. After the spacecraft lands, there will be professionals to check the status of the spacecraft for free, and there will be someone to record the Bardock spacecraft number, check the corresponding registration information, and update the information changes of future people. In fact, everything else is irrelevant. the most important point is the change of combat effectiveness, and the staff is very strict with the combat effectiveness points of returning scions. Even if nothing else is registered, the combat power points must be entered and updated. For this strange rule, Bardock didn't need to think about it to know that it was Frisia who did it. Because Bardock suppressed his combat effectiveness at 9,000 points, but even so, it is already considered the top combat power among the scions, and this amazing span of combat effectiveness soon attracted the attention of the staff. After repeatedly confirming Bardock's identity and age, after seeing his somewhat impatient expression, this respectfully said that this is all King Vegeta's order, please bear with it, take King Vegeta's. Fool to press yourself, Bardock glanced coldly at the beast-shaped alien and revealed a wistful sneer. The staff was frightened by Bardock's sneer and collapsed to the ground, afraid that his little life would be lost here, and as a result, Bardock's head flew away without returning, and the staff cursed in their hearts, while rejoicing that they were lucky for the rest of their lives. More than 7 years of cultivation career, Bardock missed his wife and son at home very much, flying all the way, setting off a hurricane, making the passing scions feel very unhappy, and when they saw the other party's combat strength of 9,000 points, the faces that were ready to curse became respectful, and some scolded and pumped their mouths, and the speed of changing faces was first class. Coming to the home where he had been away for a long time, Bardock opened the door with anxiety in his heart, and saw that Jaime was working on meat with his head down, and when he heard the door being opened, Jaime thought that Raditz had returned, so he said casually, "Come back, Raditz, the meal will be ready soon. Today there is your favorite Angeli venison." As he spoke, he looked up at the door to see if Raditz was injured today, but saw the haunted face. Bardock. Gnei was stunned at first, and his words were a little stammered, and then a flying pounce threw himself into Bardock's arms, his head buried in Bardock's arms, and tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. "It's been 7 years, you're finally back." Chapter 9. "Yes, Heimji, I'm back. At the same time, I silently added in my heart, I finally have the strength to protect you and Raditz for the time being, and resist this damn fate." The two hugged each other tightly and enjoyed each other's embrace. Click! The door was suddenly opened, and Raditz entered the door with 2 panda eyes and saw Bardock and Jaime exchanging heartfelt complaints. Looking at a familiar and strange man in his home, Raditz suddenly became alert. Because Jaime is petite, he is in his arms by Rabadoklo, and his figure cannot be seen from Raditz's point of view. "Who are you and why are you in my house?" Raditz took a fighting stance, swept through the house and found that there was no figure of his mother, and his heart was even more anxious. "Raditz is back." Jaime's surprised voice appeared in the room. Haimuka broke free from Bardock's arms, and a petite figure appeared from one side, holding Bardock's arm, and the two turned around at the same time. "Waste, father of things." Raditz saw the man his mother hugging sweetly with a smile, and almost said the waste father, but even with the remedy, Bardock who he was, he knew at once what Raditz just wanted to say. Usually what a person subconsciously wants to say is what he really wants to express in his heart, and Bardock does not think that this is a slip of the tongue. For his son, who he has not seen for a long time, when they see each other again in 7 years, they are about to scold themselves when they open their mouths, and Bardock's face is a little dark. "Heimji, you go and prepare the meal, I'll go out with Raditz and have a good exchange. By the way, improve this kid's combat skills, you see what this is all beaten into." Bardock coaxed Hymeni with a smile and let him continue to busy, and Hymeni did not doubt that he had him, nodded happily and went to prepare the meal. "By the way, just prepare 2 servings," Bardock said suddenly. Gnei was stunned at first, and then preconceived that Bardock had already eaten on the way back, so he nodded and snorted softly. "Let's go, good son, seeing your 4,888 combat strength, I am very pleased to be a father, but I was beaten into a panda eye, and there are still many places on my body, which shows that it is still too weak. Let daddy teach you what is the way of fatherhood." When Raditz was instructed by Bardock to cook a meal for two, he probed Bardock's combat effectiveness and found that there were 9,000 points, and he was immediately not calm. He knew the origin of his waste father, a lower-level warrior, but he didn't expect to reach the combat effectiveness of a higher-level fighter, which made Raditz slightly stunned. During this stunned period, Bardock sneered and dragged Raditz out of the house and flew into the relatively distant mountains and forests. Because the SAIYANs are sparsely populated, the total number of forests is only 890,000 people, so there is still a large area of the planet Vegeta that has not yet been developed, so there are still a large number of wild mountain forests, which also creates a natural hunting ground for the SAIYANs in the logistics department. Raditz, you just wanted to say the 4 words of waste father. Throwing Raditz into an empty woodland without mercy, Bardock said to Raditz with a cold face. Humph. Although Raditz was a little shocked that his father's combat power reached 9,000 points, he was still very stubborn and his attitude was very obvious, telling Bardock that I just wanted to say that you are a waste father. Yo, 7 years have passed, and your kid is still getting more and more personality. Just let me see if your strength is as personal as your mouth. Then suppressed his chi about the same as Raditz, reaching 4,500 combat power. Diddy. The 4,500 detector changed with Bardock's gas, and Raditz's detector also reported Bardock's current combat effectiveness. This, impossible. Raditz's eyes widened, unable to believe that his father, who had just returned 9,000 combat strength, had become 4,500, and the haze in his heart was even worse, thinking, sure enough, his father's combat power was fake, and the little respect he had for Bardock in his heart also dissipated. Raditz, don't believe the numbers on the detector, sometimes what the eye sees is not necessarily true. Bardock quickly dived down and made an elbow blow towards Raditz. Because of the deliberate control of the strength of the shot, Raditz had enough time to see Bardock's movements. Boom! Raditz caught Bardock's elbow strike with one hand, knee up, straight to Bardock's chin. Bardock unhurriedly stretched out his right hand to hold this Raditz's knee, and then 2 Qigong waves erupted in his eyes on Raditz's combat uniform. Raditz was knocked out and lay on the ground embarrassed. Bardock will not spare his subordinates because of Raditz's injury, and immediately take Raditz with a flying kick from the sky. Raditz endured the severe pain, put his hands together, gathered Qigong waves, and hit Bardock the target in the air. Facing a somewhat similar action to the Turtle School Qigong, Bardock felt a little emotion in his heart. Thinking of the silly fork behavior in the real world, he suddenly felt a little blush. Raditz saw Bardock staying in place without dodging, and his heart was slightly anxious. After all, he was his father, no matter how unbearable this guy was. Get out of the way! Raditz couldn't help but roar. Boom! With a casual wave of his hand, Bardock flew Raditz's proud attack out like a fly, exploding a giant pit in the distant mountains. What did you say? Bardock pretended to listen, and Raditz was already stunned, to know that his attack power of this move was almost 5,500 points of combat power, and as a result, he was slapped out by the father of 4,500 at will, which is incredible. Silly child, there is still too little knowledge. Bardock couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, deciding to teach his silly son before the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, this fight is really inevitable. No matter how waste Lao Tzu is, he is also your father, and it is just a matter of saying behind his back, and the son who said in front of his father is a waste is also drunk. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Wave. Imitating the way the Immortal Turtle Sect Qigong in Dragon Ball is launched, majestic chi fills the heavens and the earth. Silly son, this is the real trick, you are just a pediatrician. Raditz's detector was horrified when he saw the attack strength of Bardock's move soaring from 4,005 to 13,005. With Bardock's roar, the Qigong wave was launched, and under Bardock's intentional control, the imitation version of Turtle Wave Qigong rubbed Raditz's scalp and flew out. Flattening the large area of mountains and forests behind him, setting off a monstrous hurricane. Okay, the trick demonstration is over, it's time to calculate the general ledger. Pointing fingers to his son to Gnei would definitely not lie to her, so Bardock symbolically pointed out Radith's trick. Then, the entire mountain forest came Radith's miserable cries and pleas for mercy. Father, I was wrong, ah! Nest grass. Radith's nearly 5,000 combat power is like a chicken boy in Bardock's hands, and it is a whipping beating when it is lifted. After an hour of paternal education, Bardock wiped the sweat that had not existed on his forehead and flew towards the SAIYAN medical base with one of the legs of the unconscious Raditz. After settling in Raditz's medical cabin, Bardock returned home alone, where Heimchi had prepared meals and was waiting for Bardock and his son to return. When he saw that only Bardock had returned, Haimuki asked suspiciously. Bardock, where's Raditz? Why didn't he come back? That kid said that he didn't have to wait for him to eat, there was a task, and he would be back in about 2 or 3 days. Bardock doesn't know much about Raditz's current situation, so he can only talk nonsense. Oh, then leave him alone. It is estimated that Prince Vegeta is looking for him to sparring again. Really, don't let Raditz eat enough and go again. Gnei complained slightly, and then pulled Bardock to eat together. After eating a meal for half an hour, after drinking and eating, looking at the busy Jaime, Bardock's heart that had been dusted for 7 years was constantly agitated. Picking up the confused Heimchi, he walked to the bedroom. Chapter 10. Under Bardock's special love, Raditz was honored to lie in the medical cabin for 2 days, and when he woke up, his combat effectiveness reached 5,000, approaching Vegeta, whose combat effectiveness had increased to 5,004. As soon as he changed his clothes, the information left by Vegeta was read in the communication equipment of the probe, and he was told that Raditz's rest time was over, and he would assemble in the mission hall tomorrow to prepare to receive the mission. This is tantamount to a thunderbolt for Raditz, who finally has a few days of rest, and finally has time to rest, but was beaten back to the medical cabin, and spent 2 days in the medical base. Raditz is really a little tired. Being beaten by a dead opponent outside, beaten by a superior in the unit, and beaten by a father when he went home, this day is simply impossible to live. After reading the message in the detector, Raditz returned home sullenly, and when he opened the door, he saw his father and mother showing affection like glue, and his little face became a little unnatural. Raditz is back. Bardock smiled happily and greeted Raditz. It seems that I don't get along well with my teammates on the same team, and I go home with a stinky face. Then Raditz saw that the combat value displayed by his detector suddenly went up and down, reducing it to 5 combat power for a while, and increasing it to 20,000 combat power for a while, making Raditz's face like a Sichuan opera, constantly changing. Father, I'm back. After being educated by love, Raditz knows that his father is not as simple as he seems, reconstructing the shattered worldview, and is also very curious about Bardock's way of controlling combat power. Well, it's good. This sentence has 2 meanings. One is that he is more satisfied with Raditz's attitude, and the other is that he found that Raditz's combat effectiveness has exceeded the 5,000 mark, reaching 5,003 combat effectiveness, which is also considered the best among the superior warriors at this age. There should be little danger in the tasks that are within the capacity to respond. Raditz, I didn't know you were coming back today, so your father and I had already eaten and didn't leave your meal. Haimuki explained with some chagrin. It's okay, such a big person, he can handle the meals himself. It's been hard for you these 2 days, you go to rest first, just in time I'm going to teach Raditz something. Of course, if Haimuki wants to learn, you can do it together. Bardock kissed Gnei's cheek and said gently. Is it about the combat aspect? Haimuki asked rhetorically. Well, it's some teaching on combat skills and ways to improve combat effectiveness. In this regard, Bardock bluntly explained that the matter of whether Raditz ate was automatically ignored by the two, and sure enough, parents are true love, and children are just accidents. Then, I'll study it too. My strength is too weak. Even if I can't help you and Raditz, I must not hold you back. If I can be stronger to protect you and Raditz, it will be better." After experiencing the last time, Haimuka was a little worried about his weakness. "No problem, who made you my wife?" Taking Jinae's hand and holding it in his big hand, the deep affection is self-evident. "Ahem, father, where are we going to learn the combat skills you mentioned?" Raditz couldn't stand it anymore, and asked respectfully with a few dry coughs. "Of course it is, the old place, Raditz, you know, you go first. Your mother's combat effectiveness is weak, the flight speed is not fast, I will take her and come later." Bardock said with a smile, making Raditz feel a little chill in his heart, nodded stiffly, and left the house hand and foot to fly towards the place where his father beat himself 2 days ago. "Bardock, why does Raditz look and feel a little strange?" Haimuki asked, tilting his head. "Haven't you become a little well-behaved?" Bardock asked. "Well, it seems to be." Haimuka just felt that Raditz was a little different from usual, but he couldn't say it, so he was successfully deflected by Bardock. "Let's go, this combat technique I taught is relatively simple for Saiyans. Saiyans are born with strong physique and strength, and some things can reach the standard that ordinary races cannot reach in a lifetime without deliberate cultivation." By the time Bardock and Jaime arrived at the place where Raditz was taught, Raditz had been waiting for a long time. "Raditz, do you have any missions in your squad in recent days?" Bardock did not teach the two of them the skills to improve their combat effectiveness for the first time, but asked Raditz's itinerary, knowing that some things need time to learn. "Yes, father, Prince Vegeta ordered us to assemble in the mission hall tomorrow, it should be to pick up the mission." Raditz told about tomorrow's itinerary. "Well, in that case, I'll teach you the trick I showed you to Raditz that day, Turtle Pai Kigong." Bardock didn't expect Raditz to go out so soon, so he simply taught this kid some tricks to improve lethality in a short time. Turtle Kigong is definitely the most consistent trick. "Okay, I'll demonstrate it first." Bardock faced the palms of his hands, surging his chi from the palms, constantly compressing, and as the power of the big move was completed, a huge Kigong wave flew out of Bardock's hands, leaving a ravine on the ground that could not be seen at a glance. "How about it, you two learn from me and give it a try?" Bardock proposed. "Good. The chi of the two is far beyond that of the turtle immortals, and the use of nature is not a problem," and after speaking, they learn Bardock's wave method to gather chi. The focus of this move is the compression of its own energy, and the way to attack is like a spaceship flying out of a planet, which is the essential. Seeing that the chi gathered in the hands of the two was a little unstable, Bardock hurriedly added. Hearing Bardock's words, Gnei and Raditz both gritted their teeth at the same time to stabilize the energy ball between their palms, and then after feeling their energy waves compressed to the limit, they blatantly withdrew with both palms, and two energy waves, one large and one small, shaved a few hairs for planet Vegeta again. "Not bad, Raditz. The turtle faction Kigong you just used is about 1.5 times its own combat power, not bad, even if it is a guy with 7,000 combat power, you can use this move to achieve a surprising effect and kill him. As for Gnei, it is about 1.3 times your own combat power, but this is not a problem, the subsequent cultivation will make you stronger, and the control of the unique move will be stronger, don't worry." The two attitudes towards his son and wife made Raditz a little sour. "Got it, Bardock. I will try to be your strong backing." Haimchi's firm answer made Bardock more and more moved and guilty, to be able to let his gentle wife change so much, during his absence, something bad must have happened. "Well, I believe you, Haimchi." Bardock held Haimchi's shoulder and looked at each other affectionately. "Ahem, father, are there any other techniques to teach?" The big light bulb interrupted the two of them very incomprehensibly. Bardock and Jiniki brushed to look at Raditz, although the eyes of the two were very soft, but Raditz felt a deep killing intent, and he had a feeling that he was about to be knifed. The second technique is a more chicken, but very practical one. It's called the control of Qi and the detection of Qi. Bardock took the idea of wanting to stab his son and told it in a serious way. The so-called control of Qi is like this. Radit's detector then showed Bardock's combat power jumping between single and 4 digits. Chapter 11. Everything in the world has its own Qi, but some creatures have less content of innate anger, and some have more content of innate anger, so they create the strength of innate strength, and some cosmic creatures may not be born with a little combat power, and they can reach tens of thousands or even higher combat effectiveness through the cultivation of the acquired system. This shows that the Qi in the organism's body can be strengthened through acquired cultivation. First of all, what you have to do is feel your own Qi, like this, Bardock said, palms facing inward, slowly gathering his own Qi. Seeing this, Gnei Kalatais began to experiment like a sample. This roughest way of feeling Qi is the most suitable for the two, and in less than a moment, the two gathered their own Qi, and then Bardock praised Gnei, and then nodded to Raditz, and then spoke. The combat power shown by the detector is based on the uncontrolled unconscious release of Qi in the organism, and we want to change our own combat effectiveness, and the way to deceive the detector is also very simple, that is, to introvert our own Qi into the body and reasonably control our own Qi. The two of you first try to feel your own Qi, and then introvert it into your body, and don't let the Qi come out at will. Bardock finished speaking, go and point to Jime, as for Raditz to try to play by himself. Such a simple principle, Vegeta learned it at a glance, and if the two people could not learn it again after their own teaching, the understanding would simply be low. An hour later, under the guidance of Bardock, Haimuka learned to converge his breath, and Haimuka could suppress his 1n5000 combat power to about 200, which was considered to be learned. As a result, Raditz was not able to get out of the door after Bardock's explanation, and he was annoyed in his heart, a little envious of his mother, who was taught by his father himself. Bardock came to check Raditz's progress, but there was no progress, and he played Raditz's brain on the spot to make him sober. My stupid son, will you be explosive and convergent? After this mention, Raditz suddenly realized, immediately tried to converge his breath. Bardock felt Raditz's Qi rise and fall, and then lowered all the way until 800 combat power stopped. It's worthy of my son, just a little. Bardock smiled and touched Raditz's head, causing the other party to complain bitterly, who let the few brains just collapse unusually. The next thing is the perception of Qi, learning the convergence of Qi and feeling their own Qi. Raditz and Haimuka easily learned the perception of Qi, found this way very interesting, and perceived the Qi of other Saiyans through what they learned. After a few hours of pleasant teaching, Bardock first asked Haimuka to go back first and prepare the meal, on the grounds that he wanted to communicate with his son and teach him some combat skills by the way. Seeing a scene of father's filial piety, Gnei had no doubt about him and went home happily. As for Raditz, seeing his father's demonic smile, his heart was slightly cold and a little stunned, and he couldn't help but think of the consequences of calling his father a waste father that day. Father, father, Raditz stammered as he saw Bardock walking towards him. What are you afraid of? As long as you don't do something stupid, I won't beat you. Bardock rolled his eyes, wondering if he was happy too. Come here. Since Raditz was afraid of his smiling self, Bardock chose to shout at Raditz in a stern tone. Yes, father. Raditz also thought Bardock was angry and ran over. Sit down, I'll ask you something. Bardock has been accompanying G for the past 2 days, and some things are still unclear, and immediately began to ask Raditz. You asked. Raditz responded with a slight apprehension. Did something bad happen to me in the past few years? Bardock asked in a low voice. Your mother has changed a little. After we were together, she was never interested in fighting and improving her combat effectiveness, and she just asked to learn combat skills and improve her combat effectiveness. Bardock informed Raditz of his guess. Yes, it was the day you applied to abort the mission and returned home. Raditz was young and could not hide the matter, and when Bardock was about to return, he told Bardock what happened 3 months ago, and after Bardock listened, a nameless anger burned in his heart, and at the same time looked at his son, and his heart was extremely gratified. In the face of an enemy whose combat power is nearly 9 times that of himself, he can spare his life and swear to protect his mother. Raditz already has the basic conditions to become a Super Saiyan, and at the same time is pleased that Raditz has not become as bullying and ruthless as in the original book. You're doing a great job, Raditz. I will personally find the broken wheel to solve this matter, and there is no need for the so-called famous gate of planet Vegeta to exist. Bardock smiled coldly, clenched his fists, and made a clucking sound. The killing intent emanating from his body made Raditz feel breathless, and at the same time he was even more in awe of his father. It's okay, you have to practice diligently what you teach today, and when you come back from the task, I will teach you something new. Bardock just talked about some basic things, and did not tell what he pressed at the bottom of the box. After all, Raditz's detector is always a hidden danger. And the convergence and induction of Qi described by Bardock is known by Frisia. Frisias at most learn the induction of Qi. As for convergence, it is simply ridiculous. Frisia is huge because of his natural anger, and he can't be introverted at all, otherwise he wouldn't have invented so many transformations to weaken himself. Yes, father. Raditz was even more looking forward to what Bardock would teach after his return. By the way, one of your squad taught Naba to be Vegeta's doglegs, right? Bardock suddenly thought of the bald-head Naba. Yes, father. That guy has been arrogant and domineering when I joined the Vegeta squad, treating me badly. I'm almost that guy's sandbag, and my status is just a little higher than that of a cultivator. Speaking of sadness, Raditz's anger welled up in his heart. I'll give you a task. A little guy with 2,000 combat strength. Bardock still disdained to do it, but just thought of a funny thing. Father, you said, if I can do it, I will do it. Raditz clenched his fists and said firmly. Naba has hair, right? Bardock remembers that when Naba first teamed up with Vegeta, he had hair, quite a bit. Yes, it's relatively short, not as long as mine, dense. Saying coquettishly, he flicked his super third hairstyle. Listen carefully. Bardock slapped the kid's head angrily. Ooh. Raditz stood up obediently. You deliberately provoke him on every mission, and if he doesn't accept the challenge, you ask Nappa to grab a handful of his hair, but since the actual combat effectiveness is too high, you first converge your breath, and then. After Bardock's ear lift, Raditz gave Bardock a strange look. Secretly said in his heart, what kind of strange proclivity is his father? Unexpectedly the other party consumes his own hair. Does this have another deep meaning? Thinking of this, Raditz can't help but think of Naba's father. The broken wheel, that guy seems to be bald, is the reason why his father did this to make the two father and son more similar? With a stomach full of questions, Raditz and Bardock returned home. Bardock. This is King Vegeta's guard, Alto. There's something to find you. As soon as he returned home, Bardock saw a tall, fierce-looking Saiyan in his home. Raditz, go help your mother cook. Birds didn't have the Saiyans who looked at Hymene wantonly, but let Raditz help him cook. What is the matter with King Vegeta's guards looking for me? Bardock squeezed his palm and asked casually. My king heard that your combat strength has reached 9,000 points, so he sent you the news of joining my king's guard, but I didn't expect you to ignore the invitation issued by my king, so I personally came to see what level your junior garbage combat power reached 9,000 points. In his mouth, he still said things with the identity of a subordinate fighter. Hehe, what do you have to shout about a garbage with 9,005 combat power, idiot? For this teaching Alto just when he looked at Jaime unscrupulously, he had already been put on the mortal list by Batacla, but not now, but he could collect some interest. What do you say? It's your honor for a superior warrior of mine to come and invite you? Don't. Alto got up angrily and pointed his finger at Bardock's head. I'll go to your MS. Bardock rudely interrupted this self-respecting guy, and before the other party could react, he punched the opponent in the abdomen, and the powerful force directly knocked Alto out and smashed a big hole in the roof of Bardock's house. "Hymena, I'll come when I go," Bardock shouted, and then went down the big hole in the roof to find Alto, and when he found Alto, this guy could still get up and stare at Bardock viciously, and his ferocity was undiminished. "Bardock, you inferior miscellaneous, Lao Tzu must consult you in front of King Vegeta, and let King Vegeta exile all your family of inferior miscellaneous. Yea, there is also the strength to speak, which means that the hand is still too light just now. Originally, I thought your eyes were too hateful, but I found that your mouth is just as disgusting, and you love to spit fragrant. Then I will reluctantly give you an operation." After speaking, a big mouth fanned Alto's mouth crookedly. "Gather chi in your hand, form a short blade, reach out and pull out the other party's tongue, and slash in 2 segments." Then the eye was inserted, and the 2 eyeballs were instantly scrapped. "It's disgusting." Kicked Alto out, returned home with his own care, checked the message in the detector while eating, found the transfer message sent by King Vegeta, and then clicked accept. Chapter 12. The next day, Raditz goes to Vegeta, and Bardock goes to King Vegeta. For yesterday's incident, Bardock is the same as the person who is fine, as if the death of King Vegeta's guard leader Alto has nothing to do with himself, and King Vegeta seems to be indifferent to Alto's death. Bardock remembers that Alto still has a detector on his body. Could it be that Alto passed the news to King Vegeta before he was crippled? Perhaps it was the reason why Bardock accepted the order yesterday. King Vegeta sent someone to lead him into the palace, and the SAIYANs seemed to be very general in terms of the aesthetics of architecture in addition to being aggressive and cruel, and for Bardock, there was no difference from the cold prison. When he saw King Vegeta, he was also speechless about King Vegeta's aesthetics, a red cloak and a large gold chain around his neck, not like a king, but like an upstart. Through Bardock's omniscient eyes, King Vegeta's combat power is 12,000, and today it is not only Bardock who comes, but also many SAIYANs with combat power of 6,000 and above, so that Bardock does not know what King Vegeta wants to do. Is it a symposium for higher-ranking fighters? Bardock thought to himself. Bardock. While Bardock was still thinking about it, King Vegeta was reminded by his entourage to see Bardock, who was looking at him and shouted, "King Vegeta!" Bardock replied, not saluting the nobles like this, which made King Vegeta frown subconsciously. "You, a lowly warrior, don't salute when you see King Vegeta, don't think that with 9,000 combat power, you will be lawless." Although the combat effectiveness is stronger than many so-called superior fighters, these guys have never taken Bardock seriously, that is, they hold on to the name of the lower-level fighters. Most likely, it is because of jealousy that the combat effectiveness of a lower-level warrior is stronger than that of a superior fighter. That broken wheel, or else, come and practice. As a mortal opponent, the broken wheel will certainly not miss the opportunity to run Bardock, and the statement just made is made by this product. Bardock, this is the royal palace, don't come here. Being looked at coldly by Bardock with his white teeth, the broken wheel was suddenly afraid. "I know this is the royal palace, so I won't come here. But in my heart, I thought, the palace is not who, but you can come outside the palace, special lady, tonight will not destroy the full gate of the clan, of course, except for Naba, Lao Zi is not called Bardock." Because he didn't control his emotions well, Bardock's chi accidentally leaked 100 million points, reaching 10,000 points, which shocked everyone present. Now Bardock's combat strength has reached 10,000 points, then it can be said that he is the first person under King Vegeta, and other SAIYANs who are very disdainful of Bardock on the surface, their faces suddenly appear respectful, and the broken wheel is a little pale, thinking of Bardock and his own festival before. The broken wheel is more and more frightened in his heart. Ha ha ha, good, Bardock's combat strength has reached 10,000, and I have one more general on planet Vegeta, and from then on, in the name of King Vegeta, I announce Bardock to become the commander of the palace guards, and command the palace 1,000 guards soldiers. Have the power to participate in and discuss politics, and see the king does not worship. In order to show his heart, King Vegeta announced the appointment of Bardock on the spot. As for the former commander of the guards, Alto, who is being arranged by King Vegeta to be treated in the medical cabin at the moment, King Vegeta can probably guess yesterday's events, but there is no idea about this. Alto was crippled and pulled out of his tongue, that is his lack of strength, and he can't blame others. Anyway, Bardock is a low-level warrior, the combat effectiveness of 9,000 is already exhausted, and as the king, the combat effectiveness is as high as 12,000, and the gap of 3,000 points is not so easy to make up. This is the true thought of King Vegeta's heart. But who expected Bardock to hit his face so suddenly, and the next day when they officially met, the combat effectiveness actually broke through to 10,000 on the spot. Even if there was all kinds of helplessness in this heart, he had to knock out his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Also show your generosity. In this way, Bardock became the commander of the palace guards, and became the commander of the guards starting from 1,000 basic combat strength and 4,000. Considering that he had just taken over the job, Bardock applied to King Vegeta for an extension of receiving the guards, and King Vegeta readily agreed. After the end of the so-called pilgrimage, Bardock followed the broken wheel all the way. The broken wheel was low in strength and wanted to get rid of Bardock, but where was it that simple? Bardock followed idly behind, and the broken wheel fled in panic, as if it was a game of cat and mouse. Trailing all the way to the broken wheel mansion, Bardock laughed wickedly. Boom! That broken wheel, you also have today, he cause, today's effect, what you did to me and GNEI, use the entire NA family to repay today. Saying that, a basketball-sized ball of energy quickly appeared in his hand, and was kicked towards the broken wheel by Bardock like a leather ball. No, Bardock, you can't do this, our clan is a loyal retainer of King Vegeta, and if you destroy our clan, you will be executed by King Vegeta. The combat power of that broken chakra explosion reached 7,500 combat power, desperately resisting the energy ball kicked by Bardock. It's just a dog, if you don't have it, you can get another better one. Do you think King Vegeta lacks a dog like your family? That broken wheel, too naive, go to hell for Lao Tzu. Bardock aired and pushed the energy ball towards the broken wheel, which was blown into powder. The shouts of the broken wheel soon attracted the servants and clansmen of Nafu. All of them flew out of the mansion and flew towards Bardock. Bardock controlled his chi at 4,000, because Bardock found that some of these children of the NA family had a combat power of about 5,000, because to stay on planet Vegeta for a period of time, for unnecessary trouble, Bardock could not use the strength of more than 10,000 combat power, in order to prevent these guys from escaping. Bardock only pretended to be a pig and a tiger. I recognize you, you are Bardock. Ah, it turned out to be just a garbage with a combat power of 4,000, sure enough, a lower level warrior has a combat power of 9,000 points, that is, those alien miscellaneous data registration errors. What about the head of our clan? Trash subordinate fighters. The idiot who was the most powerful and looked a bit like the broken wheel said with a very unclean mouth. Of course it is. Bardock raised his hand and pointed a finger, a laser shot out from the fingertip, the chest of the guy who had just shouted was pierced on the spot, his eyes were scattered and his body fell involuntarily, and then Bardock casually exploded this arrogant guy into ashes with a Qigong wave. Of course it is. And you, none of you can escape. Saying that, the gas bullets in Bardock's hand continued to shoot. Everything happened between the electric flint. Some people realized that something was wrong and immediately began to flee, and some people, before they could slow down, the bones were gone, turning into a blue smoke and disappearing in place. NA's high-end combat power was all destroyed by Bardock's set of operations, and by the way, he sensed the chi of NA's mansion, as well as several relatively weak breaths, all of which were constantly fleeing. It's not your fault that you're in that clan's mansion, but it's your fault in that clan's mansion. A huge ball of energy condensed in his hand, and Bardock expressionlessly threw it into the center of Na's mansion. Boom! Half of the planet Vegeta was trembling. All the people of planet Vegeta heard a huge explosion. Looking at the smoke and dust in the sky, everything about the family was in ruins. Adhering to the principle of cutting grass and roots, Bardock carefully sensed the breath here, and found that there was no living mouth of the Navita. Bardock hid his chi and left gracefully. As soon as Bardock left on the front foot, the Vegeta Planet Patrol formation on the back foot came to the Na clan mansion. Looking at the Na clan mansion that turned into flying ash, and all the Saiyans in the patrol formation were in shock. Although the Na family has a bad reputation among the low-level Saiyans, the family's combat power is solid, and there are many Saiyans with higher-level warrior qualifications, who has the ability to exterminate the Na family in such a short time. These warriors dare not think. The captain then asked the team to confirm whether there were any members of the Na family alive, and he reported this important incident to his superiors, and then conveyed it to King Vegeta through his superiors. Chapter 13. Just as Bardock was speeding home and telling his wife Haimuki about being named commander of the Vegeta Royal Guard at the palace today, Vegeta felt the vibration of planet Vegeta and hurriedly asked people to find out what was going on, and then heard the news reported by Jane, the commander of the Saiyan Patrol Formation. What? That family was destroyed? King Vegeta was shocked when he heard this, but he didn't expect that such a big thing would happen just after the personnel transfer. Have you seen any traces of the murderer at the scene? King Vegeta asked urgently. Returned to King Vegeta. Also, not yet. The entire Na family's mansion has been turned into a sea of fire, and the people who went to investigate have not yet seen the surviving clansmen of the Na family. The patriarch of that clan, the Broken Wheel, is missing. Now only Naba, the eldest son of the Na family, who was doing tasks outside, survived. Being able to wipe out the entire Na family in such a short period of time, the murderer's combat power is terrifying to think about. Check for me, who dares to challenge the majesty of my King Vegeta? Don't you know that the clan is my King Vegeta's vassals? Vegeta's green tendons burst out, the aura around his body continued to expand, and his combat power soared to 14,000 in a rare way. Back to King Vegeta, the subordinates of the tree are a little guessing about the people who killed the Na family, and when they say it, they ask my king not to blame. Jane swallowed and said, and the look of wanting to say but not daring to say made King Vegeta's cerebral thrombosis almost come out, and roared angrily. Say quickly, King Ben forgives you for not guilty. Very, very big, it may be, it's the new commander of the guards, B.A., Bardock. Jane stammered and said what he thought, and his heart was already afraid to die, because although he was in charge of nearly 5,000 soldiers in the patrol formation, but he knew that it was only 8,000 points, compared with Bardock who knew 10,000, the strength was not a star and a half. If the murderer was Bardock, with Bardock's ruthless means, if he knew that it was his small report, it was estimated that he would end up with the same fate as the Broken Wheel family. Now I can only pray for King Vegeta's protection, because King Vegeta is currently the only master who can suppress Bardock. Please also ask my king to protect his subordinates. After Jane said his thoughts, he immediately bowed and asked. Tell me about your basis. After hearing Jane's words, King Vegeta actually calmed down and asked coldly, and at the same time he was also calculating in his heart what Bardock should do if it was really Bardock himself. Whether to correct the law on the spot, or pretend not to know anything, the heart is entangled in two choices. After all, there are too few Saiyans with a combat power of 10,000, and at present, there are only himself and Bardock, and Bardock's support is needed when he overthrows Frisia's rule in the future. Back to King Vegeta. Some time ago, Bardock's son and woman were severely injured by the Broken Wheel, and if Prince Vegeta had not appeared and drank back the Broken Wheel, Bardock's son and woman would have become the souls of the Broken Wheel. The subordinates boldly guessed that it was the cause of what Bardock knew, which was the killer of the Na family. Since he said everything. Jane didn't vomit or be unhappy, and said all the thoughts in his heart. Also, after this morning's elite warrior meeting, I saw Bardock following behind the broken wheel, which was very flustered. I think that on the way back to the mansion, the broken ship has already encountered an accident. Jane, you're very nice and very brainy, you rot in your stomach about this, don't say it to anyone, understand? After King Vegeta learned about the contradiction between Bardock and the broken wheel in Jane's mouth, he captured an interesting information, that is, his son Vegeta saved Bardock's wife and children, and immediately judged the entangled choice in his heart and decisively chose the latter. Hey! Jane didn't understand what was going on, and couldn't help but be stunned. The meaning is literal. I don't need to say more, the truth of this matter is good for you and good for me, understand? Vegeta glanced coldly at Jane, who looked up, and the meaning could not be clearer. Yes, King Vegeta. Jane heard King Vegeta's words, and immediately felt grateful, thinking to himself, I have not been faithful and did not feed the dog. By the way, how is Bardock's son's strength? As King Vegeta, those who can move their mouths will never do anything. Back to my king, Bardock's son Raditz latest combat power has reached 5,300 points. Only 10 years old. When King Vegeta asked, Jane immediately retrieved Raditz's information through the detector. 10 years old, 5,300 combat strength, has it reached this state? Thinking about his son's only 5,600 combat strength, he decided to let Raditz stay by Vegeta's side and put a little pressure on this kid, and the father served the king, and the son served the prince, which was very reasonable for King Vegeta. Things have already happened. After the patrol formation finished investigating, it was claimed that a large meteorite fell, destroying the entire NA clan, except for NA Patriarch's eldest son Naba who survived the mission. All the other NA clan members were killed. You go down. And Bardock was right about the broken wheel. King Vegeta doesn't care about a small family, he cares about whether the dog he is leading is strong and loyal, even if the dog dies, just change it. It is clear that King Vegeta regards Bardock as the next fierce dog, but he doesn't know that the fierce dog he wants to tame is actually a fierce beast that chooses to eat people. As for King Vegeta's desire to use his son Vegeta to save Bardock's wife and children from the hands of the broken wheel, gaining Bardock's allegiance is tantamount to foolishness. Because in Bardock's cognition, the strong in the Dragon Ball world have no loyalty and morality to speak of, and if you want to gain the loyalty of your subordinates, you must have absolute strength. Were Frisia's men really loyal to him? No, just loyal to Frisia's great strength. If Frisia dies, everything Frisia has created will fall apart. My good son, you can help me make a good choice. King Vegeta muttered as he sat on his throne after Jane exited the hall. King Vegeta knew that for a scion like Bardock, who valued the feelings of his family, he would have absolute loyalty to those who had grace, but he calculated and calculated, but he miscalculated a little. There is a guy called a traverser in this world, and he will not play cards according to common sense. The next day, the news that the family mansion was destroyed by a meteorite impact soon reached everyone's ears, and Naba, who was far away on a mission in the Jern Star, looked incredulous, and he came out for a trip, and the family was gone. Just kidding. As for Vegeta, he was expressionless and munching on the roasted prey, and Raditz couldn't help but eat meat when he heard that the family's meteorite hit the destruction, and his mind remembered the evil smile of his father Bardock and what he said to himself before leaving, and his heart was shocked. In his expectation, his father would at most beat the broken wheel to half crippled, but he did not expect that a full door would come directly. As for Bardock of planet Vegeta, he was on his way to official post, and when he participated in the morning meeting, Bardock saw the awe-inspiring eyes of a group of superior soldiers when they saw him, and did not dare to look at him, and he probably guessed in his heart, and immediately returned to his post after the meeting and gathered 1,000 guards. Chapter 14. Scanning a circle of 1,000 guards, the appearance age is about 30 years old, of course, these can only be used as a reference, the combat effectiveness starts from 4,000, the highest reaches 6,500 points, is the current deputy commander, with short hair, looks unremarkable. I have also heard about Bardak's recent glorious deeds. As a deputy commander, he is also a member of the superior warriors, and there is also some speculation about how the family is not there. Everyone is not a fool, think about the key to it and quickly figure it out. And King Vegeta didn't say anything, but also to the outside world, these forced by King Vegeta's strength, let alone dare not say anything nonsense. After all, Planet Vegeta is the supremacy of combat effectiveness. Your strength is not bad, but for some races, it can only be regarded as average. Bardock said bluntly, as far as the planet Gaston where my mission failed is concerned, you guys are just a school of trash fish there. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked angry and looked at Bardock through gritted teeth. Thought, what right does a waste who failed a mission have to scold himself? Don't be angry, after listening to me, you will think about whether you are a trash fish, Bardock said with a cross-legged smile in the air. In the Star of Gaston, the combat effectiveness of the Gastonese is at least 1,000, and 1,000 to 3,000 points is just a trash fish in the trash fish, living at the very edge of the Gastani living area. In the middle is the Gastani with 4,000 combat power to 10,000 points, the internal combat strength starts from 10,000 points, the specific number is 8,000, as for the king who stands at the apex and is supported by the Gastanis, the detector cannot detect at all. According to my estimates, it is about 100,000 or even a million combat power to start. Because I stand in the distance and feel that oppressive breath, just looking at it from a distance makes me tremble. After listening to this, do you still think that you are not a trash fish? Bardock's revelation was so shocking that the guard's soldiers, who had just been angry, immediately extinguished the fire. Forgot to tell you that if the gravity on planet Gaston is 5 times that of planet Vegeta, that is, if you are unlucky enough to fall into the tribe of the Gaston people, you people will all be the lunch of these people. With your combat power starting at 4,000 points, the operation in Gaston Star will be greatly hindered, and even the Gastonese with a combat power of 1,000 will not be able to fight. Bardock poured cold water on these people again. Commander Bardock, I admit that we are trash fish, but what do you mean by saying so much? Soon someone reacted, acknowledging his identity as a trash fish in place of the others, and then the mouthy guy greeted the punches and kicks of the others. The meaning is obvious, I admit that I am a trash fish line, and you admit it instead of me. After beating the man with a blue nose and a swollen face, the others were relieved and stood back to listen to what Bardock had to say. It's very simple, the strength of the guards is too weak, and I am very worried about the safety of King Vegeta in the future, so 500 people train in pairs every day, so as to improve their combat effectiveness, you know. Only fighting is the fastest way for us Saiyans to improve our combat effectiveness. Of course, these are the temporary thoughts I have when I see your low and pitiful combat effectiveness. I have not yet applied to King Vegeta, I will apply to King Vegeta later. If it passes, then follow my ideas, if it does not pass, I will select 10 warriors among the crowd and personally guide you in battle. Boost your strength. The guards include almost all of the mid-level combat power of planet Vegeta, and according to Bardock's idea, they will gradually subdue these guards warriors, include some soldiers with considerable loyalty, teach each other some simple skills about Chi, and then use planet Vegeta's technology to create some gravity equipment to improve the strength of these Saiyans loyal to them. Yes, Commander. Chaotic voices sounded, there was excitement, there was disdain, and various emotions were written directly on the face. Shut up! Bardock's forehead jumped on the chaotic scene, and he never expected that the so-called guards were just like this, and there was no discipline at all. With a roar, Bardock's breath of 10,000 combat power spread throughout the field, and 1,000 people were frightened by Bardock's terrifying aura and closed their mouths, cold sweat. The voice of the answer in the future will be a little neater to Lao Tzu, I hate undisciplined guys the most. Of course, if any of you want to challenge my authority, I don't mind sending you to see King Yan. Bardak's cold gaze made everyone bow their heads involuntarily. Each do his job. If you let me see someone being lazy, then don't blame me for being unkind. After gathering their breath, the guards couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly left the venue. Inside, Deputy Commander, what's your name? Bardak stopped the deputy commander who wanted to leave secretly, scratched his head and asked. My lord, subordinate Maradona. The deputy commander replied solemnly. Maradona. Your name is very personal. The corner of Bardak's mouth twitched, and he responded with a smile. How did Alto manage the guards before? Are there no regulations or disciplinary requirements? Sir, we have always been like this, problems are solved with fists. As for discipline or what regulations the guards do not have, there is only one requirement: defend the Vegeta Palace from invasion by foreign enemies. Maradona thought Bardak wanted to ask himself something, but it turned out that this was not it. Okay, these will improve slowly, but you can't be so loose in the future. After that I will formulate some management regulations of the guards, you will implement them for me, I will check them from time to time. If I catch them, then wait to be punished. The army does not look like an army at all, and the management is too loose and casual. Yes, Lord Bardak. The deputy commander, who was accustomed to a free and loose management style, also had resistance to Bardak's so-called management style, but he did not show it, and he could only say that the people who mixed with the officialdom were different from ordinary Saiyans. After the first meeting with his subordinates, Bardak went to see King Vegeta, and said his own problems with the current manifestations of the guards, and put forward some personal ideas and suggestions. Because Bardak put forward these opinions or suggestions based on improving the combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the guards and guarding the safety of the palace, he naturally thought that Bardak was considering it for his own safety, and he was also very pleased in his heart, and waved his hand to let Bardak make a fuss at will, as long as he didn't die. With King Vegeta's Shang Fang sword, Bardak became more confident in the reform of the guards, and immediately designed the outline according to his own ideas, and began to make changes according to the current situation of the Saiyans. A week after Bardak's reform, Alto, the former commander of the guards, suddenly appeared in front of Bardak, gritting his teeth and looking at Bardak. The aura emanating from his body made the guards soldiers who were still training trembling, and everyone read Alto's combat effectiveness through the detector, and the opponent's combat effectiveness had reached 1,200 points, exactly the same as the combat effectiveness on King Vegeta's face. Yo, isn't this Alto, the former commander of the guards? I thought you were taken away by a beast, but I didn't expect you to come back alive, and your strength broke through to 12,000 points, and it really didn't cost me to spend so much effort to beat you. Bardak's indifferent tone instantly ignited Alto's anger. The hateful junior garbage, dare to hurt me Alto, blind my eyes, and break my limbs. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to meet King Vegeta, I wouldn't be alive now, and today I will crush your waste garbage corpse that took my position and injured my body. When the other guards heard this, they silently withdrew from the battle circle, looked at each other, and couldn't help but have an idea in their hearts. Bardak's 10,000 points of combat power are all garbage, waste, then, what are we, what are we? Suddenly, the hearts of the 500 guards were extremely sad. Forgot to tell you that the last guy who shouted so much with me has been raised by me as ash. Bardak's eyes were cold, 2 lasers shot out of his eyes. Alto didn't have time to react, both ears were broken by lasers, and the detector worn on his eyes was also shattered, losing its basic function. I didn't want to deal with you, but since you came to the door, let's torture you and send you to hell. Otherwise, others think that I am soft-hearted and a bully. Saying that, he also glanced at the 500 people who had just practiced casually, and frightened everyone. Damn, you actually hurt my ears, unforgivable, unforgivable, I have 2,000 points higher combat power than you, this time I must kill you, kill you. Alto covered his ears, roared angrily, and his hands condensed qigong waves towards Bardock. One left and one right blue light wave struck Bardock's left and right under Alto's control. Bang bang! Bardock did not move half a step from beginning to end, and with a wave of one hand left and right, he knocked Alto's proud attack method out. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, but I know 12,000 points of warriors, how can my attack be so easily knocked out by a 10,000 point subordinate of you? Pretend, you must be pretending. Alto does not believe in evil and constantly releases qigong bombs towards Bardock. The weather bombs flew towards Bardock's position, and Bardock's perimeter seemed to have an invisible protective shield that protected Bardock in it. And those air bombs did not hurt Bardock at all, but Alto gradually declined because of the continuous release of air bombs. Chapter 15. Fake. Commander Bardock was unharmed under the attack of Commander Alto, as if he was teasing Commander Alto. The melon-eating masses were shocked in their hearts, and the guards, who were convinced of the so-called combat effectiveness value, also had self-doubt. Hey, Alto, is that all you do? If there is no other means, then I will fight back. Bardock's lazy words came out of the overwhelming air bombs, which made Alto even more angry in his heart. Stop the gas bomb attack, concentrate all your chi in your hand, and the powerful chi makes the detection value in front of the eyes of everyone watching continue to soar, until when it reaches 23,000, the detector of the guard's soldiers explodes instantly. Ha ha ha, this is all my strength, give me the dust of planet Vegeta, Junior Trash Bardock. Alto seemed to feel that the victory was in his hands, and his heart was happy, looking at Bardock, who was looking at him coldly, with a hideous smile on his face. After you die, your son will go down with you, and as for your wife Himene, I will take pity on her instead of you, ha ha ha. Destroy me. Saying that, he hit the energy ball that gathered all his strength in his hand towards Bardock, and Bardock stretched out his palm with one hand under the surprised gaze of everyone and steadily caught Alto's so-called all-out blow. This made everyone's jaws drop in shock. Pang! With a crisp sound in everyone's ears, Alto's all-out blow was actually pinched apart by Bardock with one hand, and everyone couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Your revenge is very heavy, but mine is not bad. After speaking, Bardock flashed in front of Alto, who was already stunned in place, and a casual blow pierced Alto's abdomen, and blood flowed out along Bardock's arm. You, the combat power is absolute, definitely more than that. Alto pointed unwillingly and kept saying, but the vitality became less and less, and then his eyes gradually dissipated. Actually, what the eyes see may not be true, or it may only be part of what you see, Alto. After knowing the answer in his heart, Alto's eyes were completely distracted, and Bardock withdrew his arm from Alto's body and threw Alto's body out at will. Maradona. Subordinates are here. After witnessing Bardock's strength, Maradona was no longer so resistant to Bardock's order, but came to Bardock for the first time. This guy is not dead yet, go and be sent to the guard's medical cabin. Bardock casually flicked the blood on his arm and opened his mouth indifferently. Yes, subordinates obey. Maradona didn't dare to say more, and turned around to pick up Alto's body. By the way, no one is allowed to spread this matter today, including King Vegeta. Then he randomly fired a gas bomb towards the position behind him, and instantly blew a big crater out of the position where Bardock had just stood. Ming, understand? Maradona thought that Bardock was warning him, and immediately began to make a statement, and promised to convey Bardock's words to others. Good. It was claimed that Alto was dodged by me because of the air bomb launched with all his strength, and he was seriously injured by my sneak attack. By the way, let him come to my house to find me after Alto recovers from his injury. Bardock had the idea of taking Alto as his subordinate, and if it didn't work, then he really had to kill him. Yes, subordinates will do it. Seeing Bardock waving, Maradona immediately turned around and flew away, picked up Alto on the ground, and flew towards the medical cabin belonging to the guards as fast as possible. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to personally invite you to come to the sparring? Bardock looked at the guards who had finished eating the melon and roared. Because of Alto's foil, the rest of the guards were in awe of Bardock, and immediately returned to their respective positions to train desperately, and various killing moves emerged, and in less than 5 minutes, a seriously wounded person appeared, and the 2 people who practiced with Bardock's permission were allowed to go to the exclusive medical cabin of the guards to be treated. At this time, everyone understood what Bardock's so-called sparring training was about, and immediately began to beat each other, fierce, and killed. If it were not for SAIYAN's strong physique, Bardock estimated that the guards would have been half cool, and the SAIYANs dared to play like this, and if the Earthlings played like this, it would be cool to say that it was cold. An hour later, all 498 guards were sent to the medical cabin, leaving only Maradona and his opponent, but the strength of the two was a bit different. Maradona's combat power was 6,500, while his opponent Simba had only 5,000 combat power, and he couldn't do effective damage at all. In this regard, Bardock had to personally take action, loosening the muscles and bones of the two from beginning to end, and when the two could not bear to faint, Bardock stopped and carried 2 non-humanoid guys into the medical cabin. Originally, the guards did not have so many medical cabins. Originally there were less than 10, and with the permission of King Vegeta, nearly 500 were mobilized in just one day, and there were less than 20 medical cabins left in the SAIYAN medical base. As for the lie that Bardock let Maradona spread, on the one hand, it was to confuse King Vegeta and make him think that he still knew that Bardock, a lower-level warrior lower than him, was still under his control, and on the other hand, he continued to encroach on these guards and let them be used for himself. And today's news is the best way to test, if King Vegeta intentionally or unintentionally killed himself, then it means that these people are not trustworthy. If these people are tight-lipped and they are fine, then there is a need to continue to eat. For those whose strength or potential exceeds King Vegeta, Bardock feels that there should be a lot, and the guy with a strength of more than 10,000 combat power on planet Vegeta has only King Vegeta before him, which is very suspicious, which makes Bardock have to guard against, even if he has been able to transform into a Super Saiyan, not afraid of King Vegeta's tricks, but Bardock wants to recruit his men who are truly loyal to him before Frieza destroys planet Vegeta and leave planet Vegeta. The dream of creating a Saiyan dynasty of your own was shattered. His current strength is not enough. It is not appropriate to expose the identity of the Super Saiyan. If it is exposed, it is estimated that the planet Vegeta will be destroyed faster. Frieza, the Big Sun, is not a vegetarian. Since the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, Frieza can be said to be the weakest in the family, and Bardock's current strength can beat Frieza and even Frieza's father. As for Gula behind, it is simply looking for death in the pit. Bardock's ultimate goal is to take away some of the Saiyans who support him, and after disappearing in the universe for a period of time, he has the most strength to let the Saiyans appear in the cosmic vision in a new way. Anyway, even if Frieza does not destroy the planet Vegeta, someone will always destroy. It is only a matter of time. And to maximize the benefits of all plans, that is, when planet Vegeta is about to be destroyed by Frieza, Bardock appears as a savior, rescues the Saiyans of planet Vegeta, and then takes away the Saiyans who are willing to follow him. And the current Saiyans are still stupid and unaware, shouting Lord Frieza one by one, but they don't know that the future Lord Frieza will reward you with an interstellar destruction bomb to fulfill your respect. The next day, Bardock clocked into work. The second round of defense of the 500 guards have come to the training ground to assemble. Yesterday and Bardock fought and died. Alto has recovered from his injuries. The combat strength has reached 20,000. This span is really a little big, not the previous saber rattling, but quietly stay at the edge of the training ground, watching Bardock staring at the rest of the guards training. Perhaps warned by Maradona or other guards soldiers, this group of guards, who did not witness the battle between Alto and Bardock, trained particularly hard. It can be said that it is no different from fighting with enemies. Being stared at by Alto was a little uncomfortable. Bardock called Maradona to let you stare at the point. it is worth mentioning that Maradona's strength reached 7005 after Bardak's education, and now Bardak can be described as respectful. As for whether the heart is the same as the surface, it is unknown. I'll go out, you keep an eye on them for me. Yes, my lord. Maradona gladly took the order. Let's go out with me, I have something to explain to you, don't wear the detector, it's an eyesore. After speaking, he raised his hand and shot out a large beam of light, smashing Alto's detector, and then flew towards his home in Alto's confused eyes, and Alto gritted his teeth and followed. Chapter 16. Alto followed behind Bardak with mixed feelings. His powerful combat power was as eye-catching as a small sun, and the information was then transmitted to King Vegeta by someone with a heart, and King Vegeta directly asked Maradona what was going on, and Maradona embellished it according to Bardak's words. When King Vegeta learned that Bardak had sneaked up on Alto and was seriously injured, he even ordered Maradona to go to the rescue of Alto, directly scolding Bardak for being stupid on the communication channel. Listening to Maradona sweat coldly. After saving Alto himself, when he found that Alto knew that it had reached 12,000 points, King Vegeta was a little flustered, so after King Vegeta showed his combat strength of 14,000, he said that he wanted to restore the position of his previous commander and challenged Bardak, saying that the position of the current commander of the guards was Bardak. Sure enough, a move to surround Wei to save Zhao came out. Coupled with Alto's hatred for Bardak, he immediately turned around and went to Bardak to take revenge. In King Vegeta's vision, Bardak's 10,000 combat power will do his best to injure Alto, and when the time comes, he will take advantage of Alto's treatment, not just to kill a potential threat. But the abacus crackled, and as a result, the development of things did not go in the direction envisaged by King Vegeta. First Bardak attacked Alto, causing him to be seriously injured and dying, and according to his latest detector, Alto no longer has life characteristics. How can he be saved by Bardak, a fool? And the strength is even more staggering, 20,000, and King Vegeta already has the urge to pinch Bardak to death. On Bardak's side, Alto followed Bardak to a strange house, and the equipment of the gravity prison was installed inside, which made Alto's heart sink and he was on guard. There is no other meaning in calling you here today, just to ask you if you are willing to submit to me. Bardak asked directly. You, what did you say? Alto thought something was wrong with his ears. I don't want to say it a second time. Bardak wrapped his arms around and looked at Alto. As long as the other party dared to decisively refuse, Bardak killed this fool on the spot. By what? I now have a strength far beyond King Vegeta, and a strength far beyond yours. Why should I submit to you as a small low-level warrior? This time it's a little more civilized, and I didn't call Bardak garbage waste. Yesterday you told you before you fainted that some things that your eyes see may not be true, and they may also be part of the real world. Bardak's words hit Alto's heart, and his eyes became complicated. Can you show me your true strength? Alto wanted to see if Bardak was worth his allegiance. As the first person to see my transformation, you are honored. Bardak smiled evilly, and after a loud drink, the breath rose sharply, and the detector of the entire planet Vegeta directly exploded beyond its own detection range, causing a lot of commotion, and King Vegeta ordered his subordinates to immediately investigate the matter. This is... Alto watched Bardak's transformation excitedly, and then Bardak lifted his transformation, raised a palm, and walked towards Alto. That's right, this is the transformation that belongs to us Saiyans alone, Super Saiyan, said the gathering energy in the palm of his hand. And he is about to fight towards Alto, Inwei and Shi are kings. He revealed his original strength. The other party did not surrender to this, then only use force. I surrender. Alto felt that there was obvious killing intent in Bardak, and without saying a word, he knelt down on one knee and submitted to Bardak. For him, it was not a shame at all to submit to a Super Saiyan, even if the other party was a low-level warrior. Well, if you betray me in the future, I will make you doomed. Bardock gave the goods a vaccination beforehand. Yes, Lord Bardock. Alto responded very well. Well, your current chi is as dazzling as the sun on planet Vegeta. I will teach you a means to suppress your own breath, and I will explain to you to do it afterwards. Yes, Lord Bardock. Alto's face was full of respect, and he couldn't see any life and death feud with Bardock before. After the demonstration of the professor and Bardock, Alto mastered the trick in a short time and suppressed his chi to 10,000 taels. Here is a gravity room. Using the equipment of planet Vegeta's gravity prison, the highest can reach 50 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. Your current strength is too weak, it is also difficult to appear in front of everyone, just practice here first, and when you reach a certain combat strength, I will give you a task. Bardock said, pointing to a suite next door. This is a medical cabin. If you cause damage due to weight cultivation, you can go inside for treatment. Lord Bardock, this gravity device can really make me stronger. It is no wonder that Alto raised this question. In the eyes of science, gravity equipment is what holds prisoners. How to relate to the training vehicle? Oh, don't underestimate these gravity equipment. You must know that the gravity of Gaston Star is 5 times that of planet Vegeta, and when I adapt to the gravity there, my combat effectiveness has increased from 4,000 to 8,000 points. Do you say it is useful? Saying that, he gave this king bastard a punch. Also, don't question my orders. Lao Zi is not King Vegeta, it will hurt you. Yes, Lord Bardock, convict your subordinates. Alto immediately admitted his mistake. This house will be lent to you for the time being. As for what to eat, you will solve it yourself. Just don't be discovered by others. Saying that, he smashed a few punches on his body. Venting damage was not enough at all, and then manipulated the air bomb to explode on his body, which seemed to be after a vicious battle. This operation made Alto look confused, and it was not clear why Bardock did this. Remember what I said. Bardock opened the gravity chamber and flew precariously to the guard's training ground. The guard's training ground, which originally only took tens of seconds to fly, was stunned by Bardock, who was acting online, flew for more than 10 minutes. Maradona, quickly inform King Vegeta that Alto has escaped. Before taking it away, there were also words that one day they would snatch the throne of the King of the SAIYAN. Maradona saw the injured Bardock and hurriedly stepped forward and casually pointed to a SAIYAN to tell King Vegeta the basic situation. In order to show his loyalty, he flew all the way to the medical cabin to treat Bardock's injuries. And King Vegeta's side, thinking of Alto after several wanderings on the edge of life and death, knew the rapid rise. Long ago, when Bardock taught Alto's method of convergence of breath, the commander of the patrol formation, Jane, came and made a perfect plan, let Jane put his life in danger, and threw him into the medical cabin. Therefore, when the guards brought the news to King Vegeta, Jane was standing guard for King Vegeta, and the guards only passed the news to Jane, not to King Vegeta's ears. After hearing Bardock's nonsense, Jane also panicked, especially with a combat strength of 20,000, even 3 of them can't beat themselves. At this moment, he can't leave without permission, so he can only stand guard hard, praying for Bardock's injury to recover soon, and buying time for King Vegeta to recover from his injury. In this way, an Alto is cultivating, King Vegeta is beaten to improve his combat effectiveness in order to protect his royal power, Bardock acts to minimize his chi. Enjoy the treatment of this medical cabin. Both sides have their own thoughts. In the game between Bardock and King Vegeta, Jane, the unlucky bastard, in order to protect the safety of King Vegeta, gathered half of the manpower of the patrol formation to be at ease. It wasn't until King Vegeta woke up the next day that Jane breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't wait to say hello to King Vegeta, and handed over the freshly baked detector from the R&D department to King Vegeta. King Vegeta couldn't wait to scan his combat strength, and he was slightly disappointed in his heart. His combat power reached 18,000 points, which was still a little short of Alto's 20,000 points. Then Jane told King Vegeta of Bardak's fabricated lie, and King Vegeta pretended to be calm and ordered Jane to go to Bardock, and if Bardock recovered from his injuries, he immediately called Bardock to see him. As soon as Jane turned to look for Bardock, he saw Bardock walk in from the door of the hall with an anxious face. Chapter 17. King Vegeta, it's really good that you're okay. I didn't expect you to be so strong and survive under that traitor of Alto. The combat effectiveness actually broke through to 18,000 points. Worthy of our SAIYAN king. Bardock wore the latest detector and excitedly patted King Vegeta. Because Bardock's sudden transformation yesterday caused the damage to everyone's probes on planet Vegeta, researchers non-stop produced a part of the latest probes and equipped each elite warrior first, which made Bardock immediately assigned one after pretending to be sick. So there is the opening scene. Bardock, your combat power has reached 10,012, which has reached the height of what I used to be. King Vegeta was a little happy to see Bardock's combat effectiveness improve this time, perhaps because of Alto, the so-called traitor. Ahem, Bardock, can King Ben trust your loyalty? King Vegeta was not wanting to pick up Bardock's topic just now, and changed the subject. For King Vegeta, go to the soup. Bardock's sworn words actually moved the hard-hearted King Vegeta. Good, good, worthy of being the commander of the guards, with this oath of yours, I absolutely trust you. King Vegeta also pretended to be very moved, patted Bardock's shoulder, and then spoke seriously. Bardock, you should deeply appreciate that whenever we Saiyans recover from injuries after experiencing the edge of life and death, our strength will be greatly improved, so Alto can increase its combat power to 20,000 in a short period of time, so. Bardock, for the future of our Saiyans, for the future of planet Vegeta, will you? King Vegeta's words encouraged Bardock, who was dressed and loyal, to be a little enthusiastic. King, I am willing, please ravage me as much as you want. As soon as these words came out, King Vegeta's breath froze, and he almost didn't come up in one breath. Bardock, on the other hand, snickered inwardly, almost didn't hold back, and the corners of his mouth twitched. In King Vegeta's eyes, it is a sign of fear. Ahem, Bardock, you misunderstood, King Ben is asking you to help beat King Ben to the point of life and death before healing. Use this to improve your strength and prevent Alto from attacking. Take the throne of my Saiyan. After King Vegeta straightened his breath, he explained in a serious voice. However, Commander Jane can too, why should I come? Bardock asked, pretending not to understand. Jane's strength is not enough. When he was beaten by Jane before, King Vegeta had a deep experience, it was simply a blunt knife cutting flesh, too uncomfortable, not only physical pain, but also mental pain, which simply made King Vegeta painful. Yes, King Vegeta, but, before that, I want to make a request. Bardock glanced at Jane. That's right, Bardock took a fancy to this Saiyan, and the guards themselves could not be contacted before because of their identity and combat effectiveness, so they happened to have the most contact with the patrol formation, and they also knew the handling and formation of the patrol formation, so Bardock knew that this was a more capable person among the Saiyans. In the future, it will definitely not be possible to let other races dominate the Saiyan Legion, so it must be led by Saiyans, and Jane is undoubtedly the best candidate. What conditions? I'll listen and then reply. King Vegeta did not immediately agree, but asked rhetorically. General Jane's strength is too weak. Similar to the combat effectiveness of the deputy commander of the guards, in order to contribute to the planet Vegeta, I want General Jane to temporarily train with the soldiers of the guards for a period of time to improve the strength of the commander of Jane, so that General Jane can better contribute to the defense of planet Vegeta. Looking at Bardock's sincere appearance, Vegeta thought that the other party had some requirements, and immediately agreed. The next step is the process of Bardock beating King Vegeta hard, but in order for King Vegeta to be less painful, Bardock took the lead in stunting King Vegeta, and then gave King Vegeta a full body massage experience, which made Jane's scalp numb. When Jane found that King Vegeta's life characteristics were about to disappear, that is, there were only 10 points of combat power left, and he hurriedly reminded Bardock that enough. Bardock also felt that he had reached the limit of his ability to ravage Vegeta, and immediately grabbed King Vegeta's neck and threw him into the medical cabin prepared in advance. Originally, Bardock was going to grab one of King Vegeta's feet and drag him along, but the others were there, and Bardock did not do so. "Commander Jane, there is no accident that I am here, you go to the guards training ground, I will let Maradona treat you well," by the way, stretched his joints, making Jane terrified. Then trouble, Bardock you. Thinking of the fate of the family, Jane didn't care what King Vegeta was not King Vegeta, and immediately gathered at the guards training ground after bowing and thanking him. "Oh, this person is quite interesting." Looking at Jane's fleeing action, Bardock touched his chin and said with a smile, and then told Maradona at the training ground that Jane was going to temporarily train in the guards, and by the way, let him entertain Jane well, and let him strive to break through 20,000 combat power points in a week. Because the probe was damaged in large quantities, the communication of planet Vegeta was also interfered with, and some things of the ministers needed to be reported to King Vegeta, but they were blocked by Bardock, directly telling King Vegeta that he was cultivating, and what was going to be said after King Vegeta finished cultivating. There were those who wanted to break in hard, but they were shocked by Bardock's powerful combat power and went back in ashes. As for the order to find the source of this trembling combat power, there is also no clue, and at the same time, the SAIYANs with lower combat effectiveness do not dare to search seriously about the matter of looking for Alto, and small lives are obviously more important than tasks. The result is that when I learned the range of Bardock's house, I skipped it directly, and I didn't even enter the house. As for the gravity room, outside the door was directly hung by Bardock with the words of the heavy prison, and the searchers didn't care. You must know that Alto was still fighting against 10 times gravity inside, and escaped by mistake. Soon a month passed, everything on planet Vegeta returned to normal, but the palace was still heavily guarded, and the changes in the combat effectiveness of the guards also surprised the superior soldiers who participated in the meeting. The combat effectiveness was as high as 9,000, some combat effectiveness was as high as 10,000. And even the deputy commander of the guards had a combat strength of up to 15,000 points. This made these superior warriors, who thought they were superior, feel a deep crisis. And as the king of the SAIYAN, King Vegeta was under the intimate ravages of Bardock, and his combat strength finally soared to 30,000, and there was no trace of further growth, which stopped the physical torture. Bardock also appropriately raised his chi a little, reaching 18,000 points, still only for King Vegeta. As for the recent situation of the guards, because the battle was too fierce, the lowest basic combat effectiveness was 9,000 points. It is worth mentioning that under the means of both hard and soft at Bardock, the commander of the patrol formation, Jane, successfully became Bardock's secret subordinate, so Bardock also taught Jane's concealing chi skills. Jane's combat power is 14,000 points on the surface, but it actually reaches 20,000 combat strength. As for the deputy commander Maradona, under Bardock's investigation, he also successfully included him under his command, and also taught the technique of hiding chi, indicating that the combat effectiveness was 15,000 points, and the actual combat effectiveness reached 23,000 points. The progress has been tremendous. As for the Dark Sun Alto hidden by Bardock, after a month of lifeless cultivation, he finally overcame 50 times gravity, and his strength reached an unprecedented 200,000 combat power on the surface of the SAIYAN, which was already a bit of a prototype of a small boss. And after Bardock finished today's work, he came to the gravity room non-stop. Because in his opinion, Alto already has the strength to complete the next step. Chapter 18. See Lord Bardock. When Bardock walked into the gravity room, Alto was recovering his strength, and when he saw Bardock come in, Alto immediately stood up respectfully and saluted. No need to be polite. Bardock waved his hand casually, found a position for himself and sat down at will. Your current basic combat strength has reached 200,000, barely meeting the standard of implementing my next plan, but for the sake of safety, your strength needs to be improved a little more. But before I do that, let me tell you about the plans for the next phase. First, in the near future, you will snatch a spaceship from planet Vegeta and escape from planet Vegeta, and the permanent location will be arranged on the planet Gaston. But Lord Bardock, Gaston Star is not. As soon as the words came out, Alto felt that he was an idiot. With the strength of Bardock Super Saiyan, how could he not destroy a native of Gaston Star? How? Any questions? Bardock glanced at the guy. No, no. As for your first task is to kidnap some scientists from high-tech planets, as well as staff, let them develop Gaston Star. Pay attention, these scientists are shrewd, don't be tricked by these guys, give them some promises if necessary, and secondly, do you want to kill people indiscriminately? You know, what we Saiyans lack the most is scientific researchers, don't learn from those stupid guys, and take scientific researchers at every turn. Do you understand? Bardock gave this guy a vaccination in advance in order to keep this guy from becoming a stumbling block to his plan. Yes, Lord Bardock. Alto scratched his head and nodded in agreement. The second mission is to retrieve the exiled Saiyan children from planet Vegeta one by one and re-educate them, and on the second mission, I will send new personnel to replace you in the scientific researchers who were taken captive to the planet Gaston, and then you can carry out the second mission, remember. Bardock looked at Alto, who was a little stunned, and couldn't help but remind him. Understood, Lord Bardock. Alto hurriedly replied. Well, now, it's time to boost your strength. You're going to die once before that. After that, he raised his evil fist and stunned Alto with lightning speed, and after a fat beating, he threw him into the medical cabin. And then go away. Considering that Alto wants to escape, Bardock has to arrange his own spacecraft. Each spacecraft has a positioning tracking device, so Bardock's first task is to eliminate the spaceship's positioning tracking device. So many years, in fact, Bardock has already figured out where the locators of small combat spaceships and various spaceships are, and it is easy to destroy them. It is worth mentioning that Haimuka was found to be pregnant in the past few days, which made Bardock very happy, and Bardock was ready to go back to accompany Haimuka after destroying the locator of his spaceship. After Bardock finished this, he unexpectedly saw the figure of Raditz returning from the mission, and prepared to let Raditz go home with him. Father. Raditz was as polite as ever, but in fact, he guessed more that Bardock had made a move on the family. Oh, Raditz, your mother is waiting at home for you to come home for dinner. Let's go together. He said. Casually greeted Vegeta, and by the way, he showed a kind smile towards the bald Naba, which made Naba sweat coldly. And I don't know if he was scared by Bardock's strength or by the smile. Humph, you are Bardock, the new commander of the guards. Vegeta was very dissatisfied with Bardock's impolite way, but through the detector to learn of the other party's 10,000 battle, he was also taken aback, and his face was still calm. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Bardock looked at the young Vegeta with interest, wondering whether to send the future Kakarot to Earth. That family was destroyed by you. Vegeta opened his mouth and was king-fried, and Naba and Raditz were stunned. That's right, Bardock admitted directly, and by the way, the energy ball condensed in his hand was aimed at Naba, and the meaning was self-evident. Watch your actions, Commander Bardock, then Barco is my subordinate, a courtier of our Vegeta royal family, do you want to rebel? A cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's forehead, and Bardock scolded Bardock with a hint of majesty. Ha ha ha, it's just a little joke, Prince Vegeta doesn't need to be so nervous, he said and dispersed the energy ball. Let's go, Raditz, your mother should be happy to see you back, and you will have a brother or sister soon. I will train you well when I go back, and you have to use your strength to protect your mother and brother or sister. Bardock said with a smile, rubbing Raditz' hair. "Hey, who wants to protect?" Raditz said a little arrogantly. "That looks a bit like Sundara's Vegeta, could it be that Sundara is also contagious?" At this time, Bardock thought to himself. "By the way, Prince Vegeta, King Vegeta told you to go back to the palace for dinner." After saying such a wordless sentence, Bardock dragged Raditz and flew towards his home. "Abominable, abominable, this disrespectless fellow, wait for me, when my strength surpasses him, I must beat this guy Bardock." Naba was shivering, in deep fear. Vegeta, who returned to the palace, just entered the palace, and saw the well-trained and synchronized appearance of the guards, and saw that his Prince Vegeta also saluted without squinting, and was surprised to find that the lowest strength of these guards reached 9,000 combat strength, and some of them reached more than 10,000 points, even surpassing their father King Vegeta. A little panicked in his heart, afraid that his lair was raided, immediately flew into the palace hall, saw King Vegeta safe and sound, and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After seeing King Vegeta's combat effectiveness, his own detector also exploded. It was even more shocking. Vegeta didn't know what happened in the month since he left. Originally there was only one SAIYAN with a combat strength of 10,000, but now he saw no less than 10 in the guards alone. What happened to the world? "Vegeta, you are back, it seems that you are surprised. Come, let me tell you about what happened during this time." After the haze in his heart was removed, King Vegeta was in a good mood and beckoned Vegeta to come over and eat together. On Bardock's side, GNEI had already prepared lunch for Bardock, not counting Raditz's share at all, and the result was that his son was hungry and her husband was hungry. The next day, Alto woke up smoothly from the medical cabin. Bardock estimated that time had been waiting for a long time, and detected that the opponent's combat power reached 1 million through the all-knowing eye, and he was slightly disappointed, but everyone's potential explosion increased by different multiples. And Bardock could not force it. "Yes, your combat power has reached 1 million, there is basically no danger in running amok in the universe, and then it's time to carry out the task I assigned to you. The future of the Saiyans is in your hands. Alto. Now there is nothing to get your hands on, so I can only feed chicken soup. We must live up to our mission." The combat power reached 1 million, and Alto's loyalty remained unchanged. "Well, without further ado, let's do it now. When you go to snatch the spaceship, remember to snatch this one. This is mine, the positioning device on it has been destroyed, you can safely go to the Star of Gaston." Patting Alto's shoulder, Bardock turned away. Soon, when the affairs of General Bardock were temporarily let Maradona be charged Aguirres, and he took Raditz for systematic cultivation, the spaceship base of planet Vegeta was attacked, and Elvia, as the base commander, a guy with a strength of 9,700 points, was punched through the chest by Alto and died on the spot. Other guards are not Alto's one-punch enemies. The dense air bombs directly beat the low-strength Saiyans into serious injuries. Alto cleverly destroyed most of the individual combat spacecraft, driving this Bardock's medium-sized spaceship to leave quickly. The spaceship route is set in advance, Alto only needs to start. Chapter 19. Bardock's family did not have the habit of using detectors because they learned how to sense each other's breath, so when Bardock and Raditz went out to cultivate, they did not know the news that King Vegeta ordered Bardock to go to support, and they were still teaching Raditz simple ways to strengthen their own chi. In Bardock's observation, after experiencing serious injuries, during this period of recovery from injuries, Saiyans will naturally absorb the natural chi that is free in space, so as to strengthen their own bodies, but different people's qualifications are different, so the data of combat effectiveness improvement is also different. And Bardock Professor Raditz is a simple version of his own practice. Don't look at it as a simple version, but it is still very dangerous for Raditz, if it is not for Bardock's guidance on the side, so that he can try to control his chi, integrate into his muscles, bones, and constantly temper himself. It is estimated that he will explode on the spot. On the planet Frisia, I have always been afraid of the Super Saiyan legend that Frisia listened to the changes in planet Vegeta during this time, and the first thing reported was that Bardock had reached more than 10,000 combat strength as a lower-level warrior, and then Bardock changed the strength of the guards after he took over as the commander of the guards, and all the detectors on planet Vegeta exploded inexplicably that day. Woohoo! These Saiyan monkeys are really unsettling. Unexpectedly in just 1 month, hundreds of warriors with a combat power of more than 10,000 appeared, and King Vegeta actually broke through 30,000 points in battle. Mr. Doria, King Vegeta's combat effectiveness is now higher than yours. The frivolous tone erupted with a cold chill, making the pink-skinned fat man sweat coldly. King Frisia, your subordinates will work hard to cultivate and not let the great king disgrace you. Doria immediately took a stand. No need for the time being. Saiyans can transform on the night of the full moon, and their combat effectiveness will increase tenfold. It is useless for you to cultivate in a short period of time. I am just giving you a wake-up call. Shangbo, you too. 2 characters like Frisia's secretary assistants, the combat power of 20,000 is indeed a little inadequate. Yes, King Frisia. Subordinates remember. Shangbo ruffled his green hair in response. By the way, since Saiyan Monkey has some high-end combat power, let Team Kainyo go to comfort it. Don't let the other party think that I Frisia has no trump cards in my hands, and feel that I can get rid of my Frisia's control. Although the speed of improvement in combat effectiveness of planet Vegeta in a month is amazing, for Frisia, it is only a fraction of his original strength, and there is nothing to worry about. Now Frisia is most concerned about the Super Saiyan that his ancestors have been instructing. As long as there is a hint of the legendary Super Saiyan, Frisia will definitely not hesitate to strike and destroy planet Vegeta. Bardock, who was still teaching his son to cultivate, did not know that King Vegeta was looking for him everywhere, and seeing that the other party handed over the affairs to Maradona, King Vegeta did not fight anywhere, but scolded Maradona and asked him to find Bardock. Maradona came to Bardock's house, and was told by Himuka that Bardock went out to guide Radith's cultivation, and by the way, he pointed out the direction, and Maradona sensed Bardock's chi to find the father and son. As soon as they met, a laser shot blasted the detector to pieces. When you meet me in the future, you are not allowed to wear this thing, and if you told you last time, this thing will be monitored. Bardock's cold words reached Maradona's ears. Yes, subordinates know the mistake. Maradona hurriedly admitted his mistake. What's going on? Bardock protected Raditz, his eyes firmly fixed on Raditz's body changes. Because of Alto's snatching of the spaceship to escape, King Vegeta is losing his temper, and it just so happens that you are not there. King Vegeta asked me to come to you. Maradona said and bowed his head. Just this little, run away and run. Do you still want to chase it back? I still feel very faceless. Bardock spat disdainfully. Got it, you look at the point Raditz, I'll go to the palace. Yes, Lord Bardock. Maradona stood respectfully next to Raditz and defended Raditz. Bardock flew towards the palace. Abominable, abominable Alto, who actually hid for so long and ran away in a spaceship. This guy is definitely a scourge that threatens my throne. As soon as Bardock entered the inner temple, he heard King Vegeta hurry in his inept rage and adjust his facial expression. The subordinate is late, and I hope that King Vegeta will forgive his sins. The look of trepidation on Bardock's face softened King Vegeta's angry look. Forget it, Alto, that guy has escaped. There is no point in arguing more. I called you here, mainly because Alto snatched the spaceship that belongs to you. I don't know what's going on. The positioning device of your spaceship was destroyed. I think it was Alto guy who did it. I want to know if you have set a predetermined orbit on the spaceship. King Vegeta said a lot, and then he got to the point. No, my spaceship has never moved since it was overhauled, and there is no scheduled course. Bardock spread his hands and responded innocently. Forget it, at present, only to strengthen the training of the soldiers of the guards. Bardock, this matter will be left to you. King Vegeta sighed helplessly. Even if his combat strength is increased to 30,000 points, there is always a sense of crisis in his heart. Obey, King Vegeta. King Vegeta waved his hand casually and told Bardock to step back. In the following time, Bardock accompanied Jemiah while cultivating, and by the way, he gave Maradona a vacation and let him practice in the gravity room. As for Jane directly asked King Vegeta for leave. The position was temporarily led by the deputy commander of the patrol formation, secretly soaking in the gravity room with Maradona. Half a month later, 5 individual combat ships landed on planet Vegeta, and 5 aliens with different shapes appeared at the spacecraft base. More than 10 years have passed, and planet Vegeta has not changed at all. King Frieza said that planet Vegeta has an additional group of fighters with more than 10,000 combat effectiveness, which is a joke. How can these monkeys have a combat power of more than 10,000? The red-skinned guy said as he began to brazenly probe the combat power of those present. What? The people around King Frieza are so unreliable. Here are some miscellaneous pieces with combat power of 4 or 5,000. Guys, according to intelligence, King Vegeta's combat power has exceeded 30,000, and the other guards have exceeded 10,000 people. How can those people who are defending the so-called King of SAIYAN monkeys stay in this boring place? According to my memory, King Vegeta's palace should be in that direction. Kainu interrupted guys and flew in the direction of Vegeta's palace. 4 other special operations team members followed. The Minister of Defense, who was in charge of the defense of the spacecraft base, immediately passed the news to King Vegeta, who summoned the guards soldiers to greet the Kinnit team. Bardock, the commander of the guards, was not spared, leading the guards to block the Kainuit team outside the palace. After a while, 5 alien creatures of different shapes landed at the gate of the palace. It's true, but there are 1,000 monkeys with more than 10,000 combat power. Hey, the one in the lead is called Bardock, and it has 20,000 combat power. No wonder King Frieza asked us to comfort these monkeys. Likam's mouth was still as smelly as ever, and he scolded the other "Hey stinky monkey" in front of the Saiyans. Bardock looked at it with an all-knowing eye. The combat strength of the 5, the leading Kainu, the combat power 120,000, the red-skinned and blue-skinned guys and Bart, the combat effectiveness is 60,000, looking at the normal little orange hair Likam has a combat power of 50,000, as for the weakest Gudu, the combat power is only 15,000, and those who don't know this guy's ability still think that this goods is here to recharge. Kainu, why are you here uninvited? King Vegeta wore the latest detector, and after witnessing the strength of the Kinnit team, he was determined in his heart, feeling that the Kinnit team was just like this. The strongest was only 120,000 combat power, and after he transformed into a giant ape, he had 300,000 combat power. The combat power has really exceeded 30,000, but it's also a piece of garbage. Kainu's tone was very disdainful, which made King Vegeta's forehead bruise, and even little Vegeta wanted to step forward and tear Kainu's mouth apart. Of course, I received an order from King Frieza to comfort you. Likam smiled, and a laser shot out from his fingertip towards King Vegeta. Chapter 20. Lying Groove, is it so brave? King Vegeta did not expect that Likam would directly dodge, and the palace wall behind him suffered instantly. Everything happened between the electric flint. Bardock originally wanted to eat melons, but he didn't expect the other party to come up and hit King Vegeta. It's no wonder that Likam, originally a guy with muscles in his head, in his thoughts, is to get King Vegeta, the strongest among the Saiyans, to lie down. Then this condolence is not easily completed. Abominable, he dared to hurt King Vegeta and look for death. King Vegeta's doglegs were furious, and a personal moon appeared in his hand and flew into the air. Nima, don't you tell me in advance? Depend on. Bardock felt that it had led to the awakening of his wildness, and reason was being devoured little by little, trying to control his body, using the chi blade, cutting off half of his tail, and the transformation stopped instantly, returning to his humanoid form. And the other guards and superior soldiers all turned into giant apes, bursting with earth-shattering momentum, looking at hundreds of giant apes with combat effectiveness of more than 100,000, and the only guy with a combat power of more than 300,000 and shattering his detector. The rampant Kainut war felt unprecedented fear for the first time. Immediately afterwards, after the SAIYANs in other regions saw the artificial moon, they all turned into giant apes, and the lowest combat effectiveness of these giant apes was 10,000, because the lower warriors could not control their sanity, and suddenly some SAIYANs in the living area became family breakers, spitting flames in their mouths and raging everywhere. Captain Kainu, how, what to do? Gudu, who was the weakest in strength, asked with a trembling voice and a stiff body. Damn it, Likum, you idiot! Jinu, who originally wanted to perform well, turned livid at this moment, hurriedly dodged the giant ape's punch, flew into the air, and his fingers continuously fired this Qigong bomb to smash the artificial moon. The slightly stronger Bart 3 had already used their flexible bodies to dodge the mouth cannon attacks of the giant apes and flew into the sky, while dodging the energy waves of the giant apes, while releasing Qigong bombs to smash a personal moon. Gudu, the weakest of all, used the superpower of time pause, and after barely dodging several attacks, he was engulfed in a fiery flame and turned into a pile of ashes. Kainu 5-man squad go 1. Damn, Likum, you are fully responsible for the failure of King Frisia this time. Under the dense energy attack of the giant apes, Kainu and the others suffered a lot of injuries, and Kainu thought of Likum's stupid operation, and couldn't help cursing, and he didn't care about others, and flew towards the place where the spacecraft landed as soon as possible. Then an energy wave struck, turning the fool Likum into ashes, and when the three found their respective spaceships, they immediately started to leave planet Vegeta, and the great apes who arrived wanted to attack with energy waves, but it was too late. The enemy has retreated. Bardock had to destroy the remaining artificial moon. The awake giant apes also destroyed the moon they created. The riot was stabilized. Many SAIYANs who could not control their sanity destroyed a large area into ruins, and many researchers died on the technical department. This battle cannot say who took advantage and who suffered. Bardock felt that his plan had been advanced because of the death of 2 members of the special combat team. Maybe Frisia wanted to destroy planet Vegeta in advance. It is not yet certain which time and space this is, and Bardock can only plan ahead. Bardock, why did you not change your body as a giant ape in the big battle just now, but chose to cut off your tail? After King Vegeta finished his affairs, he began to ask questions on the spot. Back to King Vegeta, have you forgotten that the subordinate is a low-level warrior who cannot control his mind, and if he transforms, it will cause even more chaos in the battle? In fact, the most important thing is that Bardock is afraid that he will lose his mind and transform into a golden giant ape and destroy the SAIYANs, so the dream of creating a Super SAIYAN Legion by himself is not gone. Hearing this answer, King Vegeta then thought that Bardock was a subordinate warrior, thinking that if Bardock transformed into irrational at that time, then he would face an enemy more powerful than the Kainuit team, and maybe be profited by the opponent. The resentment in his heart for Bardock's unchanging giant ape disappeared instantly. It's King Ben who didn't think of this. Bardock, you did a good job. But try to control the power of the great ape. After all, the giant ape transformation is a weapon for our SAIYAN transformation. King Vegeta actually admitted his mistake on the spot. This trick was played beautifully. Even Bardock couldn't help but give King Vegeta a thumbs up. Yes, subordinates obey. An unexpected riot leaves the entire planet Vegeta in ruins. Everything has to be rebuilt, and the alien slaves become the best coolies. As for Bardock's home, there was no loss. Jane and Maradona were in the gravity room. Even if they felt a strong enemy coming, they should see it, and Gnei was at home to raise a fetus, so he did not transform into a giant ape, which made Bardock, who hurried home, breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Bardock also knew his biggest flaw at present. The giant ape state lost his mind. According to his nature, he would go Super Saiyan 4, which was simpler than the Super Saiyan God. And the sooner you can control your sanity now, the better. If you learn to control your sanity in the later stage, it's just, who can stop you? It's no different from self-destruction. Maybe after you degenerate into human form, the whole planet will be left with you alone. In the Dragon Ball fandom that Bardock has seen in his previous life, in fact, he has never been able to read it, the protagonist is Super Saiyan 3's strength, only to think of transforming into a giant ape to control rationality, and there is currently no stronger person than the protagonist. In this case, what is the difference between this and preparing to destroy the world? It is simply a mysterious operation. And the three who escaped Ikanu soon informed Frisia of the encounter of Planet Vegeta word for word, and when Frisia heard this, the red wine glass in his hand instantly turned into powder, and there was an evil smile on his face, which scared the personnel operating the spacecraft and shivered. Shangbo. Frisia smiled and spoke. King Frisia. Shangbo respectfully handed over a goblet and poured red wine. Go and send a message to King Vegeta that I will come to Planet Vegeta in a month. Frisia said with a smile after taking a sip of red wine. Yes, King Frisia. Shangbo obediently stepped back and sent a message directly to King Vegeta through the detector. Frisia, on the other hand, looked at the vast starry sky with an inexplicable light in his eyes. In fact, after King Vegeta solved Frisia's Kinnet team in anger, he was also quite apprehensive in his heart, afraid that Frisia's unhappy coming to him for revenge. After all, according to his own information, Frisia has a combat power of 530,000, and even if he transforms into a giant ape, he is not the opponent's opponent. Just as little Vegeta looked at his father with a sad face, King Vegeta's probe transmitted the news that Frisia was directly subordinate, and was told that Frisia would descend on planet Vegeta in a month, and suddenly his face was ashen, and he looked down at Vegeta who was looking at him, and he had a bold idea in his heart. Since his potential has come to an end, Vegeta, as his most promising son to inherit the throne, should have a high potential. Thinking about extending his claws to young Vegeta, the guard soldiers patrolling the palace suddenly heard Prince Vegeta's miserable shout, and couldn't help but be stunned, thinking that this is the palace. Who dares to make a move against Prince Vegeta? The one who can make a move is King Vegeta. It may be that Prince Vegeta was naughty and was taught a lesson by King Vegeta, and then what to do? The royal family's family affairs, not for these guards to manage. In less than a minute, poor Vegeta was dying under his father's dear iron fist, and King Vegeta threw Vegeta into the medical cabin with a kind expression on his face, waiting for Vegeta's potential to explode. If he wanted to deal with Frisia, Vegeta's combat power must reach at least 55,000, and King Vegeta had to pray that his son would fight a little, otherwise his throne, and the Saiyans would probably be finished. Chapter 21. After 3 days of a dozen and 5 days of a small dozen, which lasted for more than 20 days, Vegeta's small body was beaten by his father during the day, and lay in the medical cabin at night for painful treatment, and his combat effectiveness finally broke through to 60,000, which made King Vegeta cry with joy, during which if King Vegeta had not told the reason. It is estimated that Vegeta will come to a father's filial piety scene, beating his father so that he can't take care of himself. And the process of Vegeta's strength is undoubtedly painful. At the beginning, King Vegeta's strength can also cause serious injuries to Vegeta, reaching the boundary line of near death, until Vegeta's combat strength breaks through to 40,000. King Vegeta's fist damage is not so high, and beating and bombing Vegeta can wake up painfully after knocking Vegeta unconscious. In the end, the speed of combat power improvement became slower and slower, slower and slower, until his combat power reached 60,000, and there was no effect. Bardock, on his side, spent 5 days teaching Raditz simplified version of the cultivation method, and threw the other party into the gravity training room to receive gravity training with Jane Maradona, and in order to be a good example for his father, Bardock also participated. The most direct and effective way is to fight in a gravity environment. In 15 days, Raditz quickly adapted to 50 times gravity, while Jane and Maradona have long adapted to 50 times gravity, and their combat effectiveness has increased to 180,000 and 190,000 successively, completely without Alto's huge improvement. As for Raditz may be the reason for his young age, the combat effectiveness has only increased to 30,000 points, but it is completely not free to move under 50 times gravity, so it should increase a little combat effectiveness in the later stage. Jane and the two of them were no longer necessary to continue exercising. Bardock decided to give the two of them the same intimate massage as Alto, and 2 days later, the two left the gravity room one after another. The two who have been specially taken care of, Jane's combat effectiveness has reached 1.2 million, and Maradona's has reached 1.3 million. The surface combat strength Bardock let the two maintain at 20,000. 2 days later, after Bardock instructed Raditz, he walked out of the gravity room and prepared to accompany GNEI, but he saw the 5-year-old Vegeta head-on, and found through the all-knowing eye that Vegeta's combat power had reached 60,000 points, and what happened in the middle. Bardock was a little confused. "Bardock, I'm going to find you for a duel, and you're going to pay a corresponding price for being rude to me that day." Sure enough, the Saiyans are a vengeful race. Bardock thought that this trait was only in himself, but he was wrong. All backbone Saiyans have the essence of vengeance. "I don't have time, besides, what's the point of you fighting with me with a rookie chicken with only 20,000 combat strength? Tomorrow I will let Raditz fight with you, to ensure that you are satisfied." Bardock made a proposal to pit his son. "Raditz hit me? Just Raditz's more than 5,000 combat power to fight me? That kind of garbage doesn't interest me at all. Raditz, I feel offended." "Don't worry, Prince Vegeta, you won't be disappointed. I think you should adapt to the skyrocketing strength, so as not to burst out less than half of your strength, right? I've experienced this state too, so, Prince Vegeta, don't forget my advice." Looking at the panting Vegeta, Bardock glanced at the other party with a smile, and then returned to the gravity room, and in Raditz's confused eyes, after a big fan-like hand came over, his eyes were dark. "Sorry, son, Daddy can't make a move, so he can only use you as a shield." Then Vegeta outside the gravity room heard the sound of ping-pong in the gravity room, and from time to time some energy bombs burst out energy reactions. Each blow has at least 20,000 attack power. Vegeta had a black line, thinking that the guards were all trained by Bardock, knowing that the Saiyan was on the verge of death. The ability to increase his combat effectiveness would increase rapidly, and with a complicated glance at the suffering Raditz inside, Vegeta flew away, decided to listen to Bardock's words, and came back the next day. Cool. After less than 30 seconds, Bardock felt that Raditz's chi was weak and abnormal, and then stopped the Iron Fist education and light wave bombardment, and after a loud roar, the air projectile accurately threw Raditz's body into the medical cabin, and then the medical cabin automatically closed and injected therapeutic liquid. Then he hummed a ditty and went to find Heimchi. Looking at GNEI, who stroked his belly, Bardock couldn't help but think of the record that the descendants of Super Saiyans are more likely to transform into Super Saiyans, and Trunks and Sun Wushan are good representatives. As for whether transforming into a Super Saiyan will make the future Kakarot born with higher combat effectiveness because of his arrival, Bardock is not sure. It should be no problem to transform into a Super Saiyan more easily. If Kakarot was born with too high combat power, what interesting changes would be caused by sending it to Earth? Bardock also found it very interesting. The next day, Vegeta couldn't wait to come to Bardock's house. Sitting on the sofa, a serious look, Bardock's helpless face, Vegeta is still as anxious as the original, knocking on the door at 5 o'clock in the morning to find someone else to duel. It's just incredible. The sleepy Bardock woke up and really wanted to beat this little fart boy, and he didn't understand human feelings at all. Okay, got it, you come with me, I'll take you to Raditz. Bardock hit Hatcher, tugged at Vegeta's collar and walked towards the house in the gravity room. Vegeta felt that he was humiliating himself in this way, and immediately reached out to grab Bardock's palm and squeezed it hard, so that Bardock felt the pain and let go, and as a result, the strength to eat was used, and the hare did not react. He could only let Bardock carry his destiny next to Raditz. "You wait outside." Putting Vegeta down, Bardock admonished and opened the door of the gravity room, and then Vegeta took the opportunity to open the detector again to check Bardock's combat effectiveness, and found that it was still an ordinary 20,000 combat power, and looked at his palm in disbelief, thinking that his 60,000 combat power was fake. "Raditz, Raditz, still sleeping? It's time to wake up." The medical cabin had shown that the vital indicators of the cargo were normal, and Bardock pulled it out of the medical compartment without hesitation. "Father, what's going on? It's still early. Why did you get up so early today?" Looking at the time of 5 o'clock, Raditz rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion. "It's still early? You look at Prince Vegeta. I got up so early to find you to cultivate. You are still early, don't hurry up to clean up, Prince Vegeta is still waiting for you to duel with you." Pretend to scold a few words, let Raditz press the combat power at 58. "Clean up Vegeta, this little bastard." Listening to Bardock's praise Vegeta's squeal, he was full of arrogance. "Raditz, treat Prince Vegeta well, you know." Raditz, who had packed up, heard Bardock's meaningful words and glanced at Vegeta with pity. "Raditz, your combat power has reached 58,000 points. Vegeta was also shocked by Raditz's combat effectiveness. In fact, Raditz's real combat power has reached 200,000 points, and what is revealed in front of Vegeta is only a part of his strength. "Hehe, trust me to be unreliable daddy." Raditz smiled bitterly. Vegeta looked at Raditz with the same sickness. He really felt the pain in it, but the empathy of the two may be a little different. Raditz only needs once, while Vegeta needs many times. Go quickly, go quickly. Prince Vegeta is going to show mercy to our Raditz men," Bardock said seemingly uneasily. "No problem, Commander Bardock, Raditz is a member of my Vegeta squad after all, it's just a competition, it won't kill him." Vegeta responded coldly, and Raditz's grateful trembled. "Then thank you Prince Vegeta," he said to Raditz, "Son, go early and return early." After that, I turned around and went home to catch up on sleep. The combat power of the two is as high as more than 50,000, and it is obvious that ordinary training grounds are no longer suitable for the two, so Raditz, as the host, led Vegeta to the place where Raditz and Bardock often interacted with each other, father and son. Chapter 22. The two who are far opposites, at the same time gather gas in the palm of their hands, one after another air bombs towards each other. The smoke and dust after the explosion of the gas bombs blurred the vision of the two well, and this is useful for Vegeta, but useless for Raditz. After Bardock's short-term love education, Raditz has been able to sense the opponent's movement through chi. Completely abandoning the use of detectors to detect the actions of opponents, and Vegeta used this tactic because Raditz did not wear the detector, and Raditz used to confuse Vegeta's vision because he believed that when using the detector, he would rely too much on the changes in the detector, resulting in a reaction half a beat slower than not wearing the detector. Swoosh! Sure enough, as Raditz guessed, Vegeta quickly flashed behind Raditz under the cover of smoke, and a flying kick kicked towards the back of Raditz's neck. Raditz sensed the moving position of Vegeta's chi, immediately turned around, bent his arm to block, easily blocked Vegeta's flying kick, and then the other hand gathered the air bomb, hit Vegeta's chest, and knocked Vegeta dozens of meters away. Because of the left hand, Vegeta's combat uniform was just a wisp of blue smoke, and it was not broken. Raditz, I didn't expect your combat intuition to be so sensitive. It seems that Bardock did not teach you combat skills, so let me Vegeta come to learn what you have learned during this time. Vegeta roared and inflated, and his combat power increased to 65,000, while Raditz prepared his fighting posture while feeling the new changes in his body. Raditz found that after barely adapting to the 50 times gravity of planet Vegeta, his body felt extremely light, and even if he suppressed his chi at the level of 58, he could easily see Vegeta's movements and respond quickly. Bang bang! The exchange between the two was only heard and no one was seen, and the aftermath of the battle even affected the palace of Vegeta hundreds of kilometers away, and King Vegeta learned through his detector that it was Vegeta and Bardock's son Raditz who were shocked when he fought, and he did not expect that Bardock, the son of a low-level warrior, had such a high potential. I couldn't help but worry about my dominance, and thinking of my son Vegeta, King Vegeta regained his confidence, and said in his heart, what are he afraid of? His son is 2,000 points higher than Bardock's son's combat effectiveness, and Vegeta's kindness to save Raditz and his mother. Raditz will definitely not give birth to a rebellious heart. But King Vegeta's idea is very beautiful. Indeed, Raditz has no rebellious heart, but Bardock does. Still thinking about how to hollow out all your elite troops. Detecting the other Saiyans fighting each other in two powerful battles, they couldn't help but sweat coldly, and thought that there was another foreign enemy invasion, but the next second they received a notice from King Vegeta, their own people are competing, there is no need to pay more attention, what to do? This made the other low-strength Saiyans relax and order their slaves to work quickly. The camera switched to Raditz's side. Raditz faced Vegeta's stormy attack easily, his face was even more relaxed. Vegeta was angry by Raditz's relaxed look, the attack was more violent. Under the impetuousness, the more loopholes in the attack, the power continued to vent. Raditz was like a punching bag. The tighter the defense, the harder Vegeta's attack became. Raditz looked at the loophole in Vegeta's attack, caught Vegeta's heavy punch with one hand, and before the next punch fell, the other hand had condensed Qigong waves and passed between Vegeta's arms. With a boom, Vegeta's body involuntarily flew out and fell heavily on the ground. The combat uniform on his body was damaged by more than half of his chest, and the skin on his chest was smoking repeatedly. Abominable, I am a proud prince, how can I lose to you, a guy with a combat power of less than 60,000? At this moment, Vegeta's Tsundere attack occurs, his anger value soars, and his calmness value continues to decrease. The overwhelming air bombs shot towards Raditz. Raditz walked idly, dodged the air bombs one by one, and quickly approached Vegeta, flashed and appeared next to Vegeta, and without hesitation, punched Vegeta and flew out. Vegeta got up embarrassed after rolling a few laps on the ground, a little skeptical of the data the detector was displaying. Prince Vegeta, the detector will only affect the time you can judge the opponent's position, and the machine calculation takes time to react. The detector may be useful in the battle of low-level fighters, and it is only a tool for viewing data and communication in high-level combat power, and there is no point at all. Raditz reminded nicely. Also, my father taught me to maintain absolute calmness and judgment in battle, and not let anger dominate you, otherwise your original combat power will not be able to exert 2/3. Listening to Raditz's didactic words, although Vegeta was not angry, he had to admit that what Raditz said made sense. Trying to calm down his angry emotions, he removed the detector and threw it at random, flashed forward again, a few points faster than before, and appeared in the blink of an eye in the position of Raditz's abdomen. Raditz quickly reached out to take Vegeta's fist down, and then raised his knee to Vegeta's throat. Vegeta used his other hand to press Raditz's knee as fast as possible, but this angle of the attack, the strength of the arm is difficult to exert to the maximum. Vegeta watched as Raditz's knee pressed against his palm and neck. There was a tingling pain at the Adam's apple, and the whole person flipped in the air. Then, Raditz flashed above Vegeta, and a gas bomb pressed on Vegeta's abdomen, a trick that was a bit like the unique trick of the Cloud Bat Legion in the Super Beast armament. As for Vegeta, he was already lying on the ground, constantly doubting life in his mind. Bardock told Raditz to treat Vegeta well. Of course, Raditz did not forget that the high-speed battle just now was just to adapt to the body in the gravity environment, and this is the time to really complete his father Bardock's explanation. Vegeta, be careful. Looking at Vegeta lying on the ground, Raditz quickly dodged and smashed a punch on Vegeta's abdomen, who doubted his life, and a stream of blood gushed out from Vegeta's mouth, and that sourness was not enough for outsiders. And that's not all. Raditz pinched Vegeta's throat and pressed it on the ground for hundreds of meters, and then threw it in the air, and several Qigong waves hit His Royal Highness with precision. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta's figure disappeared in place, suddenly appeared below Raditz, put his hands behind his waist, one hand against the other, and began to continuously condense his own energy. Raditz knew that Vegeta was using his own trick, the ultimate flash, and then he also unceremoniously used the half-hanged turtle school Qigong, and the battle data of the two was soaring, which was dumbfounded by King Vegeta, who had been observing the changes in the data of the two. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000. The battle value of the two rose synchronously, until it rose to 120,000, Vegeta's battle value stopped, and Raditz's value was still rising, until it rose to 150,000, and King Vegeta was not sure who the highest battle value was, and immediately rushed out of the palace and flew towards the position where the two were fighting. It's really messy. Bardock, who was originally still at home, felt that the battle between the two was getting more and more intense, and then looked and followed, seeing the confrontation between Raditz and Vegeta, and couldn't help but sigh that he still overestimated the competitiveness of the young man. Raditz, isn't it Daddy that you said to entertain Prince Vegeta? Bardock, are you entertaining? You're going to die. Ultimate Flash. Turtle Pie Qigong. Two different energies collided with each other, and suddenly set off a level 8 typhoon in the forest. Flying sand and rocks, and dead branches and leaves quickly spread outward. Vegeta's ultimate flash can be said to be a charge blow. Once the enemy can't catch it, it's finished, characterized by high bursts and no sustained power. And the Turtle School Qigong, first-class endurance, first-class attack power, in the case of the same opponent against the wave, absolutely invincible. After Vegeta's ultimate flash power was exhausted, Raditz's Turtle Pie Qigong pressed towards Vegeta again, and Vegeta felt the fear of death this time and was stunned in place and did not know to dodge. Raditz was in a hurry and shouted at Vegeta to dodge quickly, but as a result, Vegeta froze as if he hadn't heard it. So, Bardock decisively struck and saved Vegeta from Raditz's Turtle School Qigong in an extremely embarrassing manner, carrying Vegeta in the air and rolling in the air, and the huge energy wave exploded a bottomless pit in place. Chapter 23. Bardock, thank you. Seeing clearly the person who saved him, Prince Vegeta blushed and thanked him respectfully. Haha, it's a trifle, as long as Prince Vegeta doesn't blame my uncontending son. Bardock looked at Vegeta with interest, and found Vegeta's red face very interesting. How come? I am not as good as others, what is there to blame, but next time I will definitely defeat Raditz. Listening to this tone, Vegeta admitted that he had been defeated. Then, Prince Vegeta is going to come on. In return, Prince Vegeta, let me tell you some basic knowledge of cultivation. Bardock actually likes the character of Vegeta, both in his past life and in this life. Talk. Vegeta frowned and said, he was the most annoying person who was not as strong as him to preach to himself, but thinking that Raditz, whose combat effectiveness was not as good as his own, his combat skills and combat consciousness were more than one step higher than himself, and he immediately calmed down and said this word. It's true that a SAIYAN is on the verge of death will quickly increase his strength, but there is a limit, so in the next time, Prince Vegeta, you have to start basic training, and cultivate your control over your own strength, only by using your own power more finely, so that you can fully exert your combat power. I have only seen half of the battle between you and Raditz, and although Raditz's combat power is 58, the exertion of its own strength can be said to have exerted 80%, and Prince Vegeta, you have played less than 70/10, that is, 42,000. That's why you lose. Of course, this is not the whole reason, and part of the reason for the trick. Prince Vegeta, do you want to hear it? Bardock watched Vegeta listen intently, deliberately stopped, and began to tease the other party. Raditz, who was frightened and sweaty, hurriedly flew over, and heard Bardock's amusing tone, the corners of his mouth twitched, thinking of the fear of being dominated by his father, obediently closed his mouth and listened on the side. Think. Vegeta replied immediately. His Royal Highness the Prince's trick breaks out again and does not pay attention to the output of follow-up power, while Raditz' trick pays attention to both the outbreak and the output of follow-up energy. It can be said that His Royal Highness loses and the energy output of the trick is not stable enough. This was lost to Raditz in the energy confrontation. Bardock finished. Vegeta showed a thoughtful look, thinking about the scene that had just confronted Raditz, and couldn't help but feel that Bardock's analysis was very good. And? Vegeta asked involuntarily. Bardock was thinking, whether to tell Vegeta the skill of controlling Chi, but thinking that the other party was King Vegeta's son, if he told King Vegeta and let King Vegeta guess that he was hiding his strength, then how to play? So he answered decisively. It's gone. Prince Vegeta is gifted and will surely be able to create a trick that surpasses Raditz's trick. Bardock smiled and complimented. Well, though, I still need Raditz to practice with me from time to time. Vegeta has always believed that actual combat is the best teacher. Raditz is a subordinate of His Royal Highness the Prince, you can do it at will, without asking for my permission. Bardock kicked Raditz to remind the other. Yes, His Royal Highness the Prince calls. And his subordinates are on call, but his subordinates often leave probes at home, and sometimes fail to reply to His Highness in time. Please don't blame Your Highness. Raditz reluctantly made a statement. In Bardock's opinion, it is very good, with Vegeta behind him, Raditz will try to cultivate. This guy is the master who does not supervise and does not cultivate, too tired. Well, Prince Ben remembered. Vegeta understood the Bardock's strange behavior. Then, Raditz, beat our unfinished battle to the end. Hey? Still want to fight? Raditz complained in his heart. He and the prince you are tired enough to act, just confiscated and almost killed you, still want to beat? My little heart can't stand it. His Royal Highness the Prince has something to ask for, and he doesn't hurry up to agree. By the way, adapt to the new power, the kind of big move just now is no longer allowed, a few more times, the planet Beta Star still doesn't want it. Listening to reprimanding Raditz, in fact, he was also scolding Vegeta, and Vegeta's face was a little red, and he snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. At this time, King Vegeta saw that the three of Raditz were there, and a hanging heart finally fell. King Vegeta. Bardock greeted him, casually said hello, stood side by side with King Vegeta, and flew in the air to watch Vegeta and Raditz standing opposite each other. Well, Bardock, your son is very talented. King Vegeta complimented Raditz without pain. It's okay, it's still not as diligent as Prince Vegeta, just now the combat power is still what I got from cleaning up this kid day by day, this kid is too tired. It is necessary to have a genius like Prince Vegeta to give pressure to progress. No, that's it for the future. Bardock was telling the truth, and he was very unhappy with Raditz's tired personality, but he admired the hard-working Vegeta. And when these words reached King Vegeta's ears, it was Bardock who was praising Vegeta in a roundabout way, and King Vegeta, as his father, was naturally very happy in his heart. Raditz is also very good, but this tired nature should really be changed, which I think Vegeta should be able to play. King Vegeta also gave Raditz a proper look. Hopefully. I hope in my heart that my young son can supervise it. Whether it's mud or not is really uncertain now. On Vegeta's two sides, Raditz took the lead in attacking, and the fist style was fierce. Unlike Vegeta's boxing that wanted to burst into full strength, Raditz, under the guidance of Bardock, gradually moved towards attacking the enemy 7 points and leaving 3 points, so that he had the spare power to resist the opponent's unexpected means. The two of them moved extremely fast, and King Vegeta was barely able to keep up with the speed of the two, and Bardock watched with relish. It turns out that in the face of absolute strength, all skills are floating clouds. The two use the most direct attack method when they collide, There are no routines and skills to speak of, the collision of fists and fists erupts into sonic booms, and the fierce wind makes ordinary plants explode instantly. Vegeta used his elbow to strike, Raditz resisted with the palm of his hand, followed by a knee strike that poked the opponent's waist, then Vegeta used the palm force to separate himself from Raditz. Raditz knocked his knee down, and then he leaned forward again, kicking in a series of kicks. And kicked several times towards Vegeta's left and right. Vegeta responded calmly, his arms crisscrossed left and right, raised his arms to block, and when Raditz's series of kicks were loose, he suddenly changed his block to grabbed Raditz's legs, and hit Raditz's abdomen with a heavy blow in the air. The sound of the air explosion sounded, and Raditz felt pain in his abdomen, pretending to show pain. This time, both of them tacitly did not use attacks such as Qigong waves, and used the most primitive combat techniques. Raditz looked pained as she spun and kicked her other foot towards Vegeta's temple. Vegeta could only let go of one of Raditz's legs, and Raditz barked and brushed Vegeta's hair. Then the two scuffled together again. In the physical confrontation, the two sides fought for strength and speed. One of the two was coping with full strength, the other was acting, and there would be ghosts if they could quickly have results. So in the end, Vegeta and the two fought from dawn to dark until both sides were exhausted, and during the continuous battle between the two, Bardock had to hunt by himself, beckoning King Vegeta to eat and watch together, afraid that Jaime was bored, and also brought it over to watch for a while. After dark, one person carried a small fart back to his house. "Stinky boy, don't pretend, Vegeta and his son are gone." Sensing that the anger of the two had gone away, Bardock patted Raditz's head and exposed the other party's acting. "Gone." Raditz, who was originally unconscious, suddenly raised his head and let Bardock let go of his hand. "Oh, I'm exhausted." One butt sat down on the ground, and his face was loveless. "You kid is going to come on, dealing with a Vegeta who has only 1/3 of your combat power is tired like this. If Vegeta's strength is the same as you, it will be you who loses." Bardock kicked Raditz, who was tired of a dog, angrily. "Got it, father. I'll work on it." Raditz's nonchalant answer made Bardock even more disappointed in his heart. Chapter 24. The month has arrived, and King Vegeta has received news from the Ministry of Space Defense that Frisia's spaceship has arrived on the periphery of planet Vegeta, ready to land at any time. King Vegeta hurriedly summoned all high-end combat forces to meet Frisia, and ordered his men to be ready to turn their faces at any time. Bardock and the two little ones were in the list, and the tension was on the verge of eruption. Under everyone's gaze, a donut-shaped spaceship slowly landed, and then the spacecraft hatch opened, and alien soldiers of different shapes appeared, and the combat effectiveness was basically about 3,000. After lining up the array, a stroller-like flying machine appeared, followed by a green-skinned man and an ugly fat man with pink skin, both of whom showed that their combat effectiveness was about 25,000, but Bardock knew that the green-skinned guy named Shang Bo would transform, and the combat power after transformation was 30,000. Woohoo! King Vegeta, I feel very honored to have so many high-end combat powers of the Saiyans come to greet me personally. To King Vegeta's expectations, Frisia came without looking for fault directly, thinking of Vegeta, Raditz. King Vegeta next to him instantly increased his confidence, thinking that Frisia was afraid. "Frisia, what did you come to planet Vegeta? But for the Kainuit team attacked me a month ago?" Vegeta asked very hard. Roar, it seems that this matter makes King Vegeta remember it well. I heard that King Vegeta's strength has advanced, and I want a few people in Kainu to comfort King Vegeta, but I didn't expect that these 5 guys misinterpreted my meaning and caused shock to King Vegeta, compared to me to express my apologies. As for Likum and Gudu, who lost their lives, it can be regarded as the other party's deserving. Say it, King Vegeta. Frisia said, unleashing his powerful fighting power. This made everyone feel like they were facing a peerless fierce beast, and their bodies became cold. Frisia, don't be proud, my son Vegeta's combat power has reached 60,000, as long as he transforms into a giant ape, his combat power will increase tenfold, and you will definitely not be my son's opponent by then." Vegeta resisted Frisia's powerful coercion, shouting in a trembling voice, his hand ready to condense the artificial moon. "Groove, again!" Bardock was shocked in his heart and hurriedly cut off his newly grown tail in advance. "Hey! Vegeta-san, you can try." Frisia looked at the confident King Vegeta with a smile. "Let King Vegeta's hair stand on end. Although Vegeta-san, your son can perform a giant ape transformation, but," Frisia said, a huge ball of energy condensed on his finger, "I can kill Vegeta-san's son before he transforms." The murderous aura was wanton between the words, and the young Vegeta could not resist this terrible murderous aura at all, and subconsciously collapsed to the ground. "Look, Vegeta-san, your son approves." After Frisia's intimidation, he dispersed the energy ball and looked at the group of Saiyans with a smile. King Vegeta immediately gave up the artificial moon when he heard that his son would be killed, because Frisia was right. The transformation of a giant ape can increase its combat power tenfold, but that must also be completed. "Vegeta-san, don't be nervous," Frisia smiled evilly, "I'm here because there are 2 vacancies in Team Kinnet. And I want to select 2 people from planet Vegeta to be selected for Team Kinnet. I don't know what King Vegeta wants. I see that Vegeta-san, your son and the long-haired Saiyan kid next to him are very good, and the lowest combat power is 58,000 points, which is just up to the standard of Team Kinnet. And it also improves the strength of today's special combat team. Absolutely impossible. Sending Vegeta to Team Kinnet is equivalent to sending Vegeta to Frisia as a proton. Vegeta-san, I'm not discussing with you." The terrifying coercion once again pressed on King Vegeta, and King Vegeta fell directly to his knees. "Father, for the sake of the Saiyan clan, I am willing to go." Vegeta seemed to say yes while putting a hand behind his back and creating an artificial moon. Immediately threw the artificial moon into the air in Frisia's murderous eyes, and the Saiyans saw that the artificial moon involuntarily began to transform, and the aura of every Saiyan present increased geometrically, and in a few seconds, thousands of guys who fought more than 100,000 appeared around Frisia, frightening the soldiers brought by Frisia. "Vegeta-san, your son is much smarter than you, but only smart." Frisia was not afraid in the face of Prince Vegeta's 600,000 and Raditz 2 million combat power. Bardock then remembered the guy Raditz, sensed the opponent's combat strength, and it reached 2 million, and it is estimated that he cannot control his own combat power in the state of the giant ape. But there is no loss of mind. As for Maradona and Jane, the 2 guys also turned into giant apes, and their combat effectiveness skyrocketed to 12 million and 13 million points, and the terrifying aura surprised Frisia. Roar! All the great apes raised their chests and roared loudly, and then Vegeta took the lead, and a flame erupted from his mouth, sweeping towards Vegeta and his subordinates. Frisia faced Vegeta's flames and did not flee. Unexplained, Vegeta growled excitedly, feeling that he had solved Frisia. "Oh roar, Vegeta-san's son is really anxious." Before the king transformed, he began to attack, which is too ungentlemanly. When the flames disperse, Frisia's body has become the second stage, with an octopus head, a slight bow, and a combat power of 1.35 million. Transformation is not the ability of you monkeys to transfer genus, and I am not afraid to tell you these monkeys, this stage of my transformation has a combat power of 1.35 million. Son of Vegeta-san, be careful. Frisia's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and in the next second appeared in front of Vegeta, smashing Vegeta, the giant ape, out with one punch, and then appeared in front of King Vegeta, also kicking it away. Bang! Frisia was about to speak harshly, but was punched into the ruins by Raditz. What? Vegeta's father and son couldn't believe it, their 600,000 and 300,000 combat power couldn't withstand Frisia's punch and kick after transformation, and as a result, a Raditz knocked over Frisia with one punch. Funny. No, it won't be Frisia acting with them. Vegeta, who still refused to believe that Raditz was stronger than himself, couldn't help but start making excuses. Vegetazan, I didn't expect that there were such masters among your scions, but I underestimated your scheming. Just with that punch, Frisia knew that this little fart named Raditz's basic combat power was definitely more than 58. The cautious king began his second transformation, a white light flashed, Frisia smoothly transformed into a muscle form, and a small head was installed on his forced body, which looked a little funny. My current combat strength has reached 6.5 million. Little monkey, suffer death. Except for his father and brother Gura, Frisia has not been punched like this, and today he said that Raditz will solve it on the spot. Maradona! Bardock shouted, and Maradona spewed out an energy cannon from his mouth, directly bombarding Frisia, who was directly hit by this sudden attack and was bombarded for an unknown number of meters. Roar, roar, roar! We won, and the demon Frisia is finally dead. The uninformed were still loudly celebrating with the bodies of great apes, while several people who had been trained by Bardock still looked solemnly in the direction where Frisia was bombarded. A terrifying aura was rapidly expanding, quickly surpassing Jane and Maradona in the state of the giant ape, and the two apes looked at the calm Bardock in unison. Swoosh! A petite figure flew up from afar, its tail behind it wagging at will, purple blood flowing from its body, and flew towards the place where the giant apes were celebrating with an angry face. The abominable scion monkey actually injured my noble frozen demon Frisia, and will never forgive, never forgive. When flying towards the gathering place of Bardock and the others, the tip of his finger created an interstellar destruction bomb, which shot in the direction of the great apes cheering. What's that? Looking at the purple energy bomb, there was a stupid opening of the giant ape. Chapter 25. At the end of the day, I have to make a move. Forget that the plot has begun to shift since the moment I appeared, Bardock said to himself, destroying the artificial moon in the sky with a single blow, and all the great apes returned to their humanoid form. Jane, Maradona, go to the scientific research base and get the spaceship ready. Call scions who are willing to go with us, wait a minute, and I'll be there. Ignoring Bardock's fanciful and angry eyes at the scions, Bardock said to the two of his own. Yes, Lord Bardock. Jane and Maradona knew how strong Bardock was, but they didn't know how strong Bardock was, and when they heard Bardock ask them to call someone who was willing to go with them, they probably had a guess in their hearts, and it was estimated that Planet Vegeta would not be able to stay. Immediately start recruiting people to follow, and those who are willing to follow will recruit others. As for Bardock, his eyes looked coldly at the huge energy ball launched by Foley, his arms were slightly bent, and he gathered his chi on his back, and after a burst, a golden light radiated around him, shining on the entire planet Vegeta, and all probes automatically exploded in an instant. The hundreds of millions of people who were overwhelmed by the combat power were breathless. Super Saiyan. Blonde arrogance, this is the Super Saiyan, I didn't expect. Bardock, has Bardock reached this kind of strength? Our fighting nation Saiyan legendary Super Saiyan was actually born from a low-level Saiyan. King Vegeta looked incredulously at Bardock, who was like a son of the sun. Is this the true strength of the father? Raditz knew that Bardock was very strong, and every time he became stronger, his father could always easily pinch himself, but he didn't expect that his father turned out to be a Super Saiyan. The combat effectiveness is still growing too slowly, and it has increased by 500,000 combat power in 2 months. Yes, Bardock's basic combat power at this moment is 5.5 million, and the combat power of transforming into a Super Saiyan has soared to 275 million combat power. More than twice as much as King Frisia now. Drink! Facing the huge energy ball, Bardock blocked it with one hand, and then kicked the energy ball into outer space, and the fleet of the Frisia Legion moored in outer space was swallowed by this huge energy wave and turned into cosmic dust. King Frisia is still as petite and cute as ever. Facing the speeding Frisia, Bardock teased. Aren't you the scion monkey named Bardock next to Vegetazan? How did it come to this? Frisia felt Bardock's extremely oppressive aura. His face was still pretending to be calm, but his heart set off a huge wave, because Bardock's image at this moment was exactly the same as the super scion described by his ancestors. Oh, of course it's your life. The next second, Bardock appeared in front of Frisia and hit Frisia in the abdomen with a punch, and Frisia quickly put on a mask of pain. At this moment, the king only released 60 million combat power, naturally was easily handled by Bardock, punched tens of kilometers away. Bardock once again attached to the body, constantly releasing his heavy punch. And the king is worthy of being the most resistant boss character in the Dragon Ball world, although there is no resistance under Bardock's heavy punch, but the breath is constantly rising. It should be quickly releasing his chi and restoring his strength to the peak state. Because of Bardock's intentional control, the battle zone between the two became farther and farther away from the scion gathering place, but the aftermath of the battle affected all scions. Until now, many scions who have seen Bardock's transformation are still a little unbelievable, and it is incredible that an ordinary lower-level warrior has transformed into the strongest warrior in scion legend. When Jane and Maradona recruited scions who were willing to follow Bardock out of planet Vegeta, the first thing was nearly half of the guards soldiers, and then at the call of the two, the guards soldiers again invited other scions, and while spreading the news along the way, they flew towards the spaceship base with their families. Seeing this scene, King Vegeta thought of the various things that happened in the past 2 months, and quickly figured out the key point: Bardock, watching his subjects continue to join Bardock's camp under the demagogy of Jane and Maradona, and his heart was both angry and helpless, while Vegeta was coldly looking at the direction of the battle between Bardock and Frisia in the distance. The pride of being a genius prince was completely shattered at this moment, and he looked at the stunned Raditz a little unwillingly, and said, "Raditz, you are also hiding your strength." Vegeta angrily grabbed Raditz by the collar and questioned angrily. "That's right, my real combat power is 200,000, Jane and Uncle Maradona are stronger than me, according to the strength they just showed, the combat power is about 1 million. So, Prince Vegeta, your strength is actually nothing. Not the strongest either." Raditz thought that since he was exposed, it was time for a confession game with Vegeta. "So, the battle from the previous days?" Vegeta asked unwillingly. "It's just suppressing fighting each other with the same strength as you, and in the words of my father, it's just acting with you." Raditz's words simply poured salt on Vegeta's wounds, and the confidence in his own strength instantly collapsed. "Abominable, abominable, you liars, liars." The angry Vegeta suddenly punched Raditz, who didn't blink his eyes and casually caught Prince Vegeta's punch. On the other hand, Bardock's side, I don't know how many punches and kicks were given to Frisia, this guy was not seriously injured, but a lot of purple blood flowed out of his life, and the fierce and cold color in his eyes became more and more intense. "Abominable scion monkey, King Ben will destroy your clan." Frisia's tail suddenly wrapped around one of Bardock's legs and flew Bardock out. "Death to King Ben!" A purple wave of light shot in the direction of Bardock. "Lean, it's a bit of a wave. Could this be the characteristics of purebred scions after their transformation?" Bardock crushed the energy wave released by Frisia with one hand, and was caught by Frisia just carelessly and flew out to cry. "Abominable scion monkey, die, die." Frisia originally went to planet Vegeta to recruit a soldier, and by the way, he sent King Vegeta's son to his side as a proton, but he didn't expect that there was a big boss among these monkeys. The anger in his heart can be imagined, and the Qigong wave is released towards Bardock as if he didn't want money. Bardock also used Qigong waves to bombard, and everywhere he went, it was a mess and dilapidated. "Abominable scion monkey, I wonder if you can survive without air anymore." Frisia smiled evilly and flew high in the air, the ball of energy in his fingers expanding, exuding terrifying coercion. "I wonder if you, the so-called Super Scion, can survive the fireworks of this brother planet? Turn me into dust in the universe, abominable scion monkey." A huge interstellar destruction bomb shot towards Bardock, and if no one can carry this move of Frisia, then the planet Vegeta will really become a firework in the universe. Don't rejoice too soon. Although you are very strong, Frisia, I am stronger than you, and my combat power is twice as strong as yours. Don't be too arrogant about that bit of your strength. Frisia. Bardock held up Frisia's interstellar destruction bomb with both hands, and used his own chi to bounce the interstellar destruction bomb back, shooting in the direction of Frisia's forehead. Then gathered the energy, the starting style of the turtle school Qigong swinged, Frisia unwillingly pressed his interstellar destruction bomb back, but Bardock could let him get his wish, only to see a white light poured into the interstellar destruction bomb. Frisia could no longer stop it, the powerful energy pushed Frisia out of the atmosphere and was swallowed by his own energy. After a shot of Turtle Pi Qigong, Bardock can no longer feel Frisia's breath, lifting the transformation state. Now Bardock has not a high degree of control over the transformation of the Super Saiyan, the consumption of Qi is not ordinarily large, and he is slightly breathless after lifting the transformation. Now that your own situation has been exposed, there is no need to hide, you can directly try the full power transformation of Super Saiyan. Chapter 26. Bardock, Bardock, Bardock. As if to welcome the returning heroes, the Saiyans who supported Bardock couldn't help but shout Bardock's name when they saw Bardock's return. Looking at Bardock surrounded by Saiyans in the palace, Vegeta father and son are very complicated. The ants that were originally despised by themselves have become the most powerful existence among the Saiyans, Super Saiyan, which makes Vegeta father and son say nothing acceptable. Looking at Bardock, King Vegeta thought of another son who was exiled by himself, and his heart was also firm in his determination to take back his eldest son. Even if his eldest son Reg usurped the throne to become the new Vegeta king, he did not hesitate that the king of the Saiyans could only be his own Vegeta in his Vegeta bloodline, believing that with the talent of 50,000 combat power at the birth of his eldest son, he could definitely transform into a Super Saiyan in a short period of time and reconfirm the rule of his Vegeta royal family over the Saiyans. In the next day, Jane and Maradona successively recruited 10,000 Saiyans. The combat effectiveness was high and low, most of them felt that Frisia had been eliminated. This northern galaxy will be the world of Saiyans in the future, there is no need to migrate, follow Bardock, more Saiyans are inseparable. Half of the Saiyans are loyal to King Vegeta because of his prestige over the years. After combining various reasons, Bardock ordered everyone to pack up the necessary items and set off the next day. And how could King Vegeta let Bardock take away nearly 1/7 of the Saiyans, and on the same day, his eldest son Reg was born with a combat strength of 50,000, because he was afraid of being banished by Frisia's poisonous hands spread the news, and told that Reg was also a legendary Super Saiyan, which made the guy who was originally unstable immediately give up the idea of following Bardock to leave planet Vegeta. For them, which Super Saiyan to follow is not to follow. They are all of the same race, and they believe more that a Super Saiyan transformed into a Saiyan of royal blood is more powerful than a subordinate warrior becoming a Super Saiyan. After all, the concept of measuring a person's future achievements according to their birth combat effectiveness has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The next day, the number of Saiyans who wanted to follow Bardock before was suddenly reduced by half, and there were less than 5,000 Saiyans who stood firmly on Bardock's side. In this regard, Bardock kind of hated Frisia, the fool, why he came so long earlier, and with more time, he was able to gain more Saiyan hearts and take away more Saiyans. As for what Vegeta said about Reg, Bardock just scoffed, can you bring it back or not? The most important thing is that the current Reg is at most a teenager and has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. That kid is not a super physique, how fast can he stay in Benbai star cultivation? Because the two great gods, Jane and Maradona, occupy the entire Saiyan spaceship base, Saiyans who are willing to stay on planet Vegeta have no way to use the spaceship. After organizing women and children to board the large spaceship, the remaining individual combat spacecraft were taken over by the powerful Saiyans, and Bardock skillfully destroyed the positioning and tracking device of each spaceship. and then summoned the trusted person in charge of each large spaceship to set the spaceship flight trajectory. The large spaceship went first, and the small flight followed. Just like that, the racial separation plan that was originally planned for 3 years was forced to advance. Looking at the spaceship of the people of Bardock far away, King Vegeta had a feeling in his heart to release a glowing wave to send these betrayers to the universe to die without oxygen. But in the end, he endured it, for the simple reason that he was afraid that he would not kill people, but he would kill himself under the anger of the other party, which would be worth the loss. In fact, the most important thing is that when Bardock left, he took almost 2/3 of the large spaceships and 1/3 of the individual combat spaceships, which are important means of transportation for combat in the SAIYAN universe, and he lost nearly half of the spaceships in vain, which made King Vegeta's heart drip blood. Immediately waved his hand, let his son Vegeta drive a medium-sized spaceship to Benbai Star to pick up his brother Reg back, let him be the anchor of planet Vegeta, and Vegeta knew yesterday that he had a brother who was born with a combat power of 50,000, and his heart was not a taste. After a complicated glance at King Vegeta, he nodded sullenly, indicating that he accepted the mission. At this moment, the scions of the planet Vegeta really need a strong person to lead, as Reg with the same bloodline. But this is all wishful thinking of King Vegeta, because he was exiled by King Vegeta. Reg has a deep grudge against his father. And as Bardock's dark son Alto, at this moment, he is still kidnapping some scientific researchers on an unknown planet, binding them and throwing them on the spaceship, and this is still on the way to the Star of Gaston. He did not expect that less than a month after he went out, his boss ran away with a group of clansmen. Coupled with the fact that Bardock's spaceship was an old-fashioned spaceship, less than 2/3 the speed of the new spacecraft, Alto, who had an exceptionally long journey, had to complete the first mission assigned by Bardock while rushing towards the Star of Gaston. It seems that Frisia's affairs have come to an end, but planet Vegeta hides a greater crisis, and when it is learned that the last place where Frisia disappeared was planet Vegeta, Frisia's die-hard loyalists secretly came to the vicinity of planet Beta to collect intelligence about planet Vegeta, and accidentally found a faint breath of life in outer space. After mooring the spaceship, Frisia's die-hard loyalists saw a head, limbs, and a small tail of the Great King floating in outer space, and the faint breath of life emanated from the parts of Frisia's body. Pleasantly surprised, Frisia's subordinates carefully picked up Frisia's body parts and placed them in the life support device to maintain Frisia's last bit of life breath. With the unexpected joy, these trash fish did not dare to stay more. After all, their own kings have become like this, and what can they do with their strength like ants, and immediately return and fly towards Frisia's lair, as Frisia's lair, where the most outstanding scientists and doctors in Frisia's territory gather, which can definitely complete a new body for the dying king. Now, the direction of all plots is developing in an unknown direction. Firstly, the scions are forced to split into two because of Bardock's scheme, and secondly, it is not Sun Wukong who defeats Frisia, but Bardock. Reg may also become the new king of planet Vegeta because of Bardock's influence, or he may refuse to return, kill Vegeta on the spot, come back and kill King Vegeta, and establish himself as king. The main thing is that the protagonist Sun Wukong has not yet been born, so he stayed in his mother's womb and left planet Vegeta, and the fate of the two Broly, who was born on the same day, is estimated to be gone, because there is no news about Broly's father Pelasga, including the other party's wife, in the list of following Bardock. The reason why the crosser is because he knows the plot that will happen in the future, but by Bardock like this, the familiar plot is gone, and the advantage of being a crosser is greatly weakened. As for the unborn Monkey King, Bardock decided to take a look and say, if the other party's combat effectiveness is still 2 points when he is born, then send it to Earth. If the birth combat power exceeds expectations, then stay by his side, teach his cultivation knowledge by himself, and become a scion instead of the strongest scion suppressed by an Earth woman. However, in Bardock's plan, the Earth still has to go, not to mention anything else, just the bug of the spirit time house must be stuck. The strength at this stage is not enough to let yourself sleep at ease, the frozen demon family except for Frisia, who knows if there will be another big boss. The Dragon Ball world also doesn't say how many people there are in the Frisia race and what their strength is, which is no different from the talisman for Bardock. Thinking a lot, Bardock fell dormant inside the tiny spaceship and began a new journey. Chapter 27. 3 months later, Alto finally arrived at Gaston with the captive researchers, and scientists of all races were driven off the spacecraft by Alto like chickens, and then some fragile old bones were crushed to the ground by the strong gravity of Gaston, lying on the ground and unable to move. Roar! A huge creature suddenly rushed towards the side of the spaceship, and was roasted by Alto's casual blow of Kigong Wave, who had just walked out of the hatch. Useless fellow, I don't know what the use of Lord Bardock letting me kidnap you. I can't even carry 5 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, waste. Alto took a sip and looked at the more than 20 aliens lying on the ground with disdain. Big, my lord, our bodies really can't withstand such a strong gravity, please let us go back. These inexplicable captive researchers are about to cry at this moment, every bone of the body feels a wail, it is really unbearable, so the SAIYAN physique similar to livestock can still be full of breath in this environment, walking around without anything. No, this is the task assigned by Lord Bardock, it is impossible to let you go, but this level of gravity, through a period of adaptation, you can do it. I don't require you to build things immediately, you first adapt to the gravity environment of this planet, that creature is your meal, if you are hungry, find a way to lie over there and eat. I'm responsible for keeping you safe. According to the induction, this creature similar to a dinosaur actually has 1,000 points of combat power. These combat effectiveness only a few hundred points of combat power without their own protection, it is estimated that it will become food in the mouth of the beast. No wonder Lord Bardock let me look at these guys, probably afraid that these scientific researchers will be killed. Alto's idea goes straight against Bardock's, but that's right. Bardock's group of people, because the spacecraft is currently the most advanced spacecraft technology production, the speed is a third faster than Alto's. When Alto watched these researchers signal the gravity environment of Gaston Star on the 10th day, Bardock and his group of SAIYAN spacecraft quickly landed to Gaston Star. This made the bored Alto shocked in his heart, and thought that other cosmic people had invaded Gaston Star, but after feeling a few familiar breaths, Alto was both puzzled and excited in his heart, and finally did not have to stay with these low-strength researchers. What people? As soon as they landed and walked out of the spaceship, Jane and Maradona sensed a powerful chi flying towards the landing site of the SAIYAN spaceship, and the two hurriedly prepared for battle. Ha ha ha, Jane, Maradona, you two guys didn't expect to become so powerful. Alto happily rushed to the guarded two, completely forgetting that he was still a traitor wanted on planet Vegeta, and Jebadak also forgot to inform the two that Alto was his own. Alto? He turned out to be in Gaston Star. Just capture this traitor and offer it to Lord Bardock. Jane suggested. Maradona nodded in agreement. In order not to hurt other SAIYANs with low combat effectiveness in the aftermath of the battle, the two stepped forward in unison. Alto was completely undefended, 2 powerful fists straight into the abdomen. Alto didn't know how far he glided in the air, endured severe pain to stabilize his figure. Ha! Jane and Maradona exploded at the same time, controlling the air bomb in their hands and shooting towards Alto. Woko, misunderstanding, own people. Alto explained loudly while dodging Jane and Maradona's attacks. Since it's your own person, then tie up your hands. Saying that the attack means in the hands of the two did not stop, Alto was suddenly speechless. This is to engage in his own going, just this attack intensity. If you don't die, you have to peel off your skin. Are you so bullying your own people? Jane, Maradona. You two bastards, I must sue you at Lord Bardock. Seeing that the two did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy, Alto immediately exploded and rushed towards the two. But a guy with 1 million combat power can get a 1.2 million, a 1.3 million combat strength fighter. With the cooperation of Maradona and Jane, Alto just threw a punch and hit Jane in the face, and Maradona had already kicked Alto's abdomen. Alto was in pain, and immediately hit Jane with a backhand air bomb, and Maradona was also a chicken thief, and his hands condensed the air bomb on Alto's back, and Jane easily hit Alto towards his own air bomb and flew out, cutting off a mountain in the distance. Then the two used roundhouse kicks at the same time, attacking from both sides. Alto knew that he could not dodge, he could only use both palms to block, but in the end, it was difficult to fight with 2 fists and 4 hands, and the strength of the two was much stronger than Alto. Alto could not resist, it became a sandwich biscuit, the head suffered a heavy blow, and he was dizzy for a while. Maradona and Jane chased after the victory, and their hands condensed the Qigong wave towards Alto, and when Alto was drowsy, he was hit by the Qigong wave of the two and pushed into the ground. After the explosion effect, the clothes on Alto's body had disappeared, and there was no good meat in his body, only the last trace of chi hanging. "You two, go and send Alto to the medical cabin on the large spaceship for treatment." Bardock was the last to arrive at Gaston Star, but he didn't expect this to happen just after arriving in Gaston Star, and then he remembered that Alto's situation did not inform the two goods, so Alto's strength was stronger, if it was weaker, he was killed on the spot by 2 guys. Could it be that he is? The two fought excitedly, only then remembering that Alto claimed to be his own just now, and the two of them ignored it. "Alto is his own man. It was my subordinates before the defection, go and send it to the spaceship for treatment, and if you wait for it, the people will really be gone." Bardock quickly interrupted the two humble questions to continue. Maradona and Jane did not dare to delay, and hurriedly carried Alto and flew towards the nearest large spaceship. Bardock sensed that there were many weak and unfamiliar chi in the other direction, and immediately rushed over and saw the researchers struggling in the gravity environment. When these researchers saw that it was still a SAIYAN who came, they couldn't help but be disappointed. Bardock was satisfied with Alto's efficiency, but he was a little sloppy and parked the spacecraft here, not to give these researchers a chance to escape. After Bardock landed, he asked about their respective areas of expertise, mostly focusing on weapon manufacturing and spaceship manufacturing, and Bardock was very dissatisfied with this answer. What he needs now are engineers who can make full use of existing resources and quickly build homes, and as for talents such as spaceships and weapons manufacturing, he does not need them for the time being, even if they need it. It is after these SAIYANs have settled down. After understanding the details of more than 20 scientific researchers, Bardock had a feeling of trusting non-human in his heart, and also understood that SAIYANs fighting aggression are a good hand, but doing things is a tendon. There is no basic idea and ideas based on the requirements of the status quo, just do according to your requirements. In view of the flaws in Alto's mission, Bardock decided to re-adjudicate the development plan of Gaston Star, and let Chile's acceptable SAIYANs go out in batches to rob high-end civilization talent equipment to develop Gaston Star, making it the second home of the SAIYANs. However, there is a premise for this: guys whose combat effectiveness cannot reach 200,000 are not allowed to go out to carry out robbery missions, and soldiers with a combat power of 1 million must always keep a town to guard the Star of Gaston and protect the clansmen. For the group of people captured by Alto, Bardock sent these people back to the west with an air bomb under the terrified eyes of these people, because these people are not important to the SAIYANs at this stage, although the scientific researchers in the field of aerospace weapons are elite, but there are many planets in the universe, and there are many such people, and staying is purely a waste of food. After solving the garbage picked up by Alto, Bardock carried the spaceship on his shoulder and found the gathering place of the SAIYANs. Chapter 28. Except for the 4 Bardocks who can adapt to the gravity of Gaston Star 5 times stronger than planet Vegeta, the other SAIYANs are trying to overcome it, looking no different from Bardock's first landing on Gaston, while Jane and Maradona are watching the clansmen below pointing and laughing from time to time, and they don't know what the two goods are having fun with. "Oh, my little ancestor, alas!" Suddenly Bardock saw Gnei walking tremblingly, and his heart mentioned his throat and eyes. This is during pregnancy, if there is a bump, the child in the stomach is gone, it is okay, GNEI is going to suffer. Bardock hurriedly stepped forward and forced GNEI to return to the spaceship and put him in the medical capsule for a full-body examination. Lord Bardock, there is no need to be nervous. SAIYAN women often fight during pregnancy, just adapt to the gravity of this planet. Jane and the two saw Bardock rushing out nervously, and thought that what happened. It turned out to be that Lord Jaime was pregnant and adapted to the gravity of Gaston's star. Seeing Bardock actually stuffing GNEI into the medical cabin for treatment, he felt that it was a fuss, so he had the words just now. Exactly, Jane, Maradona, you two come here, I have something to explain to you. Bardock screamed angrily, can other SAIYAN women be the same as Jaime? Lord Bardock, what's going on? Simple. Train the 500 people of the former Guards Army to become fighters with a combat strength of not less than 200,000 in 2 months, I have a great use. No matter what means or methods are used, as long as the combat effectiveness reaches 200,000 within 2 months. The way to become stronger I told you, in every large spaceship, there is a gravity prison, you should know what to do, 500 people to use is definitely not enough. The two of you each bring 250 people. To enter in batches, as for the potential outbreak stage, you count how many medical cabins there are in total, and I will make a decision after the statistics. The medical cabin is definitely not enough for 500 people to recover from their injuries, and a group of people can only be selected for treatment to fill the current high-level combat strength of the SAIYANs and prevent unknown dangers. Yes, Lord Bardock, let's go. The life form information transmitted through the medical cabin showed that Jeanne's physical indicators were normal and there was no abnormal reaction, which made Bardock breathe a sigh of relief. After Haimuka came out of the medical cabin, he gave Bardock a blank look. Bardock smiled, helped the stubborn Himana out of the spaceship, and continued to adapt to the gravity environment of Gaston. In just 1 week, the SAIYANs who followed Bardock successively adapted to the gravitational environment of Gaston, and their combat effectiveness also increased slightly. As for Alto, because he was beaten too badly last time, after the injury was treated, he ran to Bardock and cried loudly, making it like a child in his 30s crying in front of his eyes. He was not embarrassed, Bardock was embarrassed to death, and immediately called Jane and Maradona a medical class day trip package. This satisfied the crying Alto. Therefore, Maradona and Jane were originally tasked with training the 500 guards, so Alto was given a day. The next day, Maradona and Jane appeared. And now the three most powerful under Bardock, Jane, Maradona, and Alto, have a combat power of 2.2 million, 2.1 million, and 2 million respectively. As for Raditz, Bardock did not let the other party continue to eat the dividends of the SAIYAN potential explosion, but let Raditz slowly improve his combat effectiveness according to the cultivation method he taught. On the one hand, Raditz is still young, Bardock is worried that the SAIYAN dying bug will affect Raditz's future. On the other hand, he is afraid that Raditz is lazy in cultivation, forming the habit of relying on card bugs to improve combat effectiveness, and eventually waste his potential, and even Super SAIYAN will not be able to change by then. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to your father's face? The SAIYANs have a strong ability to adapt, and after just 1 month, they have created a simple circle of life in Gaston, but because of the lack of relevant technicians, it seems that they are living in a primitive period. Some young SAIYANs who are eager for strength are led by Alto, and with Bardock's permission, some of the skills for the use of chi have been passed on, cultivating at leisure, eating, and acting as hunting teams, which have a good combat effect on these low-strength SAIYANs. After all, the strength of some creatures in Gaston's star is stronger than that of ordinary SAIYANs. And Bardock did not sit idle, while accompanying GNEI, while cultivating, while compressing chi into his body cells, and using chi to quench his bones and internal organs, to achieve the effect of both internal and external cultivation. The improvement of his own body strength is also good for compressing chi into cells and storing it. And the speed of improvement of Bardock's combat effectiveness has also become 3 times the original. Previously, he fished and dried his nets on planet Vegeta for 3 days, and in 2 months, he increased his combat strength by 500,000, and now he has increased his cultivation speed by 3 times, and if he devotes himself wholeheartedly, Bardak's strength will have a qualitative leap. Soon, the 2-month period set by Bardak had arrived, and the Guards' army, under the training of 2 inhumane people, most of the combat effectiveness started at 100,000 points, and the strongest reached 200,000, just meeting Bardak's requirements for going out to carry out tasks. After Jane's statistics, a total of 20 large spaceships, each equipped with 5 medical cabins, that is, 100 medical capsules. Considering the limited stock of therapeutic liquid in the medical cabin, Bardak simply selected the 108 SAIYANs with the strongest combat effectiveness as the targets for the SAIYAN potential explosion. The executors were Bardak, Alto, Maradona, Jane, and Raditz, and they began to punch 20 each, almost like a punch, and the unselected personnel were responsible for sending the seriously injured and dying SAIYANs to the medical cabin in turn. 100 people were solved by 5 animals in less than 10 minutes, and the remaining 8 were arranged to wait until the injuries of this group were treated. The 392 people who were not beaten were not so envious of the people lying in the medical cabin, and after obtaining Bardak's consent, the training of the training should be hunting, which did not affect their mood in the slightest. When 100 people appeared in front of Bardak, their combat power had reached the standard of 900,000 in the minimum combat strength, and this strength could be said to easily sweep a star field without any problem. Next, the 100 people came forward with bad intentions, beat the remaining 8 people fat, and then happily sent the 8 people into the medical cabin for treatment. After all 108 people were grouped, Bardak looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. The strength of these warriors was only temporary. Bardak seemed to see the scene of hundreds of his super SAIYANs appearing at the same time. Through the detection of the all-knowing eye, the 36 warriors with the strongest strength were given the name Tiangang 36 Guards, and Bardak didn't bother to name what star and what star, directly according to the numbers Tiangang 1 Guard, Tiangang 2nd Guard. In turn, they went down. The remaining 72 were named the 72 Guards of the Hell, named in the same arrangement. It can only be said that the name is very good, and the name is very crotch-pulling. Fortunately, the SAIYANs don't care about this. At this point, the cosmic robbery belonging to Bardak begins, not killing, only robbery. Of course, the other party wants your life. Tian Gongwei is responsible for robbing living materials and is led by Jane. The Jifa Guard was divided into 2 groups, each group of 36 people. One group was responsible for robbing people, Maradona was in charge, and the construction technology talents, culinary talents, and scientific and technological talents were all required. The second group, led by Raditz, is responsible for finding scientific and technological talents to install gravity equipment on every large and medium-sized spaceship, which can be made into miniature and carry better. By the way, a large number of spacecraft need fuel. Otherwise for a long time, the spaceship on the planet Gaston will become a decoration. Of course, it is impossible to spend money on these, even if you want to pay for it. Do you think the SAIYANs have money? As for Bardak, he presided over the overall situation in Gaston Star and raised Alto this guy into a super SAIYAN. Alto's combat effectiveness has reached 2 million. Bardak also chose to teach the simple version of the cultivation method to Alto, using chi to quench the body, then squeezing himself in the gravity environment. The effect is better, rates this kid after learning the simple version of the cultivation method, in just 3 months to increase the combat effectiveness of 500,000. Bardak also didn't want Alto to experiment with the way to concentrate his chi on his back to transform, but in this way, except for a little stronger combat power after the explosion, there was no change, and even the mimic super competition was not achieved. So in the end, Bardak came to the conclusion that Alto's basic combat power did not meet the standard of transforming into a super SAIYAN, so after Alto mastered the cultivation method, Bardak asked Alto to practice hard in addition to eating and sleeping, and strive to reach the standard of transforming into a super SAIYAN as soon as possible. Chapter 29. As for the remaining former Guards soldiers, they were temporarily included in the Gastatin Star defense team, in which Bardock secretly transferred 50 people to form a Dark Guard, so that these 50 people, divided into 5 squads, drove medium-sized spaceships to all parts of the universe to bring the banished Scions back to Gaston Star. If they were not willing to return, then forget it. Before leaving, Bardock made a copy of Planet Vegeta's specific information about the children of banishment, which came in handy. After the available people were sent out by Bardock one after another, the training of the remaining 342 members of the Gastatin Defense Force was personally guided by Bardock, explaining his understanding of Qi over the years to many Scions. As for how much these elders can understand, there is no way to understand Bardock. The same way to beat the body to the soldiers of the defense team, which is nothing more than gravity cultivation in a cruel environment, and using their own strength to fight against nature to break through their own limits. For example, under the Wanshang waterfall, do not rely on their own qi, but rely on physical resistance, or wave their fists and feet in the deep sea, squeeze their physical strength again and again to reach the limit of the body, and the most dangerous thing is to force themselves to break through the limit in the magma. The so-called breaking through the limit in the magma is to embed the whole person in the magma with its own qi energy shield, stimulate their own potential in this hot environment, and use this to quickly improve themselves. Having said that, the Scions who heard this training method couldn't help but look at each other, because this is a deadly rhythm. Who wants to try? In order to increase the foundation of the defense team, Bardock taught the unique fusion technique of the Madama Starman to a group of people through the pairing of 2 pairs of personal combat power. After Bardock performed the whole fusion dance move, everyone couldn't help but laugh, led by his dear wife Haimchi, and the other defense team soldiers couldn't help but laugh when they heard Haimchi's laughter, and laughed out loud, which caused a chain reaction, and all the defense team soldiers laughed. Bardock, on the other hand, swept these guys coldly with a black face, and carefully invited the trouble-stirring Haimuka back to the relatively comfortable simple house. Returning to the training ground, Bardock's basic combat strength of 6 million fully erupted, and the strong sense of oppression made everyone immediately shut up and stand upright, only hearing the sound of strong wind. Finished laughing? Bardock asked coldly. The audience was silent. I asked you guys to finish laughing? Answer me. Mixing his own qi with the sound, all the soldiers of the defense team who suddenly burst into shock buzzed in their ears. It's over. At this moment, the soldiers of the defense team did not know that Bardock was really angry, and immediately shouted in unison in response to Bardock's question. Did I give this time to both of you? Do you feel that your fighting is already high and you can run amok in the universe? Yes? Bardock was infuriated by the stupidity of these fools, and continued, do you think that if Frisia is killed by me, no one will be able to do what about us Scions? I tell you, it's a big mistake. The Frozen Demon clan is not just Frisia, I can tell you clearly, Frisia also has an older brother and a father. Frisia is only the weakest one in their family, and the weakest one in their family has a combat power of 120 million. Hearing this exciting news, everyone was shocked. 120 million combat power, this is impossible. Lord Bardock, you are teasing us. Yes. How could there be such a powerful creature? Since Frisia is so powerful, how high should his father and brother be in battle? Everyone was talking about it, and instantly felt a dark cloud pressing on everyone's heads. What I said is the truth. That's why I thought of leading some Scions away from planet Vegeta and leaving a fire for the Scions. As for you, the performance just now disappointed me. In my opinion, no matter what kind of tricks you can use to improve your strength in a short period of time and protect your clan at a critical moment, you shouldn't laugh. You guys, who will be the main force to protect our Scion second homeland in the future, are now so slack that they simply live up to my expectations, and you actually laugh at the act of improving your strength? Do you think your strength is already comparable to that of Frisia, the weakest of the frozen demons? I will demonstrate it again now. you give Lao Tzu a good look. This is a trick that can turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. After learning, practice with the assigned teammates. Be sure to practice with Lao Tzu within 1 day. Other training cannot be done in these 2 days, but the fusion dance steps must be skillful for me. Bardock pointed at the embarrassed guard, making him dare not look at him. After the verbal reprimand, Bardock once again demonstrated the fusion dance steps and explained the essentials in turn. At the last moment, I want to shout the slogan of fusion. This trick fusion technique is what I have no intention of learning in the population of Madame Astar. The principle is to fuse 2 people with similar strength and physique into one person, to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2, that is, the combat effectiveness of 2 fighters with a combat power of 200,000 will be greater than 400,000 after fusion. It will not be a simple superposition of combat power, maybe it will reach 1 million, or higher. I have not tried, so, only after you have tried I can know. Give me all good practice. Hopefully tomorrow I can see someone succeed. If you don't succeed, I'll let the successful group watch you until you succeed. Bardock's cold eyes swept over everyone, and then left. After Bardock left, everyone let go, and quickly pulled their teammates to a secret place to practice fusion dance steps. Although they recognized Bardock's words, but still felt that this fusion dance step was a little embarrassing, did not want to perform in public, let alone be seen by their wives and children when they were training. It was simply a large-scale social death scene. In this way, the SAIYANs who returned from hunting from time to time heard the 2 elongated tones of fusion, or the voice of accusing teammates, because they were only synchronizing dance steps, so there was no real sense of fusion. This made the young SAIYANs who were hunting very strange, and when they flew into the woods to look, they either didn't see anyone, or the 2 were picking their feet and chatting awkwardly. Anyway, they were fooled. The new generation of SAIYAN Bardock asked his people who followed him not to use memory indoctrination to educate, but chose to use martial arts basic education as the main education after a certain age, supplemented by ideological education, so that the SAIYAN thinking can be normal, and by the way, change the reputation of SAIYANs in the universe. After throwing the problem to his subordinates, Bardock returned to his humble home and pinched Haimchi's nose angrily. This laugh of yours today makes me angry. Haimchi. Bardock smiled helplessly. But that fusion dance step is really funny. At the mention of this topic, Haimuka still couldn't help but giggle out loud, making this embarrassing action in front of everyone with the serious and powerful Bardock making Haimuka want to laugh when he thought about it. Is it really that embarrassing? This fusion dance move? Whether in the past life or in this life, Bardock feels that this dance step is not as funny as everyone says, it is normal. Bardock, don't you think? Haimuka seems to have discovered a new continent and feels that her husband may have a slightly different aesthetic than others. I don't think so. Bardock heard Haimani's question and shook his head in response. Oh, baby, don't you want to be like your father in the future? Gnei said meaningfully, which made Bardock speechless for an instant, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is this dance move embarrassing? Chapter 30. The next day, Bardock gathered all the soldiers of the defense team at the same point in time, staring at these guys using the fusion technique. 342, 171 pairs of SAIYANs in order not to be embarrassed, all used the fusion technique at the same time, in order to strengthen the ability to resist pressure. Bardock also called the wives and children of these SAIYANs to come and watch. In fact, I want to make these guys ugly, and by the way, I want to test whether I really have a different aesthetic than others. Look, that's Daddy. Oh, that's my father. But why is my father dancing such strange steps, like a monkey dancing? It's not loud, but it's easy for people nearby to hear it. Oh, it's dead. The child with a cold temperament looked at the dance steps performed by the guards at the same time with disdain. Day. Because of Bardock's off-court moves, many SAIYANs with quite high dance proficiency directly exploded mentally, and the index finger that was originally aligned with his teammates was misplaced in the next second. There are also key moments when the feet are not aligned, and even more so the word fusion is not shouted at the same time. Various conditions are frequent, and the fusion is either fat or thin, and there are missing arms and legs. In the end, in the case of Bardock's deliberate off-field moves, 171 pairs of scions used the fusion technique, and only 20 pairs were perfectly fused. And the combat effectiveness of these perfectly fused fighters has reached about 2 million, and according to the average number of basic combat power of existing fighters, the combat effectiveness after fusion is about 10 times that of the two people combined. It is a very good skill, but after this skill is used, some shortcomings will be revealed. A few of you who have successfully fused in 2 or 2 teams, try to fuse again. This is also the answer Bardock has always wanted to know, whether the warriors after the fusion can be fused again. Wow, quack, super strength, I don't want to listen to your use of this humiliating dance move, now I am invincible. After this power increase, the unmanned nature of the scions was revealed. No, I, Asiro, won't do such a humiliating dance move again, and now I am not even my opponent even Frisia. Bardock sang, the future of the scions is protected by me. You should abdicate to make way for the virtuous. Saying that, the other fused warriors nodded in unison. Ha! 20 powerful chi soared into the sky, and in the roar of the fusion warrior, each warrior's chi was qualitatively improved, and the pale yellow aura flashed, becoming a mimicry super scion, with an increase of about 20 times, and the per capita combat effectiveness increased to 40 million. We are all super scion, don't be afraid of any frozen demon race, our fighting nation scion is the strongest. That's right, our fighting nation scion is the strongest in the universe, so many super scion, Bardock, you don't think it's our opponent? Good fellow, just fused and gradually rebelled. You guys, do you think you're in your current state as a real super scion? So naive. Bardock smiled, life and death were unpredictable, which made these fusion warriors think of the fear of being dominated by Bardock in the first place. Other warriors who failed to fuse, exit the field, and the other scions also exit the field. I have to clean up the portal this time. The clenched fist clattered, his eyes were cold, the momentum around his body suddenly increased, and his black hair instantly turned golden. The pupils turned light green. When they felt Bardock's powerful chi again, these fusion warriors were dumbfounded. Nima, Kyoyan was early, it seems that they can't beat Ah. You guys, get ready to accept sanctions. If you want to clean me up, wait another 100 years. Bardock was also glad in his heart, he didn't have a head to twitch, it was definitely a wise choice to teach the simple version of the cultivation method to these bastards. See what these dogs want to do after fusing? After the strength is strong, he thinks about on Lao Tzu's head, and he definitely has to teach these guys a profound lesson. Let's go together. With a shout, all the fusion warriors burst into shouts and rushed towards Bardock in unison. I haven't been active for a long time, just use you anti-bone boys to practice your hands. Bardock smiled coldly, directly frontal hard, with the record of almost overturning in front of Frisia last time. Bardock always reminded himself that he can't wave, can't wave. A frontal punch knocked out the leading big brother who was charging in the front, and the other fusion fighters launched Qigong waves, and Bardock opened the energy barrier to block all attacks. Then the figure flashed quickly, each punch punched an enemy. The gap in strength and speed made these fusion warriors have no resistance at all. Bardock, if it were not for the fear that the scions such as Jaime in the living area behind him would not have been killed by these bastards, and the absolute face defense means would not have been used. More than 20 warriors were kicked into the mountains and forests by Bardock like dumplings, far from the scion living quarters. And the scion who failed to integrate looked at his current state bitterly, thinking that if he was like this, he would be wasted. Bardock deliberately didn't tell these guys that the fusion technique would automatically dissolve after 30 minutes, perhaps out of a small sense of revenge. Without taking care of it, Bardock directly shot out with all his strength to punch the 20 guys, and if he wanted to escape, he was also kicked back quickly, and in less than 15 minutes, all the fusion warriors were forced to withdraw from the Mimic Super competition, returning to the normal basic combat power of about 2 million, shivering and looking at Bardock like the great devil. Keep trying to integrate. Bardock wrapped his arms around him, and the Super Saiyan was blazing. Yes, Lord Bardock. The fusion warriors who suffered losses immediately admitted and immediately began to fuse with the fusion warriors again. As the perfect dance progressed, then a flash of white light, 2 turned into 4, the fusion move was forcibly lifted, and the 40 defense team members looked at their bodies in disbelief. Failed? Or has you just transformed into a Mimic Super Saiyan and the energy consumption is too great? Bardock touched his chin and pondered the key. Fusion after fusion is theoretically feasible, because after fusion is an independent individual, so the possibility of not being able to fuse is not excluded. There is only one reason, is that the imitation super competition that has just been unskilled makes the individual energy consumption too large, resulting in the failure of fusion after fusion. After all, in Dragon Ball GT, although there are no examples of fusion and then fusion, there are examples of early disintegration due to huge energy consumption. A few of you go back and reflect on it. Tomorrow I will have a personal oral review of 10,000 words. There was probably a guess in his heart, and Bardock stopped staying and turned back to the living area. According to the available data, after the fusion is 10 times the combat effectiveness of the 2 people superimposed, then the fusion after the fusion is the 2 million warriors combat power multiplied by 10, the basic combat power of the warriors that appear can reach 40 million, if that guy becomes a Super Saiyan Bardock really can't beat. So Bardock gave up the idea of letting the fusion warriors continue to fuse after thinking calmly. Lord Bardock, Lord Bardock. As soon as he landed, Bardock was surrounded by a large group of fat, thin, lame, and broken arms of Saiyans. What's going on? Bardock asked in confusion. Lord Bardock, are we no longer separated after we merge? That's right, if that's the case, I might as well die. The old man, who coughed as if he was about to cough his lungs out, shouted loudly, venting the resentment in his heart. The fusion technique will be automatically lifted after 30 minutes, didn't I say this? What are you worried about? Bardock asked with a puzzled look. Automatically dissolve in 30 minutes. When the failed product of fusion heard this, he couldn't help but start cheering. Lord Bardock, you really didn't say that. A cold and arrogant little fart said to Bardock. His appearance was 7 points similar to Bardock. If Bardock didn't know that he had no love debts outside, he would have thought it was his own son. Didn't you? Bardock asked again. Not really. The little fart boy's eyes responded firmly. Well, it's my fault, but, kid, what's your name? I'm not afraid to see me. Bardock asked with a smile. My name is Dallas. The man who is bound to become a Super Saiyan in the future. The little fart boy introduced himself, and then under Bardock's surprised gaze, he thumped his head 3 times. Lord Bardock, please take me as an apprentice. I will let the glory of the Saiyans shine on the entire universe. Chapter 31. Dales, a Saiyan lower-level warrior nicknamed Bardock's illegitimate son, is only 5 years old at the moment, and after adapting to the gravity of Gaston Star, his combat effectiveness has increased to 500 points, and in the original world, the little boss encountered by Sun Wukong in the theater version, and the little guy who once exceeded 200,000 by eating spiritual fruits. I didn't expect to be exiled, but followed myself to Gaston, and now I even want to worship myself as a teacher. Bardock was a little afraid to think. Although there are many lower-level warriors who look similar, but there are also a few, most of the Saiyans still have their own characteristics. If you bring this kid back and say, look, Himene, this is my new apprentice. It is estimated that GNEI didn't believe it when he saw Dales's face, and he was probably muttering in his heart whether it was the son of the little third child he raised outside. After all, in the years that Bardock was on a mission, GNEI had not seen it with his own eyes. Although Bardock knew that Jaime was not a stingy woman, it was enough to think about it. After thinking for a moment, Bardock still chose to try this kid's character first. By the way, to correct Dallas's thoughts, looking at this guy's cold appearance, he knew that he was forcibly implanted in memory, and the desire for power in his heart was extremely strong. And Bardock, who is also a low-level warrior, also feels the same way, even if the scion who is now brought out by Bardock does not emphasize the classification of the so-called superior warrior or lower warrior of planet Vegeta, but the hurt and humiliation suffered in the past because of the status of the lower-level scion cannot be easily erased in the memory. For your sake, I'll examine you for a while. Bardock looked at the scaled-down version of himself, and his heart was a little melancholy. Yes, Lord Bardock. Darl saw that Bardock did not accept himself immediately, and he was not disappointed in his heart, but responded firmly. By the way, Darrens, you also live alone? Bardock then asked rhetorically. Yes, Lord Bardock. Oh, follow me for now. Let's start living with our family. The correction of thoughts does not have to be violent, but also through the power of family affection or love. Still not, Lord Bardock, I'm used to being alone. Darrens bowed his head and rejected Bardock's proposal in a firm tone. Dallas, don't you want to become a super scion? Then, the mystery of transformation is in it. Bardock immediately grabbed the other party's weakness to become stronger, but Bardock was not wrong. The transformation of the super scion is actually the release of emotions. Anger is the most fundamental force, and this requires an emotion to maintain, like Bardock's natural transformation, is a special case. Simple anger is useless. Son Goku's transformation is because of friendship, and Vegeta's transformation is because of self-esteem, anger at his own incompetence, and if you want to create absolute anger, you must have an angry introduction. Like Bardock's natural transformation of gathering his chi to his back, he did not experience extreme anger changes, which was also unexpected by Bardock, who guessed that it was estimated that it was caused by the difference in his own cultivation methods, which made him out of the regular Super Saiyan transformation. Really? Dals looked up into Bardock's eyes. That's right, come on, feelings will amplify your emotions countless times. And all you have to do now is understand what feelings are. Saying that, he stretched out his hand, and Dales hesitated for a moment, and stretched out his hand to shake Bardock's big hand. After 15 minutes, all the warriors who failed to fuse were separated into two people again, and their hearts couldn't help but rejoice and be happy. 4 months passed, Bardock's normal combat effectiveness increased to 10 million, Geni's due date was in these days, Bardock was almost inseparable, and the defense team also dispersed all the arrogance after the rapid improvement of strength under Bardock's tough methods, and practiced hard every day step by step. The 3 teams arranged by Bardock returned one after another, bringing back a large number of living materials and technical talents, and when Maradona returned, he snatched a group of orcs with a per capita combat power of 500 from Witch Force, which was used as coolies to build houses. The living materials that Jane brought back immediately improved the quality of life of the Scions, and soon separated from the life of the primitive people. In addition to bringing some gravity equipment, Raditz also invited back several groups of technicians who have deep research in the field of gravity equipment, which made Bardock overjoyed. Sighing that his son would use his brains, after going out twice in a row, Raditz heard that his mother Haimuka was due to give birth, and with Bardock's consent, appointed one of the most powerful Jifu 36 to go out on a mission. As for the Dark Guard's side, they have successively brought back more than a dozen young scions, and their combat effectiveness is generally around 200 points, and the average age is 10 years old, which can be said to add a little popularity to Gaston Star. There are people, things, resources, and the process of building a second home for the scions is in full swing, and Bardock promised these captive alien scientists that as long as the other party applies what he has learned in his life to build a new home for the scions in a short period of time, then let these guys go back. The reason for such a commitment is that I am afraid that these guys will add some programs that they can't figure out in the research things, and scientists on a low-level planet on Earth can come up with such a terrible monster as artificial humans, and these alien scientists have no reason not to figure it out, and it's always good to give some hope. And Altos sighed. After 4 months of hard work, the combat effectiveness finally reached 3.5 million, under the method of Professor Bardock. He gathered his chi on his back, constantly roared to improve himself. In addition to improving hundreds of thousands of combat effectiveness, there was no sign of transforming into a Super Saiyan, which made Bardock very depressed. Father, is Uncle Alto unable to transform into a Super Saiyan because he lacks the introduction you mentioned? Dales, who was watching from the sidelines, reminded. Maybe. In Dragon Ball Super, the Saiyans of the 6th universe can condense their chi on their backs and easily complete the Super Saiyan transformation. That is because the opponent's basic combat power may be hundreds of millions of existences, and the transformation is easy. Except for male Saiyans who transform because of anger. Thinking of this, Bardock suddenly figured out the key to this. Father, father, mother is going to give birth. Dals shouted from a distance. Got it, I'll go right away. Bardock heard that Gnei was about to give birth, answered, and just wanted to leave immediately, but thought of Alto's things and said casually, Alto, think about your most angry things, it is best to raise your anger to the extreme. Anger is the source of the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Saying that, he disappeared in place like lightning, and Dals stood in place and looked at Alto coolly, trying to find some inspiration from the other party's successful transformation into a Super Saiyan. Anger, think about the angriest things you have the most. Alto scratched his head, really couldn't think of what he was most angry about. Uncle Alto, now is not the time to think about it, you should enter a meditative state, try to calm your heart, and then dig into the things in your memory that make you angriest. Darls caught Bardock's introduction to transforming into a Super Saiyan and reminded Alto. When Alto heard this, he also agreed very much in his heart, because he was too eager to transform into a Super Saiyan, his emotions were too unstable, and immediately according to Dale's reminder, he meditated cross-legged to empty his thoughts and tried to stabilize his emotions. On Bardock's side, outside the delivery room of the newly built medical base, he heard Gnei's heart-rending cry, and his heart was very anxious. Could it be that female Saiyans are also so miserable? Bardock circled around the doorman in the delivery room, and Raditz stared at Bardock in circles, and after staring for 15 minutes, his head was a little dizzy. Wow wow wow! A loud cry sounded from the delivery room, and at the same time, a deafening roar came from a distance. Abominable subordinate garbage Bardock! I'm going to slaughter you! Subordinate garbage! Then a powerful chi appeared on the star of Gaston. Bardock, who just wanted to break in to see how Gnei was, suddenly froze and looked at the direction where the voice came from with a black face. Chapter 32. Raditz, who wanted to rush into the delivery room to see his brother or sister, couldn't help but glance at Bardock with a black face after hearing this roar. Look what, your mother matters, let's talk about that guy in Alto later. After reprimanding Raditz, the door to the delivery room was also opened, and Jaime walked out holding a child with the same hairstyle as Bardock, with fine beads of sweat on his hair. That's right, he walked out, just after giving birth, he walked out holding the child himself. Rao is Bardock, who saw that Jaime was able to immediately leave the hospital to work when he gave birth to Raditz, and he is still a little scared. Oh, Jaime, how many times have I told you, don't walk immediately after giving birth, easy, easy. Bardock didn't know what to say, thinking of what serious injuries in the medical cabin could not be treated. Not to mention the sequelae after the mother gives birth. Bardock, you see, it's a boy, he's exactly like you. Haimuka showed the baby boy in his arms to Bardock, who looked at Monkey King, who was biting his finger and took it with his backhand. Just call it Monkey King, Raditz, and the task of taking care of your younger brother will be handed over to you. Bardock called Raditz, who wanted to see what his brother looked like, and scribbled to Raditz, who couldn't even hold a child. Involuntarily, he walked towards the treatment room with Gnei in his arms, and there was a medical cabin in the treatment room, which was enough to heal any dark injuries in Gnei at this stage. Ha ha ha, I've finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Alto couldn't suppress the excitement after the transformation, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he shouted with an evil smile, and the powerful aura destroyed everything around him. Uncle Alto, hurry up and converge your chi is too strong, I can't bear it. Dales, whose combat strength was only 800 points, held a towering tree and shouted loudly. It's too strong, it's really too strong, I feel that even the original Frisia is not my opponent. Alto tried to restrain his excitement and control his breath within a controllable range, and the environmental vision of transforming into a Super Saiyan gradually disappeared, and Dales let go of the tree, his eyes full of envy for Alto. Little Darrens, thank you for the point. In the future, I, Alto, will personally take you to cultivate, so that you can learn Super Saiyan transformation as soon as possible. Alto slammed his chest with a thump. Uncle Alto, you don't have to worry about cultivation, with Brother Raditz and Bardock's father here, I will catch up with you sooner or later, but just now when you transformed into a Super Saiyan, it seems that your father's name is mentioned, you should think about what to do after your father comes back, to know your voice. I estimate that the entire Scion of Gaston Star has heard it. With your father's temper, you reckon? A playful smile appeared on Dale's cool face. Did I say that? Alto touched his head and pretended to be stupid. Said. Dales replied seriously. Say what? Alto wanted to fool Dales. Don't set me up, you know what you said yourself, don't need me to say it again, Uncle Alto. I only know now, it's going to be finished. Dales turned around and flew towards the place of the medical base, he had understood all the processes he wanted to understand now. And only the accumulation of basic combat power remained. The reason why Darls called Bardock's father was because Kenai felt that the child was pitiful and looked very similar to Bardock, so the master let Bardock recognize Darak as a godson, so he called Bardock his father. Dales, who came to the medical base, easily found Raditz according to the location of the chi and saw his brother. Brother Raditz, did the father choose a name for his younger brother? Feeling the faint breath of the child in Raditz's arms, Dales gently poked the cheek of the little Sun Wukong in his sleeping state with his finger. It's called, the name is Sun Wukong, a very strange sounding name. Raditz held Sun Wukong speechless. His father only cared about his mother, and he and his brother seemed to have picked it up. Monkey King? What a strange name! Darrens couldn't help but pinch Sun Wukong's little face, probably too hard, and as a result, little Gaku was woken up by Dals like this. And far away in the nursery warehouse of planet Vegeta, after the birth of a child named Broly, the combat power was as high as 10,000, and this news was quickly learned by King Vegeta, who secretly ordered his subordinates to execute Broly on the spot, and even Broly's father Palaska was beaten to death, and both father and son were thrown into the garbage heap at the same time. It is a special period. Vegeta went to Benbai Star to find Reg and did not return. Without Frisia, a real estate boss to issue a mission, Saiyans can only spend their leisure in paper drunkenness. King Vegeta, a large number of soldiers of the Frisia Legion have been found in outer space on planet Vegeta, as if preparing to attack planet Vegeta. King Vegeta suddenly received news from the Sky Defense Department. What are you afraid of? Without Frisia, these soldiers of Frisia's are just stragglers. King Vegeta responded disdainfully, the Sky Defense Department is ready for combat, I'll be there later. After giving the order, King Vegeta gave orders to all the Saiyans of planet Vegeta to resist the invasion, and tens of thousands of Saiyan warriors quickly received the order to rush out of outer space and confront the Frisia Legion. Compared to the Frisia Legion, the Scions were not too superior in quantity, but in terms of quality, they threw off the Frisia Legion. Whoops, roar, roar. Vegetazan, what about that Scion named Bardock on your planet Vegeta? King Ben is here for revenge, let the other party come out. Frisia, who had 2/3 of his body resurrected with pure mechanical manufacturing, appeared in front of the Scions, and countless Scions couldn't help but look terrified. King Vegeta was even more cold-sweating, and the disdain attitude towards the Frisia Legion just now disappeared instantly. Frisia, you're not dead. King Vegeta pointed at Frisia incredulously, his fingers trembling slightly, and he couldn't say anything. Thanks to the blessing of your Scions, this king has become stronger. Quick, let that Scion monkey come out quickly, or today will be the end of your Scions. Eager for revenge, Frisia had no patience at all. Bardock has betrayed the Scions and led some of the Scions away from planet Vegeta? No, I don't know where to go. King Vegeta has scolded Bardock in his heart at this moment. Can Nima do things more reliably, and let Frisia survive? No wonder you have to run. Oh, that Scion monkey ran away? Then use your lives to vent your anger. Frisia was furious in his heart, raised a finger, and an asteroid-sized ball of energy instantly condensed, pushing it towards the desperate King Vegeta. No, King Frisia, I am willing to lead the Scions of planet Vegeta back to become your subordinates. Please, do not kill my subjects. Don't. King Vegeta wanted to struggle a little longer. Chapter 33. Oh roar, Vegetazan, don't you think it's too late to ask for mercy? If you wild monkeys hadn't risen up against King Ben might have let you live a little longer, but alas, there was no if. Vegetazan, he said with a hideous look on his face and roared madly. Let you Scion monkeys turn into cosmic dust and act as fireworks for me to vent my anger until I find that Scion monkey named Bardock. With Frisia's maniacal laughter, the huge ball of energy swallowed all the Scions flying outside space, and then planet Vegeta still did not escape the fate of destruction, becoming a firework to celebrate Frisia's rebirth. Frisia, you are too anxious, at least from King Vegeta's information database here to know the planet where the Super Scion escaped. As long as our father and son join forces, no matter how strong that Super Scion is, it is not the opponent of our father and son. While Frisia quietly admired the fireworks, a frozen demon appeared behind Frisia who was similar in size to Frisia but several times taller than Frisia. This man was none other than Frisia's father, King Kurdish. I was reckless, Daddy. Frisia politely apologized. It's come to this, there's no way that Scion monkey hurt you like this. It's normal for you to be resentful in your heart. Anyway, those Scion monkeys can't run anywhere else. Let all the soldiers in the realm of the frozen demon clan find it well. It's a pity that you have such good qualifications. The body became semi-mechanized. Watching nearly 2/3 of his body being transformed into machinery, the Kurdish king felt a pang of regret. Frisia's body became such that even future generations could not stay. I'll find a way, Dad, the main thing now is to find the remaining Scion monkeys, Frisia said to himself with a gloomy face, always thinking about the scene of Bardock almost killing himself, and the more he thought about it, the more fire he felt in his heart. Although now after mechanical transformation, his combat effectiveness has increased to 1.5 billion, he always feels as if he is not the opponent of that Scion monkey. And in Benbixing, 15-year-old Reg is ravaging young Vegeta, and his hatred for King Vegeta and jealousy of Vegeta are all vented, and there is no interest in King Vegeta asking him to return to planet Vegeta to preside over the overall situation. Trampled off the bones on Vegeta's body one by one, the corners of his mouth smiled evilly, and his heart was inexplicably happy. Because the combat effectiveness reached an astonishing 50,000 points at birth, so as he grew older, Reg's combat effectiveness also increased. Without systematic training, Reg's combat effectiveness had reached 400,000 points at the age of 15, so Vegeta who came to Benbi Star to find Reg was only beaten. Big brother, please, go back to planet Vegeta. SAIYAN, the SAIYANs really need you. I apologize to you on behalf of my father. Vegeta's forehead bruised as he endured the heart-wrenching pain and pleaded with Reg word by word. You say, a Super SAIYAN was born on planet Vegeta. For domination, Reg is more interested in the strong. Yes, big brother. Vegeta whispered in response. However, he has already led some of his clansmen to leave planet Vegeta. The exact whereabouts are unknown. Vegeta explained again. It doesn't matter, since these guys leave planet Vegeta. There will always be a day to come back. For the sake of you bringing back a useful spaceship and interesting news, I don't want your life. Vegeta. Brother Lay stepped on Vegeta's head, his face full of disgust. Every time I read your name, I feel disgusted and angry. Hopefully, on this primordial planet, someone will come here with a spaceship. After saying that, he kicked Vegeta to a tree, and he strode on the spaceship where Vegeta was sitting back, took the hatch, and clicked the return button at will, and the spacecraft took off on the spot and flew in the direction of planet Vegeta, and Vegeta hung on the tree and passed out. As for Reg's spaceship exiled to Bambi, there is only one way energy. Bambi has no civilization, so it will be trapped for more than 10 years, and now Vegeta is just sent to the door. Of course Reg will not miss this opportunity. He wants to let Vegeta taste all the suffering he has suffered on this planet. On Gaston Star's side, Bardock personally followed GNEI to check and recover his body, and only then let go of his heart, and Raditz and Darren's had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Bardock saw that GNEI was fine, so he let the two walk in with Sun Wukong. Is there only 2 points of combat effectiveness? After detecting Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness data through the Eye of Data, Bardock had to see the mandatory nature of the plot, and his transformation into a Super Saiyan could not change the basic combat effectiveness of this kid. You can also have 20 combat power. Bardock, let me see Goku. I'm all right now. Do whatever you want. Himuka smiled and took the Monkey King who was held by Raditz around his waist with one hand. Dales, what do you think about Alto's transformation into a Super Saiyan? Bardock did not rush away, looked at Darren's and asked. Anger is the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Each Saiyan should have a different chance of anger. As for the reason for Uncle Alto's anger, Father, you should know. However, I feel that Uncle Alto is going to die, and in my perception, Uncle Alto's Super Saiyan transformation is far less powerful than your father's transformation. Dals analyzed thoughtfully. You are right. Here I will also reveal to you that the transformation of the Super Saiyan is indeed very powerful, and can increase its combat effectiveness by 50 times. Listening to such a terrifying increase multiplier, the little faces of the two were full of shock. That is to say, the stronger the combat effectiveness of the Saiyan under normal conditions, the stronger the combat effectiveness after transformation. Like this guy Alto, the combat effectiveness of 3.5 million after the transformation is 175 million, barely able to defeat Frieza in a complete state. Speaking of this, I will talk about the fusion technique. The strength after using the fusion technique is about 10 times that of the two people's combat power combined. And the previous incomplete Super Saiyan transformation after the outbreak of Fusion Warriors, I call it Mimic Super Saiyan, the combat effectiveness is increased by 20 times. So you too have to work hard to cultivate. Especially you, Raditz, have to transform into a Super Saiyan before the age of 18. With that, Bardock set a small goal for Raditz. Father, can I also transform into a Super Saiyan? Raditz asked with a look of surprise. Theoretically, every Saiyan has the possibility to transform into a Super Saiyan. It's just that he doesn't work hard, and the transformation of the Super Saiyan is not the end, and the Super Saiyan is not the strongest is only his own persistent cultivation. Keep improving yourself. To tell you the truth, Frieza also has an older brother and a father, the strength of the father King Kurdish is unknown, presumably no worse than Frisia. As for his brother Gula, the combat power is as high as 470 million. This is why I led some of my clansmen away from planet Vegeta, and I was no match for Gula even if I tried my best. Hearing Bardak's revelation, the shocked two little ears buzzed. Okay, you two digest this news well, Raditz, give a good look at Darren's cultivation, his strength is too weak. And this time, I can clean up Alto, this guy who doesn't know the height of the sky. He smiled, clenched his fists and walked out of the hospital with a bad smile, giving way to everyone he saw along the way. Chapter 34. Alto, Alto, get out of here for me, I know you're inside, you think your rough way of controlling chi can fool my eyes? Isn't it cool to shout when you just transformed? Do you have the ability to do it, but do not have the courage to bear the consequences? Bardock shouted to Alto's penance. Don't come out? Then I'll do it myself. Saying that, Bardock condensed a huge ball of energy in his hand, and the move was a bit similar to the supernova used by Frisia. Don't do it, Lord Bardock. Alto prodded, hurriedly flew out of the shadows, and hurriedly waved his hand towards Bardock, who was about to throw the energy ball at him. Isn't this just coming out? What to hide, Lao Tzu will not eat you. Bardock dispersed the huge ball of energy and flew down slowly. I won't beat you this time, the main thing is to ask you for a favor. Thinking that he couldn't keep his sanity when the great ape transformed because of his bloodline, he asked Alto to help. Although I don't know if I will transform into a golden giant ape in the case of losing consciousness, but after thinking about it, his basic combat power is only 10 million points and his transformation into a giant ape is only 100 million points of combat power. If the skill of transforming into a golden giant ape is triggered, the increase is 50 times, then, the combat power can reach 5 billion, as Alto who can transform into a Super Saiyan, it should be able to barely stop it. Lord Bardock. You say? Seeing that Bardock was not here to look for trouble, Alto immediately greeted him with a smile. I need to control my mind when I transform into a great ape, so I must have your help. However, it cannot be done on the Star of Gaston, it needs to be done on the nearest uninhabited planet of the Star of Gaston. The potential danger of transforming into a giant ape is too great. I fear that it will destroy the homeland we have built so hard. Bardock explained to Alto. Gladly, Lord Bardock. Alto responded with a smile, as long as he didn't come to clean up his own, he could say anything. Alto, you can't do this, don't think that transforming into a Super Saiyan is invincible in the world, you must know that there is no end to becoming stronger. Always pay attention to the improvement of your basic combat strength, don't be too obsessed with the power after transformation, that power is only temporary. Although Bardock couldn't see people's hearts clearly, he also saw that Alto was now complacent, so he reminded him. You, the teaching. Alto immediately admitted his mistake, like a slave in the harem. Well, you prepare first, the time we have to go out is estimated to be not short, and we must prepare a lot of food on the spaceship. Gather at the spaceship base half an hour later, the same spaceship I used before. Bardock informed and flew away on his own. Seeing Bardock leave, Alto couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After systematic cultivation, he could clearly feel the gap between his chi and Bardock's. In terms of pure basic combat strength, Alto felt that Bardock could crush himself. Thinking of Bardock's explanation just now, Alto looked back at the place where he was pending, turned, and flew into the sky, towards the spaceship base. Half an hour later, Bardock boarded the spaceship and saw that Alto was already waiting for him here, and after personally checking the various spaceship supplies, according to the interstellar map, he quickly found a planet 50 light-years away from Gaston. According to the spacecraft data, this planet was born without life. Bardock chose the training base here. Before Bardock left, he handed everything over to Raditz, the strongest warrior of the Saiyan single body, and the current rated combat power reached 500,000 combat power, which was enough to suppress some SAIYANs who had some swelled hearts after their strength increased, and Bardock's purpose in doing this was also to cultivate Radit's commanding ability. In the future, Bardock will not spend too much time on SAIYAN management, and it is likely that he will hide behind the scenes and carry out penance, and SAIYAN affairs must be represented by a person. Not only that, Bardock decided that in addition to the leader being the only Super SAIYAN on the surface of the SAIYAN race, the Super SAIYANs born among the SAIYANs in the future must hide behind the scenes, as a reserve force for Gaston Star, constantly improving their strength to deal with sudden crises, while those ordinary SAIYANs are active in the universe as SAIYANs on the surface. As the spaceship flew up, Haimuki and the others waved goodbye to Bardock's spaceship. After just one day of flight, Bardock and the two finally landed safely on an unnamed planet, surrounded by grey, lifeless. Oxygen content is less than 1/10 of Gaston's, and gravity is only 1/5 of Gaston's, but it is a bit similar to the scene in Bardock's memory of the spiritual time house. However, for SAIYANs, the more cruel the environment, the more they can stimulate their potential and improve their strength. In order to prevent the spacecraft from being destroyed, Bardock and Alto flew thousands of kilometers before stopping. "Lord Bardock, do you want to start?" Alto asked. "Well, let's go." Bardock nodded. 30 seconds later, the two stared wide-eyed. "Here we go. What about artificial moons?" Bardock asked angrily. "Ah, forgot, Lord Bardock, you are a low-level warrior, you can't make an artificial moon." Alto smiled awkwardly and hurriedly condensed a special energy body in his hand. "Don't force me to pump you when it matters. Subordinate warriors, endless, hey." Under Bardock's murderous gaze, Alto threw the artificial moon in his hand towards the sky, and the moonlight filled the barren planet. With his eyes firmly fixed on the moon, Bardock felt his blood boiling, his heart couldn't stop beating, and then an inexplicable force filled his brain, and then he lost consciousness. In Alto's eyes, Bardock's figure quickly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a violent gorilla, and his 100 million combat power made the entire planet tremble. "Lord Bardock, Lord Bardock!" Alto kept calling Bardock's name, but to no avail. As a superior warrior, Alto can easily control the transformation of the giant ape. It can be said that under the moonlight, he can choose to transform or choose to not change his body, and the current state is not changing. Roar! Bardock, who was completely controlled by the wildness of the great ape, saw Alto, the only living form, and immediately spewed out a Qigong wave from his mouth towards Alto. Ha! After a burst of drink, Alto immediately transformed into a Super SAIYAN, caught the mouth cannon attack of the giant ape Bardock with both hands, changed its trajectory and pushed towards outer space. As if he had found a toy, Bardock of the great ape grabbed Alto with a jumping hand. Alto hurriedly dodged, but the giant ape's flexibility exceeded his imagination, and he was almost caught several times. In this game of cat and mouse, Alto can only dodge while calling Bardock's name. Roar! The giant ape Bardock couldn't catch it several times, and his fists beat his chest angrily, making a dull sound, and then slammed his fists towards Alto again. Alto called Bardock's name, and then slammed his fists, one big and one small. Two fists collided, setting off an amazing storm. Alto's combat power prevailed, knocking the giant ape Bardock. However, the giant ape Bardock still did not have any condition to recover his senses, but became more violent, and the terrifying aura wave was like a storm, bringing up a 10-level sandstorm, jumping towards Alto. Alto was not used to it, sat down in the posture of kicking his butt, kicked on the butt of the giant ape Bardock, and then a huge figure flew out hundreds of meters upside down, bringing a small area of large earthquakes. I have to say that Alto felt that Bardock felt a little cool in his heart after beating up and transforming into a giant ape like this. Roar, roar! Bardock, the giant ape who suffered a loss, was even more angry, and after getting up, he was attacked with a mouth cannon. Alto gathered his hands together, and a huge pillar of light shot towards the light wave emitted by the giant ape, and the two energies collided with each other, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared in place. Then, before the smoke and dust cleared, a huge figure descended from the sky, clenching its fists and smashing towards Alto. Alto also swung both fists to meet at the same time, using 10 to 10 strength. Chapter 35. Boom! The dull sound sounded again. Alto did not move in place, and the giant ape Bardock flew out upside down and rolled a few times. Alto feels that it is not a matter of hiding passive defense all the time, and he can take advantage of the great ape Bardock's irrationality and secretly collect some interest. The heart thinks so, and the body does it involuntarily. While the giant ape Bardock was not yet on his feet, Alto kicked the giant ape Bardock's abdomen with a flying kick, causing the other party to wail, and the earth under him fell a little. Super Bomb. For attack methods, please refer to the Prince's Tactics. Boom Boom. Alto's typical personal vendetta in the communique, although the power of the gas bomb is not fatal, but the victory is in the number. Each of them hits the body of the giant ape Bardock. The painful giant ape emits a painful wail. The louder the wail, the more comfortable Alto feels, and his own chi feels a little more. Boom! The giant ape couldn't bear the pain, and with the help of instinct, he launched a Qigong wave towards Alto, and Alto's eyes were blocked by smoke and dust. He didn't pay attention, and he hurriedly dodged. The Qigong wave rubbed his scalp and flew by, and his forehead couldn't help but sweat. When Alto was stunned, the giant ape Bardock also began to fight back, and smashed his fist on Alto, knocking Alto's whole person out. Alto was caught off guard by a punch, and when he reacted, he stabilized his figure and flew in midair. Then rushed towards the giant ape Bardock at a very fast speed, and with the excited dancing of the giant ape, a punch smashed into the face of the giant ape, and the giant ape fell to the ground in pain. Super Doom Bomb. Alto constantly compressed its energy output, and after reaching the extreme, he shot towards the great ape Bardock. Boom! The powerful energy bombarded the giant ape, and the giant ape's wailing was much more violent than before. When the giant ape reappeared, the brown hair on his body fell off in large areas, and his chest was even more red, and blood slowly flowed out of his chest. Roar, roar, roar! The unforgettable pain of the giant ape Bardock at this moment made him extremely angry, and the momentum around his body changed instantly, and Alto's face also changed, because the chi of the giant ape was rapidly expanding, and soon exceeded the chi of his transformation into a Super Saiyan, and then the hair of the giant ape turned golden yellow. The terrifying momentum flew Alto out, and from a long distance, Alto looked at the golden-haired big ape, and his heart was shocked. This power is simply dozens of times more than my current Super Saiyan state. 2. So scary. Alto also regrets in his heart at the moment. He already knew that he could still perform with the Super Saiyan transformation after transforming into a giant ape, and he said that he didn't play like this. At this moment, the giant ape Bardock, Alto did not dare to approach at all, only dared to look at it from afar. Just this bit of strength now is not more than Bardock's teeth. A punch. Alto feels that he can return to the prefecture. At this moment, the golden big ape frantically vented the energy of his body, constantly spitting out terrifying energy waves, and a large mushroom cloud appeared every time he attacked. It can't go on like this. If it goes on like this, the whole planet will be destroyed. Looking at the devastated planet attacked by Bardock, Alto condensed energy in his hand, and a wave of energy hit it, completely eliminating the artificial moon. Bardock, who lost the artificial moon, was first stunned, and then slowly returned to his human form, panting and lying on the ground. The sequelae after transforming into a giant ape suddenly appeared, and a sense of exhaustion and physical emptiness constantly filled the brain. Lost, failed. Bardock looked at the environment around him that he had destroyed, and knew that his training to regain his sanity had failed. Lord Bardock, are you all right? Alto flew over and hurriedly asked. It's okay, it's just that the body is a little lacking, the specific situation will wait until after the spaceship. After transforming into a giant ape, Bardock felt as if his consciousness had slept, but at the moment when the artificial moon disappeared, his consciousness returned to his body, and he didn't know the specific situation. Good. Alto answered, helped Bardock and flew in the direction of the spaceship, and after returning to the spacecraft, Bardock entered the medical capsule, and after a short treatment of half an hour, Bardock's injuries successfully recovered. Alto, how can it be? It stands to reason that you will easily suppress me as a giant ape after you transform into a Super Saiyan, but why did I see you running so far the moment I was awake? Bardock nibbled on a beast leg and asked vaguely in his mouth. Lord Bardock, you were still within the range of normal great apes at the beginning, but in the middle of the way, you transformed into a golden giant ape, and your combat effectiveness increased by 50 times, if I don't hide far, I will be killed by you. Alto rolled his eyes and explained helplessly. Golden great ape. Bardock swallowed the food in his mouth, and was a little surprised in his heart, but he didn't expect that he had transformed into a golden giant ape. It seems that the golden giant ape after transforming into a giant ape does not need a strong combat power foundation to carry out, as long as it can transform into a Super Saiyan. However, Bardock is not sure whether he can transform into Super Saiyan 4 by transforming into a giant ape on the basis of Super 1 and then into a golden giant ape through energy compression. In Bardock's understanding, the so-called 2 and 3 transformations after the Super Saiyan are all new forms of development of the Super Saiyan energy explosion, and there is no need to transform in order, since the Super Saiyan can transform into a golden giant ape in the first stage. Then it is possible to directly skip the Super Saiyan 2 and 3 transformations and directly transform into Super Saiyan 4. And now if you want to immediately experiment with the conjecture in your mind, Bardock can't do it in a short time, and can only be carried out by Alto, who can maintain both the transformation of the Super Saiyan and the sanity of the giant ape. Yes, Lord Bardock, after transforming into a golden giant ape, Lord Bardock feels that his combat power has increased to an unparalleled level, and I can't face this terrifying power directly when I transform into a Super Saiyan. Alto said, his eyes full of horror. Well, that unexpected transformation should be able to increase the strength by 500 times, Alto, do you want to give it a try? Maybe you can develop a new transformation through the combination of the two powers of the Great Ape and the Super Saiyan. Bardock said to Alto in a child-abducting tone. Good. Alto didn't even think about agreeing directly, which made Bardock a little speechless. I already knew that I agreed so happily, so I didn't need to kidnap the child and tell this product. After the matter was settled, Bardock began to eat like crazy, drying up a ton of food before feeling full, while Alto watched pitifully, casually dealing with the tasteless nutrient solution. Before getting on the spaceship, Bardock asked him to prepare the items for departure. This cargo was not prepared, only to eat easy-to-stomach but tasteless nutrient solution, while Bardock had the help of his son and wife to prepare a large amount of meat for him, and the spacecraft's food warehouse was almost not loaded. After Alto's painful eating time, follow Bardock to a new place. Bardock blindfolds his eyes and does not let moonlight into his eyes. The eyes are the receiver of Bruzz's light, then the tail is Bruzz's braking device. Blindfold the eyes so that Bruzz's light does not ingest, then Bardock will not transform into a giant ape. After preparing foolproofly, Alto, with Bardock's consent, made a man in the moon again, and as the moonlight entered his eyes, Alto's tail wagged, and then his figure grew rapidly, transforming into a brown-haired gorilla, and after a brief loss of control, his sanity returned. Turned into a giant ape. Bardock felt Alto's more than 30 million points of chi, and said to himself, Alto, perform a Super Saiyan transformation on the basis of the giant ape. Understood, Lord Bardock. After Alto responded, he roared loudly, and his own chi also climbed rapidly, and the golden aura instantly wrapped his whole body, and in the next second, he transformed into a golden giant ape. Lord Bardock, I have transformed into a golden giant ape, but I haven't triggered any special transformation methods. Alto looked at his new form of self, and the urn responded angrily. Try to compress your own power, as if you are restraining your own chi, smelting it into your bones, and communicating the power of the giant ape and the power of the Super Saiyan in the same way I taught you the cultivation method. Bardock informed Alto of his guess and asked him to experiment. Sure enough, under Bardock's suggestion, Alto's figure quickly became smaller, and after a flash of golden light, a super soldier with red hair and black hair and red eye shadow appeared in place. Lord Bardock, I succeeded. Alto felt the power in his body, his face was unbelievable, he didn't expect that the Saiyan would have this transformation. It worked. Bardock lifted the blindfold and scattered the artificial moon with one blow before transforming, and he couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the same transformation as Super Saiyan 4 in GT World. 1.75 billion is Alto's current combat strength, and it can also be said that the weakest Super Saiyan 4 has transformed. Just when Alto wanted to challenge Bardock's authority in this state, Super Saiyan 4's transformation disappeared, and Alto looked at his hands at a loss. It seems that your cultivation is not enough, Alto. The transformation of Super Saiyan 4 requires great strength to support, and your transformation has only lasted for tens of seconds. Haha. After verifying his conjecture, Bardock was in a particularly good mood, but he was worried that he could not maintain his sanity in the state of a great ape. Therefore, regardless of Alto's consumption of chi after transforming into Super 4, continue to let it create an artificial moon, in order not to hurt Alto, bluntly let it hide far away. Alto had to do so, making an artificial moon under Bardock's gaze, and then quickly left. The moment Bardock saw the moon, his heart pounded, and his mind kept telling himself to stay sane, to constantly hypnotize himself. Chapter 36. Perhaps because of the constant hypnotization of himself, Bardock felt that his perspective was gradually expanding, until the moment he completely became a great ape, an indescribable force filled his brain, let's call it the so-called wildness after transforming into a giant ape. Bardock, who was soon swallowed by this wild nature, instantly lost his mind, roared madly, his fists constantly slapped his chest, as loud as a drum, and invisible waves of chi surged in all directions. After the injuries he suffered after transforming into a giant ape before, after treatment, Bardock's strength has also increased slightly, about 100,000 combat power points, and now his strength has become stronger after transforming into a giant ape. Bardock, who was swallowed by the wild, began to wreak havoc, constantly jumping up and down, and a casual blow was a mushroom cloud, but fortunately he did not transform into a golden giant ape, which shows that Bardock, who was swallowed by the wild, will not take the initiative to transform into a golden giant ape as long as he is not provoked, or in other words, the giant ape did not turn the transformation into instinct, otherwise, the planet was directly destroyed by Bardock, then Alto could only destroy the artificial moon and fled with Bardock. Helplessly, in order to prevent the planet from being destroyed, Alto can only transform into a Super Saiyan and a giant ape Bardock again, and he does not dare to beat him as fat as before. What if the giant ape is angered and turns into a golden giant ape to smack himself? So this time, in order to help Bardock find reason, Alto was extra cautious, calling Bardock's name while dodging attacks, and could only passively defend and try to stabilize the mood of the great ape. In this way, like coaxing a child, until the time utility of the artificial moon passed, Alto did not awaken Bardock's reason, and made his mouth dry. Bardock also looked tired and unlovable. It is more difficult to maintain sanity in the state of the great ape than he thinks. No wonder so far few lower-level warriors have maintained a record of sanity in the state of the great ape, and they dare not do so at all. To regain their sanity in the state of the great ape, then planet Vegeta is estimated to have to be renovated every once in a while. Bardock could only return to the spaceship depressed and use sleep to restore his mental state. In the next half a month, Bardock will still be swallowed by the wildness at the moment of his complete transformation into a giant ape, and Alto is also familiar with transforming into a Super Saiyan and fighting against Bardock. Bardock has not made much progress in finding rationality, but the battle between the two has made a lot of progress. Alto's Super Saiyan transformation has also become more proficient, and its basic combat power has increased to 4 million, and its combat effectiveness has increased to 200 million points after transforming into a Super Saiyan. And Bardock, because Alto from time to time engaged in some small actions, so that the injuries in the state of the giant ape will be fed back to the flesh. After several treatments, the basic combat effectiveness increased to 11 million, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat effectiveness has been increased by 50 times, and it can reach 550 million combat power. Failed again. After Bardock changed back to his human form, he covered his head and couldn't help but feel annoyed, and Alto also had a lot of injuries on his body. Lord Bardock, I don't think it's the right way for you to regain your senses. Alto spoke comfortingly. Isn't that right? Bardock is asking Alto, but also asking himself. In his thoughts, the instinct of everything can improve control by constantly adapting, just like the Super Saiyan transformation. The more times it changes, it is very easy. At first there will be an abnormal excitement domination, over time will become arbitrary, that abnormal excitement will also be suppressed. While some things can become proficient through constant trying, there are some things that are not desirable, and I think you can change the way, such as changing people. Hearing this, Bardock felt that it also made sense in his heart, but after hearing the second half of the words, he directly threw Alto a roll of his eyes. Are you kidding, Alto, for a different person? Now the strongest among the Saiyans is you. If you change someone, you must not be killed by irrational me. There was an urge to pry open this big man's brain and see what was inside. Bardock-sama, I mean you can change to someone who can awaken your reason, such as Haimchi-sama, but not Raditz. Alto hurriedly explained under Bardock's dangerous gaze. This. Bardock hesitated. He didn't want to put Jaime or Raditz in danger, but Alto's words reminded him of a long-forgotten memory. In Dragon Ball GT, Sun Wukong's way to find his sanity, but the danger factor is also quite high. Sun Wukong's granddaughter Xiao Fang was almost killed by him in the state of the golden giant ape. Lord Bardock, I know what you're worried about, but maybe it's okay if I'm not there. I can take the communication extension device of the spaceship and let Haimu-sama use it to talk to you who transformed into a giant ape, and I think it should have a miraculous effect. Alto's idea is simple. Because Bardock is with GNEI, his attitude is different from treating others. Even if he treats his son, he is not angry and self-respecting and has a little black belly, but in the face of GNEI, but the love is not okay, almost treat GNEI as a princess. The source of Alto's idea came from here, which is also the method that Alto thought of for 7 or 8 days. Not bad, Alto, brain open. Bardock heard Alto's suggestion and thought he could give it a try and immediately began to prepare. After returning to the spacecraft, use the communication equipment, contact GNEI, who is far away in the star of Gaston, explain the situation, and then find the communication external device and amplification device of the spacecraft to ensure that the communication is normal, the voice of key personnel is in place, and everything is ready. With a glimmer of hope, Bardock gazed at the artificial moon. The familiar feeling struck again, the body rapidly swelled and enlarged, and the last sanity was swallowed up by darkness in the last glimmer of light. Haimchi-sama, Lord Bardock has transformed into a giant ape, and the next thing depends on you. Seeing that the preparations were complete, Alto immediately contacted Haimuki and began to shake people. Leave it to me, I believe Bardock will definitely control the power of the great ape. GNEI held the Monkey King and responded firmly on the other end of the communicator. Okay, Haim-sama, I'll turn on the amplification of the outside sound. Saying that, Alto released the amplification outside to the maximum power. Haimchi-sama, let's start, Lord Bardock needs you. Bardock, Bardock, I'm Hymena. Bardock, who was still mad, heard this very familiar voice, stopped roaring, calmed down, looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a man carrying a megaphone, but the voice was a woman's voice, and suddenly became irritable. Immediately, a mouth cannon attack came towards Alto. What's going on? How did Lord Bardock become more and more cranky? Alto was shocked in his heart and carried the megaphone device to hide. Bardock, don't be swallowed by external forces, always be firm in your heart, this is what you told me, always firm in your heart. I and Raditz, Darls, and Gaku are cheering for you, we believe that you will be able to harness the power of the great ape and find your sanity, Bardock. Gnei shouted in a whimper. Bardock, wake up, wake up. Dad, wake up quickly, don't let the power control you, you have to try to control the power of the giant ape. Father, you are the strongest, both in heart and strength. Monkey King, you can't speak yet, don't make a scene. Chapter 37. Dad, Father, Bardock, wow, wow. Raditz, Dales, Gnei and the number of Monkey King kept calling Bardock, but the attack of the giant ape did not stop, the energy cannon continued to spray from the mouth. Alto had to protect the amplification equipment, and on the other hand, he had to beware of the attack of the giant ape Bardock, and it was really miserable. As time passed, Bardock in the space of the giant ape's consciousness heard the voices of G and his sons, and Bardock opened his eyes from the darkness, wearing the SAIYAN combat suit and being in the light. After getting up, I listened to the sounds around me, but I couldn't find my goal, and I seemed to have forgotten something in my mind. Where is this? Looking at the world as bright as day, Bardock was a little overwhelmed. Of course this is our world. A voice came, and in an instant, half of the originally beautiful daylight world was swallowed by darkness, and a man exactly like Bardock came out of the darkness, but he looked a little immature than Bardock, like Bardock when he was 17 or 18 years old. How do you look exactly like me? Bardock's eyes widened, ready for battle. This sentence should be asked to yourself, you thief. The young Bardock looked at the guarded young Bardock with an evil smile. You stole my body and let me live in this dark world for more than 10 years, don't you know who I am? The young Bardock didn't say a word, and the young Bardock subconsciously took a step back, his eyes were full of disbelief, and pointed at the young Bardock with an evil smile and stammered and asked. Aren't you dead? How can consciousness still exist in this body? Death, how can I die? I just temporarily fell into a deep sleep in consciousness, but after being invaded by you, an outsider, my consciousness was somehow suppressed, and I couldn't meet you until these 2 days. Your memory is very interesting. I didn't expect the SAIYAN ending to be so tragic, and I didn't expect my son Kakarot, who has only 2 points of combat effectiveness in the future, to transform into a Super SAIYAN. And I am the beginning of the Super SAIYAN legend. Although as a SAIYAN, I must thank you, from your point of view, I see the changed fate of the SAIYAN, but as a warrior, I will not give up the power to reclaim my body. Between us, only one can survive. The young Bardock looked at the young Bardock with fierce eyes. Although you are right, I am a shameless thief who stole your body, but in order to survive, I have no choice, come and fight. The young Bardock stabilized his mind and accepted the existence of the soul of the original owner. Ha! After the roar, the young Bardock transformed into a Super SAIYAN, and the golden aura seemed to illuminate the entire consciousness space. Although I can't cultivate as a soul, the power of darkness has given me a new understanding. Let you see my transformation, outsider. The same transformation method, the same roar, but the soaring black aura on the young Bardock's body instantly dispersed the young Bardock's arrogance. One gold and one black are clearly distinguished, each occupying half of the realm of consciousness. You're also a Super SAIYAN transformation. Young Bardock watched the transformation of young Bardock in disbelief. Of course, according to your memory, it's just that the color of chi is different, I represent the ultimate evil, the darkness. And you represent the ultimate light, justice. But where in the world is darkness and evil to speak of, the power is righteous, and the evil is evil. That's what the story you remember told me. I also thank you for having this power, and as a thank you, I will destroy everything you hold dear after I take back my body. Ha ha ha. Let's take it. Outsiders. After speaking, black air bombs came in the direction of young Bardock. How can it be possible to make you wish, even if you are the real Bardock, slaughter you? Hearing that the original soul was going to attack them, the young Bardock raised his chi to the extreme in anger, flashed his hands quickly, destroyed the black gas bombs from the other party one by one, and then shot a turtle Qigong wave. Don't forget, you will, I will too, I see everything you do. The young Bardock sneered, put his hands together, and made exactly the same action as the young Bardock, but the color of the chi was not right. One white and one black, two kinds of energy collided with each other, and continued to expand. Neither side let anyone, the competition is whose strength can overcome the other. I will never lose, I will definitely not lose. The young Bardock roared, and the golden aura actually increased by a lot. This, impossible. Such a large span surprised the young Bardock, who immediately abandoned the opposite wave and quickly dodged away. The white Qigong wave directly broke through the darkness and shaved a middle point for the dark area, and what was more amazing was that the area attacked by the young Bardock was as bright as day, and the darkness could no longer be eroded, and the dark area was directly divided into two halves. Damn, how could this be? I am the original owner of this body. The young Bardock couldn't figure out why his territory didn't help him. Accept your fate, Bardock, this time you should truly return to the hell. Reincarnation. Young Bardock thought how powerful the original body would be, but it turned out to be a paper tiger. Only scions who died in battle, there were no scions who surrendered. Outsiders, don't underestimate me, Bardock. Yahaha. The young Bardock roared unwillingly, raised his strength to the extreme, and punched the young Bardock. Young Bardock took advantage of his height, came up and caught the fist of the young Bardock with his knee, and then rolled over and kicked, kicking the temple of the young Bardock on his tiptoes. The young Bardock hurriedly raised his arm to block, and the lack of strength was directly kicked out, and the young Bardock was unforgiving, and casually condensed the Qi Yuan and flew towards the young Bardock. The young Bardock knew the horror of this move, and hurriedly flew to dodge, but where is the trick of the young Bardock? The original piece of Qi Yuan /1 change into 3, under the control of the young Bardock slashed towards the young Bardock flying in midair. The young Bardock's face changed drastically, and while dodging, he used Qigong waves to hit the position of the young Bardock, and successfully solved the crisis by encircling Wei and saving Zhao. The young Bardock appeared in front of the young Bardock in an instant, smashed a heavy punch on the opponent's stomach, and then shouted, relying on his own chi to eject the young Bardock out. The young Bardock lay on the ground in embarrassment, looking at the man in front of him who snatched his body with a look of resentment. But suddenly thought of something, and then flew up with an evil smile. Chapter 38. Although you are very powerful, there is one thing you will never be, and this transformation is still your inspiration to me. Let me use what I learned from you to end your vile soul. Ha ha ha. Saying that, the young Bardock began to make something in a familiar way in his hands. What? Aren't you a junior fighter? How could it be an artificial moon? The young Bardock questioned incredulously. Of course I learned it after that guy named Alto made it many times. Otherwise, how could I, a lower-level warrior, learn the skills of a superior warrior? Thanks to you. The boy Bardock laughed maniacally, and he liked the desperate look of outsiders in his eyes. Do you know a word? The shocked young Bardock suddenly became extremely calm. Death is still playing tricks. The young Bardock held the ball of light in his hand and looked at the young Bardock with disdain. It's called the villain who dies of talking too much. Although you are not a villain. After that, the young Bardock disappeared in front of the young Bardock, and then the hand of the young Bardock to create the artificial moon was kicked away by the young Bardock, who flashed quickly. The young Bardock's arm hurts, but he feels ridiculous in his heart for the stupidity of the young Bardock, because his purpose has been achieved, the moon has risen. As long as he transforms into a giant ape, coupled with his dark Super Saiyan transformation, he can definitely beat the outsider in front of him. Smiling proudly, his eyes looked towards the artificial moon above, and he felt his soul trembling and expanding. You don't think my purpose is to stop you from making artificial moons? Still too naive. Although you read my memory and know everything about me, you still lack real experience. Young Bardock looked proud, gathered his chi into a blade, and appeared behind the young Bardock at an unknown time, and his hand rose and fell, cutting off the tail of the young Bardock. No, you vile ant, thief, outsider! The young Bardock watched his body shrink and roared unwillingly. Hey, SAIYAN, I think you made a mistake. You can become a giant ape, and I can too, because my current identity is a Saiyan. Although I can't make an artificial moon, Bruzz's light can be illuminated by both the maker and the non-maker. At most, I lost my mind, sprinkled something, no, never again. Taking advantage of his illness and his life, the young Bardock took advantage of the other party's confusion and once again exploded and bounced the other party into the air. Turtle. Send. Gas. Gong. Bardock's Qigong waves quickly condensed and hit the young Bardock's body. I will definitely not lose. The young Bardock still wanted to resist, and used all his strength to hold down the Qigong wave released by the young Bardock, and he actually resisted it abruptly. Obediently scatter, I will live in this universe in your name, spreading the glory and prestige of Science throughout the universe, and even every parallel time and space. The young Bardock broke out again, and the young Bardock resisted desperately, but he still couldn't stop his backward figure. No, 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 I finally found this opportunity. How can I lose? How can I lose? This is impossible. Impossible. The voice of the young Bardock echoed throughout the space of consciousness. After the young Bardock destroyed the soul of the young Bardock, black bits of starlight were scattered throughout the bright consciousness space, as if in the next black snow. Bardock, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. After destroying the original soul, the voice of his wife and children in Bardock's ears became clearer, and suddenly the soul returned to the body as if it had been pulled out of the consciousness space. Bardock, who returned to his body, found himself in the state of a golden ape, pinching the dying Alto with both hands, slowly placing it on the ground, feeling the energy of his body and constantly compressing it. Then, Bardock's figure quickly shrunk and transformed into a strong body with a red mane, long black hair, and red eyelids, which is no different from the Super Saiyan transformed by the GT World Monkey King. The only difference is that there is an additional cross scar on the face. Bardock, Lord Bardock, you succeeded. Alto's scarred body, with a faint voice, pulled a smile on his face with difficulty, as if he would lose his breath in the next second. It's a success, thanks to it, I'll take you to heal. Bardock picked up the seriously injured Alto, came to the place where the spacecraft was moored in less than 5 seconds, walked into the spacecraft, opened the medical cabin, and carefully put Alto in order not to let Alto be unable to carry the treatment on the way. By the way, open the emergency treatment device, and open the treatment device at the same time. The treatment solution slowly filled the entire medical cabin. Because of the emergency rescue device, the rapidly declining health index was also maintained, and Alto was able to recover alive. After doing all this, Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 could no longer be maintained and changed back to normal, which was only a few tenths of seconds longer than Alto's Super Saiyan 4 transformation. It seems that this level of strength is not enough, and more powerful chi is needed to maintain the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Looking at his palm that had changed back to normal, Bardock couldn't help but sigh. Now his normal state is 11,000,000, and he has only 55 combat strength when he transforms into Super Saiyan 4, and he may not even be able to beat the small boss Shailu in the later stage, which can be described as the second lowest Super Saiyan 4 in terms of strength. As for who is the penultimate one, this still needs to be asked. It's the one lying in the medical cabin. Just now, the communication device that Alto was carrying was destroyed by himself, and Bardock immediately dialed the video communication equipment on the spaceship in order not to worry Heimchi. Soon, GNEI also had Dallas, Raditz, and the Crying Monkey King appeared on the video communication interface. Bardock, Alto is okay. Because when Haimuki was calling Bardock to his senses, he finally faintly heard Alto's screams. There is no danger to life, I regained my sanity at the last minute, but Alto's injury is a bit serious. It is estimated that it will take a day or two to recover, and the things I have to do here are done, and I will leave for home immediately. You don't have to worry. Bardock smiled and comforted the crowd. Dad, listen to Uncle Alto, you have triggered a new transformation, very powerful. Can you show us? Raditz was curious about this. Alto, this big mouth. Say everything. However, since you want to watch, you have to give me a Super Saiyan transformation before I turn 18. Can it be done? Bardock immediately began to talk about conditions. And you little ones, if so, do you still want to watch it? Yes. Raditz and Dallas replied firmly. Bardock, don't tease them, in fact, I also want to see the new transformation you triggered. Hurry up and transform and let's see. Haimuka supported several sons, and Bardock nodded helplessly in agreement. Ha! After constantly exploding, Bardock successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Good, so handsome. Venus appeared in Gina's eyes. It looks so powerful. Raditz watched Bardock's transformation excitedly. That's right. Dals echoed. As soon as the praise was over, Bardock withdrew from the Super Saiyan 4 state, and the whole person almost couldn't stand steadily. Bardock. Are you okay? Haimuki asked worriedly. It's okay, it's just that although this transformation and promotion is strong, the consumption of strength is also very huge, and you must have a strong basic combat power, you just need to rest for a while. Bardock explained weakly, and after speaking, he pointed the spearhead at the two little ghost heads and said. You two guys have to practice well, what you just said is not a joke, wait for the spur of my father's love. Ah! Raditz's face changed immediately at the thought of the so-called spur of fatherly love. Then Gensei said, Father, Dales and I went to cultivate, you and Mother continue to talk. After that, he bowed respectfully to Bardock and Jaime, and pulled the confused Dales to disappear from Bardock's sight. Bardock, you're too bad. Look at what scares Raditz. Haimuka grinned. Without curing Raditz's tired personality, his strength was quickly surpassed by Dales and even Goku. Just give this kid a good boost. Bardock explained angrily, and then changed the conversation. By the way, Jaime, Goku's condition is not very suitable for staying in Gaston. I know a low-level planet, where the cultivation concept is relatively advanced, and the people on that planet look similar to Saiyans. I think it is more suitable for Goku to live for the time being. After I go back, take you to that low-level planet with me to have a look. Bardock is still ready to send his young son to Earth. As for who to send to raise him, Bardock has already made a decision, and by the way, he can also follow a little of the Earth's good things, such as healing holy medicine fairy beans, and the sealing stunt that ignores the gap in combat effectiveness, magic sealing wave. There is also universal capsule technology, etc., which are now needed by Saiyans. Listen to you, Bardock. Haimuki approves of her husband's decision. As for the son, does it matter if the son can have a husband? Chapter 39. After discussing the matter on Bardock's side, he hung up the video communication, and then through the spacecraft self-inspection system, checked whether the spacecraft was damaged, and after a short 5-minute operation, it was confirmed that Bardock started the spacecraft, left the nameless Death Star, and returned to Gaston to fly rapidly. After returning to Gaston Star in the same time, Bardock saw Sun Wukong and Gnei, who were waiting to be fed, and after Bardock and his wife were Yu and Minong, they began to wonder about what happened after they temporarily left Gaston Star. Because of the wanton plunder, the SAIYAN material life of more than 5,000 people was quickly enriched, and the infrastructure in the homeland was basically built, but science and technology were still lacking. In the electric age, it was considered to get rid of the primitive life, and it was impossible to let a group of battle maniacs create in a short period of time, so Bardock successively issued orders to let the Tiangang Guard and the Hellshade Guard all return to Gaston. The Dark Guard of the 50 Squad is still secretly looking for the banished sun to add population to the Star of Gaston. Maradona and Jane recommend the Gaston Star Defense Force to enhance its combat effectiveness. Alto assisted Raditz to restore order to the Scions and no longer categorize the Scions according to the way of planet Vegeta. According to the classification of combat effectiveness, Scions with less than 10,000 combat effectiveness are called ordinary warriors, 10,000 combat effectiveness to 100,000 combat effectiveness are called elite warriors, 100,000 combat power to 1 million combat effectiveness is called super soldiers, 1 million combat power to 100 million combat effectiveness is called special level warriors, and fighters with more than 100 million combat power are called legendary warriors, of course. These are divided according to basic combat effectiveness. Special warriors and legendary warriors who can transform into Super Scions will make new arrangements after the construction of Gaston Star is completed in the later period. Reclusive penance, on the one hand, because the Scions killed Frisia, on the other hand, the birth of Bardock, a Super Scion, the Scion race will inevitably suffer from the crazy retaliation of the frozen demon race, so Bardock asked the returning Scions to practice as low-key ascetic as possible, and when necessary, Bardock would lead the Scion family back to the universe. After arranging everything in a row, a week has passed, and on the way back, the battered Alto has also recovered, and the combat power has increased to 5 million, and the combat power can reach 250 million after transforming into a Super Scion. There is already an ability to protect the Star of Gaston. Before leaving, Bardock called Alto to a no-man's land on the Star of Gaston. Alto, the next thing I'm going to tell you is the next path for the Super Scion. The most feared thing on the road of cultivation is the lack of opponents. With opponents, it will stimulate themselves to strive forward. Bardock is cultivating opponents for himself, but also for his subordinates Jane and Maradona to cultivate opponents. Let these three guys compete with each other and cultivate hard. Could it be that there are other transformations above the Super Scion? Alto scratched his head and asked. That's right, Bardock nodded. The new form we got in the Nameless Star is Super Scion 4, the increase in combat power is about 500 times, our current state let's call it Super Scion 1, and then there are Super Scion 2 and 3, Super Scion 2 is about 200 times the increase in basic combat power, and Super Scion 3 is about 400 times the increase. Of course, these are just my guesses. These transformations require a particularly large amount of chi, so don't forget to improve the basic combat power, and blindly seek a higher level of transformation. Do you understand? Understood, Lord Bardock. Alto's brain is not stupid, plus he has tried the transformation of Super Scion 4, and he knows very well what a higher stage transformation requires for his chi. However, before transforming into Super Scion 2, we must adapt to the Super Scion state, whether it is eating, sleeping or doing anything, we must maintain the Super Scion state. This state is called Super Scion Full Power. Bardock continues to tell the story of Super Scion Full Power cultivation. What's the benefit of this? And now the consumption of transforming into a Super Scion is already particularly large, and then maintain the Super Scion state all the time. Speaking of this, Alto suddenly remembered what Bardock did to control the state of the Great Ape. Lord Bardock, is it for adaptive training? That's right. Let the body maintain the Super Saiyan state for a long time, let the body gradually adapt to the Super Saiyan transformation, reduce the consumption of energy, and let the body continue to maintain the best combat state. This is the Super Saiyan full power, the combat power increases 100 times. Saying that, Bardock himself transformed into a Super Saiyan. To be honest, Bardock has not tried the full power cultivation of the Super Saiyan, because he only began to ponder this matter after being able to carry out the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Okay, then I'll try it too. When Bardock said the so-called Super Saiyan full power transformation, Alto was a little unimpressed, thinking that as long as the basic combat effectiveness of the Super Saiyan is strong enough, it is enough to encounter the enemy's transformation, and there is no need to maintain the Super Saiyan transformation all the time. And when he heard that the Super Saiyan full power transformation turned out to be 100 times the increase, he immediately said that he wanted to try it, and he could only say that the face was really fast. After arranging everything, Raditz looked at the distant spaceship with some melancholy, and his shoulder was slapped by Alto, and his painful face was a little distorted. "Uncle Alto, you're hitting too hard!" Raditz shouted with severe pain and dissatisfaction. "Hehe, isn't this an active and sad atmosphere?" Alto smiled. "You don't have to be sad, Lord Bardock is obviously training you to become the leader of the next Saiyan, and not taking you is for your own good." That's right. On the way to Earth, Bardock brought Sun Wukong, Dallas, and the most important Hymen, but did not bring Raditz, and left Raditz according to the previous arrangement to deal with the affairs of the Saiyans, and this is the beginning of the scene. "Your way of enlivening the atmosphere is really unique," Raditz whispered. "Since Lord Bardock has ordered me to assist you, Lord Raditz, let's start by becoming a Super Saiyan." No matter how small Raditz's voice was, Alto still heard it clearly, and he put his arm around Raditz's shoulders and flew towards his training area, and Raditz looked loveless. On Frisia's side, because of the disappearance of Bardock, the culprit, he immediately issued a cosmic wanted order against the Saiyan family, and ordered his subordinates to carefully identify the planets they managed, and once they found the existence of Saions, immediately report to Frisia planet. The second order was to conduct a clan contest to select the 2 strongest warriors to fill the vacancy in the Kainuit team. In the third order, the legions of the Frisia Legion began to take over the tasks left by the Saions, conquering the unconquered planets as a legion, adding funds and energy to the Frisia forces. Because of Bardock's influence, the Frisia Legion began to expand disorderly and invade planets of different civilizations on a large scale, but because the Frisia Legion's miscellaneous strength was average, and it did not have the ability to instantly increase its combat effectiveness 10 times after transformation like the Saions, some mid-level planets suffered a lot of losses, and high-level planets had no possibility of taking them. The Frisia Legion, which lacks Saions as lackeys, has suffered a lot of losses in the cosmic invasion, but these miscellaneous soldiers are dead for the cold-blooded frozen demon race, and it is a big deal to collect soldiers on the planets within the management of the Frisiac Legion, and the miscellaneous soldiers must have the consciousness of miscellaneous soldiers. Chapter 40. It takes almost 4 months for Gaston to reach Earth. It can be said that it directly crosses most of the territory ruled by Frisia. In order to not be bored on the journey, Bardock also pointed out that Gnei and Dale's cultivated to pass the time. Dale's basic combat power is currently only 1000 points, and Gnei's battle has reached a full 5000 points. Most of the time is spent in the fetus, and fetus rarely have a regular way of exercising the flesh to cultivate, only occasionally use the simplified version of Bardock to teach her cultivation method for cultivation, and now it is basically a direct recovery period, and you can cultivate immediately. As for the Monkey King, he was directly thrown into the sleeping warehouse by Bardock into a deep sleep. This device was originally installed to prevent loneliness for a long time. As long as the awakening time is set, you will be woken up at that time, and you have been sleeping during this time. In the original play, the reason why Vegeta is extremely talented, but only has a combat power of 10,000 when he appears, is largely due to the lack of cultivation consciousness, and long-term cosmic aggression, sleeping in the spaceship for too long, where is the time to cultivate? Even the planet that is fighting is some small shrimp, which cannot be called an opponent at all, let alone improve combat effectiveness, so the combat power is only 18,000 when it appears. Darrens, you two start adapting from 7 times gravity first. Gaston has 5 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, and the current gravity equipment is made according to planet Vegeta's gravity standards, which is 10 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. Yes, father. Got it, Bardock. After the gravity equipment standard was set to 7 times, the faces of the two were directly pressed by the sudden gravity. What is the concept of 7 times the gravity of planet Vegeta? In the original work, the gravity of the Earth is 1/10 of the gravity of planet Vegeta, then, the 7 times gravity of planet Vegeta is equivalent to 70 times the gravity of the Earth, which will also Bardock consider that the combat effectiveness of the two is very weak, so he chose to start from 7 times. The two walked hard in the gravity room, each step felt that the physical strength was rapidly consumed, and the frequency of gasping was getting higher and higher, and Dales, who had the weakest combat effectiveness in less than a minute, was already sweating and panting. Dallas, go on, don't stop. Bardock's majestic voice reached Dale's ears. Feeling the strength that was about to be exhausted, and the legs trembling madly, Dales followed Bardock's instructions, gritted his teeth and arched forward, using all his strength in this step. When Dales took this step, he felt that the last trace of strength in his body was drained, could no longer move, fell to the ground weakly, and his eyelids became heavier. Get up, aren't you going to be a Super Saiyan? Can't get over this level of difficulty, still want to become a Super Saiyan? Roll up, continue, and go beyond your limits. Only by constantly surpassing your limits can you go further on the road to becoming a Super Saiyan. Hurry up, don't grind. Bardock saw that Darls was about to break through his limits now, kicked Darls and ordered Darls in an unquestioning tone. Yes, father. Darrens responded in a weak tone. Concentrating on not letting exhaustion erode his will, roaring angrily in his mouth, slowly squirming his almost trembling and convulsive body, like a wounded beast, with a hideous face. The unyielding will and the determination to never give up drove Darrens to stand up straight and slowly march forward, and an indescribable power emerged from Darrens's body, exhausted after Darrens took a few steps, and then fell unconscious. Congratulations, you have broken through your limits. This is the voice that Darls heard before he fainted, and hearing Bardock's words, the corners of Darls' mouth turned up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. After sending the fainted Dales to the medical cabin for treatment, all that remains is Bardock staring at Gnei to cultivate. Although it is his wife, Bardock will not be soft. Cultivation and life are two different things. If you don't work hard in cultivation, then it will be Gnei who will suffer in the future. Because Heimchi's combat effectiveness is much higher than that of Dales, he can barely act in the environment of 7 times the planet Vegeta, although it is far less flexible than before, but Bardock still uses his fists to improve Jaime's combat experience. Before Heimchi has always been a Saiyan logistician, and the combat experience is pitiful. If you don't teach now, there will be no time in the future. Heimchi, I'm going on. Bardock controlled his combat power and threw a punch, but Heimuka hurriedly dodged and almost didn't stand firm. There is no point in such dodging. The strongest defense is to attack. Learn to attack, Heimchi. Bardock helplessly admonished, using the speed that Gnei could dodge to attack again, swinging his fist from the right side. Gnei screamed a shock. Bardock's eardrums hurt, and then he saw Heim sitting on the ground with his butt, panting slightly. Bardock helplessly pulled Heimuki up and took a straight fist to the shoulder. Heimuka tried to dodge sideways, barely dodged. Bardock then raised his leg and kicked sideways. Heimchi punched straight and hit Bardock's calf with his fist, and then Bardock constantly fed Heimchi under the gravity of 7 times Vegeta. Heimuka gradually mastered his rhythm, and although some of the countermeasures were a little inappropriate, it was still much better than at the beginning. raising his legs and fighting back with straight punches became the most used move, facing Bardak's elbow striking down, the same counterattack with the above hook, and the horizontal elbow attack with the palm of his hand. The result of each unusual response is to be hit to varying degrees, tears in pain, and endure the pain to continue to take the call. Bardak cannot change the subconscious action no matter how he says, can only let GNEI defend like this. After half an hour of feeding and recruitment, Bardak's heart has become numb. And GNEI is already tired of a finger does not want to move. Bardak can only take GNEI to rest in the rest cabin. He is transformed into a Super Saiyan, trying to suppress his own chi, used to maintain the state of the Super Saiyan, but no matter how much the Super Saiyan chi is suppressed, his own combat power is still too strong. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. In the gravity room, Kenai and Dales have adapted to the 15 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, and Bardak has also maintained the Super Saiyan transformation and confronted the two. But speaking of two people facing off, it is actually Darls and GNEI who attack Bardak with all their strength. Bardak is in a state of transformation, dare not use full strength, can only choose between passive beating and dodging, plus the space of the gravity room is less than 30 square meters. Two people attack together, Bardak cannot use full strength, so more beatings, dodging less, although Darren's broke through the limit more than a dozen times after a month, relying on his own tenacity to break through the limit, and the combat power reached 12,000 combat strength. Jinei's combat power even broke through to 90,000 points, but for this intensity of attack, it was just a tickle for Bardak. Even if he stood and let the two fight for a day, it was nothing. Ah, da-da. Dales waved this fist hard, and the lightning-fast attack was taken by Bardak one by one, and GNEI was also fisted and staggered, constantly changing the various fighting skills taught by Bardak to attack Bardak head-on. Bardak was single-minded, his hands quickly resisted the attacks of the two, and the defense was airtight. Boom! Suddenly an explosion sounded, and the ship's fault alarm sounded. Bardak hurriedly lifted the gravity setting and flashed into the cockpit of the spacecraft. The spacecraft showed that the spacecraft's power device was damaged, and at the same time, Bardak also sensed a lot of faint chi following behind his spacecraft. Toot toot! The spacecraft's external communication device sounded, and an arrogant voice came from inside. You listen to the Saiyan monkeys inside, we are the 9th Legion of the Frisia Legion, and the wise ones quickly surrender. Tell us where the escaped Saiyans are hiding. King Frisia can open the net, let you monkeys return to the command of King Frisia, otherwise, you low-level Saiyan monkeys will be buried here directly and become dust in the universe. After speaking, he laughed wildly. What, Frisia? Bardak was shocked and asked rhetorically, isn't Frisia dead? How come? Humph, how can a little Saiyan kill King Frisia? Haven't you woken up from your so-called Super Saiyan daydream? Fool, surrender quickly and inform us of the remaining Saiyan stronghold, or you will become a firework in the universe like the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta is gone. Frisia is not dead. The two unexpected news stunned Dales and Hymen. Haha, I didn't expect that there were two more Saiyans. It seems that I have a good harvest this time. King Frisia will definitely reward me Chuyi heavily, ha ha ha. Thinking that this vote could know the dens of the remaining Saiyans and that he would definitely be rewarded by King Frisia, Chuyi's heart was very happy. Annoying bugs, bah! Bardak scolded directly, turned off the external communication device, and looked for the nearest planet to land through the spaceship map. In the event of an emergency landing, the ship doubled its speed and quickly disappeared from the sight of Frisia's 9th Legion. Abominable Saiyan, dare to forcibly cut off my Lord Chuyi's communications. Chuyi fisted the scrapped operation table, roaring angrily and corruptly. Pass the order, give Lord Ben to chase the spaceship of the 3 Saiyan monkeys, they won't be able to escape far. Chuyi stared viciously in the direction where Bardak's spaceship disappeared. Lord Chuyi, won't you report it to King Frisia? The soldier next to him asked tremblingly. 3 Saiyan monkeys, how strong can the combat power be? At best, it is only in the early 10,000s, and you Lord Chuyi will be afraid of them? Even if you can transform into a big monkey, what can you do? Destroy the moon or get it? Hey, hey! Chuyi smiled evilly. In order to become the high level of the Frisia Legion, Chuyi had done a lot of homework on the various abilities of the SAIYANs. Yes, Master Chuyi. The boss said so. How can he, the little brother, dismantle the platform? The little soldier immediately nodded and bowed, and began to convey Chuyi's order to his legion. Soon, the command ship searched for the flight trajectory of Bardok's spaceship, budgeted the planet Bardok was about to arrive, and reported it to Chuyi, who immediately ordered the minions of the 9th Legion to follow quickly. Chapter 41. Father, those guys have caught up. Dals informed Bardok based on what the spacecraft's radar displayed. It's okay, they won't attack again. Bardok's firm answer left both Jemai and Darl scratching their heads, wondering why Bardok was so sure that the Frisia Legion would not destroy their ship again, but Bardok then answered the questions in their minds. It's very confusing. The reason is simple, they need to know the location of the remaining SAIYANs from our 3 weak SAIYAN populations, and as for why they know that this spaceship is a SAIYAN spaceship, it is because the SAIYAN spacecraft data of planet Vegeta has backups in Frisia. You don't think that the technicians of planet Vegeta are all dogs trained by our SAIYANs. In fact, those are just people arranged by Frisia. Father, what should we do if Frisia is not dead? Will the people of Gaston be in danger? Darls thought of the news that Chuyi had just revealed, and his little face was full of worry. What are you afraid of? Although I don't know why Frisia is not dead, but there are defense teams and heavenly guards, and those trash fish of the Frisia Legion are not their opponents. Even if the Frisia family of 3 goes together, I believe that with Alto, it will not set off any big storms. Besides, Frisia would not have thought that we SAIYANs would live on such a dangerous planet. You won't find Gaston in a short time. Rest assured. Bardok spoke up to comfort Dales. Yes, father. Dales also secretly vowed in his heart to cultivate harder and catch up with his father's pace. Half an hour later, driven by the spacecraft's emergency braking device, the spacecraft quickly landed on a strange planet, and as soon as they got off the spacecraft, Bardok and the 3 saw countless soldiers with guns and live ammunition aiming at them. Cosmic people, listen, raise your hands, put down your weapons, or we will destroy you directly. All kinds of high-tech weapons that Bardok had not seen were aimed at him. Apparently the other party had already regarded them as aggressors, and as for why they knew where they landed, it was probably a coincidence. After all, the people of the Frisia Legion are not far from this planet, and it is estimated that they are invading this planet. The planet that landed this time is the Ravel star. The local natives are exactly the same as the Earthlings, but the level of science and technology has reached the level of space-level civilization, but its own chi is very weak, about 10 points per capita, which is much stronger than the Earthlings. Fuck off, you bugs, we're here to fix the damaged spaceship, we don't have time for you. Dals released his chi 100%, blowing all the nearest Ravels out. The distant Ravels were scared into a cold sweat, and the timid ones were scared to pee their pants on the spot. Abominable aggressor, everyone, fire! At this moment, Ravel's commander gave instructions to all the soldiers through communication equipment, and the next second the intensive artillery fire was frantically vented towards the 3 of Bardok. Darrens, these people are handed over to you. Bardok had no desire to make a move at all, and immediately let the weakest Darrens strike, and he released an energy shield to protect the spacecraft when the artillery fire was fully covered, and before the magic technique of teleportation, the spacecraft was the route of interstellar crossing. Understood, father. Don't hurt their lives, let those large firepower equipment cease, it's quite eye-catching. Bardok originally meant to let Dales kill all the people who opened fire, but thinking about the SAIYAN technology manufacturing, he changed his mind and had the idea of turning this planet into a subsidiary planet of the SAIYAN. Darrens didn't understand why his father gave such instructions, but he still followed the requirements, easily dodged all the attacks, and then flashed quickly, scrapped a superluminous particle laser cannon with one punch, then the second, the third, and by the way, a Qigong wave exploded the flying machine in the sky. The 12,000 point combat power of Darren's was like a tiger into a wolf pack, unstoppable, leaving only roars and explosions, and the panic of retreating constantly echoed in the ears of the ravels, but the speed of this invader in their eyes was too fast, and no one could dodge the blow of the other party. Here it comes. The so-called planet defense of the ravels only lasted less than 10 minutes before being quickly solved by Dales, but the sequelae after the rapid growth of strength were revealed, the power control was insufficient, and hundreds of people directly burst their heads because of the lack of control of Darl's power, and died very miserably, but now is not the time to think about this. Chu Yi, the catfish, has already caught up. Bardock. Facing so many enemies for the first time, Haimuka was still a little nervous. After all, she had not experienced a brutal battle. It's okay, Haimchi, you are not as weak as before, they should be afraid of you. Bardock gently patted Jinei's shoulder to comfort, although Bardock said this, but Gnei still did not have a specific positioning for his strength, his fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes looked at the sky without blinking. Boom! A large number of spaceships landed. Under Bardock's gaze, many aliens of different colors appeared in the spacecraft, dog-headed people, red skin, white hair, colorful aliens. The combat effectiveness per capita is more than 2,000, and the most powerful combat power is 15,000 points. Haimane, the strength of this battle depends on you. I won't make a move, just as a baptism for you as a strong man. After that, Bardock was afraid that these people of the Frisia Legion would escape, condensing energy in his hands, and then the energy body shot in all directions like a meteor, and each energy shot accurately on the spaceship of the Frisia Legion. As for the detector of the Frisia Legion, it was better. Bardock released a little of his own energy, and the communication equipment that originally detected Bardock's combat effectiveness was all scrapped. It's your turn, Haimchi. Bardock gestured to Haimuka that he could go on. Leave it to me, Bardock. Flying to the camp of the Frisia Legion, the soldier who lost the detector saw that it was a female scion, disdainful in his heart, and was about to be captured alive. G was very nervous in his heart, thinking about the scene of fighting with Bardock, or chose his best attack method, and punched the soldier with all his strength. This can't be. After saying this, the minions exploded on the spot. The other soldiers of the Frisia Legion were stunned, unable to believe that this female scion was so powerful. They couldn't help but take a few steps back in place. Abominable scion monkey! Chu Yi's forehead sweated coldly, and his gums were constantly shaking. Give it all to me, hurry up and give it to me, the angry and corrupted Chu Yi roared loudly. But no one dared to step forward, and Chu Yi immediately fired several gas bombs in his hand, killing several retreating soldiers on the spot. Those who dare to retreat on the battlefield and cower are the end. Chu Yi's purpose is very simple: let his subordinates consume Jinei's physical strength, and then he will sit on the fisherman's profit when the time comes. Roar, fight! In order to bolster himself, someone took the lead and roared, releasing energy waves in his hand and sprinting towards Gnei while releasing it. There is one and there are two and there are three, anyway, the horizontal and vertical are all dead, it is better to fight yourself. All the soldiers began to besiege Haimuka without death. Where has Gnei seen this kind of formation? And for a while he was in a hurry to fly the attacking air bombs, and Bardock, who looked at this posture, couldn't help but cover his forehead. But he didn't expect that Gnei forgot all the fighting methods he learned when he really fought. However, fortunately, his own strength is strong, and those weak attacks are not painful even if they hit Gnei's body. Boom! A small soldier saw that Haimuka looked like he had not been on the battlefield, grinned and quickly approached the sneak attack, and was about to punch Haimeina's temple, but was hit half of his shoulder by Gnei's random punch, wailing in pain in midair. Darrens, you go and take down that catfish, this is the first test for you. Good fellow, the son asked to skip the challenge, and the daughter-in-law asked to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers, and this double standard is simply nobody. Dales was also accustomed to Bardak's various tests from time to time, and felt the climate of Chuyi, and Dales flew towards Chuyi, who was commanding behind the small soldiers, with a solemn face. You trash, continue to give it to Lord Ben and consume that SAIYAN to death. Without killing these SAIYANs, none of us will be able to return to the headquarters of the Frisia Legion alive. Quick, hurry up to Lao Tzu. Chuyi was still clamoring to intimidate his subordinates, but forced by Chuyi's coercion, he could only rush forward one after another. Boom! Most of the soldiers of the Frisia Legion were attracted to Jaime, and a small number saw Bardak, who did not move, and Dales, who was only 6 years old, felt bullied, so they attacked the two without a long brain. Bardak's side, needless to say, as long as someone fired air bombs, Bardak did not hesitate to blast the other party in the air, and blood mist of various colors appeared around from time to time. As for Darrens, who killed dozens of soldiers of the Frisia Legion along the way, soon appeared in front of Chuyi, and without saying a word, a Qigong wave hit Chuyi. Abominable SAIYAN! Chuyi was simply mad, so many people and one woman couldn't beat it, and a SAIYAN cub also came to challenge the authority of the leader of the 9th Legion, and he simply didn't want to live. Immediately, both hands caught Dale's attack, changed the trajectory of the Qigong wave, pushed it aside, and then greeted Dale's fist. Little ghost, this kind of trick is too outdated. Don't underestimate me, Uncle Chuyi. Chuyi's face was full of anger. Stretched out his hand to catch Darrens's fist, and then threw Darrens in a circle, threw it into the air, and launched a Qigong wave towards Darrens with his hands together. Give me death, SAIYAN imp! Knowing that he was not the opponent of the other two SAIYANs, Chuyi vented all his resentment against the SAIYANs on Dales. Boom! The smoke cleared, and Darrens flew in mid-air with severe pain. The combat clothes on his body were all shattered, and hideous wounds covered his body. Chapter 42. Damn, it's obviously just a gap of almost 2,000 or 3,000 points of combat effectiveness, and it's not an opponent at all. Dales's body trembled, and he looked at the invincible Chuyi unwillingly. Little ghost, give me death. Ha ha ha. Chuyi laughed loudly, quickly ejected from the ground, and smashed a heavy punch into the weak Dale's abdomen. The severely injured Dale spilled blood from his mouth, and instantly turned into a small shrimp, covering his stomach and wailing. Chuyi took the opportunity to pull Dale's hair and hammer Dale's face with his fist. Swoosh! Suddenly, a laser shot, Chuyi's arm holding Dale's hair was pierced, and under the pain, he subconsciously let go of Dale's, covered the pierced arm with one hand, and looked at the blonde-haired SAIYAN next to the spaceship in horror. Darrens, if you don't have the determination to kill the other party in the face of the enemy, your future road will be over. The real strong man will not be afraid of any powerful enemy. Stand up, your battle is not over. At this moment, Bardak looked like a stern father, and he was talking to Dales in a reprimanding tone. Yes, father. Darrens endured the severe pain and looked at Chuyi, who had lost one arm, and did not care about the injuries on his body, swooped up, and punched Chuyi's chest. Chuyi can't use one arm, can only dodge by mistake. Darrens' double fists interlaced with each other, punches were dodged by Chuyi one by one, and then changed attacks, side kicks, consecutive legs, knee strikes. Chuyi can only passively resist. In this case, Chuyi and Darrens are evenly matched. Hey, fat catfish, if you can defeat Dales, then I will let you live, and if you fail, then you will stay here with your legion. Become proof of your allegiance to King Frisia. Chuyi is not putting enough pressure on Dales now. Bardak can only add another fire. Abominable, abominable monkey. Chuyi never thought that he would one day be threatened by a monkey who was hanging up. Immediately began to desperately, the speed of the one-handed two-footed attack increased sharply, and he kicked Dales on the stomach. Darrens's aching eyeballs bulged and bloodshot, and he continued to attack without caring about the pain in his body. Chu Yi's physical advantages as an adult at this moment were revealed, the attack range was wider, and the power of each blow was stronger, while the 6-year-old Dals was only not injured in his limbs and was able to carry out normal attacks, and he was a big difference in other aspects. The situation suddenly became one-sided, on the one hand, in order to survive, on the other hand, in order to prove their will to fight in front of their father, and both sides had reasons why they could not lose. Every time Chu Yi's attack made Dales difficult to parry, he was kicked off again and again, and was sent out by Qigong waves, and Dales got up with a strong will and attacked Chu Yi again. After the so-called battle lasted for 10 minutes, Haimuki also solved a group of small minions. With an incredulous look on her face, she still couldn't believe that she was so strong now. Looking at the scarred Dales, Gnei, who was flooded with maternal love, still ignored Bardak's dissuasion, rushed up with his own care, and appeared in front of him as if he was moving instantaneously in Chu Yi's eyes, and the Qigong wave launched by both hands directly turned it into powder, and Dales, who had just got up when he fell to the ground, saw Chu Yi being blasted into powder by Gnei, showing a relieved smile, and his body involuntarily fell to the ground under the relaxation of his mind. Darrens. Haimuki hurriedly flew over, testing Dale's snort and pulse, completely forgetting the means of using Qi to sense Dale's current situation. Bardak, you are so messy that you almost killed Dales. Haimuki rebuked Bardak for the first time because of an outsider. This made Bardak feel a little hurt in his heart, but he still obediently admitted his mistake. Not in the future. First send Darrens to the spaceship for treatment. You protect the spaceship, I'll go find the leader of this planet. The little bugs are solved, and there will be no crisis for the time being, so Bardak wants to solve the problem of the belonging of the planet first. Feeling the gathering place of the faint Qi, Bardak got up and flew over, while Jaime carried the seriously injured Dales into the spaceship to treat Darls. 10 seconds later, Bardak found the gathering place of the Ravels, looked at the appearance of the enemy below, and asked coldly, "Where is your leader? I have something to find your leader. Also, don't point these broken iron at me, if my fingers can't help but shake," he said, pointing his finger at the distant peak, and the mountain disappeared in an instant. The next time it disappears is not a small mountain, it may be all of you. After Bardak's intimidation, the Ravels adjusted the muzzles of their weapons. "Hurry up, I want to see your leader!" Bardak shouted impatiently, and soon someone came back to his senses and raised his hand tremblingly to Bardak. Back to this alien lord, we are just a planetary defense force, and the president commands the whole army in Odin City. As long as you don't kill my subordinates, I'll take you to Odin." "Oh, I didn't expect you to be the commander of a force, and I agreed to your conditions." Bardak's words made the Ravel overjoyed. "I forgot to tell you that I had no intention of killing you, but you didn't figure out who was invading, which forced us to attack." "What? Aren't you from the Frisia Legion?" When the Ravels heard Bardak's words, they couldn't help but ask in surprise. If it weren't for those idiots of the Frisia Legion destroying my spaceship power system, I wouldn't have landed on a low-level planet like yours." Saying that, he took the rifle who promised to lead the way to him and carried it in his hand. "Great, my lord, you said not to kill." The commander who was sneaked by Bardak thought that Bardak was going to come to kill the monkeys and shock the whole army. "Idiot, I'm asking you to show the way, not to kill you, just at your marching speed, when the yellow cauliflower in Odin City is cold." Bardak didn't respond angrily. Oh, in this direction, the most magnificent city that travels 100 kilometers or so is the capital of our goddess of victory Cauldron. The chief is there to preside over the big picture. After pointing the way, Bardak carried the guy and disappeared in an instant. After a month in Ravel, the damaged ship was repaired using the Ravel's spaceship technology, and under Bardak's friendly negotiations, the countries of Ravel Star were organized by Bardak in a federal manner to become a speech organization representing the entire Ravel Star. Refer Star has secretly become a subsidiary planet of Gaston Star, providing assistance in terms of science and technology, personnel, materials, and other aspects for Gaston Star. Gaston Star correspondingly gives Rachel Star military assistance, and will regularly arrange for Gaston Star Defense Force to station and change defenses. In this regard, Bardock has contacted Raditz of Gaston Star to let it do related matters. After settling everything in, Bardock set off again on his way to Earth. The screen turned to Reg's side, and after nearly 3.5 months of deep sleep, Reg was woken up by the spaceship, which reminded him that he was about to reach planet Vegeta in 5 minutes. When Reg heard the news, a cruel smile appeared on his face, and he was bound to beat the exiled King Vegeta into a dog and make him humble and beggar. With a strange mood, Reg was dumbfounded after 5 minutes. The location of the so-called planet Vegeta is not Harry. Through the spaceship interstellar map, this is the planet Vegeta, but there is nothing here. There is a feeling of being deceived. In anger, Reg smashed a punch on the spaceship, and the alarm sounded instantly. Abominable King Vegeta, abominable Vegeta, 2 stupid fellows dare to lie to me, and when I see you again, let you turn into dogs and wag your tails in front of me and beg for mercy. Bah! Now that planet Vegeta had not been found, Reg had to look for the Frisia Legion, the SAIYAN's nemesis. According to the power review data stored by the spaceship, Reg directly chose the nearest Frisia Legion base and drove the spaceship towards the base. And Frisia's side, because a legion has not been heard from for a month, making him, who originally lost 2/3 of his body, become more and more brutal, and has crushed several legion staff officers. Waste, a legion was killed so quietly, I'm not sure when it was solved by the other party. Waste, give me the location of the last route of this fool Chu Yi. The 7th and 8th legions give me an investigation according to this route. I don't believe there are no clues. Frisia had a cold face, and the mechanical tail behind him swung at will, speaking to the commander of the 7th and 8th legions below. Yes, King Frisia. The commander of the 7th and 8th army, whose legs and stomach cramped, escaped from the palace of the great king with a roll. The other waste disappeared from my eyes immediately. Frisia looked at his trembling subordinates, and there was nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. In the early years, because of the appearance of a Super Saiyan, Frisia felt that anyone dared to on his head. On Gaston's side, the Dark Guard in charge of searching for the Son of Banishment brought back a person who surprised Raditz very much this time. Vegeta. When the Dark Guard brought Vegeta, who had fully recovered from her injuries, to Raditz, Raditz still couldn't believe it. After learning from his father that Frisia was still alive and that planet Vegeta was destroyed, Raditz thought that Vegeta was also buried on planet Vegeta. The result is dramatically met here. Raditz, it turns out that Bardock brought you to the advanced planet of Gaston. Bardock planned all this. From the task of taking over Gaston Star, to now, it is Bardock's arrangement. Enduring the gravity of Gaston Star stronger than planet Vegeta. Vegeta has been sorting out the information in his mind when he sees the Saiyans here. Vegeta, now is not the time to say this. 10 days ago, I got news from my father that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia. Raditz interrupted Vegeta and broke a message that made Vegeta almost lose his mind. No, this can't be. Frisia wasn't killed by Bardock. How could he destroy planet Vegeta? Raditz, you're lying. You're definitely lying, right? Just to keep this genius prince in Gaston. Vegeta couldn't accept the news and began self-hypnosis. It's a fact, Vegeta. Stay, join Gaston Star. As long as you join, cultivate hard, and the day we Saiyans come back will be the day of revenge on Frisia. Raditz still remembered his old feelings and was ready to convince Vegeta to join Gaston. Oh, but Prince, how can I succumb to the body of a low-level Saiyan? Even if I can't join your Gaston Star, I can still take revenge. Vegeta is as proud as ever. In that case, let's leave if you want. Raditz, who was familiar with Vegeta's personality, had to give up the idea of persuading Vegeta and waved his hand for the Dark Guard to take Vegeta down. Fern, go to the spaceship base in my name to apply for a single soldier spaceship and give the controller of this spaceship to Vegeta. This is my parting gift to Vegeta. Raditz looked at Vegeta's stubborn back and instructed the Hellguard beside him. Yes, Lord Raditz. Ji Fuwei bowed and signaled to step down. When Vegeta took the spaceship controller that Raditz asked his subordinates to give him, his heart was also very complicated, but the thought of a prince being controlled by his own follower was not a taste in his heart, and immediately pressed the summon button of the spaceship, and a single spaceship appeared in front of Vegeta a few seconds later. After finally seeing the Saiyans living on Gaston's star, Vegeta resolutely lay down in the spaceship and embarked on a journey back to planet Vegeta, and there were some things he needed to confirm himself. A second after Vegeta left, another group of Gaston Star Dark Guards brought back two Saiyans. One was a middle-aged Saiyan who was scared in one eye, and the other was a small baby, fighting a full 30,000 points, more powerful than an adult Saiyan like Gaston Star. Then another Dark Guard team brought back a 3 or 4-year-old Saiyan, who was pressed to the ground by the gravity of Gaston Star just as soon as he got off the spacecraft, and another middle-aged Saiyan was no exception, and the little baby was crying, and the chi on his body was still rising with the cry. Chapter 43. Back to Lord Raditz. There is an amazingly talented baby among the exiled sons brought back by the Dark Guard, and the Dark Guard can't make up his mind, and wants to ask the adult to decide. The returning Guardian 37 immediately brought in the Dark Guard who had just disembarked from the spaceship and asked for Raditz, and the Dark Guard reported the baby to Raditz. How amazing the talent is, as a Dark Guard, you actually asked for it yourself. Raditz asked curiously. That child's name is Broly, according to Pelesga's mouth. That child was born at the same time as Raditz's brother. The initial battle was as high as 10,000, and now it is almost half a year old, and the combat power has reached an astonishing 30,000 points. After entering the Star of Gaston, due to the change of mood, the combat effectiveness is still soaring. The voice of the Dark Guard who reported Broly's news was trembling. Initial combat strength 10,000. Raditz did not hear the following words clearly, only heard a news of an initial combat strength of 10,000 points, and the shock in his heart was simply incomparable. Yes, Lord Raditz, you heard you right. The Dark Guard replied affirmatively again, because we couldn't contact Lord Bardock and didn't dare to make any claims, we brought the Broly father and son back and reported to you as soon as possible. Lord Raditz, shall we? Jifu 37 made a gesture to wipe his neck, because as a soldier of the Vegeta Planetary Palace Guard, he knew that King Vegeta's way of dealing with this genius, it was his own species that would be exiled, and Saiyans who threatened their future dominance and were not of their own race would be killed on the spot. So he gave Raditz such a suggestion on the spot. However, Jifu 37 didn't understand how Broly, who was so talented, could escape King Vegeta's killer. Broly's affairs, I have to ask my father before making a decision. As for Broly's father and son, arrange to the living area, provide the corresponding living materials, and send a team of the Gaston Star Defense Force to monitor. Facing a Broly who is far more talented than any Saiyan, Raditz was shocked, jealous, unwilling, and other emotions lingered in his heart, thinking of his father Bardock teaching him to cherish every Saiyan warrior now, and undecided, he imprisoned the two father and son first. As for the proposal of Hellguard XXXVII, Raditz was actually a little moved. According to his father's various actions, it was not difficult for him to guess that his father's purpose was to become the king of the Saiyans, and he was the next king of the Saiyans after his father Bardock abdicated, and his heart was absolutely not allowed to exist a potential enemy whose strength might surpass his father Bardock in the future. But fortunately, Raditz still took Bardock's teachings to heart, otherwise he would really order someone to solve the Broly father and son. And Bardock, who traveled to the Earth as his destination, had just trained to play Dales and Hymen, walked out of the gravity room and came to the control room, and saw several missed video communications. Raditz, this kid, why did you make so many video communications? Could it be that something happened to Gastatin? Bardock maintained the Super Saiyan transformation at the moment, and dialed Raditz video communication suspiciously. The communication had just been dialed for a second. And Raditz's end was instantly connected. Raditz, is there anything important to find your father? Bardock asked with a smile. Father, the Dark Guard found a child with amazing talent. The initial combat power turned out to be 10,000 points. 10,000 points, this is only half a year old, it has reached 30,000 combat power. Me, what should we do with this child? Raditz asked Bardock with some uncertainty. Initial combat strength 10,000 points? Is it a child of Palaska? Bardock asked Raditz with a look of surprise. Father, how do you know that that child is the same age as his younger brother Sun Wukong, and his name is Broly? Raditz asked in surprise. Don't care how I know, I just want to know what you think and what you want to do with Broly. Bardock frowned and looked at his eldest son, who was a little crazy. I want to kill him. Raditz knew that even if he hid his true thoughts, it was useless, so he might as well say it directly. Very good, you already have the potential to be the king of a clan, but I don't recommend it. Bardock turned too fast. Raditz didn't react for a while, and when he reacted, he asked Bardock in an incredulous tone. Why, father? Isn't it contradictory for you to say this? Ruthless, stifling threats in the cradle is indeed a quality that a king should have, and a means for a king to stabilize his dominance, but, Raditz, this is not enough. Where there is light, there must be darkness. You have the dark side, but you lack the other side that a king should have, that is, the amount of tolerance. Overly benevolent monarch, your subordinates will think that you are talkative, weak, and deceptive, yin and yang against your orders. Cruel monarchs will make your subordinates feel fear, will spawn anger, hatred. Once you have the slightest accident, your kingdom will fall apart. Therefore, I ask you to be a monarch who coexists with mercy and cruelty. Bardock stared at his son with sharp eyes. But, father, Brolita. Raditz heard Bardock's teachings and wanted to say something. Also, Raditz, don't you think you lack an opponent behind you to catch up with you? I think Broly is just right, your current cultivation is still too tired. Broly's things will be done as I say, as long as you don't do anything that harms the Saiyans, abide by the order of Gaston Star, do whatever Palaska father and son do, and, order, don't let people mess with Broly. This guy is a super physique, it's easy to get out of control. It's good to say when you're young, but as you grow older, it will be difficult to control. When I finish my affairs here, when I return to Gaston Star, I will personally accept Broly as a disciple. When he said this, Bardock looked at his son with a dull gaze with a smile. Father, don't. Raditz was crying. So, Raditz, you have to practice well. Some people can be both opponents and friends, in order to be less beaten in the future, then have a good relationship with Broly in advance. My good son. Smiling and hanging up the communication, leaving Raditz looking at the screen with a dull face. It's over, it's going to be finished. Abominable, abominable. How can there be a guy with such a perverted talent? And the father must also be ready to take him as an apprentice. Ah, my salted fish life is coming to an end. Raditz walked out of the spaceship with a bitter face and called Guardian 37. Order the defense team that monitors Broly's father and son to return to their previous posts, and by the way, prepare some daily necessities for Saiyan babies, and let people find a female Saiyan with a combat power of about 50,000 points to take care of Broly. As long as the two of them do not violate the existing order, let them do whatever they want. Raditz is paraphrasing Bardock's words. This is what Lord Bardock means. Jifu 37 asked Raditz a little incredulously. That's right, my father is still ready to take Broly as a disciple when he comes back. I'm really hard. Raditz shook his head and cried, I just told to hurry up, I'll go find Uncle Alto to cultivate now. In order to prevent his position from being insecure in the future and being beaten less, Raditz actually went to find Alto to cultivate. On Bardak's side, he was thinking about how to deal with Broly's time bomb in the future. He remembered that there was also King Vegeta's eldest son Reg seemed to be in Bembi seeing, I don't know if the Dark Guard was found, and whether he would accept Reg as a disciple after finding it, adding pressure to his two sons. Bardak, is there anything to be happy about? After washing, Haimuka walked into the rest cabin and couldn't help but ask when he saw Bardak, who couldn't stop smiling on his face. Of course, just received the news from Raditz, the Dark Guard found a son of banishment with amazing talent, born on the same day as Gaku. The initial combat power reached 10,000 points, and now it has reached about 30,000 points, and in the future, Gaston Star will have one more Super Saiyan seat. Bardak smiled and informed Broly of Broly's news. What, there are 10,000 combat power? That's really amazing. Our Wukong, I don't have high requirements, I will be satisfied if the Z combat power can reach 10,000 points in the future. Gnei looked at the Monkey King in the cultivation warehouse, and his face was a little lost. It's okay, I believe, my son, the future combat power will not stop at a mere 10,000 combat power, and will definitely become a top existence in the universe. Bardak put his arm around Jaime and comforted him softly. Well, Bardak, you're right about anything. Haimuka smiled playfully. Then, let's have another sister for Gaku. Bardak smiled and got started. Father. Dals opened the hatch and walked straight in, causing Bardak's hand to stop in place, and a nameless anger rose in his heart instantly. Darrens, what's going on? Bardak tried to restrain his emotions and asked in an extremely calm tone. Father, I'm resting, please point me out my combat skills. The little face is full of seriousness. Since the heavy damage suffered in Ravel Star, Darl's combat effectiveness has increased to 18,000 points after recovering from his injury, but he is still not satisfied with this, and began to ask Bardak to train himself more severely. Almost after cultivating to recover his physical strength, he began to ask Bardak for guidance, and the lifeless cultivation method made Bardak couldn't help but feel distressed, but it was useless to say it. Bardak had to instruct Darak to cultivate. Okay, I see. Bardak let go of the hand holding Gnei, and responded in an extremely calm voice, then got up, walked in front of Darrens, and patted Darrens's head. Let's go, I will definitely guide you well today. Bardak. Gnei knew that Dales was really going to suffer this time, and immediately cried out. What's wrong, Jaime? It's useless if you say it this time, I will really give Dales good guidance and make him unforgettable for life. Hearing this, Dales somehow felt a chill in his heart, and couldn't stop shivering. No, Bardak, I mean, start lighter. Chapter 44. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Bardak, who was meditating alone in the cockpit, suddenly heard the prompt that the spacecraft was about to arrive on Earth in 5 minutes. Bardak opened his eyes instantly, a fine light flashed in his eyes, and he was even more excited to see the planet that he was both familiar and strange through the cockpit. Haim, Dales, get ready, it's about to reach Earth. Bardak calls the two people in the gravity room through the spacecraft's communication device. Finally arrived, 4 months of space travel, it's hard to imagine how the Saiyans who did the mission didn't have sleeping devices. If I did, I think I would probably go crazy. Haimuka heard Bardak's notice and immediately turned off the gravity device, and Dales did not dare to complain, although he was more eager to become stronger in this environment than anyone else. But thinking of Bardak's love for his education 3 months ago, he couldn't help but shiver, and in the days after that, he was obedient like a baby, and the number of times he asked Bardak for guidance could be counted in 3 months with a slap. Bardak was also happy, letting the two toss in the gravity room, and he came to the cockpit to maintain a Super Saiyan state meditation cultivation. After the last father's education, Dale's combat effectiveness jumped to 24,000 points after recovering from his injuries, and in the following time, he and Haimuki adapted to the gravity environment in the gravity room, and finally barely adapted to 50 times gravity a few days before arriving on Earth, and the combat power reached an astonishing 100,000 points. It may be that it is easier for adult SAIYANs to increase their combat power in this environment, and Hyena's combat power has increased from 90,000 points before to 250,000 points. It was hard to imagine that such a huge amount of energy was hidden inside Hyena's petite body. Bardock has now reached the full power of Super Saiyan because he continues to maintain the Super Saiyan state, and the impact of various drawbacks of transforming into a Super Saiyan has been eliminated to a minimum. His own normal combat has broken through to 15 million points. The Super Saiyan state has 750 million combat power, and he is a proper boss in the early stage of Dragon Ball. 5 minutes later, with a loud bang, Bardock's spacecraft landed on Earth, slowly opened the hatch, and Bardock, who walked out of the hatch, saw various terrified-looking human species on Earth: orcs, dinosaurs, and normal Earthlings. After these guys saw Bardock, who appeared from the spacecraft, they even took out the body-mounted camera equipment to take pictures in this state, and Bardock's eyes were almost blind when the flash shot. "I'm bored." Listening to the sound of the whistles around him, the discussion of the crowd, and the noise of various sounds intertwined, Bardock's mood became more and more irritable, his eyes widened, and the invisible chi shattered all the shiny things. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Bardock lifted the spacecraft with one hand and flew into the sky. After discovering one of the most powerful battles in the Earth skies through the omniscient eye, the spacecraft quickly moves towards the set goal with one hand. And the celestial god, who was far away in the temple, also felt their presence when the Bardock 3 landed on Earth, and sensed the vast chi of the Bardock 3. And the celestial god had cold sweat on his forehead, because this level of chi was less than 1/10 of the other parties even when he was a complete body. However, fortunately, although the chi of the strongest person on the other side was also good and evil, he was not killed after arriving on Earth, which made the heavenly god feel that there was a little room for relaxation. And when Bardock held the spaceship and flew towards the celestial temple with a clear target, although the celestial god had a calm face, but his heart was already panicked, and the servant Bobo was round-eyed, unable to see any emotions, but the sweat beads on his forehead indicated that the other party was not calm at the moment. "Tenjin?" Bobo asked what the gods thought. The god wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and shook his head helplessly. "This level of chi, even if Wu Taidu is alive, is not as good as the other party's finger. It is better to wait and see, since the other party has not made up and killed sins. Then there is still room for relaxation of things. If the place comes with malice, even if he fights this old life, there is no point." In less than 30 seconds, Bardock appeared in the celestial temple, and after casually putting the spaceship down, Dales and Haimuki opened the hatch and walked out of the spacecraft, looking at the buildings floating in the air. Their eyes were also full of curiosity. "Foreign universe powerhouse, what is the purpose of you coming to Earth?" The celestial god endured his fear, and with Bobo's help, he walked out of the celestial temple and questioned the 3 Bardocks. "That mimesis." When Haimuka saw the person coming, he couldn't help but speak. "Me?" Bobo pointed to himself. "It's this old guy next to you, not about you." Bardock was speechless and explained wordlessly. "It turns out I'm a nemesis. No wonder my Earthlings look different. So it is, so it is." The god who learned of his life couldn't help but burst into tears. "Old fellow, I came to Earth because I heard that you have a lot of magical tricks here, so I specially came to learn. By the way, send my son here and let you take care of it." Bardock told him straight to the point. "Haimchi, where's Gaku?" Bardock couldn't help but shout to Hymene, who was looking around the temple, "Such an adult, have you forgotten the purpose of coming to Earth?" "Ah, Gaku, Gaku." Haimuka then remembered that he also had a son, and immediately boarded the spaceship again, released Gaku from the nursery pod, and took him out. This. Seeing Sun Wukong's glance, the heavenly god's eyes widened, but he didn't expect to let the celestial god of one planet take care of a milk doll, and his heart was suddenly 100 unwilling. Why, can't it? Bardock released a trace of his own chi slightly, and the face of the pressed heavenly god was a little deformed. No problem, no problem. The gods very heartily agreed to Bardock's request. Actually, it's nothing, as long as you make sure that Gaku doesn't lack arms and legs, save his life, and the rest will develop with him at will, provided that you don't raise my son to waste. You know? Under Bardock's lustful power, the god nodded frantically. This is my wife, Hymen, and this is my son Dales. They will follow you here to learn the martial arts of the earth, and I hope that the heavenly gods will not receive your teachings. Bardock had no idea of learning Tenjin's combat skills, but left Dales and Hymen to teach Tenjin. Dare to ask your excellency, your excellency's strength is so strong, why doesn't your excellency teach your wife and children yourself? Tenjin asked cautiously with courage. Healers can't heal themselves, the path I take is destined to be unsuitable for them, and I still lack something in terms of the use of chi and combat concepts, and your Earth's martial arts already have their own mature system, which is also good for their future cultivation. In addition, instructing them to cultivate will also waste my cultivation time. After all, he would need this old man's help in the future, and Bardock patiently explained to the gods. So it is, since your excellency has no idea of destroying the earth's ruling the world, then I am relieved, and as for teaching your wife and son, I will leave it to you. However, this young son of yours, I really have no experience with children, I don't know if I can entrust someone else to take care of it. Seeing that Bardock was not as inaccessible as he seemed, the gods took the opportunity to make his own suggestion. As you wish. Bardock waved his hand casually, jumped from the heavenly temple alone, and appeared in the residence of the Karanta cat immortal in the next second, and after the big white cat felt Bardock's powerful chi, his beard trembled, and his whole body was trembling. Outsider, you, what do you have, what's the matter? The cat fairy asked vaguely, his tongue as if knotted. I heard that you have a kind of fairy bean here, eat one for 10 days and don't be hungry, how much I want, don't hide it, be careful of your little life, little kitten. Bardock smiled dangerously, and his fingers condensed powerful chi. Horse, right away. After the cat fairy was stunned for a second, he hurriedly climbed to get the fairy beans, Duan, and the 3 large tanks of fairy beans were quickly placed in front of Bardock, and the cat fairy gasped and kept wiping the sweat beads on the cat's face. That's all? Bardock asked with a cold face. That's all, this is my inventory for hundreds of years, there is absolutely no private collection. Absolutely nothing. The cat fairy shook his head frantically and explained, afraid that Bardock would not be happy and blast himself into scum. It doesn't matter, out of kindness, I still remind you that it is better to store more of this kind of thing, and it will be of great use in the future. After glancing at the cat immortal with extremely oppressive eyes, Bardock made a casual move, and the 3 large tanks of fairy beans seemed to be alive, and flew towards the heavenly temple with Bardock. Watching Bardock leave, the cat fairy felt as if his whole body had been drained, and he sat on the ground with a weak butt. If it weren't for the angel using telepathy to let himself hurry up and move the immortal beans, it is estimated that he would have returned to the Hell Mansion. Bardock, you went down for the 3 cylinders. Haimuka looked at the 3 cylinders that Bardock brought up and asked puzzled. Darrens, come here. Bardock beckoned to Dales on the side. Yes, father. Dales ran over with a fart, and was greeted by Bardock's black tiger heart, and Dales was dying on the spot. Look at Heimchi. Saying that, he took out a fairy bean from the big jar, stuffed it into Dales's mouth, and asked him to swallow it, and in the next second, the originally dying Dales was revived with blood, and his combat effectiveness increased to 150,000 points. This, it turned out to be so amazing, even the medical cabin does not have such a fast treatment effect. After witnessing the miraculous effect of fairy beans with his own eyes, Gnei couldn't help but cover his small mouth. Of course, this is a fetish that our scions cultivate. With it, the combat effectiveness of the scions will be raised to another level, but now the number is limited, and when the time comes, when the Gaston star system is complete, it will be rewarded to excellent warriors as a life-saving thing. Bardock placed 2 large jars of fairy beans in the ship and gave 50 each to Dales and Heim. Heavenly God, I know that there is a place called the Spirit Time House in your Heavenly God Temple, which has been cultivating for a year, and only a day has passed outside, hoping to lend it to me to use. Bardock said bluntly, holding a jar of fairy beans. Yes, Bobo takes this gentleman with him. The god was overjoyed in his heart, and quietly ordered Bobo to take Bardock to the Spirit Time House. This old fellow! Bardock secretly cursed in his heart, and the 2-day time limit of the Spirit Time House did not tell him clearly, this is preparing to trap himself inside. Do you think that Gnei and Dales are easy to deal with? After thinking about it, it's not right. It is estimated that he wants to engage in some kind of moth to trick the 3 of them into the spiritual time house. No wonder it is an old guy who has lived for hundreds of years. His mind is really difficult to speculate, and he only says half of everything. Darrens, you and Gnei have been practicing for the past few days of my cultivation, and it will be of great help to your battle by asking the Heavenly God about the combat skills and chi skills. Bardock smiled and instructed the 2, also, if I didn't call you personally, don't go to me, you know. Yes, Father. Well, Bardock, I'll work hard to cultivate. Heimse nodded heavily. Hearing Bardock's words, the Heavenly God's face was extremely ugly, and after smiling at Bardock's face, his face was scared green. Let's go. Wave. Take me to the Spirit Time House. Bardock said as he turned back to Bobo. Come with me. One Bobo as a servant, does not have as many ghost thoughts as this guy Tenjin. Whatever the celestial god says, he will do, expressionless with Bardock towards the Spirit Time House. The green-faced celestial god sighed helplessly, suppressed the thoughts that were about to move in his heart, and used telepathy to remind Bardock to stay for 2 days to come out and inform Bardock about it. Bardock sighed, after walking slowly with Bobo for nearly 5 minutes, finally came to the legendary Spirit Time House. Bobo stepped forward to open the door and took the initiative to speak. Inside the Spirit Time House, a person can only stay outside for 2 days in his life. If it exceeds this time, the door of the Spirit Time House will disappear. You have to come out before the time is almost up, otherwise you will be trapped inside forever. Bobo actually took the initiative to popularize science for himself. Bardock was a little surprised, so he asked rhetorically. Did the gods take the initiative to tell me? Other than that, Bardock couldn't think of any other possibility. Yes, it was the gods who asked me to tell you. Bobo's very blunt answer made Bardock grin. Tell the gods for me that his sanity saved his life, and I will let him go first. Next time, don't have so much careful thinking, play careful thinking in front of the strong, and observe the life habits of ants from a human perspective. There is no difference. After laughing, Bardock walked into the door of the Spirit Time House and casually closed the door. Chapter 45. During the time when the 3 of Bardock left the planet Ravel and arrived on Earth, several major events also occurred in the area ruled by Frisia, successfully transferring the commotion caused by Bardock to other locations. The first is that Reg invaded the branch of the Frisia Legion, from which he learned the news of the destruction of the planet Vegeta, and Reg, who had lost his target for revenge, was like a wild horse out of control at this moment, constantly attacking the branch of the Frisia Legion, and relying on strong combat power to bring the Frisia Legion under his command, forming a new force in a short time. Relying on the advantages of Blitzkrieg, a large area of Frisia's territory that was quickly occupied in a short period of time, with more than 200,000 alien brothers under him, and gave a very frustrating name, the title King Reg. It's just the same as his narcissistic father, a name scrap, although his little brother is very speechless in his heart for Reg's own name, and even a little disgusted, but forced by Reg's strong strength can only say yes with a shy face. Frisia was very angry because of Reg's behavior, but he didn't know anything except that the other party was a SAIYAN, plus Reg claimed to be a Super SAIYAN of the SAIYAN race, and Frisia, who had a fear of Super SAIYANs in his heart, was a little afraid. Gritted his teeth and took the Kinnat team and called his father King Kurdish to lead a large army to regain the lost territory, and in a short period of time, he mobilized a large number of troops to recover all the territory that Reg had occupied in 2 months, and the Kurdish king and Frisia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Reg, who was dying on a planet. Although the opponent's combat power is stronger than that of ordinary SAIYANs, Frisia can see at a glance that the other party is not a so-called Super SAIYAN at all, and the trace of fear in his heart disappears, followed by the anger of being deceived. Reg saw the Frisia father and son in the distance, felt the oppressive momentum, knew that he was not an opponent at all, and after 2 Qigong waves pierced the bodies of the 2 cosmic people, he was about to turn around and run away and flee from here with the spaceship. Woohoo! Daddy, this SAIYAN monkey, he's scared. After Frisia smiled contemptuously, he disappeared in a flash, and appeared on Rig's escape route in the blink of an eye, and the metal tail flicked, and he rolled Rig's neck, showing a cruel smile, and gave a few punches to Reg, bound to take this monkey who deceived himself like this, and before a few punches, Reg was dying and almost passed out. King Frisia. Wait. Looking at Rig's powerful flesh, Kainu looked unhappy, covering the pierced wounds on his body, and while Reg had not yet been killed by Frisia, Kainu hurriedly and loudly stopped Frisia's next act of crushing Reg to ashes. Oh, Mr. Kainu, you'd better give me a reason not to kill him. Although Frisia's words were unremarkable, the killing intent in them could no longer be hidden, even if it was the most powerful Captain Kainu under him. Fry, King Frisia. I will give you a strong subordinate who will always be loyal to you. Kainu's forehead was rubbed with cold sweat, and he said it against Frisia's killing intent. Roar, Kainu, don't you say that I forgot, you still have a soul exchange ability, then, let this SAIYAN monkey go for a while. Frisia slammed Reg heavily on the ground, flew to the side, and quietly watched Kainu perform. Ha ha ha, I finally want to have a powerful physical body again. After obtaining Frisia's consent, Kainu punched himself a few more times, opened his arms, and yelled at Reg, who was lying on the ground. Change. A white light appeared from Kainu's body and shot towards Reg, who was frozen and unable to move when Kainu changed his body. 2 seconds later, Kainu, who was originally in mid-air, fell, and Reg, who was lying on the ground, woke up with an evil smile on his face, but he had just been strangled by the king a little tightly, and the injury was very serious, and he couldn't move. Mr. Kainu? Frisia asked in an inquiring tone. Yes, King Frisia. Kainu responded weakly. Oh roar, it seems that Mr. Kainu, you have succeeded, and my subordinates will have another super soldier. Because of Kainu, he obtained a super combat power. Frisia was in a particularly comfortable mood, waved his big hand, and let the soldiers not far away take key bond on the spaceship to treat it well. As for Kainu's original body, it was pinched by Frisia after an evil smile, and turned into a blood mist. The unwitting soldier saw that King Frisia had killed Captain Kainu at will, and the fear in his heart was infinitely amplified, and he trembled all over. After dealing with Rig's affairs, Frisia gave an order flatly. Traitors who defect to the SAIYAN monkey will be killed. Seeing that he didn't have to die, and his own king's mood was quite good, many soldiers who had been recruited rushed towards the soldiers who had defected to Reg with a scream like chicken blood. In 3 months, Frisia successfully solved the rebellion within the rule area, and Kainu, who had Rig's physical body, directly soared to 1 million after recovering from his injuries and fully mastering Rig's physical body, which is the specific data obtained by the latest research and development of the Frisia Legion to detect a large detector with a maximum of 200 million combat power. And peace is always short-lived. Rig's affairs have not been over for long. Frisia soon received the news that another branch was destroyed, and learned that the culprit was still a SAIYAN. Frisia had the feeling of stabbing a monkey's nest, because with the lessons of defecting to Reg, so the soldiers of all branches took it as a warning, and when they encountered another SAIYAN attacking the branch, everyone resisted desperately regardless of life and death. The remnants of the escape soon transmitted the specific information of the invasion of the SAIYANs back to headquarters. Vegeta. Seeing the familiar appearance, Frieza recognized the kid who had used the conspiracy to sneak up on him at a glance, and blurted out Vegeta's name. Yo roar, I didn't expect that King Vegeta's son Vegeta didn't die. It seems that when I destroyed planet Vegeta, this little monkey was not on planet Vegeta, and this escaped. This is when I knew that planet Vegeta was destroyed by King Ben, and the revenge from the previous immeasurable came before. Ha ha ha, it's really fun. Interesting. As if he had found something interesting, Frieza immediately ordered his entourage. Order Team Kinnit to dispatch and bring Vegetazan back alive. Frieza laughed evilly at this command, not knowing what kind of calculation he was making, and the metal tail behind him was fiddling casually, indicating that the king was in a good mood at the moment. And Vegeta, who was far away in the distribution of Frieza's army, did not know how powerful an opponent he was about to face, and there was a face that made him afraid and familiar, but the soul behind this face no longer belonged to the original owner. Chapter 46. At the same time, after Bardock stepped into the Spirit Time House, the moment the door of the Spirit Time House was closed, a slightly suffocating feeling suddenly swept over. Looking at the white world around it, it was simply a copy of the nameless star. Walking into the ground, gravity was no different from planet Vegeta. The whole world has no view except for the building at the gate of the Spirit Time House. Convergence of the mind. Bardock lifted the Super Saiyan transformation and began to improve the basic combat effectiveness. The simplest is to cultivate an upgraded version of the Chi training method. Fly to the center of the spiritual time house, hover in the void, close his eyes and quietly use Chi to quench the body and store it in the cell, and then take it out from the cell to quench every part of the body. Cycle after cycle, continuous cycle, every moment Bardock's combat effectiveness is crazy improvement. As time goes by, the environment in the spiritual time house has also become extremely bad. The temperature cycles between 50 degrees Celsius and -40 degrees Celsius. Bardock, even if he concentrates on cultivation, but he can still feel the alternation of extreme heat and extreme cold. Even so, Bardock is gritting his teeth and insisting that as a cultivation place for the Dragon Ball world, Bardock must not give up this opportunity. Under the dual pressure of spirit and body, Bardock's strength is also growing by leaps and bounds. When hungry, he makes his own cauldron stew. Bardock can't cook, and he didn't add any condiments after cooking, so he ate it tastelessly, and now the most important thing is to fill his stomach and not know how to enjoy the food. In the outside world, GNEI and Darrens arranged to live in the Celestial Temple under the leadership of Bobo, and Goku did not let the Celestial God send Sun Wukong back to the Nether because GNEI was afraid that he was too young, and he took Sun Wukong around the Heavenly God Temple, and took Sun Wukong to the Nether on a whim. Only Dales and Tenjin were left with wide eyes. Hey, old man, when will you instruct me to cultivate? Although Dales looked down on the low fighting god in front of him, his father personally ordered it, indicating that this so-called god must be superior, so Dales did not do anything radical. Bobo, you go and test this kid's basic skills. Think again about what you are going to teach this child. The god said that it is impossible to teach people. Besides, in terms of martial arts knowledge, which one of Bobo is not better than him, and the task of teaching this child is most appropriate for Bobo. What, you old fellow, you actually handed me over to a servant? Dare was a little unhappy, and the 150,000 combat power on his body was instantly released, blowing the Heavenly God back into the Heavenly God Temple. Tenjin! Bobo shouted eagerly and flew into the hall. Ahem, Bobo, I'm okay. The old celestial god coughed a few times, and purple blood overflowed from his mouth. Obviously the moment just now caused the celestial god to be injured not lightly. Tenjin! Bobo tearfully lifted the god up. Old man, this is the end of deceiving our fighting nation Saiyan. Quickly teach me to cultivate, otherwise, I will kill you. Powerful energy condensed from the fingers in Dale's hand, directly threatening and forcing the heavenly god to teach him cultivation. Ahem, outsider. I think you misunderstood. Bobo is a god servant, but he has served several heavenly gods before me, and my own martial arts experience accumulation is far inferior to me, so I let Bobo guide you to cultivate, and did not deceive you. Woohoo! Suppressed by the released chi of Dales, the heavenly god breathed a little shortly. Please put away your breath, your chi is too powerful. Humph! Just believe you once. Darren's dissipated the energy on the tip of his finger and walked out of the heavenly god temple with a cold snort. Tenjin! Let's not point him out. Bobo said, holding the god of heaven. It's okay, Bobo, I've figured it out, as long as the other party doesn't mean to hurt the earth, then, it's nothing to pay a small price. Don't forget, I'm the god of the earth, protecting and guiding the human beings on the earth is my mission, and the man who just went to the spirit time house seems to have the ability to see through people's hearts. Let's not do small means and some unnecessary things. When Bobo relays Bardock's words to the gods know that because of a decision of his own, he has saved his life. And Bardock seems to be very familiar with the situation here, and can see his own thoughts, so the gods gave up the mind of playing tricks. After all intrigues and tricks are not worth mentioning in the face of absolute strength. I know, Tenjin. Bobo nodded. Suddenly, an unknown object flew towards the celestial god. Bobo hurriedly blocked in front of the celestial god, grabbed the thing that flew over, opened his palm, and in the palm was a fairy bean. After healing this and the old fellow's injuries, quickly instruct me to cultivate. Darles's voice came from outside, already a little impatient. Go, Bobo. Tenjin smiled and looked at Bobo, took the fairy bean and swallowed it, and the injury recovered instantly. I know, Tenjin. For Bobo, the choice of the god of heaven was his choice, and he nodded towards the god and turned to walk outside the temple. Outside the celestial temple, Darren's wrapped his arms around him, his fingers tapping on this arm, obviously very restless in his heart. Keep you waiting, let's get started. Bobo spoke expressionlessly, which stabilized Dales, who had become very impatient. Come on, said Dales as he unfolded his posture, completely releasing his chi, and prepared to make a few moves with Bobo. Bobo's chi is not as strong as yours. Bobo is not your opponent, please keep your chi to the same level as Bobo. In the face of Dale's powerful chi, Bobo did not show the slightest fear, but directly pointed out. Hey, waste, just instruct me to cultivate like this. I don't know what my father thinks. Darren snorted impatiently, although his mouth was disgusted, but his body was very honest, maintaining his chi to the same level as Bobo. Okay, you try to attack Bobo. But don't use chi that exceeds Bobo's strength. Bobo reminded again. Hey, it's troublesome. The movement of the hand is not slow, a straight punch to Bobo's stomach, Bobo easily dodged, then Darren's was not convinced, a move swept the legs, Bobo easily picked, then dodged the attack, and then Darren's constantly close to Bobo close combat, Bobo dodged can be said to be easy to dodge. Darren's was angry, but his hands condensed the turtle pie qigong within a controllable range towards Bobo, who knew that Bobo did not hide at all, swallowed the turtle pie qigong in one mouth, and then opened his mouth. And the turtle pie qigong wave was reflected from the mouth. Dales had beads of sweat on his forehead, he was shocked by Bobo's behavior just now, and in the face of the attacking turtle faction qigong, Darren's flew it out with one hand, exploded in the sky, and then quickly sprinted towards Bobo. One move across the elbow and hit Bobo's waist. Chapter 47. Bobo was like a flexible fat man, his body rubbed the tip of Dallas's elbow to dodge, Dals followed closely behind and swept his legs to attack Bobo's lower plate. Bobo's legs were like dragonflies in water, avoiding Darren's attack without fail. Damn, just a little, forced to endure the irritation in his heart, Darren's adjusted his breathing, his fists were as fast as lightning towards Bobo, Bobo's body was like a piece of paper floating in the air, and with each punch that Darren's attacked, his body dodged appropriately. Darren's attack is like a storm, Bobo is like walking in the rain, without a drop of rain. The more Bobo dodges, the more anger in Darren's heart grows, the faster the speed of the attack. No longer has his own attack rhythm, the whole battle is led by Bobo by the nose. After Dales, whose brain was dominated by anger, chased Bobo for half an hour, the anger in his heart finally could not be suppressed. In the eyes of Darren's, a super soldier with a combat effectiveness of up to 150,000 points, could not touch the corner of an ant's clothes under the same combat effectiveness, which was simply a big loss. Give me death. Losing face in front of opponents who are weaker than themselves is probably a disadvantage that most male SAIYANs have, and Dallas was a little embarrassed at this time, and his hands condensed and shot towards Bobo. Boom, boom. The air bomb hit Bobo accurately, and after a puff of smoke cleared, blue smoke appeared on Bobo's dark skin, and his round eyes looked directly at Darren's. Oops! Darles, who was a little calmer about his anger, suddenly thought of the purpose of this trip and Bardock's instructions, and secretly said that it was not good in his heart, because his anger killed people, and his father would definitely not let him go. I already know the characteristics and shortcomings of your battle, the next thing you have to do is calm down and grab what I have in my hands in equal condition. Saying that, an extra orange bead appeared in his hand. There is a 5-pointed star inside the bead, and if Bardock is there, he will definitely recognize this bead as the legendary 1-star Dragon Ball at a glance. Black charcoal, you won't be playing Uncle Ben, will you? Darren's felt that Bobo's means were a bit like teasing monkeys, but considering that he had just used the Qigong wave that far exceeded the strength of this black charcoal head, the other party did not have the slightest injury, and he did not dare to underestimate this black charcoal head in his heart, and clenched his fists tightly and asked rhetorically. No, your name is Darren's, you have too many extra moves when fighting, and you can't keep your mind calm. The reason why you do this is to train you to get the most effective attack at the best angle of battle, so that you can reduce unnecessary moves. Bobo knows that this alien is a rectum. If he does not explain it, he will really be used as a trick on him, and then according to the temper of this alien, the entire temple will suffer. Hey, just believe you black charcoal for the first time. Through the battle just now, Dals understood the reason why his father let him learn combat skills here, but his mouth was still as hard as ever, but his actions were very honest, and he immediately put up a posture and snatched a planet in Bobo's hands with equal combat power. To skillfully use your ability to perceive chi. What your eyes see is always limited, grasp your breath and feel the flow of airflow in the air, and use it to judge the opponent's next move. Bobo casually dodged Dale's attacks, teaching Dales how to use his chi better while teaching his martial arts concepts. Noisy, black charcoal. Darren's also felt that his heart was too impatient, but he couldn't calm down, but Bobo's words made him more and more complicated, which may be the potential irritable mood in the SAIYAN heart. If you can't control your own warrior, you can't control your own power, Darren's, the first thing you have to do is try to control yourself. Otherwise you won't be able to grab a planet in my hands even if you catch it for the rest of your life. Bobo's words constantly stimulated Dallas, and his anger could not be suppressed at all. Abominable, abominable, shut up, black charcoal. I understand without you saying it, but I just can't calm down. I snatched a planet more than a dozen times in a row, and I used all kinds of despicable means, but Bobo in front of him was like a loach. He couldn't catch the other party at all, and what else to play? Darren simply stopped snatching and yelled angrily at Bobo. Oh, yes, then, try meditating now. Silence your heart, calm your inner anger, negative emotions will only affect your judgment. As if by magic, Bobo disappeared in the blink of an eye. Got it, black charcoal. Seeing this, Dals understood that in order to calm his inner anger, the only way to put aside his pride as a SAIYAN was to look at this magical black charcoal head from an equal perspective. Under Bobo's gaze, Dales crossed his legs and turned his heart into the sky, and after closing his eyes, his body flew up involuntarily, floating in midair and entering a meditative state to calm his impatience and anger. As soon as Dale's state was maintained for a day, Bobo also guarded Dales like a black stake, during which Haimuki returned from the nether, and the Monkey King in his arms had disappeared, and it seemed that he had been sent to a certain family in the nether for adoption. Until the next day, Darrens woke up from deep meditation, and the spirit of the whole person was the same as yesterday, and Bobo obviously did not feel Dala's tyrannical emotions. Haimuka saw that Dales woke up and joined the ranks of cultivation. Bobo did not choose to let Haimuka be the same as Dales, but directly let Haims suppress the chi to the same extent as himself, and then snatched a planet in his hand with Dales, telling the martial arts essentials while dodging. Jaime himself does not have the natural ferocity of Science, and his own chi is not as tyrannical as ordinary Science, but has a sense of neutrality and peace, always maintaining an optimistic and calm attitude, without any negative emotions. So when trying to rob a planet with Dales for the first time, according to the martial arts concept taught by Bobo and his own understanding, the growth rate is much faster than that of Dales. On the other hand, Darrens, although he dispelled the negative emotions in his heart through meditation, but as time passed, he became more and more impatient, and the negative aura gradually appeared, and the rhythm of the originally slightly improved combat skills also collapsed. If it were not for G inside, Darrens would definitely think of yesterday again, lose his temper indiscriminately, and use the prince's combat method to clean up the Bobo again. Darrens! Haimuka shouted in an angry tone. Mother-sama! Dals looked ashamed. You have to contain your anger. Mr. Bobo is now your teacher, he is teaching you better fighting skills. Look at Mr. Bobo from an equal perspective. Don't be impatient. Impatience does not play any role in practice. If this is the case, I will send you to Bardock and let him help you know how to stabilize your emotions. Although Haimuka will not do it himself, he will open the door and let her husband go. Chapter 48. Yes, my Lord Mother, I remembered. Haimuka was rarely angry, and Dales could only obediently admit his mistake. With this episode, Dale's emotions are well controlled, the battle for a planet continues, and Darls thinks about Bardock as long as his impatience arises in his heart, and then calms down, sneaks up on Bobo at lightning speed, and snatches a planet in his hands. The physical strength of the Scions was amazing. From noon when Darrens woke up from meditation to sunset in the afternoon, without stopping for a moment, and Bobo rested several times under the combined force of the two. Darrens disliked that Bobo's physical strength recovery was too slow, and immediately threw a fairy bean for Bobo to subdue, and Bobo instantly revived with blood, and then bitterly accompanied the two monsters to cultivate. Bardock, who had been practicing hard for 1 year and 3 months in the spiritual time house, felt that there was no need to stay in penance, and walked out of the spiritual time house China as normal. At the moment of walking out of the spirit time house, Bardock's chi was perceived by everyone in the temple, and after Jemai and Dales felt Bardock's chi, their bodies paused and continued to snatch a planet in Bobo's hands, and the snatching technique became more and more tricky, and Bobo almost couldn't resist. One planet. When Bardock came to the top of the temple, he saw the items the two were fighting for, and he was also shocked in his heart, and thought that the two knew the secret of the Dragon Ball, and after snatching the Dragon Ball with Bobo, after sensing the chi of the two, he found that the chi of the two was similar to Bobo, and knew that it was just a coincidence, and they were practicing some kind of cultivation. Therefore, Bardock also floated cross-legged in the air and watched the cultivation methods of the two. The biggest change in skill is Heimchi, which is a world away from when Bardock taught before, and when he snatched a planet in Bobo's hands, he was simple and fast, completely lacking the previous flawed attack methods. As for Dales, there have also been some changes in the way of attack, but those who are not familiar with it will not be able to observe it at all. Bang! After Bardock watched for nearly 5 minutes, Bobo's physical strength could no longer support it, and under the joint snatching of the two, the tired butt slumped on the ground, and a planet in his hand flew impartially into Bardak's hands. Bardak reached out to catch a planet, looked at it for a moment, and then threw a planet backhanded back into Bobo's hands. Father! Bardak! Jaime jumped 3 feet tall happily and flew into Bardak's arms, while Dales followed Gnei with some restraint and stood aside, not daring to speak again. No way, Bardak's methods before were too ferocious. Dales simply remembered it, and at his age, how could he understand why Bardak beat himself, so he could only choose Bardak to quietly not speak when he was there. Jaime, it's good, the combat skills have improved very quickly, and I am simply impressed, Bardak said as he scraped Gnei's small nose with his finger, turned his head to Dales and said, Darls has made some progress, but he is still a little impatient. Being dominated by emotions is the stupidest way to fight. Father educated. Dals is either admitting his mistake now, or on the way to admit it. And he does not dare to have any urge to pout with the Bardaks. Mr. Bobo, please prepare a little more food, which is about 60 people on the earth. Thank you. Throw Bobo a fairy bean to restore his strength. No problem. Bobo, who had eaten the fairy beans, nodded in agreement, and then went to the interior of the heavenly god temple to prepare food. Bardak, how is the practice? Is there a major breakthrough? Haimuki asked bluntly, and Dales looked at Bardak curiously and eagerly. The harvest is quite large, the normal combat power is about 60 million, if you transform into a super race, that is, 3 billion combat power, if you maintain the full power of the Super SAIYAN, the combat power is about 6 billion. However, I feel that I have not reached the limit yet, and I should still be able to break through, but there is no point in blindly practicing penance, so I came out first, and the rest is a long period of accumulation. Besides, I don't know much about cooking myself, so I can't stand staying in it. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, Bardak couldn't help but laugh. Oh my god, Bardak, in that case, aren't you invincible in the universe, even the Frisia clan is fearless. Haimuki exclaimed with his small mouth open in surprise. Father is so powerful. We SAIYANs are invincible. Dales shouted in surprise, cheering for Bardak's strength. Your vision is still too narrow, my strength is okay in a corner of the universe, it's too early to say invincible, just like we look at the weak earthlings here, there must be stronger people watching us above our heads, so getting stronger is endless, and no one can call themselves the invincible existence of the universe. As a strong person, you must maintain a heart that never says die, as a cultivator, you must maintain a heart that never gives up, and the martial arts will never end. Remember, Darrens. In order to prevent this kid from being too arrogant and losing his life, Bardak must instill some ideas about being in peace. Understood, Father. Hearing Bardak's teaching, Dals responded with a serious face. Well, it's worthy of being my son, you and your mother go and wait for the meal, I'll go find the gods. Seeing that his son was so obedient and sensible, Bardak rubbed Dale's head with his big hand. Yes, Father. Hearing Bardak's praise, Dale's eyes flashed with joy. Bardak, hurry up, we'll wait for you to eat together. Haimuki released his arms holding Bardak and whispered. Got it, hurry up. Bardak smiled slightly, waved his hand at the two, and watched the two walk towards the place where they ate, before turning and walking towards the residence of the god. Here you are. Bardak walked into the dimly lit room, and immediately heard the voice of the gods. I remember that the Nemesis people like sunshine, you actually like to stay in the dark, you old guy is really different. A few air masses were casually fired to light the lights in the Tenjin room. Old, this is also a habit that has been developed over the years, making you laugh. Hearing Bardak mention the words SAIYAN, a smile appeared on the face of the god. Ha, don't talk nonsense with you, I know you have a trick that will seal others with one move, hand it over to me. Bardak didn't think about going around in circles with this old guy, and the devil knows how many hearts this old guy has. You are already so powerful, what are you learning this sealing technique for? Tenjin did not directly refuse, but asked curiously. Of course, to deal with people who are stronger than me. You shouldn't think that a person of my strength is already invincible in the world. Bardock plucked his ears. Did you think you were the strongest on earth before you met me? In the same way, there are people outside people, and there is heaven outside the sky. If you can teach me, I will make an exception to take you to your hometown of Namex, where I remember there are still many Nameeks. Bardock set a condition that even the gods could not refuse. No problem. Hearing that he could return to his hometown Namesing, Tenjin agreed without thinking. Some people may say that since they know that it is the Namex people, it is good to use the power of the divine dragon to make Bobo make a wish to send the gods back to the Nameeks. It can only be said that the idea is very beautiful, the reality is very skinny, the scattered place of the Dragon Balls, even the gods themselves do not know, where there is time to spend so much effort to find the Dragon Balls, just kidding. As for the method of making Dragon Ball radar to find Dragon Ball, Bardock knows, but why should you and I tell you why I am not close to each other, it is just a joke. Chapter 49. Refreshing, I have an interstellar map on my spaceship, there are interstellar coordinates about Namux, and when my affairs here are dealt with, Tenjin you will go to Namux with us, as for sending you back, you still need the Earth's Dragon Balls. Bardock's idea is simple, he wants to use the power of the Earth Dragon Ball to make a wish and immediately learn the bug ability to teleport. You actually know Dragon Ball. The celestial god originally thought that this alien would know some secrets of the celestial temple, but he didn't expect that the other party even knew about the Dragon Ball. What's strange about this? Rest assured, I won't use the power of Dragon Ball to make any desire to rule the world, I just want to obtain a skill called teleportation. Besides, with my current strength, making a wish to rule the world is not redundant. Bardock was afraid that this old man thought he was going to make some evil wish, and when the time came, the old guy would have committed suicide in vain. That's right, I'm thinking too much, but Bardock, don't you have any desire for immortality or immortality? The god looked at Bardock cautiously, trying to see the other party's heart. There is no need at all, birth, old age, illness and death are the cycle of heavenly reason, I only believe in myself, relying on my own strength to reach the realm of gods can also be immortal and immortal, as for the immortal body you said, I estimate that the divine dragon of your earth cannot achieve this level of wish. I'm not at all interested in abilities that don't belong to my body. Bardock snorted, not bothering at the suggestion of the gods. However, there are 7 Dragon Balls, Bobo has one in his hand, and the remaining 6 are scattered all over the world, even I, as a Dragon Ball maker, cannot determine the exact location of the Dragon Ball. If you want to use Dragon Ball, you can only find it on your own. On the issue of Dragon Ball, Tenjin did not play tricks with Bardock, but gave all the news of Dragon Ball. Well, I see. The skill of the magic seal wave waited until I finished eating and then came to you to ask for advice, and after eating more than a year of tasteless food in the spiritual time house, the bird was about to fade out of my mouth, and I saw the god again. After the two sides reached an agreement, Bardock turned and waved away, walking towards the smell of food. Bardock, who came to the restaurant, saw Dale sitting in front of him and Hymen, who was bored lying on the table, said hello and waited for almost 15 minutes, and Bobo served a large table of dishes. Eat. After Bardock moves his chopsticks for the first time, Gnei starts eating at Sven and Dars and Bardock eat like starving ghosts. The sound of bowls and chopsticks hitting each other sounded rhythmically, and in less than a minute Bardock and Dales finished a bowl of ramen one after another, and then shouted another bowl. Bobo hurriedly served another bowl, fine beads of sweat flowing from his forehead. I have to say that Bobo is a god of attendance, whether it is martial arts experience accumulation and cooking skills are simply not picky, Bardock's taste buds were quickly conquered. The Bardock family ate a meal for more than an hour, and the rice bowl on the table was more than 2 meters high, which filled the stomachs of the 3 SAIYANs. After drinking and eating, Bardock went to the Tenjin to learn the magic seal, while Dales and Jaime suppressed the chi to the same level, ready to start the return movement. Bobo had to helplessly clean up a large table of dishes and chopsticks. Dallas, I'm going on. Haimuka set up an attack stance and shouted eagerly at Dales. I'm ready, mother. Darren's carefully observed Jaime's every move. Suddenly, the figures of the two disappeared in the blink of an eye, and then the two afterimages collided with each other, and the elbows collided and quickly separated, and then Gnei suddenly appeared behind Dales, and a hand knife was about to hit Dales' neck, and Dales seemed to have eyes behind his back, and quickly waved his hand backwards to block Gnei's hand knife. Then the other hand gathered the Qigong wave and turned towards Gnei, and Gnei quickly held Dale's hand that released the air bomb with his hand, so that the attacking gas bomb changed direction and flew out. A knee strike hit Dale's forehead, and Dales did not break free from Jaime's hand, and this knee hit directly on the forehead, so that Gnei also released his grip on Dale's hand. It hurts. Dales covered his forehead with his left hand, his small face wrinkled, and his face was full of pain masks. Darren's, you can't be distracted from fighting. Maybe every SAIYAN has belligerent genes in their bones, previously because Gnei's combat effectiveness was too low, and his inferiority in his heart was not shown, but now because of the improvement of combat skills, he has regained a little self-confidence, and he feels a little excited. Regardless of what state Dales was, Gnei kicked Dales directly to the waist with a side kick. Dales felt Gnei's chi approaching rapidly, and did not care about the pain, immediately raised his knees and raised his arms, double blocking. A dull sound sounded, and Darius steadily caught Gnei's side kick, followed by Gnei's fist. Dales retreated sharply, and Gnei's fists also followed, and the chi of the two was originally maintained at the same level, coupled with the advantage of height. Gnei could easily catch up with Dales. Darren's had to catch a heavy punch with his palm, who knew that Gnei was fighting more and more courageously, and unconsciously seemed to enter a state of excitement, although the chi did not improve, but the combat skills had a qualitative leap. Even Darren's was a little unable to resist. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. With the release of Qigong waves, Dales saw that he could not dodge, and also fought back with Turtle Qigong. The two were deadlocked with each other. Huge chi overflowed from the Heavenly God Temple. The martial artists who were proficient in chi on the entire earth subconsciously looked at the sky, and their hearts were very shocked. They didn't expect to be able to feel such a powerful chi in their lifetime, and then compared to themselves, they instantly felt that their chi was simply weak like an ant. What, you two? I'm learning to fight like this in a pinch. Bardock reluctantly walked out of the temple and saw the scene of the mother and son facing each other, and the two sides were deadlocked and did not give in to each other. Darren's, you stop. Bardock scratched his head helplessly. Understood, father. Darren's immediately stopped the output of chi, and Bardock also appeared in front of Darren's in the next second, catching the Turtle Pie Qigong wave released by Gnei with one hand. And then easily pinched, and the Qigong wave dissipated. You two are too messy, only fists and feet are allowed in the Heavenly God Temple, not Qigong waves. It's good that the Heavenly God Temple blows up. If you accidentally blow up the earth, then there will be nothing. Bardock glared at Haimuka this time, and Haimuka knew that he was at a loss and looked up at the sky. By the way, Haimchi and Raditz, you two break your tail for now. Don't transform into a giant ape because of the moon on Earth. More is better than less. Bardock still thinks it's better to get vaccinated in advance. Oh, good. Haimuka didn't say a word, using his hand as a knife, gathering chi into a blade, raising his hand and cutting off half of his tail, and Darren's did the same, cutting off half of it. You guys go on, don't use Qigong waves anymore. Bardock instructed again, and the two nodded in unison. Chapter 50. In the blink of an eye, the Bardock family came to Earth for a month, and within this month, Dales and Jaime completed the first stage of Bobo's training, and their combat skills were qualitatively improved, and they could literally beat themselves a month ago. And Bardock also learned the magic seal wave during this time, but Bardock knew that the old man of the god left a hand, that is, although the tricks of the magic seal wave were taught to Bardock, but the most critical step was not informed, that is, the spell, and the magic seal wave that was suppressed without the spell was meaningless. Bardock did not take the initiative to ask, but after the two of them completed the first stage of cultivation, they came to a planet in Bobo's hands, asked the home of the god named Dr. Brives, and found Dr. Brives according to the specific location to take out a planet, and let him make a radar by detecting special fluctuations on the Dragon Ball. Dr. Brives said that it was very simple, and very readily agreed to Bardock's request, and Bardock, in order to show sincerity, returned to the temple to lend his spacecraft to Dr. Brives for research, and asked to improve the performance of the spacecraft if possible. After arranging the affairs of the Dragon Ball radar, Bardock arrived at the Celestial Temple and joined the cultivation team to conduct the second stage of Bobo's training with Dales. If you want to be as calm as the sky, and move faster than lightning, you must first be unintentional, just like this. Because Bardock joined halfway, Bobo started a small class again. Saying that he stayed in place, the chi around his body could not be felt at all, like a sculpture standing in place. Isn't this the same as stopping thinking? Dals spoke disdainfully. Darrens, you go and attack and try it, with the same level of chi as Mr. Bobo. Bardock agitated. Hey! It may be that Dales was born not to learn such profound martial arts content, and he was also confused about this, and walked to Bobo with a big grin, facing Bobo directly with a punch, but after a punch, Dales was surprised to find that he was empty, and Mr. Bobo didn't know when he arrived behind him. Dales still did not believe in evil and again kicked a roundhouse kick towards Bobo, but the blow still failed. Okay, Dales, stop, you can't attack Mr. Bobo no matter what. Barda restrained Dale's foolish behavior and watched thoughtfully at Mr. Bobo's current state. Then asked, Mr. Bobo, the so-called unintentional, can you briefly explain the principle? To be honest, Bardock really didn't see anything. Judging the opponent's next move based on the perception of chi alone, Bardock could barely do it, but without chi, judging with his body, he couldn't do it. You can only see things with your eyes, so you can't see my movements clearly. I don't see with my eyes, but I feel it by the attention and the faint flow of air, which is very important. Bobo said a little proudly, and said towards Dales. Dales, you stand over here. Dales reluctantly walked over and stood in the designated place. I'll turn my back to you, and then you make some movements. Bobo really turned his back to Darls under the puzzled gazes of Jaime and Darrens. You're scratching your head. Punch. Kicking. Tickle. Grinning, Darrens made fun of it behind Bobo without believing in evil, and the result was accurately guessed every time. Snap. Haimuka couldn't help but applaud and said, It's amazing, Mr. Bobo, do you have eyes behind your back? What I'm showing you is why I was able to easily dodge Dale's attacks in my unintentional state. Do you have anything else to ask? Bobo asked with a smile. Mr. Bobo, is the so-called heartless in your mouth the ultimate development of the five senses or even the sixth sense of the human body? Bardock raised his hand to ask, and the reason why he asked was because Bardock felt that this method was somewhat similar to a skill in the Prince of Tennis world, but he forgot what it was. It's not. Bobo obviously knew that Bardock's understanding of the mindless state was misunderstood. The basis of the heartless is still the perception of the outside world, but it is separated from the most direct way to see with the line of sight, but uses the body to perceive the changes in the surrounding airflow to judge the enemy's next move. Your understanding is biased. Bobo explained patiently. I don't understand. Bardock was still confused, and finally knew how difficult it was for one person to understand another person's martial arts experience. Take your time, I have also achieved this level after hundreds of years of accumulation, even the previous generations of heavenly gods have not done it. Bobo Blackbean explained as he glared at Bardock with wide eyes. Also, it's impossible to eat fat in one go. It's me who is impatient. Bardock rubbed his head and changed the place to the so-called unintentional state. Bardock's side was clueless, let alone Kenai and Darren's, both of them scratched their ears and cheeks anxiously. Just when the Bardock family of 3 was immersed in cultivation, in the branch of the Emperor Frisia chassis far away in the universe, 6 individual spaceships landed, and the new Kainuit team descended, led by the brothers Kainu, Guys, Bart, and Apocatel, who were robbed of Reek's body. After the 5 landed, they clicked the detector to search for the Legion branch, which had become a ruin, but found that there was no breath of any living creatures, and Vegeta killed all the soldiers in the branch. Wait! Guys's detector suddenly detected a huge energy fluctuation in the sky. There is a powerful combat power in the sky, 100,000, no, 150,000 combat power. It is not accurate to say that it should be in space. Damn, we were so careless. Vegeta's little monkey was hiding in the outer space base. In the division outer space base, when the 3 of them landed on the branch planet, Vegeta began to gather gas to release a big move, and after a burst, the ultimate flash shot out of his hand, and then jumped into the combat spaceship without looking back, and opened the spacecraft to escape the planet. It's really rare that this stupid monkey has learned to use tricks, ha ha ha. But it's just an attack of this level, let you see my body with 1,000,000 combat power. Saying that, Kainu flew into the sky, caught the ultimate flash released by Vegeta with one hand, and then with a quick pinch, the ultimate flash turned into a little starlight and disappeared in front of him. Captain Kainu is invincible. Captain Kainu is the second in the universe. The newly joined Apocat brothers frantically smacked Kainu. It's a small meaning, but now the task given by King Frisia is the most important. This branch no longer needs to exist, after we report the basic situation here. Continue to chase this kid Vegeta. After Kainu was proud, he has not forgotten the most important thing. But we've lost Vegeta's tracks. Guys dismantled the platform out of place. Idiot, then look for a planet, until you can find Vegeta's little monkey and bring it to King Frisia. Kainu cursed. Chapter 51. At this point, Vegeta began to fight guerrilla warfare with the Frisia Legion. Because the Frisia's Legion had relatively few masters who fought up to more than 60,000, the soldiers of the various Legion branches were not Vegeta's enemies at all, and Vegeta slaughtered these divisions and immediately fled after replenishing some of the resources and energy, without giving the Kinnet team any chance to meet. And Frisia, who had been destroyed several divisions in a row for several months, received the news from his subordinates, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he ordered the Kinnet team to hunt down Vegeta as soon as possible, whether dead or alive. The space defense departments of each division, as long as they encountered the inquiry and did not answer as soon as they met, or the spacecraft with unknown serial numbers, directly bombarded. It's all this time, and Frisia doesn't grab a Vegeta to play with. As for the side of the Earth, Bardock was never able to grasp the essentials of Heartless after half a month of cultivation, leaving Gnei and Dales to continue cultivating, and he came to Dr. Brive's house in the Nether. After half a month of production, Dr. Brives has already built the Dragon Ball radar and leisurely feeds various animals in the back garden, while his wife hums songs and watered flowers with a smile on her face. Doctor. Bardock approached Dr. Brives and greeted him. Oh, it's Mr. Bardock. Did you come to get that Dragon Ball radar? The doctor greeted with a smile, already surprised by Bardock's ability to fly. That's right. Bardock nodded. Doctor, how's that ship of mine doing? Boomer, go and bring the radar on my lab desk to Mr. Bardock, the same gadget you were arguing about last time you were playing with. After the doctor shouted a few times, a little girl of 3 or 4 years old came out of the flowers. Got it, Daddy. Boomer snorted toward the doctor's lab. You said your spaceship. I have studied the basic data, and the performance has been optimized, which should be a few points faster than you were before. Hoop, here it is. Saying that, he took out a capsule-like item from his clothes pocket, pressed it and threw it away, and Bardak's spaceship appeared in front of the two. The appearance has not changed much, the surface has become a little newer. As for the interior, Bardak did not understand, immediately pretended to nod, under the professorship of the doctor, learned to use the universal capsule to reload the spacecraft, and cheekily asked for a batch of super-large space universal capsules. After doing this, Boomer took the Dragon Ball radar and a planet and handed 2 items to Dr. Brives with a small short leg, and the doctor smiled and squatted down to touch Boomer's head, and after a few words of praise, got up and handed a planet and radar to Bardak. "Shout, husband, is this your friend? He looks quite handsome, do you want to date me?" Dr. Brives' wife saw Bardak, who was talking to her husband, after watering the flowers, and smiled and said what she often loved. "Ha, doctor, I'll go first, see you later." Bardak didn't know how to talk and fled. He jumped into the sky and disappeared from the sight of the Boomer family. "Oh, this handsome guy can fly without wings. It's amazing!" Boomer's mother still exclaimed with a smile, and her expression seemed to have never changed. "It's a good idea. If only the car could levitate and fly," Dr. Brives thought as he looked at the way Bardak flew, touching his chin, and as for Boomer, this is full of thoughts about what exactly is the principle that people can fly. Bardak, who got the Dragon Ball radar, soon began his journey to find the Dragon Balls, and before dark, Bardak finally found the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. During this period, Bardak met the middle-aged Sun Wuhan, that is, the grandfather of Sun Wukong in the original work, but to Bardak's surprise, his son Sun Wukong also lived with Sun Wuhan. After coming out of the Spirit Time House, GNEI just mentioned that he sent Goku to a family to raise him, and Bardak did not ask in detail. As a result, fate is such a coincidence. Son Goku originally did not live with Son Gohan, but Son Gohan met in the mountains and forests. When he met Sun Wukong, all the clothes on this little fart disappeared, lying naked on the ground and sleeping huffing. If not for Sun Wuhan passing by, he would have been swallowed by a saber-toothed tiger. Bardak, who understood the cause and effect, gave Sun Gohan 10 fairy beans as a reward, and informed the other party of the role of the fairy beans, picked up the 4 planets and left. Bardak. It's back. Haim Nachi, who was practicing imaginary cultivation through meditation, sensed Bardak's chi and got up happily. "Well, my purpose after the nether was achieved, so I came back early." Bardak lifted up the 7 Dragon Balls contained in the cloth bag for Haimuka to see, and the Dragon Balls echoed each other, constantly flashing. "However, Haimchi, I met Goku during the search for Dragon Ball. Where did you foster Goku before?" Although Bardak knew that Haimuka was not a ruthless person, he couldn't help but ask curiously. "Well, I was fostered to a relatively wealthy family. I don't know the specific place, but I remember that the food there is very rich, and the life of the Earthlings there is also very primitive, but according to them, they eat meat all the time and feed on the wild beasts in the mountains." "What's wrong?" GNEI blinked his eyes and asked curiously. It's nothing." Bardak knew that the wealth in Haimin's eyes was that there were many local edibles, and Goku may have been abandoned by those primitive tribes in the mountains because he ate too much or for other reasons. After all, the stomach of the Saiyans may not be able to be fed by the average family. "Goku, he is living well now, and there is a good person to raise." Bardak smiled and put his arm around Haimchi's shoulder. "It's time to get down to business." Looking at the Dragon Balls in the cloth bag, Bardak said solemnly. "Get down to business." "Bardak, it's still early, not okay." Jaime suddenly shyly hammered Bardak on the chest. "The Dragon Balls are all collected, don't make a wish, what else to do? As an ornament?" Bardak was confused. "Ahem, that's right, the right thing matters, the business matters." Haimuka knew that he wanted to be crooked, and then pretended to cough calmly a few times, indicating that he could start. "Come out, Shenlong, grant my wish." Bardock placed the 7 dragon balls on the square of the angel hall and shouted out the spell to summon the dragon. The god who heard the movement walked out of the temple and saw the picture of the imminent birth of the dragon, and his heart was shocked. The reason why he was shocked was because Bardock actually gathered the dragon balls in such a short time. How long has it been? You know that the last person who collected the dragon balls, but it took more than 10 years to complete, and now he has become the king of the earth. Lightning and thunder roared in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and soon a tall figure appeared from the dragon ball. The dragon body hundreds of meters long hovered and staggered, and the dragon's head looked down at Bardock below. What is this? Haimuka looked at the creature in front of him with a shocked expression. Chapter 52. This is the most powerful ability of the Nemesis people, the product produced, but the appearance of each made dragon is different. As for the ability, it is to realize the desire not to exceed the ability of the creator. Bardock opened his mouth to explain. O person who has gathered the dragon ball, please say your wish, any wish is fine. Shenlong began the established procedure, and opened his mouth to talk. Is any wish okay? Bardock asked with a smile. Yes, any wish will do. Shenlong replied in the affirmative. Let me have the strongest power in the universe. Bardock opened his mouth to be king fried. Sorry, I can't fulfill this wish. Being slapped in the face by Bardock, Shenlong's face was also a little embarrassed. Let me have endless life. Bardock dropped a bomb again. Sorry, I can't fulfill this wish. Shenlong's tone had become a little unconfident. Then, let me have an immortal body. Bardock smiled and spoke again. This can't be achieved either. Shenlong's voice became quieter. As for the side of the gods, I heard Bardock say amazing wishes again and again, and I was ready to commit suicide at any time, but Bardock said that a divine dragon can't do it, said that one can't do it, directly numb. Bardock can only say where is the upper limit of your own ability, don't you know yourself? Still ready to commit suicide? Bardock, this is the divine dragon that can grant any wish? It doesn't seem to be very good. Haim's words were like a steel knife inserted into the hearts of both the heavenly god and the divine dragon. Killed. Darren stood aside, originally wanting to see how good the divine dragon in his father's mouth was, but this was it, and he opened his mouth and said that any wish was okay. It was simply rubbish, and his heart was full of disappointment in the divine dragon's ability to make wishes. People who gathered the dragon ball, what other wishes do you have? Hurry up, I won't last long. Although the scene was a little embarrassing, Shenlong had to continue to ask according to the established procedure. Let me learn the teleportation of the realm king god. Bardock pretended to be impatient and continued to make a wish. This, sorry can't be achieved. Shenlong slandered in his heart, what's going on with this person, every wish exceeds my ability, can I still play well? This wish can't be realized, that can't be realized, so what's the use of you? Bardock's palm condensed Qigong waves and pretended to launch at the divine dragon. This lord, the teleportation of the lord of the realm king god is a divine skill, which cannot be achieved by the small gods, but it allows you to learn a teleportation called the Adra Starman. Do you see it? Seeing that this master was angry, Shenlong immediately made the best choice from his heart. Also, yes. Bardock saw that the dragon was almost spoiled by himself, pretended to be reluctant, and agreed. Okay, as you wish, and then a red light flashed in the dragon's eyes, and Bardock's mind added a teleportation skill. Your wish has come true, then goodbye. Shenlong saw that the great demon king's wish had come true, and he was about to slip away. Wait! Bardock shouted. Boom! Who knew that this old dragon slipped thief fast, and the dragon balls turned into stones and flew into the lower realm in all directions. This old fellow, as sneaky as the gods. Bardock was speechless. And originally wanted to ask if there was a figure in the world such as the god of destruction, but this cargo was frightened by himself and ran faster than a dog. Okay, Tenjin, I've done what I need to do, get ready, tomorrow we'll leave for Namux. But before that, tell me the final process of the magic sealing wave. Saying that, a laser shot out from his eyes, piercing the stone slab under the feet of the gods. Good, good, I'll teach you right away. Seeing that his little means were recognized by Bardock, the god of heaven agreed to come down. Don't use any intrigue without absolute whole cards, this is my last advice to you. Bardock missed the celestial god with a cold face and walked towards the celestial temple. Hey! The god wiped a handful of sweat beads on his forehead, sighed, followed behind, and then under the extremely oppressive anger, seriously thanked the spell to be written on the magic seal wave. Bardock put the charm away, intending to take time to copy it. The next day, Bada takes Heimchi and Tenjin on a journey to Namux, leaving Bobo and Dales to stay in the Celestial Temple. It has to be said that Dr. Breves is a genius, and the spacecraft he modified took 5 days to reach the Namux star, which is much faster than the speed of the previous spacecraft. During the 5 days he went to Namux, Bardock tirelessly copied the spells on the demon seal, and by the time he was about to reach Namux, he was already 9 points similar to the original charm of the celestial god. After seeing Bardock's results, the gods said that the spell that Bardock had now drawn could be used as a sealing charm. Bardock was suspicious of the old guy for lying so much, and stared straight at the old guy, trying to see a hint of lying in his eyes. What the old man said this time is true, really not lying at all. Tenjin was a little flustered by Bardock's stare, and hurriedly said that he really didn't lie to him. Believe you once. Bardock snorted coldly, took out a small bottle prepared in advance, and carved a charm on the bottle with chi, just in case. He took out a few more small bottles prepared in advance, pasted the charm drawn by the god, and then drew charms on several other bottles. A total of 10 magic seal wave sealing bottles were prepared before and after. The spacecraft is about to land in 5 minutes, and the spacecraft is about to arrive at the Namek in 5 minutes. Finally, on the 5th day, Bardock's spacecraft arrived at Namex, and 5 minutes later, with a loud bang, the spacecraft landed perfectly. After landing, Bardock hurriedly opened the door of the warehouse, and after everyone walked out of the spacecraft, he used the universal capsule to put away the spacecraft, allowing GNEI to maintain his chi at its peak, and then Bardock attached his fingers between his eyebrows, feeling the powerful chi in the universe. Jimai didn't know what Bardock was going to do, so he had to do as Bardock asked. Instantly release your chi to its peak state. And the god had long run far away and hid in the COL, observing Haimuki and Bardock with half his head exposed. When GNEI released all his chi, the entire Nami nemesis of Nami Buster sensed this chi, and his face instantly turned green. Found it! Bardock kept his fingers between his eyebrows for 30 seconds before disappearing with a whoosh. And on the planet Kurdish King, there was suddenly one more person on the Kurdish King's table. Who was still eating elegantly. Oh, it turned out to be the Kurdish King, not Frisia. He found the wrong person, but it is worthy of being a father and son, and the chi is so similar. Bardock looked at the Kurdish King with a confused face, touched his chin and looked at the Kurdish King in front of him with an inspecting gaze. Chapter 53 SAIYAN. After the Kurdish King saw the tail on Bardock's waist, he recognized that the human who suddenly appeared in front of him was a SAIYAN, and angrily overturned the table. You abominable SAIYAN monkey, how did you break through the defenses and come to me? It seems that it is necessary to put these wastes under your hands in order. Since you're here, then seal you up first and use it for my sparring partner to cultivate the Super SAIYAN Legion. Bardock smiled and casually opened a small bottle. The Kurdish King saw Bardock's operation full of question marks, and immediately gathered energy waves in his palm to hit Bardock. It's really troublesome, you have to do it. The Kurdish King's combat power is 250 million, which is worthy of being an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, and Bardock is not able to deal with the other party. After a loud drink, Bardock transformed into a super race full power, the majestic momentum pressed the Kurdish king retreated one after another, and the air bomb in his hand was unconsciously launched. Bardock randomly dodged the air bomb, his eyes looked at the Kurdish king with his back against the wall and an incredulous face. You're the Super Saiyan in Frisia's mouth. Bardock. The Kurdish king did not expect that one day the Super Saiyan would take the initiative to find himself, and in his expectation, even if he did, he had to look for the resurrected Frisia first. I didn't expect Frisia to spread my name quite quickly, in order to show respect, then let you suffer less and be obediently sealed by me. Bardock smiled, disappeared in front of the Kurdish king in an instant, and smashed a heavy fist on the Kurdish king's abdomen. The Kurdish king spewed a mouthful of purple blood from his mouth, covered his stomach and fell to the ground in pain, constantly wailing in his mouth. So, what's the sprinkling? Bardock's blow made the Kurdish king incapacitated, rearranged the sealing bottle, stretched out his arms and luck green ripples rolled up the crying Kurdish king. With Bardock's command, the Kurdish king's huge body was poured into a small bottle, and then Bardock pressed the cork, and a Kurdish king successfully sealed. In that case, there is no need for the Kurdish planet to exist. King Kurd, it's time to say goodbye to your dynasty. Ha ha ha. Bardock broke through the roof of the palace and flew above the Kurdish planet. Countless Kurdish alien soldiers heard the movement and observed Bardock with probes, and without exception, all probes exploded on the spot. Destroy me, Planet Kurdish! Bardock single-handedly condensed an asteroid-like ball of energy and smashed it towards the ground of the Kurdish planet, a scene that was no different from Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta. It can only be said that the cycle of cause and effect, retribution is not happy. Watching the energy ball gradually sink into the ground, Bardock smiled with satisfaction, sensed the chi of other strong people again, and after searching for more than 10 seconds, Bardock smiled slightly, and instantly disappeared above the Kurdish planet. 1 minute after Bardock left, the Kurdish planet, except for the cosmonauts who drove part of the spacecraft away from the Kurdish planet, turned into fireworks in the universe with a loud bang. Today I really have a real back, and I found the wrong person again. Bardock teleported again and found that the person he found was not Frisia, but another frozen demon, but Bardock had not seen it, and guessed that it was probably Frisia's brother Gura, that is, someone so close in blood, who could have similar chi. Oh, Saiyan! It will appear on Ben King's spaceship, and it seems that he has learned a good skill. Let me see how much combat power this monkey of yours has, and can actually appear in front of King Ben without scruples. At this moment, Bardock still maintains the full power state of Super Saiyan, and after Gula randomly clicked on the detector's detection device, the detector value did not appear, and it exploded directly in place. Oh roar, I didn't expect that there were such powerful monkeys among the Saiyans, but it was beyond my expectations. My stupid brother will only raise tigers. Get acquainted, Saiyans, join my Gula King, I can spare you from death. Gula seemed to have absolute confidence in his own strength, and opened his mouth to get Bardock to surrender. Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest thing I've ever heard. I'm the Super Saiyan you fear the most, how can I fall under your command? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. For your sake of making me laugh, I won't kill you. In Bardock's all-knowing eyes, it shows that Gula's battle has 470 million, and his strength is more than 1.5 stars stronger than this guy Frisia. I admire your courage, Saiyan, but if you don't join me, give me death. Damn Saiyan monkeys! Saying that, the condensed energy in Gula's hand shot towards Bardock. It's not that Gula didn't recognize Bardock as a Super Saiyan for the first time. Bardock's appearance is too obvious, how could Gula not recognize it, but I heard that Frisia accepted a Super Saiyan as his subordinate before, which made Gula think that the so-called Super Saiyan was just that. Since his brother Frisia this waste can accept one, he can also accept one, so there was a conversation just now. Speaking of which, all this is still a rumor made up by Frisia in order to put a golden hu on his face. The so-called Super Saiyan is Kainu after the change, as for the news that Kainu has the ability to change bodies, except for Team Kinnett and Frisia, others do not know at all, so Frisia released his smoke bomb to subdue the Super Saiyan in order to re-establish his prestige. As a result, Gura, who loves to compare with his brother everywhere, really kicked the iron plate this time, coupled with his own reliance on things like detectors to judge the enemy's combat effectiveness, so he did not recognize his position and wanted to accept Bardock as his general. Remember the last time I said that, the person who said this should be crippled by now. Bardock smiled contemptuously, crushed the huge Qigong wave, adhering to the principle of stability and no waves, taking advantage of the fact that Gula had not transformed again, flashed behind Gula, and slashed at Gula's neck with a knife hand. In order to prevent himself from confiscating his strength and hacking Gula to death, Bardock still collected some force, and as a result, Gula was stumbled by Bardock, and then a flutter fell to the ground and fell a dog to eat. In such a humiliated posture, Gula's face turned red, his body soared, and the entire spaceship was in danger of disintegrating, and the siren sounded continuously, stimulating everyone's nerves. Chapter 54. Damn, forget that you can't survive in the universe yet. Bardock looked at the constantly violent Gula and saw that the spaceship was on the verge of disintegration, and immediately saw Gula's intentions. A spaceship of this level simply cannot withstand the battle between the two, and it is estimated that if you do another punch, the entire spaceship will have to be scrapped. Even if he destroys the spaceship, except for Gura who can live, everyone else is estimated to die. Today is your lucky day, Gula, we have a meeting in the mountains, see you next time. In this case, it is impossible for Gula to stand and seal himself. Bardock had to use teleportation again and disappear into Gula's spaceship, and at the moment Bardock disappeared, the spacecraft could not withstand the gas that Gula burst out of, bursting and disintegrating in an instant, and all the cosmic people followed by Gula were buried in the universe. Damn Saiyan monkey, the next time we meet will be your time of death. Gula roared viciously, he could only be incompetent and furious in the universe, and he had to catch his own way. What man? Frisia's alertness became not ordinarily high because of Bardock, and when he saw the wild monkey in front of him who was both familiar and fearful in his heart, Flying Thunder God simply hated his teeth. Oh, long time no see, King Frisia, I heard that you have been resurrected again, this time the look is quite chic. Bardock saw Frisia who had been transformed 2/3 of his body, and couldn't help but ridicule, and the combat power has increased to 150 million points. With such a great improvement in just 1 year, it is worthy of being King Frisia, this talent is simply amazing. Saying that he did not forget to sprinkle salt on Frisia's body, you must know that the short-term strengthening of foreign objects is only temporary, and only having a perfect physical body is the prerequisite for the continuous improvement of his own strength. Bardock's words are undoubtedly pouring salt on Frisia's wounds. Stop, you nasty wild monkey, I want you to pay the price. Frisia looked hideous and shot at Bardock regardlessly. In Bardock's eyes, Frisia's fist was as slow as a turtle, and he caught Frisia's fist with a contemptuous smile, and then grabbed Frisia's fist, flicked it hard like a turning wheel, and Frisia's body rotated rapidly like a top, and he couldn't stop at all. You give me a good time to come in, King Frisia. Bardock smiled, then smashed his fist on Frisia's celestial spirit cover and flew it out, heavily embedded in Frisia's throne, laid out the sealing bottle, used the magic sealing wave, and quickly pressed the stopper in the small bottle that Frisia sealed in his desperate wail. Since then, the Frisia family has become their own collection except for Gura. Carefully placing the sealing bottle that sealed Frisia's father and son into a universal capsule, Bardock used the same means to give planet Frisia a super energy bomb. At the moment of the destruction of the planet Frisia, he grabbed Heimchi's chi and instantly returned to Nami. Bardock, what are you doing? I can't even feel your anger at all in Nami Buster. Haimuka grabbed Bardock's arm worriedly and examined Bardock's whole body. It's nothing, I just used teleportation to find the Frisia father and son, and after having a friendly conversation with them, I tried the newly learned magic seal wave. And they told me that the magic seal wave is very good. Bardock explained with a playful smile. Such a big person is not a normal shape, the planet Frisia and the Kurdish planet are so far away, how can you arrive in such a short time, just to find me happy? Haimuki apparently didn't believe it. Hehe, look at my violent temper, today I will let you see the results that your husband has obtained in such a short time. Bardock saw that Gnei questioned himself, and his little temper came up. Heavenly God, hide away, don't be killed by the guy I released. Although this guy often digs holes for himself, but under the premise that the other party is still a little useful, Bardock kindly reminded. Yes, Bardock. The god hurriedly rushed into the distance. While Bardock took out a small bottle from a separate universal capsule, and after pulling out the cork, the Kurdish king's voice came out, and then the Kurdish king appeared in Nameksy with a gasp. SAIYAN. You, what the hell are you going to do? The Kurdish king saw himself on a strange planet, suppressed the fear in his heart, and asked sharply. Sorry for putting the wrong person, please go back first. Bardock scratched his head in embarrassment, and after the Na6 nemesis felt the evil chi of the Kurdish king, his body couldn't stop shaking, and he didn't understand how a guy with such an evil chi appeared in Na6 without any warning, and a guy who was more powerful than this evil chi. The great elder of Nami Nemesis didn't know why this happened, but for the safety of the Nami Nemesis, he immediately contacted the elders of several villages to collect the Dragon Balls in case of emergency. And after the heavenly god who was hiding not far away sensed this powerful chi on the Kurdish king, he couldn't help but tremble, secretly glad that he had just listened to Bardock's words and stayed away from that position. In other words, is the demon seal wave so powerful? Such powerful demons can be sealed. Ignoring the self-doubt of the gods, the Kurdish king in front of Bardock had a black face and aimed at Gnei next to Bardock, ready to use Gnei's life to blackmail Bardock into releasing himself. Ha! In an instant, he was about to appear in front of Gnei. I told you to go back, why are you just disobedient? Having lived for hundreds of years, I don't understand anything at all. Who knows that Bardock has been watching each other's every move, immediately blocked in front of Gnei, and slapped the Kurdish king in the face hard. The Kurdish king's face was instantly deformed, the entire head was fanned into the ground, the earth cracked, the mountains and rivers shifted, and the entire Namuk star trembled 3 times. Ah, the power is too much. Bardock looked at himself with regret and slapped the Kurdish king's hand, but since the matter happened, there was no room for regret, grabbed the Kurdish king's tail, pulled it hard, the Kurdish king collapsed half of his face, but there was still breathing, and he had to admire the vitality of the frozen demon family is really tenacious. Bardock, is King Kurdish okay? Bardock was speechless, which side his daughter-in-law was. It's okay, this level of injury is trivial to the frozen demon clan, don't worry about this old guy losing his life. Bardock explained angrily, and once again used the magic seal wave to seal the Kurdish king. Sensing the Kurdish king's disappearance again, the nemesis couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that there was no need to collect Dragon Balls in case of emergency, but the matter was not over. It's definitely Frisia this time. The competitive spirit of the abominable man. Completely watch the Frisia family as animals in the zoo. As Bardock pulled out the cork, Frisia flew out of the bottle and looked at the culprit who sealed him with a grim face. It's endless. How come again? Just about to let the elders of the 6 village chiefs not have to send the Dragon Balls over, as a result, another evil chi appeared, and the great elder was simply speechless, and could only wait for the 6 elders to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. Chapter 55. Abominable SAIYAN, Abominable SAIYAN, King Ben must kill you, wild monkey. Frisia, who had just been released from the bottle, immediately released all his chi and rushed towards Bardock like a madman. What is the dog's bark? Scared Heimchi? Bardock raised his hand and slapped Frisia on the cheek accurately, and Frisia felt as if he had been hit by a heavy object, and the abominable SAIYAN disappeared, and the scene in front of him was constantly changing, until his body smashed into a mountain peak. Abominable SAIYAN monkey! Slaughter you! The pride in Frisia's heart was completely crushed, and the hatred for the SAIYANs in his heart also reached its peak. Purple aura emanated from the surrounding body, instantly flattening the surroundings, and the entire Namex was changing, and the Namex people trembled under this evil aura. Every time I scold this sentence, don't you frozen demons teach you some language arts and the like in the academy to enrich your own thesaurus, but I like your incompetent and furious look now. For the sake of you still having some role now, I will leave you a little life first. Bardock used teleportation to appear in front of Frisia, and when he saw Frisia's cliched lines, he couldn't help but complain. Death to King Ben! Knowing the gap in strength between the two sides, Frisia still released a death beam to hit Bardock's chest. Hey! Let's give Loudza obediently back as a collectible. Bardock didn't blink his eyes, allowing Frisia's death beam to hit his chest, but this was of no avail, and the moment the death beam approached Bardock's body, it was shattered by Bardock's own powerful chi. Demon Seal Wave! Bardock directly used the magic seal wave, and Frisia could only be incompetent and furious, screaming and being resealed into the bottle by Bardock. Disappeared again. After the great elder of the Namex man felt that the evil chi disappeared, he was puzzled in his heart, but the chi of Bardock and Gnei was pure and flawless, and the other was both right and evil, and the great elder was not good at judging the intentions of the two, or let the 6 great elders send the Dragon Balls over. As for the heavenly god, the aura was too weak and was automatically ignored by the great elder. Bardock, on his part, used teleportation to return to Jaime again, proudly shook the bottle sealed with Frisia in his hand, and put it away. Bardock, I didn't expect you to really seal the Frisia father and son. It's so powerful, can we SAIYANs make a comeback? Haimuki asked happily towards Bardock. Well, wait a little longer. The frozen demon also has a gula that has not been sealed. Bardock has no bottom in his heart. I don't know if gula will become stronger because of his influence. You must know that the cultivation talent of the frozen demon family is simply terrifyingly strong. If it is not born strong and disdainful of cultivation, Frisia's strength will not be so. It is rubbed by pressing itself to the ground and becomes a collectible item. I'll listen to you. Gnei also asked this casually, and did not ask when it was. Well, that's good. Now we should get down to business. Bardock gently kissed Haimuki on the forehead, and flew towards the position where the god was dodging. When Bardock and the two found the god was hiding in the corner and praying silently. Seeing this scene, Bardock and Jaime couldn't help but laugh. Heavenly God, it's okay. Those 2 frozen demons have been resealed by Bardock. Haimuki explained with a smile. Woo, that's really thankful. Tenjin smiled awkwardly, turned his head to Bardock and said, Bardock-san, don't release this terrifying and evil guy in the future, it's really terrible. If I don't deal with it in time, those 2 demons will destroy my hometown and it will be finished. Old fellow, do you think that if I have a better attitude towards you in the past 2 days, you can dictate to me? Bardock smiled disdainfully, a beam of light converged on his fingers, and teased towards the arm of the celestial god, and with a loud bang, the celestial god's arm was destroyed, and purple blood flowed out of the wound. Bardock saying, You. The god looked at Bardock with an evil smile in horror, and the pain of the wound made it impossible for him to say a complete sentence. The reason why I didn't kill you, just think that you are still useful, the attitude is good to you, is because I am in a good mood. Don't think that I understand my character because of a little thing. What I hate the most is that people who are incompetent and weak are preaching to me. This time it's just a warning, and next time, I'll shoot you through the head, idiot. Bardock stared coldly at the gods. Got it, Bardock, my lord. Tenjin smiled bitterly, concentrated, and regrew an arm from the original wound. Just understand, old fellow, grab my shoulders, and I'll take you to your great elder of the megastar, where there are answers you want to know, and that's what I want. Bardock landed on the ground and motioned for the angel to grab his shoulder, and as for him, Bardock always held him in his arms. As Bardock's mind moved, the three disappeared in place, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in the house where the great elder lived, with a nearly 3-meter tall body and a fat body, completely beyond the scope of normal Namek. After Bardock saw this legendary great elder, he had a strange thought in his heart, that is, could it be that races that only drink water will also gain weight in old age? So getting older and having nothing to do with your diet has nothing to do with it. What people? 3 more strange chi suddenly appeared in the house where the great elder lived, which soon attracted the attention of the 3 nemesis warriors, and they all stepped forward to surround the 3 of Bardock. See your position clearly, don't overdo yourself. Threatened by the ants, Bardock snorted coldly, and the powerful chi made the 3 nemesis warriors sweat cold on their foreheads, gritting their teeth and insisting. Bedma, you 3 stand down, you are no match for this SAIYAN. The great elder slowly spoke, but his gaze was on the body of the heavenly god. But, great elder, these guys. One of the nemesis was unwilling, and tried to say something, but was interrupted by the great elder. You guys stand down. I sensed that there was no malice in them. Moreover, there is another member of our people who came from afar. I believe they came to Nemesis with good intentions. The great elder said so, and the 3 of them had to grit their teeth and retreat to the side, staring at Bardock deadly. Look again, Lao Tzu will blind your eyes. Being stared at like this, Bardock was a little unhappy after all, and 2 lasers shot out of his eyes, grazing the head of the name-seeing man with 15,000 combat power points through, opening a big hole in the house. Bedma. The great elder had no choice but to speak. The 3 of them clenched their fists. Don't look too far away from the Bardock 3. Oh, idiot! Bardock smiled disdainfully, wrapped his arms around him, and looked at the dragon balls above the great elder's seat. People from afar, let me see your past. The great elder smiled and beckoned, signaling the heavenly god to go over. Sensing the kindness in the great elder, the heavenly god involuntarily stepped forward and allowed the great elder's big hand to rest above his head. Chapter 56. As a strange fluctuation came from the great elder's hand, all the things that the heavenly god had done from small to large were passed by the great elder like a slide. It turned out to be the son of Kadaz. I am really happy for you, I didn't expect you to arrive on Earth safely. The great elder showed a look of joy on his face after probing the memory of the heavenly god. However, for the sake of the so-called divine position, it is too stupid to divide one's own talent in 2. Does it mean to be pure and flawless to become a heavenly god? If you don't separate, your strength should be able to become a super Namex person, and even this super SAIYAN is not necessarily your opponent. What a pity! A Namex who can combine the various talents of a nemesis can indeed be called a genius. Even the great elder does not have such talents. It's really stupid. I think the old guy probably misunderstood the meaning of the last heavenly god, so he did such a stupid thing. Bardock took the conversation and said, people do not have absolute good and evil. The meaning of the last heavenly god should be to let you abide by your own heart, eliminate your own evil thoughts, is to let you overcome your evil thoughts through practice. As a result, in order to become a heavenly god faster, you chose the easiest and most stupid way, resulting in the innate talent split in 2. I think, at that time, the gods must have secretly scolded you for your stupidity in their hearts, but they were forced to scold you out of majesty. Oh, this SAIYAN is right. But things have already happened, there is no need to regret it. But the SAIYANs who came from afar don't know what you want to do when you come to Namexing. For your sake, I am willing to do what I can for you, provided that it does not violate my bottom line. The great elder said to Bardock with a smile. 1 piece may not be enough. Bardock said as he took out a sealing bottle from his body. Heavenly God's face changed greatly after seeing it, but there was a terrible demon sealed inside, and now he recalled the evil chi of the 2 frozen demons, and his stomach was swirling. Lord Bardock, please stop, stop. Don't put such a dangerous thing in your hands. That demon is easy to release. There is something to say, good to say, I promise a condition on my behalf, please don't do such a dangerous thing. The god cried out in horror, afraid that Bardock would release one of the demons. Just you. Bardock glanced at the heavenly god with disdain. What can no divine dragon on earth do? What use can you have as a maker? Great Elder, there is a demon sealed here. Seeing that Bardock couldn't see himself, the celestial god immediately explained to the Great Elder what was in the bottle Bardock was holding. What? There is a frozen demon inside. After listening to the explanation of the heavenly god, the Great Elder's face also changed greatly. So, Great Elder, do you want to agree to one more condition? Bardock flipped the sealing bottle in his hand and asked with a smile. No problem. I can promise you 2 conditions, provided that it does not violate my bottom line. The Great Elder beaded sweat on his forehead, and his eyes stared at the sealing bottle in Bardock's hand. Not enough. Bardock took out a sealing bottle again, controlled it with chi, and dripped and swirled in the air. I'm not afraid to tell you that I sealed 2 frozen demons in the period of time when I just landed and disappeared. I can guarantee that as long as I release one, none of your nemesis are his opponents. Presumably when I released their father and son just now, you felt the anger of their father and son. Bardock laughed and controlled the 2 sealing bottles flying around the house. One more, no more. The Great Elder reluctantly spoke, afraid that Bardock would release the 2 frozen demons. Refreshing. Bardock pretended to clap his palms excitedly, and the 2 sealing bottles collided together, shattering instantly. The god of heaven had just let go of Bardock's agreement, but the heart attack that was frightened by Bardock's next maneuver was about to come out, and the Great Elder covered his chest, and his eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets. Oh, oh haha, look at it, scares you. The 2 bottles are empty. Bardock waved his hand to disperse the debris formed by the impact in front of him, pointed at the Great Elder and laughed. Bardock. Gnei huffed and patted Bardock's arm, thinking that her husband really did such a stupid thing, but the result was a false alarm. Lord Bardock, you really are. The god patted his chest, not knowing what to say. The Great Elder wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Who would have thought that the SAIYANs who were famous for their cruel killing would play this kind of tricking trick, but fortunately, it was just a joke, and he didn't really release the 2 demons, and he was about to scare him to death. Bardock SAIYAN is really funny, ha ha ha. The Great Elder could only smile awkwardly and speak, I don't know what conditions Bardock SAIYAN wants to mention. The first condition is to give my wife Haimuka the potential to develop. You should be able to do this. Bardock smiled and pushed Haimuka forward. This condition is extremely easy. Hearing that Bardock's first condition was so simple, the Great Elder readily agreed and motioned for Gnei to step forward a little more. Gnei glanced at Bardock. Bardock nodded. Gnei stepped forward. The Great Elder put his big hand on Gnei's hedgehog head, and then a powerful chi was released in Gnei's body. And in the eyes of Bardock's data, Haimena's combat power is also constantly changing, 300,000 points, 600,000 points, 1.2 million points, until after increasing to 1.5 million combat strength, Haimena's battle has never grown again. Hoo hoo, the Great Elder gasped after developing some of Gnei's potential. This lady's potential is huge, and I can only do my best to develop a part. The only one behind is to rely on the lady to cultivate by yourself. Thank you. Gnei felt the chi in his body increase 6 times, and sincerely thanked him. No thanks, you deserve it. After the Great Elder took a few breaths, he replied with a smile. Old fellow, for your sake, give you something good. Bardock said that he threw something out of his hand and threw it directly into the mouth of the Great Elder. You abominable fellow, what did you give the Great Elder to eat? Bedma didn't know when he looked to this side, just in time to see the picture of Bardock throwing fairy beans into the mouth of the Great Elder. Stupid thing, get out of here! Bardock roared, and Bedmar flew out in response. You! The great elder felt anxious when he saw his child being beaten out of the house by Bardock's roar. It's okay, you can't die. Bardock said lightly. Next, it's time to say the second condition. Chapter 57. I'm going to use your Dragon Ball. Bardock unhurriedly stated his conditions, which were also within the expectations of the Great Elder, because in the memory of the Celestial God, the Great Elder saw the picture of Bardock using the Earth Dragon Ball, so he did not feel strange. Yes, the Great Elder reluctantly agreed. Just after sensing the frozen demon evil chi, I telepathically asked the elders of the 6 villages to bring the Dragon Balls, presumably it is almost here. The Great Elder closed his eyes after speaking, not knowing what he was thinking. Great Elder, Bedma is about to die. Save him! 2 Nemesis warriors carrying the Nemesis named Bedima flew in eagerly, shouting for help to the Great Elder. I'll take a look. The Great Elder sighed helplessly, and let the 2 warriors stand Bedma, and put their big hands on Bedma's body, emitting a green light, and after a while, this Namanixan named Bedma recovered as before. Phew, thank you Great Elder for saving us. After Bedma recovered from his injuries, he got up and saluted the Great Elder respectfully. Well, it's all my children, how can I thank you? Don't be so reckless in the future. Just now Bauduke SAIYAN didn't have malice, just gave me a drug that can quickly restore my strength. The Great Elder took the initiative to explain for Bardock. Yes, Grand Elder. Despite this Bedma is very hostile to Bardock. After glaring at Bardock secretly, Bedma stepped aside and stood quietly beside the Great Elder with 2 other namesyans. Cut, garbage must have the consciousness of garbage, have the ability to be positive and rigid. How could Bedma's small movements avoid Bardock's eyes, yin and yang strange, pointing at Sanghui, making Bedma, the Nemesis face green. If it weren't for the use of the Dragon Balls of the Namex people, Bardock would have destroyed this guy who didn't have long eyes, and could he wait until this time? Kid, come here. The Great Elder beckoned to the Heavenly God. Yes, Grand Elder. The Heavenly God obediently stepped forward, and the Great Elder's big hand once again wrapped the Heavenly God's head, and then the Heavenly God's combat power also increased rapidly. 5,000 combat power is the ultimate combat power brought by the Great Elder for the development potential of the Heavenly God. Child, by reading your memory, I sensed that there will be a big crisis in the future on the earth you live on, and I hope to resolve this crisis by improving your strength, but unfortunately, most of your combat talent has been divided by the evil side, otherwise you will be stronger after developing your potential. The Great Elder still felt very sorry for the talent of the Heavenly God. Thank you, Great Elder. Tenjin hurriedly thanked him. Here it comes. Bardock felt several chi very similar to the Great Elder's aura quickly approaching the house, exited the Super Saiyan state, beckoned to the 1-star Dragon Ball on the Great Elder's seat, and the Dragon Ball took the initiative to fly into Bardock's hand, and then, the Dragon Ball began to flicker non-stop, and the frequency of flashing gradually increased. Great Elder, Great Elder! Soon several elderly nemesis asked to see them outside the door. Put the Dragon Balls outside the door and wait. The disaster of Namex is over, the Great Elder turned to Bedma and said, Bedma, you go and help Bauduke SAIYAN summon the dragon. Yes, Grand Elder. Even if Bedma was unwilling, he did not dare to go against the meaning of the Great Elder, and walked outside with a cold face. Bardock and Gnei followed, and the Heavenly God was also curious about what the Divine Dragon of Namex looked like, and followed out. Bedma, how is the Great Elder? As soon as he walked out of the door, Bedma was surrounded by 6 elders, who eagerly inquired about the condition of the Great Elder. Great Elder is fine. He asked me to help a few guests summon the Divine Dragon. Bardock bites the guest very hard. SAIYAN. Several elders were shocked when they saw Bardock and Gnei's appearance, and their bodies involuntarily took a few steps back. Hurry up, I still have something to do. Grinding. Bardock impatiently ordered Bedmar, ignoring a few scum with only a few thousand combat power. Abominable fellow! The proud Bedmar clenched her fists, expressing great dissatisfaction with Bardock's behavior, and as Bardock threw a planet into 6 dragon balls, the 7 dragon balls kept flashing. Come out, Boranga, grant my wish. Namex language. In an instant, the sky of Namex, which had never had a night all year round, turned black, and then the 7 dragon balls flashed with dazzling light straight into the sky, and a strangely ugly divine dragon appeared in front of everyone. This is the dragon of my hometown. It's really magnificent and powerful. This is the judgment given by the gods by the appearance of Boranga. Hey, SAIYAN, hurry up and say your wish. Bedma said unkindly. The emperor is not in a hurry, the eunuch is in a hurry. Bardock rolled his eyes and looked at the muscle dragon in front of him. Those who have gathered the dragon ball, say your wishes, you can make 3. Shenlong's opening remarks are all the same. The first wish is to build a temple exactly like the earth above the living area of Gaston, whether it is a facility or any part. Bardock stepped forward and spoke. Bedma glanced at Bardock with a very surprised look, in his eyes. Bardock, an arrogant scion, should choose what immortal body or immortal wish, did not expect to choose this wish. He was still ready to make any evil wish when Bardock made something, deliberately changed it, and the result was this. Bedma had to inform the dragon of his wishes, according to Bardock's account. This wish requires the consumption of 2 wishes, are you sure you want to make this wish? Shenlong heard Bedma's narration and asked again. Promise, promise. Bardock didn't care much about this and immediately agreed, and Bedma related on his behalf. Good. After the divine dragon replied, he stood on the spot, and then his eyes flashed a red light, and far above the living area of Gaston Star, a heavenly temple like the Earth Heavenly Temple appeared out of thin air. Your wish has been fulfilled, and now there is one more wish. The red light in Shenlong's eyes flashed for a while, and then he spoke again. Please give me the ability to create dragon balls. Although Bardock felt that this wish was a bit nonsense, he was still ready to give it a try. What? The elders and Bedma couldn't help but exclaim, they didn't expect Bardock to grant such a wish. This wish cannot be fulfilled. After Bedma relayed this shocking wish, Shenlong refused without pausing for a second. I know. Bardock had expected it, and there was no disappointment in his heart, and then changed the wish request. Then let this Namex who taught Bedma have the ability to make dragon balls. Bedma looked at Bardock suspiciously, and related to the dragon according to Bardock's words. This wish is extremely easy. Then after a flash of red light flashed in his eyes, Bedma felt that his body had an extra magical power. Your wish has been granted, then, goodbye. The divine dragon slips extremely fast, and the earth divine dragon has a fight. It is estimated that the 2 dragons have communicated in the dragon realm. Virtue. Bardock was speechless, and wanted to ask something, but the goods slipped quite quickly, and after complaining, Bardock dragged Bedma towards the house. Old fellow, this is my 3rd condition, let this guy become the god of our SAIYAN planet. Bardock picked up Bedma with one hand in front of the great elder. That's why you made a wish to give Bedma the ability to craft dragon balls? The great elder asked curiously. That's right, instead of taking the trouble to rely on the power of others, I prefer to take this power into my own hands, but since I can't control it, then let's change the way, let's not talk so much nonsense, you just say whether you want it or not. If you are willing, then the SAIYAN will always be our SAIYAN friends. How is it? Bardock was also unwilling to dwell on this topic, and immediately asked rhetorically. Bedma, are you willing to go to the SAIYAN planet to take the position of a celestial god? The great elder, adhering to the idea of respecting human rights, asked Bedma, who was full of resentment. Chapter 58. You bastard, let me down. Bedma cursed Bardock, her limbs fluttering. Plop, Bardock deliberately let go of Bedma when he was at his best, and as a result, Bedma sat on the ground with his butt, and at the same time, the resentment towards Bardock in his heart became deeper and deeper. Okay, Bedma, let me ask you again, would you like to go to the planet inhabited by the SAIYANs to take the position of celestial god? The great elder coughed and looked at Bedma with majesty. You guy! Bedma originally didn't want to go, but when he looked back and saw the sealing bottle that Bardock was holding in his hand, his anger suddenly surged and he couldn't help but scold. Little friend, don't shout, if you shake my scared hand like this, said Bardock's hand suddenly seemed to be ungrasped, took it off, and saw that it was about to land. Bedma's eyes were about to pop out, flashing to pick up the sealing bottle. It would be bad if you broke the sealing bottle. Just as Bedma was about to catch the sealing bottle, Bardock used his gas to keep the sealing bottle in mid-air, and then with a wave of his hand, the sealing bottle returned to his hand. Forgot to tell you that there really is a frozen demon clan in this sealing bottle. If you don't believe it, you can try. The obvious threat in Bardock's words made Bedma grit his teeth in hatred. The great elder looked at this scene happily. For him, as long as his children were not killed or enslaved by the other party, they would go with the other party. After all, individuals have personal laws, and some things cannot be forced. You bastard, I'll go. Bedma had to succumb to Bardock's coercion, clenched his fists, and agreed to Bardock's request with a look of resentment. This is not enough. There is nothing wrong with giving us SAIYANs the gods. There are many masters in our clan. I see that you are also an aggressive guy. You can find time to compete with them. If there is any crisis in the Nemesis, we SAIYANs will also help, which is also a win-win situation. You know, Pifu is not guilty. You Nemesis have magical abilities, and Dragon Balls that bring people back to life, but they don't have the corresponding ability to protect. That's the disaster. Saying that, Bardock patted Bedma's shoulder, then turned to the god and said, Old fellow, you Earth too, after going back to train a group of Earth warriors as soon as possible, otherwise, once the matter of Dragon Ball is leaked out, with your current strength, let you stand guard at the gate of my house. I think you are weak. There are so many strong people in the universe that they will find the Earth one day. Destroy one Frisia, and more Frisia, evil will never be eliminated cleanly. Where there is justice, there will be evil. This is my advice to you. Out of a special affection for the Earth, Bardock still mentioned the gods. Don't let this goods float. Mr. Bardock is right. Tomorrow and the unexpected, we don't know which one will come early. We can only be prepared to face it at any time. Bedma, come here, I will improve your strength for you. Originally, with Bedma's impulsive and violent personality, the great elder was not prepared to stimulate his potential, but with the existence of Bardock, the great devil, the great elder changed this idea. Yes, great elder. When Bedma heard that the great elder wanted to stimulate his potential, Bedma was overjoyed, quickly came to the great elder, and stood upright. The great elder smiled hee, put his big hand on the top of Bedma's head. Bedma's chi increased rapidly, and after 15,000, 20,000, 30,000 and 100,000 combat strength, Bedma's chi stopped growing. Bedma looked at his hands in disbelief. He felt that he could do it again. Through the power of the great elder to stimulate his potential, Bedma could clearly feel that his miraculous power to create Dragon Balls had also become much stronger. Okay, Bedma, is it? This bit of strength of yours is honestly nothing among the SAIYANs. Let's talk about it later. What you have to do now is how to be a competent god. For this you have to learn from the god of the earth for a while, and when the god thinks you are qualified, I will take you back. Now we have to go back to the earth. You also go with us. Everything that needed to be done was done, and Bardock felt no need to stay. This is too rushed. Tenjin finally found his hometown and wanted to stay longer. You are the god of the earth, and as a clergyman, you can't go too far from your jurisdiction, Celestial. You know you've been away from Earth for 5 days. What Bardock said was only speculation, deliberately scaring the gods and making him less verbose here. That's right, don't you say that I'm about to forget. In that case, Bedma, you and I go back to Earth for an internship first, and after the internship period, I will help you contact Mr. Bardock and let you join the SAIYAN planet. The gods are very good at helping Bardock speak, and Bedma has no doubt that he has him. After all, he is of the same race, and he can still be believed. Then, Great Elder, I'm leaving. Bedma reluctantly looked at his fellow tribesmen, and at Bardock's urging, he followed the example of a god and put his hand on Bardock's back. Nah, Great Elder, goodbye. After Bardock waved his hand, after sensing Dals's chi, he launched an teleportation movement, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the celestial temple with the three of Bedma. Darren's was full of momentum, sitting quietly in the square meditating and cultivating, and seemed to have entered a wonderful state, and the chi around his body was constantly expanding. Bedma, study hard. Bardock slapped Bedma the back, and Bedma immediately pounced, getting up and looking at Bardock hatefully. Bardock ignored the other party, opened the universal capsule, the spacecraft was released, opened the hatch, and dialed the private spaceship communication of Alto. Lord Bardock, what's the matter? After a while, Alto connected the spacecraft's external communication, and next to him stood Raditz, who had a blue nose and a swollen face. Alto, you are now transforming into a Super SAIYAN to release your chi with all your strength. I am useful. Bardock didn't explain too much, and said directly in a commanding tone. No problem. Alto is a rectum, Bardock said what is what, after coming to the training ground to transform into a Super SAIYAN constantly roaring, the entire SAIYAN who silently practiced in Gaston Star all looked in the direction of Alto's explosion, and his heart was also extremely envious. Sensed it. Bardock was overjoyed in his heart and woke up Darren's to let him go back with him, but who knows, the always obedient Dals refused his request to return to Gaston. Why? Bardock asked puzzled. Father, I have learned a lot of things in Mr. Bobo, but I feel that there are still many shortcomings. So I want to continue to practice with Mr. Bobo. Dals looked at Bardock seriously, expressing his determination with determined eyes. In that case, then come on, if you want to come back, tell me through the spaceship's communication equipment, I will come to pick you up. Bardock smiled and rubbed Dale's head. Well, got it, Father, I will. Dals replied with a vigorous nod. I will come to check your homework regularly. If your combat effectiveness does not meet my requirements, I will train you well. Bardock deliberately threatened in this way. Bardock. Jemai gave Bardock a fist in dissatisfaction, then stepped forward and hugged Darren's. Dals, you need to come on. 1,000 words turned into just one sentence. Well, I see, Mother. Darren's responded sullenly. Well, see you then, everyone. Bardock grabbed Jinae's shoulder, waved goodbye, launched teleportation, and the figures of the two appeared in Gaston Star in the blink of an eye. At this time Alto was still constantly exploding, his muscles began to expand, and his body was already enlarged. Stop, stop. That's enough. Bardock hurriedly spoke up to stop Alto from continuing to explode. Lord Bardock. After Alto heard the familiar voice, he saw that it was not his boss Bardock. How did he come back so quickly? This is less than half a year. Chapter 59. Alto, it seems that I have not been lazy during this time, and my combat effectiveness has improved a lot. Through the observation of the Eye of Data, Alto's combat effectiveness after transformation has reached 300 million, in other words, Alto's basic combat power has reached 6 million, which is also a small improvement. That is, in order to follow the steps of Lord Bardock, the subordinates dare not stop practicing for a moment. Alto smiled proudly, collected his chi, and maintained the Super SAIYAN transformation state, seemingly preparing to cultivate the Super SAIYAN full power state. Father. Raditz saw his father and mother appear out of thin air, and was very curious in his heart, and took the initiative to step forward to inquire. Hey, Raditz, it seems that you are not lazy during this time, and your strength has grown quite well, and your combat effectiveness has actually increased to 600,000. But it's not enough. In order to prevent this kid from becoming complacent, Bardock immediately began to strike, pointing at Jaime and saying, "Your mother's combat power has now reached 1.5 million points, you need to come on. You must know that your mother's combat effectiveness was not as good as yours at the beginning, and she has surpassed you in just 1 year." "What?" Raditz looked at the smiling Jaime in disbelief, a little incredulous. He felt that Bardock was not looking for a planet suitable for his brother to live on this time, but for his mother, otherwise how could he have improved so much in such a short time? "Don't be surprised, it's just a little chance, and the combat effectiveness of Darren's has also broken through to 150,000 points, and there has also been a qualitative breakthrough in combat skills. If your kid is lazy, then he will really be overtaken by his younger brothers." "Bardock, this is not alarmist either. Dale's because of his appearance, the heart is extremely tough, the heart to pursue strength is not weaker than anyone. As for Sun Wukong, he is the protagonist of this world. Although he was born after transforming into a Super Saiyan, there are only 2 points of combat effectiveness on the surface. The devil knows if there will be hidden attributes. If Raditz does not work hard, he will really be surpassed by these younger brothers." "Got it, father." Hearing that the hundreds of combat points that Dales had started from had increased to 150,000 points in less than half a year, Raditz's sense of crisis instantly struck, and a rare firmness appeared in his eyes. "Well, it's good, I still have things to do with your Uncle Alto. You can do whatever you want, don't be afraid, there is your father behind you." Bardock leaned over and patted Raditz's shoulder and turned towards Jaime. "Jaime, you should also consolidate your soaring combat power." "Yes, Bardock." Jaime nodded and turned to leave. "Alto, you grab my arm." Bardock plans to use teleportation to take Alto to find Jane and Maradona, and I don't know how the combat effectiveness of these two people has improved during the time he left, and whether they have reached the basic combat power of transforming into Super Saiyan. "Oh." Alto didn't know why, he could only put his hand on Bardock's arm as instructed, and then a scene that surprised Alto happened, and he appeared in front of Jane in the next second. Jane, who was still supervising the training of his subordinates, was startled by the two who appeared without warning, and subconsciously prepared to attack, but before the air bomb could be condensed, Bardock's ghostly figure flashed in front of him, and slapped the energy racket in his hand away. "Lord Bardock, Alto." When Jane saw that it was Bardock and Alto, his face showed surprise. "Lord Bardock, when did you come back?" "Just came back. You first arrange the things at hand, I'll take you and Alto to a place to cultivate for a while. The real high-level combat power of Gaston Star is still too little. Bardock's current idea is to train a few henchmen such as Jane into Super Saiyan, and then slowly train the juniors." "Yes, Lord Bardock." Knowing that he could get Bardock's personal guidance, Jane was ecstatic, and immediately called Tian Gang Wei to urge everyone to cultivate, and he followed Bardock in a fart and followed Bardock towards the sky above the Gaston Star living area, until Bardock flew to an altitude of 20,000 meters with the two. Seeing the temple that was exactly the same as the Earth Celestial Temple, Alto and Jane were curious, not understanding when Gaston Star had such a building. "This is the temple, there will be a heavenly god living here in the future, but this is not the main purpose of bringing you here. The precious place that is really important to us Saiyans is at the bottom, follow me." Bardock explained the magic of the spiritual time house for the two while walking. Because of the different speed of time flow in the house, so 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 1 year in the spiritual time house, and a person can only enter 2 years in his life, that is, 2 days in the outside world. Once this time is exceeded, the door of the spiritual time house will disappear. "This is it," Bardock said and led the two to the door of the Earth Spirit Time House. Open the door of the Spirit Time House, and a white world appears in front of the three people. As for the setting that the Spirit Time House can only enter 2 people at a time, Bardock can only scoff, thinking that this setting is estimated to be added by the heavenly god in order to give every warrior a reasonable opportunity to cultivate. As a result, when the Majin Bu and Trunks, Sun Wushan and Vic all entered, the door of the spiritual time house did not disappear. It can be seen that the spirit time house can only enter 2 people at a time is fake. Jane, your current combat power is only 2 million and 4 million, and you still need to improve your basic combat strength. Taking advantage of this time to cultivate well, I ask you to transform into a Super Saiyan within this year's time. Compared to half-blood Saiyans, it is really difficult for purebred Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyans. As for Alto, you come out with me first. I almost forgot about this guy Maradona. Bardock always felt that something was missing, which was why he thought that Maradona and Jane could team up to fight. Saying that, he took Alto out of the spirit time house, and after he disappeared, Maradona appeared in front of Alto with his pants, but Bardock's face was not good looking. Otto was curious in his heart, and did not dare to ask more, and followed Bardock into the spirit time house again. Jane, you cultivate with Maradona, clean up this indisputable guy. Good guy. When he teleported over, this guy was still playing with women. The key is not Saiyan women. It seems that it should be a rifle. Seeing this scene, Bardock's blood pressure has soared a little. So without saying a word, he gave this bastard a slap, and after sobering him up, he let this guy wear a fig leaf and bring it over. Obey, Lord Bardock. Jane smiled wickedly as he looked at Maradona. Maradona's temperament Jane knows. Since Bardock left temporarily, his lecherous nature was quickly revealed, and he has rarely practiced in the past half a year, and his strength has surpassed the guy by a lot, and it is not easy to hold this bastard. Chapter 60. Maradona looked at the smiling Jane bitterly, and did not dare to squeak in the face of the black-faced Bardock. In fact, Bardock did not object to Maradona's efforts for the reproduction of the Saiyans, but looking at the combat effectiveness of this goods, Bardock wanted to press this goods back and rebuild. Mad, he left for half a year. What was the original combat effectiveness of this goods, and what it is now? It can be seen that this guy has not practiced at all during this time. Even if he is fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days, it will not be no progress at all. That's what makes Bardock really angry. Alto, you and I go to the other side to cultivate. Bardock intends to play against Alto's Super Saiyan status as a normal and improve his combat skills in this way. Yes, Lord Bardock. When Alto heard that he was practicing with Bardock, he still had some resistance in his heart. After all, every time he was suffering losses, and he didn't have the attribute of being beaten, but the boss opened his mouth, and he didn't dare to refuse. I will fight you in a normal manner, you are casual. After the two came to a relatively distant position and promised not to hurt Jane's 2 weak chickens, Bardock spoke. Really? Alto asked in surprise. You heard it right, I need to improve my normal combat effectiveness and combat skills. After the transformation, is there anyone who can give me enough pressure? And you are too weak under normal conditions, so choose this more compromise method, but if you kid is too much, I will fight back. Bardock had to get vaccinated in advance, but he clearly remembered what this kid said when he turned into a Super Saiyan. Hey, Lord Bardock, you see me like this? Alto scratched the back of his head with an awkward smile. It's not like, it is. Looking at this empty heart, Bardock suspected that this guy didn't know how many times he had made a black hand after he transformed into a giant ape and lost consciousness, but he had no evidence. Come on. Ha! Bardock explodes in a normal state and releases all of his chi, while Alto maintains this Super Saiyan state and puts on an attacking stance. Lord Bardock, be careful. The gap in combat effectiveness between the two was too large. Alto did not dare to use his full strength, and after reminding him, he attacked Bardock. Bang bang bang! More than a dozen punches hit Bardock's chest in succession. Bardock raised his hand to hard connect, his figure could not stop retreating, the gap in strength was revealed at this moment. Bardock felt that his arms were shaking with each blow to the heavy fist, and he could only unload the force by retreating. Alto didn't think so much, plus he didn't practice power control, so he thought about controlling his own power, but his own power use was too rough, and the use of power in each blow was uneven, and Bardock was miserable. Da-da. Bardock no longer chose hand-to-hand combat, and after quickly opening a distance, he continuously condensed energy in his hand to attack Alto. Lord Bardock, it's useless. After Alto laughed, Bardock's energy ball was blocked by Alto's chi and exploded around Alto. When Alto was proud, Bardock teleported behind Alto, and a backhand energy cannon hit the opponent's back. Alto was punched, blue smoke was rising from the battle suit behind him, and Bardock's attack barely caused some damage to Alto. Straight punches, elbow strikes, knee strikes, and elbow splits are used in quick succession, and in high-level fights, the most direct and effective, Bardock concentrates and quickly uses his own fighting moves, faster and faster. Alto began to fight back and block, fist to fist, elbow to elbow. The sound of flesh colliding resounded throughout the Spirit Time House, and each blow of the two contained the sound of air explosion. After a while, the two fought dozens of rounds. Bang! Bardock's figure flew out upside down. Taking advantage of this, Bardock used teleportation to appear above Alto, crossed his fingers with both hands, and smashed into Alto's head. Alto turned around and hit Bardock's attack with a heavy punch, and then gathered energy in the other hand. With a wave of his long arm, the energy ball was ejected from the palm. Bardock did not have time to dodge, and the body was directly hit. Boom! After the explosion, Bardock's combat suit exploded, his muscular body was exposed to the air, and blood spilled from his mouth, and he seemed to be seriously injured. Lord Bardock, are you all right? Alto was a little panicked in his heart, afraid that Bardock would not say a word, and began to turn into a counterattack. It's okay, come again. Bardock wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, roared and rushed forward again. Bardock understood that he could not master the self-conscious skill, and like Vegeta, he thought a lot of things during the battle, and could not achieve the unconscious reaction of the flesh. So since it is impossible to achieve the body's unconscious reaction, let the spirit dominate the body and let the body make the fastest response according to its own consciousness. It takes 0.1 seconds of reaction time for the thoughts in the brain to be transmitted to the limbs, so Bardock's idea is to achieve a high degree of unity between the spirit and the body, and when the strength of the body reaches a certain level, consciousness represents both the corresponding action. This tempering to the extreme is not weaker than the so-called divine skill, the freedom extreme skill. The master leads the door, the practice depends on the individual, only the method that suits oneself is the best method. Since you cannot learn the existing law, then create a new law. With Bardock's high concentration of mind, the pain of every collision of the flesh is gradually disappearing. At this moment, Bardock only thinks about fighting, every move is using all his strength, and the speed of the attack is gradually increasing. Chi-Yuan slash. After stepping on Alto's fists with both feet, Bardock subconsciously used the Chi-Yuan slash after a backflip. Looking at a thin energy body like cicada wings, Alto felt a thick crisis, did not dare to stupidly resist with his body, and shot an air bomb in his hand in an attempt to break it up. Buzz! When the gas bomb was about to attack the Chi-Yuan slash, the Chi-Yuan chopper split into three and attacked towards Alto's upper, middle and lower three ways. Alto hurriedly exploded, jumped up, slapped the side of the top Chi-Yuan chopper, smashed it, and the other two Chi-Yuan chopper cut towards Alto again under Bardock's control. Alto hurriedly flashed and flew. While flying, energy waves condensed in the palm of his hand, and the energy waves in the palm of his hand were divided into many. And the firepower was fully covered to eliminate all the Chi-Yuan slashes in the blink of an eye. The turtle. Send. Gas. I don't know when, Bardock has condensed the turtle sect Qigong, appearing above Alto, and the majestic energy is vented towards Alto. Alto couldn't dodge, blocked the turtle pie Qigong with both hands, and the Super Saiyan energy was all released, and the energy wave in his hand was pushed out towards the sky. Come again. In the battle just now, Bardock felt like he had caught something, but suddenly disappeared again, unwillingly, and continued to attack regardless of his physical injuries. Chapter 61. Ha! Straight fist straight to Alto's face. Alto raised his hand to resist, easy to hold. The current Bardock is not as sharp and fast as before, because of the drag of his own physical strength and injury, and for Alto, it is no different from tickling. Bardock quickly closed his fist and slammed into Alto's abdomen with a one-handed condensed Qigong wave, and Alto appeared behind Bardock in a flash, and smashed an elbow on Bardock's back. The energy ball in Bardock's hand broke away and exploded not far away, and then used teleportation to appear behind Alto, kneeling straight to the waist. Alto didn't even turn his body, and after a bang, Bardock's knee hit stopped in midair and could not advance a minute. It's not over yet, Alto, Bardock said. Each hand appeared a piece of Qi Yuan chop towards Alto's neck. Alto calmly stretched out his hands, pinched the Qi Yuan chop with his thumb and forefinger, and then a terrifying aura erupted from his palm, shattering the Qi Yuan chop directly. It's over, Lord Bardock. Then twist the waist and swing back across the elbow to hit Bardock's abdomen. Way a pain. Bardock's eyeballs bulged, saliva couldn't stop flowing out of his mouth, and then Alto exploded. Bardock was directly knocked out, covering his stomach and lying on the white ground. The gap in strength is too big. Combat skills don't work at all, Lord Bardock. Alto stood in place with a lonely look of a master, telling the facts in front of him. You're right, Alto. Bardock endured the severe pain and got up slowly, but through the battle just now, your problems were also exposed. The combat skills were too simple and rude. If I maintained the same level of combat power as you, you would have died just now. At the same time, he secretly cursed in his heart that Alto's grandson was really ruthless. But it's a pity that there are no guys of the same level of combat power as me. Alto does not care about this. What he advocates in his bones is the aesthetics of violence. Super combat effectiveness is the goal pursued by Alto, and all combat skills are slag in the face of absolute strength. You guy, one day you will regret your arrogance. Bardock was speechless, thinking in his heart when to capture Gula's grandson and give Alto a good lesson. As long as the goods are subdued, they know the importance of certain things. Lord Bardock, are you still coming? Alto did not dwell on this issue, and then asked Bardock if he wanted to continue. Come, my body hasn't reached its limit yet. How can I fall here? Only by constantly surpassing the limit can we continue to become stronger. Bardock resisted the idea of taking out the fairy bean to recover from his injuries, and once again exploded towards Alto. With a flying kick, Alto dodged sideways, and then turned around and elbowed straight to Bardock's shoulder. Bardock raised his arm to block. His body was shocked back tens of meters by a powerful force, and his arm was also numb, temporarily incapacitated. Be careful, Lord Bardock. Since Bardock wants to surpass the limit, then Alto uses all his strength to help Bardock break through his own limit, and move his hands without mercy. Anyway, as long as there is a breath, the medical cabin can also be saved. The girls chirp, it's still not a man. Bardock sneered, sent waves with one hand, and bombarded Alto. Following the law of smoke and no injury, Alto did not leave the slightest scar on his body. Then Alto suddenly disappeared in front of Bardock. A heavy punch smashed into Bardock's lungs. Bardock felt that his bones were broken. A mouthful of old blood could not help but gush out of his mouth. With Alto's explosion, Bardock was swept out by an invisible wave of air, fell to the ground and slid hundreds of meters before stopping. Nest. It really hurts. Blood continued to overflow from his mouth. Bardock felt that his physical strength was gradually disappearing. His consciousness became a little blurred. He bit his tongue to make his consciousness clearer, and took out a fairy bean from the pocket of his pants with severe pain and trembling. Because of the lack of strength, the fairy bean fell to the ground from the gap between his fingers, and Bardock had no choice but to turn over, squirming his body like a caterpillar to crawl in front of the fairy bean and swallow the fairy bean in one bite. "Lord Bardock, are you all right?" With cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, Alto flew over and saw Bardock wriggling on the ground and eating soil. "I have reason to guess that you want to kill me by mistake for the purpose of cultivation, so that you can become the king of the SAIYANs." Alto. The effect of the fairy bean was activated, Bardock's collapsed chest was restored, the whole person's physical strength was restored to its peak, and his normal combat strength increased to 70 million. "Lord Bardock, I am your loyal subordinate, how could I possibly want to kill you? Plotting to usurp the throne." After Alto laughed awkwardly, he was immediately dumbfounded, and Lord Bardock, who had just been beaten, miraculously recovered and his breath increased by a few points, which was also incredible. "Why, it's a surprise to see that I'm not dead," Bardock said half-jokingly. "No, the subordinates definitely don't have this idea." Alto hurriedly knelt down on one knee. "If not, let's continue." Bardock moved his recovered body, and after finding that there was no discomfort, he took an aggressive stance. "Yes, Lord Bardock." Alto saw Bardock's terrifying ability to recover, and immediately stopped holding his hand, stepping forward with an all-outside kick. The strong strength and absolute speed caused a gust of wind when the side kick blew Bardock's face a little deformed. "Alto, you bastard, you definitely want to usurp the throne." Bardock's eyes were almost glaring, and he hurriedly used teleportation to come to the position of Jane and the two. He dared to guarantee that if he didn't dodge, he would definitely be kicked in the head by Alto's kick. "Lord Bardock, why are you here? Alto's grandson won't be ruined by you." Seeing that the upper body combat uniform on Bardock's body was gone, Maradona thought that Bardock and Alto's battle was too fierce. "Just your bullshit, Jane, beat this bastard half-dead, beat me up." Saying that, Maradona, who ignored the confused look, once again used teleportation to appear in front of Alto. "Do you bastard want to kill me?" Bardock pointed at Alto and couldn't help but scold. "Lord Bardock, aren't you trying to push the limits? Besides, you have terrifying resilience, and it's nothing to get hurt." Alto looked at Bardock with innocent eyes, saying that he just wanted to help you break through your limits, and the way SAIYANs break through their limits is to be on the verge of death. "I don't have the ability to recover quickly. But eat something that can quickly recover from injuries, don't be smart if you don't know. Besides, the kick you just kicked over, I can guarantee that Loud's head is absolutely gone, and restore a yarn, go to hell to recover." Bardock really didn't understand the brain circuitry of his subordinate. "Hey? Something to recover from injuries quickly? I thought Lord Bardock had accidentally awakened some special ability." Alto scratched his head and explained embarrassedly. "Thank you so much." Bardock was speechless and choked. Chapter 62. Go on. Bardock adjusted his mentality, gradually concentrated, and appeared in front of Alto with a lightning speed, and with a move of double dragon went to sea, both palms slapped towards Alto's chest and jaw. Alto raised his hand to fight back, leaning his right hand over his elbow to block the downward pressure, blocking Bardock's arm that slapped his jaw, and at the same time his left leg bent his knee and swung horizontally, staggering Bardock's palm to his chest. Bardock's offensive was cracked, and he slapped Alto's knee, his figure retreated, and Qigong waves were constantly launched in the palm of his hand. Alto's hands were like afterimages to receive each blow of the Qigong wave, and crushed it and quickly approached Bardock's direction. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bardock immediately used teleportation to appear on Alto's side, and a whip struck. Alto raised his arm to block, suddenly bounced Bardock's whip leg back, and then a charge punched Bardock's abdomen. Bardock was in severe pain, and an elbow hit Alto's back hard, making a dull sound. The gap in combat effectiveness is there. Bardock's normal combat power of 70 million does not play any role for Alto, but Alto seized this opportunity, grabbed Bardock's leg desperately, came to a love magic circle, and threw Bardock out like a lead ball after throwing an unknown number of laps in the air. Bardock forced himself to endure the nausea, stabilized his figure in mid-air, and everything in front of him turned into a heavy phantom, shaking his head vigorously, so that the dizzy brain became normal. Alto, as the initiator, was also not happy, watching Bardock in mid-air suddenly become 3 or 4, and the flight also became shaky. Bardock was the first to sober up, and the turtle wave qigong in his hand did not hesitate to hit Alto. Alto couldn't tell which one was real, simply gathered energy waves with both hands, and then split into 3 all-out attacks. The turtle faction qigong was successfully intercepted, the 2 qigong waves were stalemated in midair. As time passed, Alto cleared his head, smiled, and increased the energy output towards Bardock. Nima. Can't beat it. As soon as Bardock saw Alto with a smile, he knew that this product wanted to increase horsepower, knowing that the current state was simply not enough to face Alto in the super race state, maintaining the turtle pai qigong with one hand, and when he was about to be attacked by Alto's big move, he launched a teleportation and appeared behind Alto. A big foot kicked Alto's cheek. Alto hard picked up Bardock's big foot, did not move, and after smiling, quickly grabbed Bardock's ankle and began to smash wildly. Because the smash is too exciting. Confiscating the force, Bardock's leg was thrown off on the spot, and his ankle was directly crushed, which can be said to be a crushing fracture. After being slashed for a full 5 minutes, Alto threw Bardock away. At this moment, Bardock was bleeding. It was simply miserable, but it was not as miserable as the first time, and he still had the strength to move, and after glaring at Alto with cannibalistic eyes, he took out the fairy beans prepared in advance from his trouser pocket and swallowed them. His injuries were fully recovered, and his basic combat effectiveness increased to 75 million points. Unfortunately, the state that appeared in the first battle never appeared. And Bardock also understood that this strange state was unattainable, and did not ask Alto to continue to abuse himself, but let Alto cultivate on his own, and he found a place to meditate deeply, trying to develop the kind of fighting method in which the spirit dominates the body. Alto, on the other hand, had no opponent to fight against, so he extended his demonic hand to Jane and Maradona. Maradona was addicted to wine for a long time, and his combat effectiveness was still the original 2.1 million points, and he was pressed and beaten by Jane, who had a combat strength of 2.4 million points, and when Alto saw it, Maradona was unconscious by a move of qigong waves, and completely lost his combat effectiveness. Alto, where is Lord Bardock? Is your battle over? Jane just wanted to report this happy news to Bardock, but he didn't expect Alto, who was training against Bardock, to appear here. Lord Bardock went to meditate and cultivate. You know, that kind of cultivation method is a little inappropriate for me, too tormenting. I prefer the feeling of fists to the flesh, but now Lord Bardock is meditating, and I have no opponent, so I came to find you two, but now it seems that you two have no way to fight me. Alto looked at the dying Maradona and suddenly had an idea in his heart. You go to Lord Bardock, maybe Lord Bardock has a holy medicine to quickly treat the injury. Alto was clearly playing with the idea of Sendu. It's not okay to go at this time. Jane looked at the dying Maradona, wondering if he should take the bastard to the medical cabin for treatment. It's okay, listen to me. Besides, Lord Bardock asked you to beat Maradona to a half-crippled one, there must be another deep meaning, hurry up. Go a little later Maradona and go to see Hades. Alto continued to urge. Okay, I'll go. Can't bear to kill a good friend. Jane listened to Alto's instigation and went to find Bardock. Anyway, Bardock just asked him to go to him after destroying Maradona, it seems to be right. Bardock's side was engaged in deep meditation to review the battle scene just now, but suddenly heard Jane's voice, and the feeling he had just caught disappeared instantly. After opening his eyes, he couldn't help but shoot 2 lasers in his eyes, and looked at Jane on the side with an unhappy face. Jane, what's going on? Bardock held back his anger and asked impatiently. Lord Bardock, Maradona has been scrapped. I specially want to report to you. Jane, who didn't know how he made his boss angry, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit. Give, this is 30 fairy beans. Bardock took out the immortal beans prepared for distribution in advance from the universal capsule, 10 grains for each of the 3 of you. This immortal bean has a miraculous effect, it can instantly restore physical strength, as long as there is a breath, any injury can be treated instantly, except for diseases, the amount on my body is not much, save some use. After speaking, he waved his hand to quickly disappear from his eyes. Yes, Lord Bardock. When Jane heard that there was still this good thing, he immediately took the cloth bag in Bardock's hand, and after flying away, he couldn't help but open the cloth bag, took out 20 fairy beans and kicked them, flew to Alto Maradona, and immediately fed one to Maradona's mouth. Maradona chewed unconsciously, the next second the injuries on his body instantly recovered. And his own chi also increased. Jane looked at the magical effect of fairy beans, couldn't help but get excited, and then calmly took out the remaining 9 fairy beans from the cloth bag. Lord Bardock asked us to divide the remaining 9 fairy beans into 3 for each person, he said, dividing the 9 fairy beans into 3 per person, and then relayed the roll of the fairy beans. Looking at the surprised looks of the two, Alto couldn't help but snicker in his heart. His middleman earned 14 more fairy beans, although this trip was almost killed by Lord Bardock for unknown reasons, but it also had a lot of gains, worth it. Alto and the 2 goods held the fairy beans like a treasure, which made Jane, who had obtained the big head, secretly despise in his heart. Now that Maradona, your injuries have recovered, then you too will use the fusion technique to fight me. Seeing that Maradona was no longer in trouble, Alto touched his chin and proposed his idea. We won't use the fusion technique you said about it. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Alto smiling, the 2 immediately denied it, and the ghost was willing to use Alto's bastard as a sandbag. You two don't think about fooling me, I was present when you completed the fusion, but I hid it well, it was not discovered, but you can think about it, if you fuse, there is still a slight possibility of winning the battle, if you don't fuse, then, the 2 of you will use me as a sandbag together, anyway, you can't escape the fate of being a sandbag today. Ha ha ha. Horns like the great devil appeared above Alto's head. Is there any more choice? Not at all. Jane and the 2 helplessly spread their hands, weakly posing a fusion dance step, and Alto watched the 2 fuse with interest. With a white light shining, a warrior dressed in the costume of a Madame Star appeared in front of Alto. The powerful chi rushed straight into the sky. Sensing the chi of the fusion warrior, Alto found that there were about 50 million points of combat power, and his heart was slightly disappointed. I'm neither Jane nor Maradona, but a newborn super soldier fused by the 2, Jima. The accent of the 2 came from Jima's mouth. Your strength is not strong enough, it's not enough for me to fight. Alto made arrogant remarks. No, no, Alto, my strength is more than that, through fusion, I, Jima, feel that I have mastered a new ability, you will be surprised, Alto. Keep your eyes open and take a good look, see my super strength and accept my ravages, ha ha ha. With Gemma's roar, golden aura rose, but the result of the transformation was not a Super Saiyan state, but a mimic Super Saiyan. 20 times increase, the combat power instantly soared to 900 million, close to 1 billion points of combat power. Originally Alto still wanted to play the mind, instantly became a little flustered. After the fusion of the heart can still be like this, how do I not know, such a strong chi, this time who beats who is not certain. Son, super power, Alto, get ready to be baptized by Gemma Love. Wah ha 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 ha. The rampant laughter spread to the entire Spirit Time house. Leaning over and sprinting in front of Alto, Alto did not react at all, he felt Jima's fist hit his abdomen, and the pain stimulated his brain nerves. The invisible chi wave penetrated the body, knocked Alto out, and was ravaged like this for the first time after transforming into a Super Saiyan, and Alto also had a trace of anger in his heart. I don't know how many meters away he was beaten. Alto tried to stabilize his figure, sensed Jima's chi, and flew rapidly in the direction of Jima again. It's not over yet. Alto. After reaching the mimic super race, Jima did not chase after giving Alto a punch, but continued to explode in place, trying to break through this boundary and transform into a real Super Saiyan. I want to fight Alto as a Super Saiyan. Chapter 63. Ah! Ha! After raising his chi to the peak, the original mimicry Super Saiyan form instantly broke through, and the golden aura covered the whole body, like a warrior reborn from the golden ashes. This is the transformation into a Super Saiyan. How can it be? Alto looked at this scene in disbelief, originally wanted to scare the two, let's talk, but did not expect that the two could transform into a Super Saiyan after fusion, just this powerful chi, his own transformation after the strength is not half of the chi, and hit a hammer. Alto, let's start a new round, whoa quack. Gemma laughed proudly and swooped up. Alto didn't see Jima's attack trajectory at all, and felt a heavy punch in the head and flew out upside down. Damn, you can't see the attack trajectory at all. Alto, who stabilized his figure, cursed secretly, touched his forehead, and his palm was full of blood. Why, Alto, can't you? I used less than half of my strength. The show is just beginning. Jima looked playfully at Alto, who had blood oozing from his forehead and looked embarrassed. Damn, don't underestimate me, Alto. Alto condensed the energy cannon with both hands, and the target was Jima, who was arrogant to the point of not being able to do it. Look at my interstellar annihilator cannon. Since you can't beat it, then make a big move. This is also the principle that Alto has always followed. Ha ha ha, interstellar annihilator cannon. I'm so scared. Gemma patted Alto on the butt funny, and his confidence in his own strength was self-evident. Lie down for me. You two nasty guys, when the fusion time is over, I must fix you two guys properly. Damn it. With a roar, Alto's trick shot towards Jima. Well, before that, I'll beat you up, Alto. Just when we paid in advance. Jima smiled, caught Alto's full blow with both hands, and didn't even move a single point in his footsteps. As the power of Alto's interstellar annihilator disappeared, Jima's palm only emitted a little green smoke, and the hair was not injured. It didn't hurt at all, damn it. Since Qigong waves can't be injured, let's use your fists and feet to decide the victory. I don't throw in the towel easily, I'm Alto. Saying that, Alto swooped down, condensing Qigong waves with both hands and slamming towards Jima's chest. Too naive, Alto, it's not shameful to accept your failures, I'm a Super Jima. Jima stood in place without dodging or dodging, striking with both fists, hitting the palms of Alto's condensed energy balls. Boom! After the gas bomb exploded and the smoke disappeared, Jima's fists were tightly held by Alto, and the two sides began to wrestle. Jima's face was relaxed, and the sweat on Alto's face could not stop flowing down. With Jima's force, the footsteps involuntarily retreated, and then faster and faster, faster and faster. After a meaningful smile appeared on Jima's face, he suddenly burst into laughter, and his fists burst out with invisible power, ejecting the sweaty Alto, and then quickly diving, and then the figure disappeared in front of Alto, appeared behind Alto in the blink of an eye, and smashed an elbow heavily on Alto's back, making a crisp sound. Alto screamed, and after falling to the ground in a dog-eating posture, the blood spurted from his mouth stained the white ground. When Jima flashed over, Alto's bellows-like breathing came out of his nose, which showed the magnitude of the injuries caused by this blow. Jima! You bastard, my spine is broken. Because of the broken spine, Alto was also forced to withdraw from the Super Saiyan state, and gasped after seeing Jima, and couldn't help cursing. Ah, yes, the power is too strong, it is difficult to control. I'm really sorry, Alto. Looking at the unbeaten face, Alto didn't see a hint of apology at all, but his face was full of schadenfreude. You wait for me. Alto stretched out his hand and groped his body, took out a fairy bean that had just been allocated and swallowed it, and in the next second, Alto was revived with blood, and his own chi also increased a lot, and his basic combat power increased to about 8 million points. I didn't expect to use the magic medicine provided by Lord Bardock so quickly, and it was really a waste. Jima looked at the angry Alto with a grin, but he didn't know that in the next second he would have to pay for the behavior just now. Humph, you only know about Super Saiyan, but you don't know about the transformation above Super Saiyan. Let the two of you see the new transformation that I will study in the month since Lord Bardock disappeared. Alto is not the master of losses, in addition to the losses suffered on Bardock and has not yet recovered the field, the losses suffered by others. Alto has found the field one by one after his strength has improved. Hey, Alto, you're daydreaming, the transformation of the Super Saiyan is strong enough, how can there be other transformations? You won't be transforming into a giant ape to fight us. Why not transform into a Super Saiyan? For Alto's nonsense, Gemma didn't believe it at all. Stupid guy, there is no end to getting stronger, now you are like frogs at the bottom of the well. Let you see the transformation beyond Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 4. Alto said with his arms slightly bent, constantly roaring and constantly gathering and compressing his chi, until a golden light flashed, and a super soldier with red hair and scarlet eyelids appeared in front of Jima. At this moment, Alto's combat effectiveness has climbed to 4 billion points, while the fusion warrior Jima has only 2.5 billion combat power after transforming into a Super Saiyan, and the super soldier Jima, who is powerful in the 4th level of Alto, cannot open his eyes. What a powerful chi! It's just terrible. Jima's arms covered his face and opened with difficulty. This is Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan transformation is a world away from this. Ha ha ha. Accept my baptism with an iron fist, Jima. The humiliation that has just been suppressed is still vividly remembered, and Alto wants to take advantage of the effective time of the Super 4 transformation to avenge it. Punching in the air, the fist hit Jima's abdomen, leaving one fist mark after another. Wow ka. Jima opened his mouth and wailed in pain, and then Alto appeared in front of him, an elbow hit Jima's head, the knee was topped. The head hit by the elbow couldn't help but lean down, and then it was hit by Alto's knee, the mandible bone shattered on the spot, and saliva couldn't stop flowing out. Ah, da. Alto looked at the miserable situation that Jima couldn't fight back, his heart was happy, and he kept output, kicked Jima into the air and then flashed behind Jima, and struck with both fists together, knocking Jima to the ground. Boom! A dull sound sounded. Jima fell to the ground and convulsed. Alto took advantage of the victory to pursue. Swooped down, grabbed Jima's neck with his big hand and flew quickly, pressing Jima to the ground and rubbing wildly. Ha ha ha, you two bastards, arrogant again, arrogant again? My uncle Alto is not easy to mess with. After saying this, Alto's Super Saiyan 4 transformed and disappeared, returning to normal, suddenly a little panicked. What to do? Anxious. Bastard. Gemma felt Alto's strength weaken, opened his eyes weakly, saw Alto who had changed back to normal, slapped the ground with one hand, stopped the fate of continuing to be rubbed, lasers appeared in his eyes, forced Alto back, stumbled up, and gasped for air. Just now Alto's transformation into Super 4 attack made Jima extremely seriously injured, and it is still easy to deal with the normal Alto. If Alto can also perform Super Saiyan transformation, then it is difficult to say who will die. Ha! Alto is not a master who sits still, immediately tried to transform into a Super Saiyan, but he didn't expect to succeed. He thought that the energy consumption just now was no longer enough to transform into a Super Saiyan himself. I don't believe that you who are seriously injured can still exert the combat power you just had. Let's take it. You two bastards. Feeling that the level of anger is similar to his own, Alto's confidence has soared, at least he will not be as powerless as at the beginning, so his Super Saiyan 4 transformation is not completely unfavorable to himself. I won't lose to you, Alto. Although Jima was a little wavy, he had extremely high confidence in his own strength, and roared and rushed towards Alto. Chapter 64. The battle between Alto and the fusion warrior Jima did not end until after the fusion time was up, and the two sides were seriously injured in each other, which was considered a tie. It's just that in order to recover from their injuries faster, these three losers actually used fairy beans to heal their injuries again. If Bardock knew, he would have to give this guy a big mouth. It's such a waste to give you this thing. I gave it to you so that you can use it to save your life, and as a result, you gave me to use it to recover from the injury after the fight, a loser thing. In this way, after staying in the Spirit Time House for 3 months, Maradona and Jane successfully transformed into Super Saiyan, and after the basic battles of the two reached 3.4 million and 3.5 million respectively, they tried to gather chi on their backs, and easily completed the transformation, which was not as difficult as when Alto transformed. The three of them studied for a long time and did not come up with a reason, but Jane guessed that it was related to the Super Saiyan after the fusion of the two, and the result was greeted by a burst of white eyes from the two elders. Bardock appeared a few times when he was hungry, seeing that the three of them didn't play too much, so he went to play with a few goods, but when Alto came to ask for fairy beans with a shy face, Bardock was very curious about whether these three guys practiced so hard. How can 10 fairy beans per person consume so quickly? After asking a few words without a trace, the embezzler Jane was basically determined, and after glaring at the goods without a trace, he gave Alto and Maradona 5 pills again. In just 3 months, Alto's basic combat effectiveness has increased to 10 million points and it has constantly tried to maintain the Super Saiyan state for a long time, but sometimes it will return to normal due to small things such as dozing, making it extremely irritable, and can only start again. In the final analysis, its own energy is not enough to maintain the current state, and these can only be practiced slowly. As for Gemma and Maradona, because their combat effectiveness is relatively similar, they adhere to the principle of improving basic combat effectiveness and fight under normal conditions, so Alto has become a redundant person here. In order not to interrupt the cultivation of the full power of the cultivation Super Saiyan because of some small things, he immediately concentrated his mind and began his least favorite meditation cultivation, keeping the Super Saiyan transformation at all times while meditating, and performing imaginary enemy cultivation through meditation. And Bardock's side, after a week of uninterrupted meditation retrospective, never grasped the main points, so he spent most of his time cultivating, and set aside a small part of the time to use meditation instead of sleep perception to understand the combat skills of the spirit to dominate the body, and in just 3 months, the normal combat effectiveness increased from 70 million points to 80 million points. The strength has also been qualitatively improved. Bardock knew that he needed time to perfect his combat skills, and there was no point in burying his head in penance here, and immediately got up and used teleportation to appear between Jane and Maradona, who were fighting. With both palms out, he grabbed the fists of the two. And then instantly exploded, forcing the two back tens of meters away in a normal manner. Lord Bardock! Lord Bardock! Seeing Bardock, who blocked his attack, the two did not dare to be presumptuous, and immediately put their fists on their chests and leaned forward slightly to say hello. Simple combat needs to be left behind. If the two of you fight each other, it is not enough to stimulate the potential in your body, the improvement speed is too slow. I will provide you with an interesting opponent. Use it as your opponent, just like your combat power. He said and took out a sealed bottle with a mark. I looked at the number of people in the spirit time room again. Alto, Alto! Shout loudly to Alto, who is sitting and meditating in the distance. Coming, coming! Interrupted by Bardock to meditate, Alto did not dare to be annoyed, and immediately flew over and stood respectfully in front of Bardock. You have to cultivate Super Saiyan full power, stay outside, don't waste time here. You go out first, there are no strong people sitting in Gaston Star, I'm a little uneasy. Bardock flickered. No problem, Lord Bardock. Alto has actually been tired of staying here for a long time, as a meat lover, eating pasta here for the past 3 months, it is almost a bird in his mouth, and he can't wait to go out to eat a meal of meat. Well, hurry up. Bardock urged impatiently, waiting for Alto to close the door of the Spirit Time House before releasing Frisia from the sealed bottle. This is Frisia. How did you become this ghost? When the two saw Frisia after being reborn, they couldn't help but be surprised, and they walked around as if they were looking at something cherished by animals. Fuck off, stinky monkey! Frisia glared viciously at the two, and the explosion shook the two away. Okay, this is indeed Frisia, but I was asked to destroy most of my physical body, and now 2/3 of my body is made of biological machinery, and the combat power is about 150 million. Which of you two goes first? Bardock stopped the two from looking at animals and asked directly. I'll come first. Jane took the lead in standing up, and after a burst of cheers, Golden Aura rose up, and his combat power instantly soared to 165 million combat power. Another Super Saiyan. Sure enough, it was a mistake to keep you in the first place. Abominable, abominable, I knew it all and slaughtered all of you stinky monkeys. Frisia looked at the Super Saiyan who reappeared, and the resentment in his heart could be imagined, the triangular eyes were full of hatred, and the blood covered the entire eyeball, the look of choosing people and devouring them, it looked very terrifying. Maradona, you transform too. Frisia is very insidious, be careful to be pinched by him under normal circumstances. Bardock's eyes were slightly cold, and he looked at Maradona, who looked at Frisia incompetently roaring with disdain under the norm. Yes, Lord Bardock. The coldness in Bardock's eyes frightened Maradona a spirit, and immediately exploded and transformed into a Super Saiyan, and then Bardock's mind moved without deliberately doing transformation actions, and completed the Super Saiyan transformation. Another Super Saiyan, abominable and abominable. Frisia suppressed the fear in her heart, and her body could not stop trembling. Surrounded by 3 Super Saiyans, who is not afraid? You come you try. This is Frisia's inner monologue. Your opponent is me, King Frisia. For the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frisia, Jane can't say that he doesn't hate Frisia, which is the home where he was born and raised. Saying that, he quickly appeared in front of Frisia, gathered energy balls with both hands, and flew Frisia, who was in a state of panic, directly out. Abominable stinky monkey, Frisia flew in mid-air, firing a death beam at Jane with his finger. This level of attack was easily dodged by Jane, and then appeared in front of Frisia with a cold face, raising his hand to be a big mouth, followed by a hook. When did Frisia suffer such humiliation? Holding Jane's upper hook with one hand, the metal tail was pumped towards Jane's waist. Jane grabbed the metal tail with the other hand, who knew that Frisia's tail wrapped around Jane's other hand, and both hands were restrained, and Jane was angry and struggled. Ha ha ha! Damn Saiyan monkey, give King Ben death. Frisia's other idle hand, which gathered energy bullets, shot towards Jane's chest. Damn it! Below, Maradona was blinded and was about to rush up to help Jane. Boom! An explosion sounded. Chapter 65. Hearing the sound, the location of the explosion was not the location of Frisia and Jane's battle. It turned out that when Frisia was about to hit the energy ball in his hand on Jane, Jane flew the energy ball in Frisia's hand with his knee, which saved Jane. However, the two sides are still fighting in the air, and because Frisia has an extra strong tail, Jane, whose hands are bound, is constantly punched by Frisia with an evil smile, and eats countless heavy punches head-on. Ha! Unwillingly, Jane opened his mouth and gathered energy waves in his mouth to hit Frisia's head. Frieza felt a thick crisis, and immediately released Jane's other hand that he was holding with his hand, and his tail flicked hard, throwing Jane out. Jane's mouth cannon attack also failed, hitting the edge of the Spirit Time House, forming a mushroom cloud. Supernova. Frisia took advantage of Jane's steady figure, gathered oversized energy balls between his fingers, smashed towards Jane, and shouted arrogantly. "What about the Super Saiyan? After all, it's just a wild monkey. I forgot to tell you that planet Vegeta, the hometown of you wild monkeys, was destroyed by me with this move, and it is the honor of you monkey to die under this move of this great king." The king is obviously in the cage, and he still has to say hi, completely unaware that he is stronger than himself in the face of his opponent. Frisia mentioned that the planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia's own hands. Jane was instantly furious, holding the oversized energy ball close to his face with both hands, standing on the ground abruptly to stop. The supernova did not continue to land under Jane's brute force, and with Jane's power, the oversized energy ball flew out upside down in the direction of the king. How is it possible? Cold sweat broke out on Frisia's forehead, and he used his whole body strength to push in the direction of Jane. His purpose was simple, that is, to die. He would take a Super Saiyan to hell. Ha! The output all depends on roar, the strength all depends on the storm. Jane felt a little pressure on Frisia, immediately roared, with his own strength as a guide, with the thousands of compatriots of planet Vegeta as the thought. The energy exploded again, breaking through its own limits, and once again pushing the energy ball in the direction of Frisia. This can't be. I, King Frisia, can only lose to another Saiyan monkey again. No way. Frisia looked at the energy ball that was gradually approaching, his eyes were torn, his hideous face made his face a little deformed, and his own chi was constantly released, trying to destroy the energy ball in front of him. Nothing is impossible, Frisia, for the Saiyans who died on planet Vegeta. Jane once again exerted his strength. Frisia could not resist at all, seeing that he was about to die. The hatred for the Saiyan family in his heart was simply incomparable. Suddenly, a beam of light hit the super energy ball, and the energy ball collapsed, and Jane was stunned when he saw the person who made the move, and then puzzled. And when Frisia, who was in a cold sweat, saw that the person who shot was Bardock, who beat him to the point of half-failure, his inner pride made him even more resentful of the Saiyan, and he wanted to swallow Bardock's scrap alive and be saved by his own enemy, which was the greatest humiliation for Frisia. Jane, don't fight to death. Frisia is a good opponent for sparring for future Saiyan new forces, such sparring is rare now. Bardock explained to a puzzled Jane. Obey, Lord Bardock. Since Bardock had his own considerations, Jane did not speculate much, and immediately followed Bardock's choice. Well, your assessment has passed, there is no point in staying here. You can ask Alto about the cultivation of Super Saiyan next. If that guy is not willing, you can tell me. Now you can go out. Next is the trial of Maradona. Bardock said, casting the magic seal wave again to seal Frisia, casually placing it in the universal capsule. Subordinates retreat. Jane didn't say anything more, flew to the gate of the Spirit Time House and walked out. Maradona, in order to punish you for your slack in cultivation during this period, I have found you a more interesting opponent, whose strength is stronger than Frisia. Bardock took out another sealing bottle with bad intentions, opened the cork and released the Kurdish king inside. The Kurdish king who was released even collapsed a piece of his head, and it seems that the previous injury is not good. King Kurd. Maradona looked at the tall figure in front of him in disbelief. The chi that was stronger than himself doubled the pressure on Maradona. He is now only 162 million points in the Super Saiyan state, and the Kurdish king's combat strength is 200 million points, and the gap can be imagined. Come on, don't die. Bardock will definitely not favor anyone or deliberately target anyone for his subordinates, and he will not take sides or deliberately target anyone, but if anyone is not as good as his own in cultivation, it doesn't matter if he dies. This time the Kurdish king was chosen as Maradona's opponent. It is not to let him die, but to let him understand that even Super Saiyans have opponents that cannot be faced, so that this product should no longer lose itself in the confusion of gold, and never forget that cultivation and becoming stronger are the foundation for SAIYANs to gain a foothold in the universe. Lord Bardock, are you joking? The Kurdish king is so powerful, you let me fight him. Maradona grimaced bitterly and pointed at the Kurdish king, who was beginning to correct his skull. When Frisia was released just now, I asked, who told you not to stand up yourself? Now regret it again? Bardock asked with a cold face, and Maradona instantly became resigned. However, this guy's chi is so much stronger than mine. Maradona retorted unwillingly, trying to be able to change opponents. Don't talk nonsense, this is a punishment for your addiction to wine during this time. If there is a next time, Lao Tzu will solve you with his own hands. Lao Tzu still treats you as a henchman, and as a result, you repay Lao Tzu in this way, and some of the guards in charge do not supervise training. What does Lao Tzu want you to do? Is it difficult to understand? Is it for you to retire? Roll over, and the Kurdish king with the belief that he will die and fight with all his strength. If you can't do it, Lao Tzu will solve you with his own hands. As a scion of the fighting nation, Maradona's behavior of backing down when he met a strong enemy made Bardock feel disdainful. Yes, Lord Bardock. Maradona was afraid in his heart, and because of Bardock's majesty, he did not dare to refute it, raised his chi to the peak, and stood opposite the Kurdish king. Are you finished? The Kurdish king looked at Bardock with interest and reprimanded Maradona. This is the Super Saiyan, exactly the same as what the ancestors said. Just let me see if your little monkey is as powerful as the legend. Bardock didn't dare to clean up, but the newborn Super Saiyan in front of him was obviously much weaker than himself, for the simple reason that this Super Saiyan was not confident in his face. King Kurdish, if you can kill this Super Saiyan in front of you, I will let you go. Bardock did not forget to add a dose of strong ingredients. What? Maradona's newly adjusted mentality collapsed instantly, his pupils shrunk, and his face was incredulous. Seriously? In contrast, the Kurdish king looked excited, thinking that he could not clean up a Bardock, but it should be more than enough to clean up the guy in front of him. Chapter 66. In a word, it's hard to chase a horse. Bardock looked at the Kurdish king with an evil smile on his face, naturally knowing what was going on in his head, but the verbal promise was only, for Bardock there was and did not have the same. The Kurdish king's biggest role was to stimulate Maradona's inner potential. Ha ha ha, Scion, you will pay for your stupidity, and I will accept this freedom unceremoniously. The Kurdish king did not consider at all whether Bardock would keep his promise. Cosmic shockwave. After getting the answer he wanted, the Kurdish king took the lead in attacking, palms in the direction of Maradona, 5 fingers into claws, and 5 fingers continuously fired energy projectiles, shooting towards Maradona. Maradona quickly dodged, energy bullets followed, Maradona kept flashing and finally approached the Kurdish king, and then a whip kick kicked to the Kurdish king's neck, who knew that the Kurdish king did not want to dodge at all. Sturdy and beaten like this, the neck twisted slightly, and looked at the surprised Maradona with an evil smile. This blow Maradona was merciless, but it did not cause harm to the Kurdish king at all. On the contrary, after the Kurdish king laughed, the energy beam shot out of his eyes and hit Maradona's chest. Fortunately, the energy beam damage was not high, and Maradona was slightly injured. Ready for your final highlight, Super Saiyan. The Kurdish king flashed to Maradona's side, hit the opponent in the abdomen with a heavy blow. Maradona took the opportunity to hold the Kurdish king's arm with both hands, and a floating cross street fell to throw the Kurdish king out, and the gas bomb in his hand was quickly released towards the Kurdish king. The Kurdish king's 200 million points of combat power is not empty. That weak attack means cannot cause any injuries on him. Let the air bomb hit him, emitting smoke, and he is calm with his palms outward, gathering purple energy bombs, one by one constantly hitting Maradona. What? Maradona was taken aback, but did not expect that under his dense attack, the other party did not resist but directly counterattacked, greatly unexpected, immediately used his hand as a knife, quickly slashed, and flew out one purple energy bullet after another. Ha ha ha, you're still too weak, SAIYAN. Under the cover of smoke and dust, the Kurdish king moved at high speed and appeared in front of Maradona, turned sideways, used his tail as a weapon, and violently pumped Maradona's cheek, pumping it out. Maradona was stunned by the Kurdish king's move, and then felt two attacks pierce his knees, and a heart-wrenching pain swept through his body. It turned out that after Maradona was blinded, before he had time to stabilize his figure, the Kurdish king launched the next attack, and seemed to feel that it was not enough to kill directly, so he changed the energy beam that attacked the chest into an attack knee. Once the knee is scrapped, even the combat-ready Maradona can only fight in the air, and there are fewer means of attack when fighting. Then the Kurdish king has the mind to play a little longer, and slowly torture the Super SAIYAN in front of Bardock to death, which is the Kurdish king's greatest pleasure. Damn, the legs are completely wasted. Maradona flew in mid-air, his legs swaying in the furious waves, and his face could not tell whether it was hideous or painful. Just as Maradona was about to use the fairy bean treatment, Bardock's voice came again. No fairy beans. Bardock's order made Maradona's heart cold, and he helplessly put the hand that took out the fairy bean back, and looked at the enemy in front of him with a slight fear on his face. Ha ha, SAIYAN, I will let you die slowly in pain. The Kurdish king seemed to be very interested in this game of cat and mouse, and immediately shot several beams again. Maradona dodged with all his strength, and from time to time released energy waves to bombard the other party, but the huge strength gap still scarred Maradona. Half an hour later, Maradona had already withdrawn from the Super SAIYAN state, dying by the Kurdish king pinched his neck and thrown on the ground. The Kurdish king shook his blood-stained hand with a little disgust, glanced at Bardock defiantly, and then the energy ball in his hand was about to destroy Maradona's corpse. It's really interesting that the Super SAIYAN in the ancestor's mouth was killed by my Kurdish hands. Ha ha ha. It seems that Super SAIYANs are also strong and weak, so let's kill you first to collect some interest from SAIYANs hurting me. The Kurdish king released his villain's speech, and the back teeth of the laugh were almost out. Boom! Bardock transformed into a super match and appeared on Kurd's side, kicked away the hand of the Kurdish condensed energy ball, and then leaned over and punched Kurd's chest, and Kurd's chest was pierced on the spot, and purple blood flowed from the Kurdish king's chest. Kill is kill, don't be so inky, I'm tired of hearing it. Given that you talk too much nonsense, don't count the words just now. Bardock kicked the Kurdish king who was wide-eyed and couldn't speak in his mouth and flew over, and then sealed it with a magic sealing wave. As for the injury, the vitality of the frozen demon clan is so strong that there are no friends, this small injury is nothing at all. Bardock doesn't care, toys, if you die, grab another one or make another one. Lord Bardock. I disappointed you. Maradona's pride after turning into a Super SAIYAN at this moment was completely extinguished by King Kurd, and he smiled bitterly and reviewed his defeat to Bardock. Super SAIYAN is not the end, nor the strongest. If you want to face a strong enemy and no longer lose, give me a good cultivation in the future, don't give me those who have or don't. I don't object to reproduction, but abandoned practice. Lao Zi is the first to not let you go. This time originally wanted the Kurdish king to slaughter you, but I still have too soft a heart, just bypass you this time. Once there is a next time, Lao Tzu will take matters into his own hands and understand you this waste. After saying that, Duan kicked Maradona twice. Maradona was already seriously injured, knowing that he didn't have to die, and after his mind relaxed, he was kicked twice by Bardock unscrupulously, and fainted gloriously. Bardock probed his breath and found that Maradona was not life-threatening, grabbed one of the other party's feet, dragged him out of the mental time house, and then took it into the nether, and threw it to Maradona's wife, let him lie in bed for a few months, not allowed to use rapid treatment drugs, let it heal naturally, and deliberately hole Maradona. Maradona's wife Nick knew about the stupid things her husband did during Bardock's absence, and immediately agreed. Although the average SAIYAN does not care whether his spouse has an affair or something, but thinking of Bardak's behavior of obedience to his wife and not looking at other women, which makes Nick angry, so he immediately took on this important task. Chapter 67. After solving the problem of high-end combat effectiveness, Bardak began to work on the problem of the development of Gaston's science and technology, allowing Raditz, who managed affairs, to work hard to cultivate, and he began to plan the future of the SAIYANs. Considering that SAIYANs are only suitable for combat and not for technical work such as scientific research, scientific and technical aspects still need Ravel and scientists taken from other planets. In terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, there is no need to worry now, there are enough people in these fields. After all, the number of SAIYANs is still close to 6,000, and the things needed are relatively small. However, considering that he will run amok in the universe in the future, Bardak decided to gather a group of scientists in the field of AI intelligence, computer science, and programming to create a large database for the SAIYANs, just like a treasure trove of knowledge in the super-theological seminary, transforming backward detectors into small microcommunication devices such as earphones. SAIYAN only needs to search through intelligent AI verbal input instructions, and if you read the relevant information, the communicator will turn on the holographic projection to appear in front of the user when needed, which can greatly reduce unnecessary manual operations. After having the idea, in the next few days, Bardak will give instructions in an orderly manner, and there is a shortage of people in a certain field, Bardak will let the Dark Guard dispatch, by the way, rob some high-tech planetary scientific and technological personnel. As for the SAIYANs, the first task is to cultivate, whether men, women or children. Now Gaston Star has a formation of the Gaston Star Defense Team, the Tiangang Guard and the Earth Guard. As for the Secret Guard, it can only be regarded as a supernumerary, and the others who have not joined the Legion belong to the reserve. However, as the number of SAIYANs grows, some changes are bound to occur, so military reform must be carried out in advance. First of all, every 100,000 to 100,000 points of combat effectiveness of special fighters is a squadron, organized as the Gaston Star Defense Team, and the super soldiers with 1 million to 100 million combat power are included in the Gaston Star Special Combat Team, the main conquest. More than 100 million legendary level warriors are SAIYAN elders, settled in the Heavenly God Temple to practice. As for the Tiangang Guard and the Earth Guard and the Dark Guard, they are temporarily served by the current SAIYANs, and when the corresponding requirements are met, they will be arranged separately, and the vacancies after the three guards can be called up in the Special Combat Team. When Bardak led all the SAIYANs in Gaston Star to work diligently on construction and single-mindedly seek development, time passed rapidly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, Bedma used 1.5 years to complete the study of the duties of the gods. In order to make Bedmar learn more comprehensively, Bardak sent him to Namek for 3 months for further study, which really became the god of the Star of Gaston, and the priesthood was successfully incorporated into the compilation of the god system under the recommendation of the old god. It's just that although Bedma has the ability to make Dragon Balls, the process of making Dragon Balls is not smooth. The reason is that the materials for making Dragon Balls are difficult to find, so the matter of Gaston Star having his own Dragon Balls has been stranded. It is worth mentioning that Bardak's concept of knowledge treasure trove has made great progress, intelligent AI has also made small gains, and everything is developing in a good direction. And although Bedma has become a god, his warlike nature has not disappeared, and from time to time he will find SAIYANs with similar strength in the nether to fight. Fortunately, the strength of Gaston Star exceeds that of other planets, and the guy with 100,000 combat power to 1 million combat power can be nothing to build. Bardak let him go. But the universe is not so peaceful. The sudden explosion of the Kurdish star and the planet Frisia, 3 months after the disappearance of the Friesisa father and son, the area ruled by the two soon caused great turmoil. Some legion leaders with more than 10,000 strength began to split, attack each other. The universe was bloody, and I don't know how many planets were deserted, and how many planets were destroyed because of the battles between the strong. Finally, after a year-long reshuffle, Frisia and Kurdish territories were ruled by three forces. On one side is the remnants of the Frisia Legion led by Kainu, which maintains the remaining territory of Frisia. On one side is the Mecha unit headed by the Gula Mecha unit. The last party is our Prince His Royal Highness Vegeta, the weakest strength, the smallest invasion area, and the planet resources controlled by the relatively scarce planet, anyway, the kind that Kainu and Gula Mecha forces can't look at. You can see how weak the strength is. And Vegeta's strength has also partially improved during the period of conquest, reaching 70,000 combat strength, even if he hates his weakness, but Vegeta's strength improvement without finding the right way to improve is still limited. However, it seems that he has luck and has never encountered the Kinna team, and he has gathered a group of space pirates under his hand, and the average combat power is about 10,000 points, and the weakest is also more than 5,000 points, which is a little stronger than the scions of planet Vegeta. As for Gula's goods, he flew in the universe for nearly a year to find a life planet. Fortunately, this planet is a planet under his control, and soon after landing, he was hospitality, and after the good food and drink, he prepared the spaceship needed by Gura, equipped with the corresponding personnel, and sent Gula away with a smile. After Gula left, he cheered and then saw a dazzling sun, unable to measure the ball towards the planet, and then under the terrified eyes of everyone, his planet turned into dust in the universe, and the reason why Gula did this was nothing more than to save his face. As for a planet of life, Gula doesn't care. In his heart, is the life of a planet as important as his face? And when there was a mess outside, Bardock was sitting quietly in the gravity room at the moment, adjusting his breathing. His muscles were rhythmic regularly, exuding inexplicable coercion, and Bardock, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, uncontrollably transformed into a super scion with full power. Then a blue arc of electricity gradually appeared around the body, and then became stronger and stronger, and as time passed, the scions who cultivated in Gaston Star all felt this gradually climbing aura, until after the lightning and thunder in the sky, this familiar aura seemed to break through some kind of barrier, and the breath suddenly began to expand. The powerful aura caused the entire Gaston Star to begin to tremble. And the arc on Bardock, who was sitting still in the gravity room, suddenly became stronger and split on the wall of the gravity room, and then Bardock suddenly opened his eyes, and a fine light shot out, destroying the controller of the gravity chamber. The gravity of the gravity chamber returned to normal, his own hair stood upside down, blue electric arcs surrounded the body, and his eyes looked cold and abnormal. That's right, in the same way, Bardock once again comprehended the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. The basic combat power is 120 million, and the 200-fold increase is 24 billion combat power. There is a little more capital to survive in the Dragon Ball world. After feeling Bardock's bottomless chi, Alto's face couldn't help but become bitter. His Super Saiyan full power has not yet reached the limit, his boss has become stronger again, and there is no heavenly reason to speak of. As for Jane and Maradona, they just glanced in the direction where Bardock's breath came from, and soaked in their respective gravity chambers for penance. 2 years later, Bardock's basic combat strength was 120 million points and he comprehended the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Alto's basic combat strength is 20 million points, comprehending that the full power of the Super Saiyan is unstable and has not reached the limit. The basic combat power of Jane and Maradona has been increased to 10 million points respectively, and the full power of Super Saiyan is still in cultivation. Haimuka's basic combat power is 4 million points. Already able to transform into a Super Saiyan. The eldest son Radith's combat power has increased to 1.8 million points. Godson Dale's combat power increased to 300,000 points. On Earth did not return, although the combat effectiveness improvement was not high, but the combat skills had a qualitative leap. Under the guidance of Bobo there was a trace of unintentional shadow, which made Bardock very satisfied. The youngest son Sun Wukong may be because of the reason created after Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, although the birth combat power is only 2 points, but his own combat effectiveness has grown quite fast. This is only 2.5 years old. the combat effectiveness has involuntarily increased to 100 points, and the old and frail Sun Gohan is gradually no longer Sun Wukong's opponent. In addition, Sun Wukong's head is not injured, and his head is very shrewd, which is somewhat different from the innocent Monkey King in the original work, and I don't know if I can sit on the somersaults cloud like the original. The strength of the Gaston Star Scions has a per capita combat strength of more than 700,000 points for the Tiangang Guard, more than 500,000 points for the Ground Guard, more than 300,000 points per capita for the Secret Guard, and more than 200,000 points per capita for the Gaston Star Guard. Chapter 68. Wu. Finally comprehend the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. Bardock suppressed the excitement of transforming into Super 2 and changed back to normal. After Bardock's basic combat strength reached 100 million points half a year ago, he handed over the affairs of the planet Gaston to Raditz, and he began to cultivate intensively, and after half a year, he finally reached a new realm. Clenched his fists tightly, and his heart couldn't contain his excitement. After walking out of the gravity room, there were professionals waiting for maintenance outside the gravity room, and when he saw Bardock, he saluted respectfully. Bardock bowed his head slightly, and agreed to the entry of these personnel, and then strode to find Raditz. Uncle Alto, no, if you want to improve your strength and enter the Spirit Time House, then go to your father, otherwise I don't have any way. The Heavenly God Temple is a place that only legendary warriors can enter. Of course, if there is a special crisis, my father is estimated to relax the conditions, but now there is no danger in Gaston Star. As soon as Bardock arrived at the door, he heard Raditz persuading Alto bitterly. Why, seeing that the gap with me is getting bigger and bigger, you want to cut corners? Alto. Bardock smiled and walked into the office and said to an embarrassed-looking Otto. Sort of. Alto rubbed his hands in response. The rules can't change, but I can give you another chance. Bardock walked to the sofa and sat down, cocked Erlang's legs and said with a smile. What chance? Alto's eyes glowed golden, and he asked eagerly. Now the strength of the Scions has reached a bottleneck, and the absence of foreign enemies has become impetuous. In addition, the research on the side of the Scientific Research Department has also fallen into a bottleneck, and there is some shortage of resources, so I decided to open the Gaston Star, and you will lead the Gaston Star Defense Force to start a conquest in the universe and destroy the power of the frozen demon race. I intend to manage the affairs of each planet in the situation of the Federation of Planets. The planet headed by Gaston Star establishes a planetary federation, and the planets stationed in the Federation can be protected by the Scions, and we can act as a cosmic policeman, maintain order in the universe, and let the planets communicate with each other, so as to expand the influence and control of our Scions over the planets. Now the Scions who join the Legion can casually bring out an existence that can dominate a planet, so there is no need to hide. As for the number of strong people in the universe, there are only a few strong people on the bright side, and Alto's strength is enough to deal with it, but it really can't exist for itself. What to be afraid of? Father, did you really decide that? Raditz actually thought so when Bardock came back 2 years ago, but he didn't dare to say that this was all a lesson Raditz learned after rebelling against Bardock. That's right. So, you guys have to come on. Raditz, in the future, I will completely leave the affairs of the Scions to you. I will never interfere again. If you have any ideas, just do it, as long as it is not like the previous Scions. That kind of behavior is not long-lasting. Understood, Father. Raditz was very excited in his heart, and he had the idea of immediately taking the Scions to fight. Step by step, steady progress. Don't rush it. Bardock was afraid that Raditz would do something stupid. I will definitely not disappoint my father. Raditz also understood what his father was worried about, and immediately gave assurance. Hopefully. Bardock was still a little uneasy, but since the words were spoken, there was no reason to take it back, and after sensing Jinei's chi, Bardock used teleportation to disappear in front of the two. In the heavenly god temple, Geniapan sat in midair and practiced according to the exercises taught by Bardock, while Bedma looked at the sky in a daze, and suddenly Bardock appeared in the temple, and Bedma had a little look. "What are you doing here?" Bedma asked when he saw Bardock, and asked in a bad voice. "It's not coming to you, what's the excitement?" Bardock replied without hesitation. "Bedma's talent is actually very good. After the Great Elder stimulated his potential, his combat effectiveness increased to 100,000 points, and during that time on Earth, he did not waste cultivation, and his combat effectiveness was directly increased to 500,000 points. Bardock estimated that the guy from the heavenly god opened a small stove and allowed Bedma to enter the spirit time house for cultivation, otherwise it would not be possible to improve so fast. After being received to Gaston Star, it took a while to adapt to the gravity of Gaston Star, and the combat effectiveness increased to 500,000 points, which is a small master, but it is still not enough to see in front of Bardock and Jaime. "Shhh, bastard!" After cursing in a low voice, Bedma walked into the temple, not wanting to see the dog man and woman. Bardock. Gnei opened his eyes and flew over. "There is no danger now, there is no need to cultivate so hard." A good double-standard dog, ordering his subordinates to cultivate desperately, but letting his wife not cultivate so hard. "How can that work? As your wife, follow your steps, although I know that the gap between my strength and yours is very large, but I will not give up chasing your steps. I don't want to be your drag bottle." Gnei explained with a dissatisfied snort. Good, all as you wish. Take a break today, I'm going to take Broly to Earth to see Goku." "How's that, are you going?" Bardock scratched his nose and asked with a smile. "Go, I haven't seen Goku in a long time. I don't know if this kid has caused trouble to Sun Wuhan anymore. As his strength has improved, this kid is becoming more and more difficult to discipline. Old man Sun Gohan can't discipline Goku now. I don't know if our original decision was right or wrong." Gnei thought of the changes after going to see the Monkey King in the past few times, and he couldn't help but start worrying. "It's okay, no matter how skinny the child is, it's useless, just beat it." Bardock grinned. "As long as you don't kill you." Gnei then said such a fierce sentence. "That's right." Bardock nodded approvingly, took Sheena's hand and was about to look at Broly, suddenly thought of something, turned his head and shouted towards the temple. "Bedma, if you can't make another Dragon Ball in a year, I'll have to teach you a good lesson. Maybe I'm not happy to let Frieza show up at Namex and go there to go for a sneak." Bardock is an ultimatum. If Bedma really can't make Dragon Balls, Bardock will really clean him up, maybe make a mistake and kill the other party. It's a big deal to take the Earth's celestial gods captive. And let them change the planet's celestial gods. Anyway, the Dragon Balls in this world are not the only set. If you annoy Bardock, you can also use the lives of all the Nemesis people as a threat, and let the Great Elder be the celestial god of the Star of Gaston. If the Great Elder dies and deliberately does not convert his abilities to the Second Elder, then Bardock will keep all the Namex in captivity, and there will always be a Namex who can make Dragon Balls. Got it, you bastard! Bedma has no choice but to make Dragon Balls at Bardock's request. "Oh, it's good to know," sneered, and disappeared into the temple square with Heimchi, and then appeared at Broly's house. Chapter 69. Just appeared at Broly's house, Pelazga, the old guy, was playing with a few beast-eared girls from alien captivity, and as for Broly, he was looked after by a female scion. Paul Asgar saw Bardock and Haimuki appear, hurriedly straightened his clothes, and bowed respectfully. Okay, Broly is my disciple, you, as Broly's father, there is no need to salute, but do these things in the future, go somewhere else, don't do such stupid things here. It's too humiliating for the scions. As a father, you must also set a good example for your son. There are not as high expectations for Parazgard Adak as Maradona, it is enough to hope that this product does not use Broly to make things. You don't see, the horror of the Super Saiyans is that the three ordinary Super Saiyans only tickle each other. If they don't die in the plot killing, it is estimated that Dragon Ball will be called the Legend of Broly. Yes, Lord Bardock. Palaska drove out a few beast-eared girls like a fly, standing respectfully on the side, not daring to have the slightest rebellion. Ha ha ha, Broly's meditative look is really cute. Haimuki ran over and pinched the soft flesh on Broly's face, and said to Bardock with a smile. Yes, if only those three brats in our family had the same talent as Broly, and I wouldn't have to worry about this and that all day. The 2.5-year-old Broly now has a combat strength of 500,000 points, and this amazing growth rate can only be achieved by passing super physique. What am I talking about? What are you doing with talent? Besides, you're all Super Saiyan, can't you protect your son? At the mention of talent, Haimuka glared at Bardock with some annoyance. Haha, get used to it, get used to it. Diligent can make up for it, who can know what will happen in the future? Maybe our son's future achievements will not be low. Bardock snorted and hurriedly appeased the fried Haimchi. Humph, just no. Haimuka snorted softly and turned his head. The words of the two awakened Broly, who was meditating, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Bardock and Gnei flirting. Master! And Haimchi! Broly exclaimed happily when he saw the two. That's good. Haimuki immediately smiled when he saw Broly's little face, stepped forward and picked him up and ravaged it continuously, as if it were a large toy. Okay, Haimchi, don't forget to get down to business. Bardock saw Broly's unlovable appearance, took the initiative to speak, took Broly from Gnei's arms, turned his head to Palaska and said, I am going to take Broly to a place to practice, by the way, improve this child's emotional control ability, by the way, I will tell you. Everything is for the Saiyan clan, as long as you can improve your strength, Broly can arrange it at your disposal. Palaska hurriedly expressed his thoughts. As an older generation of Saiyans, this idea of sacrificing everything in order to become stronger is still deeply rooted. Well, it's good to have this kind of ideological awareness, but, Palaska, you are still only middle-aged, and you can still open up territory for the Saiyans for many years, don't indulge in wine and abandon your practice. The battle in Palaska has now reached 78,000 points, and there is still room for improvement, so it is not a matter of sinking. King Bardock taught the lesson. Subordinates must practice hard and strive to join the defense force. As you wish. Thinking of the other party's age, which was already more than 100 years old, the original idea of beating chicken blood disappeared, put his hand on Haimchi's shoulder, carried Broly up, and used teleportation to appear above the temple. At this moment, Dales was holding his breath and contemplating, sitting cross-legged on the temple square. Bardock found that he couldn't feel Darles's chi, the other party was like a stone statue, without the slightest breath of life. This is an unintentional entry. Bardock has also seen this state in Mr. Bobo, and he didn't expect that this kid Darles could learn it, and he really deserved to be his godson. Really? Darren's actually learned the martial arts realm that Mr. Bobo said? Haimuka took Broly in his arms and asked curiously. That's right, it should only be the beginning, and it has not reached the realm of free retraction. If you want to achieve, you need a long time of accumulation and sharpening. You look at Darren's, I will go to find Goku. Since the original Dragon Ball storyline has been disrupted by itself, let's be even more chaotic this time. There is no need to care about the plot of Dragon Ball. With a swoosh, Bardock appeared in the hut where Son Gohan lived, and various traces of repair appeared on the hut, which showed that Son Gohan did not have a comfortable time during this time. Outside the house, the elderly Son Gohan is fighting against the 2.5-year-old Sun Wukong. Sun Wuhan's martial arts experience is rich, but the combat effectiveness is only 70 points, compared with Sun Wukong's current 120 points. The gap is not something that combat experience can make up. Grandpa, be careful. Sun Wukong smiled, a bright light appeared on his fingertips, and then a gas bomb hit Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, the speed of the gas bomb was not fast. Sun Gohan dodged embarrassedly, and then used the afterimage fist to surround Sun Wukong. Little Wukong, who has not learned Qi induction, can only catch blind, one by one, the result is not any of them, and then was kicked on the back of the waist by a sneak attack by the old man, and after rolling on the ground a few times, he couldn't care about the pain in his body, stood up again, and looked at the afterimage vigilantly. Hold your breath and concentrate, don't be confused by the things in front of you, you have to sense the other party's Qi, no matter how many phantoms, but the other party's Qi is the only one. Bardock telepathically informed his son. Hey? Who is talking to me? Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong was distracted because of Bardock's reminder, and then was kicked by Sun Wuhan in a series of times, and his small body was smashed on the tree, covering the back of his head and shouting that it hurts, it hurts. It's you, Monkey King. Bardock raised his forehead, a little speechless. Haha, it's Grandpa who is wrong, it's too hard, where it hurts, I'll rub it for you. Sun Gohan stepped forward with a smile, picked up little Gaku, and comforted him gently. Old man, long time no see. Bardock appears and greets Sun Gohan in a blunt tone. Oh, it's Mr. Bardock, long time no see. Saying that, he turned Goku's face to Bardock and introduced him. Goku, this is your father, Mr. Bardock. Call father. Mr. Bardock father. Sun Wukong's words made Bardock almost fall. Haha, just call father, there is no need to add Mr. Bardock. Sun Gohan was accustomed to Son Goku's brain circuits, and after laughing, he began to correct his mistakes. Chapter 70. Father. Sun Wukong responded obediently. Old man, I came this time to take Wukong to the celestial realm to practice, and this time I may have to leave for a long time. Bardock glanced at the somewhat dumb little Gaku, and didn't know if it was really stupid or fake, completely incomparable to the ferocity when he just fought. Oh, the celestial realm, that's a place that even my master turtle immortals have never reached. Is Mr. Bardock a celestial god? In Sun Gohan's cognition, only the celestial god can stay in the celestial realm. I'm not that old fellow of the heavenly god, but I think your master turtle immortal will definitely be shocked if he sees the appearance of the heavenly god. Bardock sold a pass and said such a confusing thing. Hehe, Mr. Bardock said and laughed, my master turtle immortal has never seen the heavenly god. Sun Gohan obviously misunderstood Bardock's meaning, and Bardock didn't explain much. Without further ado, if he succeeds in his studies and his progress exceeds expectations, I will let him come back to see you, and by the way, rearrange a place for the two of you to live, this place is really too backward. Bardock plans to let Gaku go to school again after he reaches a certain age, and his academic performance does not necessarily require good academic performance, but the basic common sense still needs to be understood, and he can't be like in the opening, saying that it sounds good is innocent, and saying that it is ugly is idiocy. Is this leaving? It's really sudden. Thinking of little Gaku leaving, Sun Gohan was a little reluctant. Forget it, one sheep is to be released, 2 sheep are also to catch, simply bring you with me. Bardock couldn't see the other party's reluctant look, but he couldn't refuse, and without saying a word, he grabbed Sun Gohan's shoulder and appeared on the temple square. This is the temple. Before Sun Gohan could react, he saw that he had changed places. Gaku, oh, my little Gaku. Gnei hugged Broly and appeared in front of Sun Wukong, snatched the little Gaku in Sun Gohan's arms, and pasted it for a while. Humph! Broly was not happy, a strong aura burst out from Broly, scared little Gaku couldn't help but cry. Sun Gohan was the weakest, almost blown out by Broly's chi, but Bardock was quick and caught this old man. Broly! Put away your anger, have you forgotten what I taught you? Always abide by your heart, control your emotions, and learn to control your own power, not be controlled by your own power. Bardak's stern voice reached Broly's ears, and the terrifying aura disappeared instantly. Haimchi, you two, don't do anything to make Broly jealous. Broly just happened because you couldn't control your emotions because of your close behavior to Goku. Bardock was a rare critic of Himeyina. However, I just stuck with Goku, did I snub Broly? Himuka didn't understand the reasoning. In short, you should hold the two of them less in the future. Or the earth will be destroyed. Don't look at it, Broly, because he was emotional just now, his combat effectiveness increased by 50,000 points. Bardock glanced at the sobbing Monkey King with a complicated face. This is for Broly to find a brush battle? Thank you, Mr. Bardock. Sun Wukong looked at Broly with an unhappy face. It was unbelievable that a child had such a powerful power in him. If you want to live in the temple, pay attention to the fact that every single one of us present is better than you, but don't burp when the time comes. Bardock explained angrily. Understood, Mr. Bardock, but take the liberty of asking, can I also learn martial arts with God here? Sun Wukong asked respectfully. No problem, as long as God is willing to teach, you are willing to learn. Nothing is allowed and disallowed. Bardock replied casually, then flashed over and lifted Broly up and put him in front of the gods. Mr. Bardock, is there something important? Because of the stimulation of his own potential, the combat power of the heavenly god has increased to more than 10,000 points, and he has a little confidence in speaking. Seal this child's tail with sealing. Bardock held Broly and exposed his little butt and pointed to the furry tail. No problem, it's a trifle. As he spoke, Celestial's hand fell, and Broly felt a pain in his butt, and then the pain disappeared, but it felt as if something had disappeared. Okay. Tenjin smiled and said. Thank you. As a token of thanks, this tail is left for you as a collectible. When these words were spoken, the god's mouth twitched, and he said in his heart, how can he use his tail as a collectible, it is too bullying. Putting Broly down, Broly walked wobbly because of the loss of his tail, but the little one was extremely adaptable and returned to normal after walking a dozen steps. Broly, in the future, you will cultivate spiritual power with this nemesis. If you want to control your powerful power, you must have strong spiritual power. Namex has a unique talent in cultivating spiritual power, you can study well with him. Yes, Master. Broly's innocent little face was full of seriousness. This kid. The gods didn't understand how Bardock's front foot let himself remove the child's tail to seal it, and how the hind foot allowed himself to teach the other party to practice. This child is a Super Saiyan who has only produced one of our Saiyan clan for 1,000 years, and he has great power, but he does not have the heart to control this power, so I will let him follow you to cultivate spiritual power, hoping to achieve the mutual unity of body and spirit, so as to control this force that destroys the universe. Since you want to give Broly to the angel to cultivate, then you must inform the other party of the details, otherwise it will be self-defeating. Super Saiyan, isn't you, Mr. Bardock? What's the difference? As for the situation of the Saiyans, the celestial god has not yet understood the Tao. I'm just an ordinary Saiyan transformation, these are the transformations that Saiyans can achieve after hard cultivation, and Broly, this guy, born with 10,000 points of combat effectiveness, that is, the strength of your current chi, and with the outbreak of emotions, your own combat effectiveness will also increase geometrically. It can be said that it is an unstable factor. As long as his anger does not stop, then his combat power growth, that is, the growth of chi, has no limit, so in order to control this force, I will let you help. Bardock told the difference between Super Saiyan and Super Pass. Hearing that this little guy in front of him was so dangerous, the face of the god was scared green. Nima was so dangerous, what if this little ancestor was unhappy one day and blew up the earth? The idea of refusing Bardock's commission suddenly arose in his heart. This kid is simple-minded. As long as he does not provoke him, he is usually very well behaved. if his mentality can be maintained all the time, not troubled by the power of the SAIYANs, I think, it should not be suitable for the SAIYAN race that is constantly killing now, but suitable for being a god. Bardock looked at the ignorant Broly and involuntarily said such a thing. Chapter 71. Tenjin. After hearing this word, the god of heaven couldn't help but look at the serious face of Broly, through perception, indeed found that this child's chi is very pure, without the slightest evil aura, and at a young age, his own strength is already dozens of times that of his old guy. The god of heaven can't help but sigh, SAIYANs are really an unreasonable race. If Bardock hears the voice of the gods, he will definitely scoff and tell the other party that his vision is too narrow. What are the SAIYANs? Compared to the frozen demon family, the SAIYANs are simply small and cannot be compared. Yes, compared to the rapid improvement of his strength, I would rather Broly spend his life safely and happily, rather than be controlled by his own power and become a killer who destroys everything. Bardock thought of the different endings of Broly in the original book, and couldn't help but worry about this child. Then, I'll try it, it's really not possible, use the power of the Dragon Ball to see if the dragon has a way. The heavenly god moved the divine dragon out very uncompelled. Tenjin, are you floating? Or do you think that Shenlong is really omnipotent? Bardock smiled disdainfully and gave the god a wake-up call. Haha, laughing. The god scratched his head in embarrassment, laughing, and thought to himself, too, Bardock must have thought about using the power of the Dragon Ball to let this child harness the power of the superpower. Oh, the power of normality can be improved, but don't try to transform into a Super Saiyan, Broly. Bardock crouched down and held Broly's little head with his big hand and instructed seriously, remember. Yes, master. Broly nodded, a little reluctant in his eyes, and thought that Bardock was going to leave himself here to go back. Good boy, I will come to see you from time to time, remember to get along well with Gaku, your Aunt Jaime also treats you as her child, and so do I, don't disturb your heart because of some little things, practice well. Bardock has never been so gentle with the two sons of Sun Wukong and Raditz. Remember, master. Broly nodded sensibly. Bardock rubbed Broly's head, and got up with a smile. Heavenly God, the genius of my clan is entrusted to you to cultivate. You don't need to cultivate him strongly, you just need to let him control his emotions at all times. Even if Broly does not cultivate, his combat power will grow rapidly. You don't have to worry about this. If you have other means to control your own power, please do not hesitate to teach you. For Broly's sake, Bardock was arguably the best tone to speak to the gods. Where, I will definitely teach this child as best I can. Seeing Bardock's sincere commission, the god was also flattered, and immediately waved his hand. After explaining Broly's affairs, he explained Sun Wukong's situation and Sun Wuhan's affairs clearly, and this servant was officially moved in the heavenly god temple. As for Bardock and Hymen, the two are happy to go to the nether to play. Haimuki is accompanied by Boomer's mother. Bardock is ready to recollect the Dragon Balls to determine something. In just half a day, Bardock found 4 Dragon Balls, and when he found the 5th, Bardock's Dragon Ball radar found that the 5th Dragon Ball was actually moving. Following the trajectory, I saw a bald child with 3 eyes doing weight training with a sinister old man wearing a crane hat on his head. Hey! Isn't this Tianjin Rice and Crane Immortals? Tianjin Rice is only 6 or 7 years old, and he was accepted by Crane Immortals so early. Bardock touched his chin and looked with interest at the Tianjin Rice that was whipped and trained by the Crane Immortals under the sweat, and the combat effectiveness of Tianjin Rice at this moment was only 6 points. And it had reached the combat strength of an adult, which was not bad. The combat effectiveness of the Crane Immortal is only 100 points, which is not as good as the 2.5-year-old Monkey King, and he is simply a dispensable character, but Tianjin Rice is a bit of a pity. What people? The little chi released by Bardock soon attracted the attention of the Crane Immortals, and the other party suddenly raised his head and looked at Bardock, who was suspended in midair. Then he flew up and confronted Bardock face to face. I have taken a fancy to that 3-eyed child, don't block Lao Tzu's way if you don't want to die. Bardock waved his hand at will like a fly, and the strong wind he brought with him flew out with the crane immortal who stood opposite him, and the whole person was driven into a small mountain, and his life and death were unknown. What grade? You also deserve to look at each other with me. Litter. Bardock took a sip of disdain and slowly landed in front of Tianjin Rice, who was cultivating hard. Boy, it's useless for you to practice like this. Bardock tapped the 20 or 30 kilograms of rock on the back of Tianjin Rice with his fingers, and the rock turned into powder. You, what are you? Me, my master. Tianjin Fan sat on the ground and asked breathlessly. I, your future master, as for your previous master, was flown out by my air fan, and I don't know if I am alive. Let me ask you again, are you interested in being my disciple? Miss this village, but there is no such shop. Bardock asked again. Before Tianjin could say anything, Bardock then threw his bare hands to the side, and an explosion sounded. Abominable scraps, since I can't get it, then don't think about it. Saying that, another series of attacks struck, and the target was towards Tianjin Rice. Garbage, it should stay in the trash. Looking at the already frightened Tianjin Rice, Bardock turned his head, his eyes shot out beams, directly piercing the heart of the noisy crane immortal, and then blocking all the air bombs one by one with one hand. Blood overflowed from the crane immortal population, and his chi fell rapidly, and finally fell weakly between the mountains and wilderness, and Bardock didn't bother to look for it, looking at the shivering Tianjin Rice. I am willing to be your disciple, this is my worship. Saying that, he took out a 4-planet from the cloth bag around his waist. Get up and bend over 90 degrees to offer the Dragon Ball with both hands. Good, good, good. You will be my second disciple in the future. Staying on this backward planet will only hinder your development, and when you succeed in your studies, I will take you to a wider universe to see more strong people. But I still have things to do beforehand, so I'll take you around first. Saying that, with a snap of his fingers, Tianjin Fan's body floated, and as Bardock flew, Tianjin Fan always followed Bardock, protected by an air cover. The next 2 Dragon Balls were found in an experimental base in a box of deep-sea trenches, and there were armed forces in the experimental base. And I don't know what the King of the Earth thought, and even allowed armed forces outside the government to exist. Bardock casually threw a small gas bomb, turning the entire experimental base into ashes. Put the collected Dragon Balls away, the 7 Dragon Balls flickered in unison, as if waiting for some kind of signal. The first time I saw the Dragon Balls, Tianjin Rice was also curious. I don't know what is the use of this cheap master in front of me collecting this glass ball. I was also on the way to worship the master to look good. This is installed on the body. Come out, Shenlong, grant my wish. Chapter 72. With the spell of summoning the divine dragon chanted, the sky became dark, and 7 Dragon Balls appeared in unison. A golden light rushed to the sky, and then the divine dragon appeared, still looking high. The person who gathered the Dragon Ball, speaking of this, seeing Bardock in front of him, the dragon immediately froze, and then changed his tone and said, "Say your wishes, within my ability." Good fellow, the established procedures have been changed, and the pressure of the Shenlong has suddenly decreased a lot. Let me learn the chi tricks of all races in the universe. Bardock voiced his long-conceived wish. Sorry, can't do it. There are countless races in the universe, the scope of this god's ability is limited, and some of them exceed the ability of this god and cannot be instilled into your memory. Please change your wish. Shenlong spoke in a somewhat humble tone, hoping that Bardock would make a wish within his power. Hey, I know, then let me learn the tricks within your ability. Bardock had to retreat to the second place, which was equivalent to letting himself learn something and watch it be done. Okay, I'll try it. Saying that, Shenlong's eyes glowed red. Bardock felt that a lot of things were stuffed in his head, and it lasted for 7 or 8 seconds before Shenlong spoke. Well, your wish has come true, goodbye. After the wish is made, he is ready to slip away, which is probably a job that all Shenlong loves to do. Wait! Bardock hurriedly stopped the dragon's escape. Swoosh! In the clear sky, 7 white stones catapulted out in all directions, missing a trace. Nima, the dragon, is this virtue? Be sure to make him look good next time. Depend on. Bardock clenched his fists and looked at the sky unpleasantly, while Tianjin Fan experienced the scene in front of him, looking at the sky a little dumbfounded, recalling the scene that had just happened in his mind. Tianjin Rice, let's go! Touched the little bald head, woke it up, and flew towards the heavenly god temple with Tianjin Rice. With inventory in his head, Bardock decided to teach Tianjin Rice as a teenager well. Master, is that big green longworm just now a divine dragon? Tianjin Fan asked like a curious baby. Bardock knew there would be such a thing. What wishes can he fulfill? Will it make me the strongest in the world? Tianjin Fan's little face was excited, clenched his fists and asked. If the world you are talking about only refers to this planet, I think it should not be, because the ability of the divine dragon will not exceed the ability of the maker. If you become the strongest on earth, then the divine dragon maker will still be a fart. So, what if it's beyond this planet? Tianjin asked puzzled. Then it is even more impossible. Strength, only their own cultivation is their own, relying on the ability of others to improve the strength, will eventually fall into the evil path. In the future, it is not allowed to mention the matter of relying on external forces to improve strength. Tianjin Rice is still young, it is easy to be seduced by the words of the outside world, even if it is in the original work, there is a previous conviction, Bardock must break it back in advance. Remember, Master. Tianjin Fan did not expect that he just asked such a sentence, and his master had this kind of reaction, and immediately obediently replied. Well, it's good that Tianjin Fan is not a bare child. Master, how strong are you? Is it stronger than the legendary Tenjin? Tenjin, do you still know Tenjin at a young age? It was Bardock's turn to be surprised. It's not either, it was told to me by the previous master. Tianjin Fan touched his head and replied embarrassedly. Heavenly God, let's put it this way, now I can fight 100 million heavenly gods, you can calculate it yourself. Bardock gave an approximate number, which immediately made Tianjin Fan dumbfounded. 100 million. The 2 little hands are a little too many to count, and I can't imagine how strong Bardock can fight 100 million heavenly gods. Don't think about it, with my cultivation, you will also reach the same height as me in the future. Bardock interrupted the little one's thoughts and landed steadily. At this moment, there is no one on the square of the heavenly god temple, through perception, except for the heavenly god, Bobo and Darren's, and others are all in the restaurant's location, probably eating. Just when their stomachs are also hungry, they took Tianjin Rice into the restaurant. Father *2. Master. Mr. Bardock *2. Seeing Bardock's return, everyone greeted in unison, and the chopsticks in the hands of the 3 foodies did not stop. Well, you guys continue to eat, don't worry about me, just find a seat and shout, Mr. Bobo, give me a serving, just give this child a normal portion. Got it. Mr. Bobo has now become the royal chef of the SAIYAN, and it is not clear what Bardock means. 1 serving refers to the amount of rice for 20 normal earthlings, and the normal portion is the amount of rice for 1 earthling. Soon, steaming big-name ramen was in front of Bardock and Tianjin Rice. You're welcome, just take a big bite. Saying that, Bardock took the lead and Tianjin Fan followed. A meal battle lasted for an hour before it ended, and while he finished eating, Bardock introduced Tianjin Rice to the 3 little acquaintances. Darren's nodded very coldly, it was considered to be acquainted. If it weren't for Bardock saying that Tianjin Fan was his disciple, Darren's wouldn't bother to look at it. As for Sun Wukong, he greeted Tianjin Rice with a smile. Broly looked a little shy, and there was no follow-up after the sticky greeting. Tianjin Rice returned the gift one by one. It can also be regarded as a gift for several weeks, as for Sun Wuhan is still a kind old grandfather, and the amiable appearance is very attractive to children. After getting to know his friends, Bardock handed over the time to a few children, and he came to the heavenly temple square, holding his breath and concentrating, suddenly bursting his breath. With the explosion of breath, Dales appeared first, watching Bardock not know what new understanding his father had, quietly standing on the edge to watch. Then 3 small radish heads appeared one after another, watching Bardock curiously. Ha! After Bardock burst into drink, 2 hands grew on his back. This move was a 4-demon fist. Even so, Bardock did not stop, continued to burst drink, and then under everyone's shocked eyes, the 2 arms on the back disappeared, and Bardock actually grew 2 heads and 4 pairs of hands. Darrens, how about it? This is my newly developed trick called 3 heads and 6 arms. Bardock's 3 heads spoke in unison. Not great. The breath has not changed at all, and this transformation has a flashy feeling. Dals thought that Bardock's transformation was just an ornament, and had no practical use at all. Dales, you're wrong. This is a skill that I tried to develop based on the 3-eyed Starman's stunt 4-demon fist and 4-body fist, and the extra 3 heads can be visually shared with the main head, which can be said to be 360 degrees to observe the enemy, no matter which direction it attacks. I can find it at the first time. As for the extra 4 arms, they are naturally not decorations. Saying that, energy waves converge in the palm of every arm. Father, you can only control these arms and use the same moves. After seeing Bardock's performance, Dales couldn't help but ask. Well, it seems to be. Bardock tried again and found that it was true that as Dales said, he could only use the same action as the entity. That's actually nothing, it's still a good skill when there are many enemies, only suitable for group battles, not for heads up. It also has no effect on the improvement of combat effectiveness. Dals still couldn't see it. Okay, my son is older, and I can't see the little skills developed by my father. Bardock's joy at success in trying the 3-headed, 6-armed skill was doused by his cheap godson. Chapter 73. After being disliked by Darrens, Bardock put away his transformation of 3 heads and 6 arms, and began to ponder distraction control. To put it bluntly, Bardock also knew the flaws that Darrens said, and how difficult it was to use it 3 times. No way, Bardock had to cheekily ask Mr. Bobo, not to mention, Mr. Bobo really has a way, but Bardock's comprehension ability is not enough. Stunned to chase Mr. Bobo to ask until 2 o'clock in the morning to let go. The next day Mr. Bobo's eyes were black. And Mr. Bobo's method is to let Bardock control different arms to do different things on the basis of the 4 demon fists. For example, the first hand draws circles, the second hand draws squares, the third hand draws triangles, and the fourth hand draws combined figures, as long as it is not the same as the other hands. But it's easier said than done. Bardock studied one night and almost transformed into a Super Saiyan. The feeling of scratching his ears and cheeks is really anxious, and Bardock is fine if he doesn't explode. Little ghosts, you are early. Bardock yawned and lay listlessly on the table ready for breakfast. Master, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Did something happen? Tianjin Fan asked curiously. Haha, father definitely has nightmares at night. Sun Wukong smiled heartlessly, and said with a smile while playing with his tail. Master, are you all right? Broly looked worried. Ha, it's okay, it's just a night of practice, no rest, just make up for it. Do not worry. Dals was already silent, and Bardock didn't expect the other party to say anything that cared about him. Oh, that's good. A few small ones nodded, and soon attracted the attention of the large buns brought by Mr. Bobo, scrambling to grab the buns, and were scalded into dogs and did not want to let go. Oh, Tianjin Rice, for you. Broly was the strongest among the few little fart boys, and he snatched an extra Tianjin rice that was dumbfounded when he looked at the empty plate. "Thank you, senior brother." Tianjin Fan took the bun gratefully to thank him, and Broly listened to the little face slightly red, a little shy, and hummed gently. "Broly, well done." Bardock didn't expect Broly to know how to care about people at a young age, and nodded with satisfaction. Broly nibbled on the bun quickly, without saying a word. Bardock knew that he was really shy. He smiled, gulped down the buns. "As for the old man Sun Wuhan, I don't know what to do, not in the restaurant." After breakfast, Bardock took Tianjin rice alone to prepare to teach his full version of the exercises. If the training is step by step, Tianjin rice's future achievements are very limited, not to mention keep up with the pace of Sun Wukong. But with Bardock's exercises, Tianjin rice, as long as it does not die, the future has infinite possibilities. "Tianjin Fan, now I'll teach you the exercises. You carefully feel the direction of the qi I enter into your body." Tianjin rice's strength is not enough, and its own qi cannot be sensed, so Bardock can only do the qi instead. "Yes, master." Then obediently sit cross-legged and close your eyes to feel the flow of qi in your body. Bardock poured a weak qi into the Tianjin rice body, according to the flow mode of his own body in the Tianjin rice body. Tianjin rice was a little uncomfortable by Bardock's forcibly instilled qi, but still gritted his teeth and insisted. To feel the flow of this qi with his heart, the whole set of processes, Tianjin rice sweated, gasping for air. Remember, Bardock is also very tired, mainly because the meat of Tianjin rice is too weak, and one will be blown up by himself if he is not careful. Remember 50%. Tianjin rice spoke very sincerely. "Yes, you first practice by yourself. If you don't understand, then ask me. Just now I gave you a breath in your body, and now the qi in your body has grown a lot, you should be able to sense it. Try it." Bardock wiped a handful of sweat and let Tianjin rice try it on its own. "Yes, master." Tianjin rice rested for a while, concocted like the law, felt the weak qi in his body with his heart, and then drove his own qi to cultivate according to the trajectory that Bardock helped him run. After cultivating, he stumbled. Bardock made a timely move, but it was still the blood collapse of the blood collapse, the blood that should vomit blood, and he had no choice but to take out the fairy beans for treatment. After recovering from his injury, Bardock pointed out a few wrong points in Tianjin rice's cultivation and helped the other party to practice qi again. Tianjin rice tried again. Bardock used the four-body fist to exercise his distraction control ability, and observed Tianjin rice from time to time. Just such a practice of qi, a practice of distraction control, every day, which makes Dals as a godson a little jealous. Broly also has a little mood. As for Sun Wukong, alas, no heart and no lungs, can't talk about the daily task is to accompany Sun Gohan and Mr. Bobo to play. The strength is also rubbing up. Compared to the original, the speed of improvement is a little abnormal. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed, and the strength of the four little ones has improved tremendously. The first is 8-year-old Dalaz. The combat effectiveness has reached 350,000 points. With the deepening of the unintentional level, the combat skills can be described as a qualitative improvement, and the fighting style 3 years ago is completely different, highlighting one word, that is, fast. The breath is also very calm, which makes Bardock very gratified. Broly is worthy of being a legendary Super Saiyan, even if he does not deliberately cultivate in the Heavenly God Temple. His normal combat strength has increased to 800,000 points, and it can be said that he is getting stronger every moment, which is simply terrifying. Sun Wukong, the son who has no heart and no lungs, fights with Mr. Bobo, and the combat effectiveness reaches 450 points, and Bardock has a feeling that there is a system in this kid's body. Completely elusive. Diligent Tianjin meal, within a week learned to practice qi. Combat effectiveness is currently 350 points, the speed of improvement is not slow. You must know that Bardock met him only 6 points of combat effectiveness, in the 4 people is the fastest improvement. With the improvement of the proficiency of the exercise, I believe, the speed of improvement will be faster, maybe can catch up with the current ignorant Sun Wukong. As for Bardak's practice of distraction control by using the 4 demon fist, it can be said that he quit his irritable emotions, quit his pride, and no matter what he does, he is in a calm state, resulting in the method of distraction control finally having an effect. And he can use 4 arms to do different movements, and the results can be described as gratifying. With the transformation of 3 heads and 6 arms, in addition to the masters who control the time category, it can be said that the head-to-head confrontation of the same level will definitely not lose, even if it is 3 opponents. Bardak is not afraid. Of course, the increase in combat effectiveness fell, only 10 million was raised, and the normal combat effectiveness reached 130 million points. However, GNEI was fascinated by the flower world of the earth for a year, wandered around with Boomer's mother, and changed his hairstyle, and the flowers dressed up every day. Bardak was a little unrecognizable, and his strength did not improve much, and he was completely deflected by Boomer's mother. What's more interesting is that Bardak took Sun Wukong to Boomer's house, and Boomer looked at the little fart with a long tail in front of him curiously. "Father, is this what you call Boomer?" Sun Wukong turned his head and asked curiously. "Yes, it's cute. Do you want to be with Boomer in the future?" Bardak asked seductively. "No, with her, and you can't fight me. I can fight 10, not 100. Sun Wukong is very aggressive in his bones and has no concept of girls. Chapter 74. What do you say? You are just a little fart who doesn't even grow hair, and you even said that you can hit me 10, look at the move. Boomer was very dissatisfied with Goku's face, took out a pistol from his waist, and shot at Sun Wukong. Boom! The gunfire quickly caught the attention of Boomer's dad and mom. Sun Wukong has never seen this kind of firearm, only that it is a toy, but it turned out to be defenseless, and the bullet hit the brain door directly and lay on the ground. Ah! Boomer's parents couldn't help but scream when they saw it, and when they were about to step forward to check on Goku, Goku covered his brain with a carp. Damn, you must be the monster that Grandpa said, your demon law can't kill me. Saying that, the posture of attack has been set. The Boomer on the opposite side was already frightened and stupid, and said in his heart, is this child in front of him a monster? Bullets can't hurt him. If it weren't for Bardak blocking it, it is estimated that Goku would have stepped forward to beat Boomer. After this incident, Bardak felt that he should let Sun Wukong know the outside world, and if he didn't understand anything else, some common sense must be understood. So he took Broly, Tianjin Rice, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wuhan Nether to live in the western capital. The money was exchanged for the treasure stolen from an illegal organization, leaving a part for spending, and most of the remaining money was invested in the Universal Capsule Company, and he could get a lot of dividends a year. In the year that Bardak settled and enjoyed life on Earth in peace, after Gula returned to his planet Gura, he ordered all the troops in the domain to start looking for Saiyans. As long as they were Saiyans, they would not let any of them go, and kill them all. This side caused a 3-way war, and the Frisia forces led by Kainu were barely able to confront the Gula Mecha troops, but the weakest Vegeta was miserable, because the Frisia Legion had Kainu sitting in town. Gula arranged the Mecha forces to deal with the weakest Vegeta. He personally led the Legion against Kainu, and whoever let Kainu now have the body of a Saiyan, Gula automatically counted him in the Saiyan race. With Gula leading the team, the defense line built by the Frisia Legion was destroyed with the momentum of destruction, and Gula directly exploded a planet almost every time he struck. In order to save his life, Kainu took the lead in fleeing, not daring to confront it, and soon the entire universe fell into the conquest range of the Gula Legion. The Saiyan Legion, which was still slowly expanding, soon suffered, but fortunately, the Saiyans now have a per capita combat strength of more than 100,000, and the miscellaneous soldiers who opened up the territory were easily eliminated by the Saiyans. However, it is precisely because of this that the location of the Saiyans is exposed, causing the crazy retaliation of the Gula Legion. The defense forces led by Alto soon began to counterattack, and the SAIYAN Legion, with a per capita combat strength of 100,000 plus, collided with the Gula Legion with a per capita combat strength of 34,000 plus, and the Gula Legion was quickly defeated, ushering in the crazy retaliation of the SAIYANs. And after Captain Kainu, who kept fleeing, learned the news that the SAIYANs had reappeared in the universe, he smiled evilly, had an idea, and the back of the accompanying Kinnet team members was cold. And Kainu stepped forward to whisper, and then took out the shackles to deal with powerful prisoners, tied up the 4 of guys, and threw them into the spaceship prison. According to the location where the SAIYAN appeared, flying towards the star field, he believed that he would definitely get a good physical body this time. Thinking of the excitement, Kainu couldn't help laughing. On Vegeta's side, the previously recruited subordinates were killed, fled, and he became the commander of the light rod again. Forced by the pride and dignity of the prince, he did not mean to ask Raditz for help at all, but fled towards the edge of the universe, and the escape location was the location of the North Galaxy, followed by the Gula Mecha troops. Today, a year later, just when Bardock of the Earth taught the mystery of the 3 heads and 6 arms of Tianjin Rice, he suddenly felt a powerful qi approaching the outer space of the Earth, and at the same time, Dales, who practiced in the Heavenly God Temple, also felt that his eyes looked straight at the sky, and the Heavenly God and Bobo also walked out. Is the crisis of the planet coming? Heavenly God felt this evil and powerful qi followed by 3 powerful qi. With the current him, he is not an opponent at all, and now he can only hope for Dales in front of him. Darans. Bobo looked hopeful, hoping that Dars would make a move. Don't worry, Mr. Bobo. Estimating the position where he was about to land, Dals jumped and flew towards the nether. At this moment, Vegeta was embarrassed, the energy of the spacecraft was about to run out, and he wanted to try his luck on this backward planet, so he landed the spacecraft in a deserted place, and quickly fled, but he didn't know that he had not flown a few meters away. A child about the same age as himself held his arms to his chest, looking at himself with a smile. Darans. How did you end up here? Planet Vegeta has information about Dales, and the face that looks like Bardock makes Vegeta recognize the other party at a glance. Vegeta, I didn't expect to be able to meet you here. I thought you and Planet Vegeta were destroyed together? Why do you want to invade the planet again to make money? Darans asked with a smile. Damn, you idiot, Gula's Mecha troops are chasing me. As a fellow clan, I kindly remind you to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will all be buried with the people of this planet. Those guys have a minimum combat power of 170,000 points. Thinking of the horror of the few Gula Mechs, Vegeta was a little flustered. What are you afraid of? I can feel the strength of these guys. Rest assured, you Prince Vegeta can't beat, I can beat it. Darans looked at the rapidly landing spacecraft in the sky, raised his hand and quickly blasted 3 Qigong waves over. Ha ha ha, look, what did we see? We didn't expect that there was a little monkey wandered outside this low-level planet. Dals did not mean to kill the other party with one blow, so the 3 of them did not have any damage, flying in midair intact. And the white-haired and blue-skinned Shaza seemed to have found some prize, laughing happily. Hey, it's really a wild monkey, and it's not good compared to combat effectiveness. Saying that, Nez of the lizard's head clicked on the detector, the data on it stopped at 1,000 combat power. It's just 1,000 points of combat power, what kind of goods should I be? This trash fish also dares to attack the spaceship of our Gula Mecha troops, and does not want to live. Saying that, he raised his hand and a lightning attack hit Darans. Idiot, let you run away and you don't listen, don't care about you. Vegeta heard Dales speak wildly, and thought how strong it was, but as a result, 1,000 combat power is to amuse me? Turned around and was about to escape, but was blocked by Del Rey, and could only look at each other angrily. What are you afraid of? Just look at it, in my father's words. What the eyes see is not necessarily true. Look good for Vegeta, Dale's figure then disappeared in place, appeared at Dealey's side in the blink of an eye, punched the opponent in the face, and then appeared on the right side, kicked it several kilometers away. Chapter 75. This can't be. Vegeta looked at the scene that suddenly happened in front of him in disbelief, and his own Prince Vegeta, a super soldier with a combat power of 70,000, was beaten by the Gula Mecha troops and fled like a dog. Now he is not a powerful monster who is a combined enemy, and he was punched and kicked out by a guy with only 1,000 combat strength. It was simply incredible. If he didn't know that Gula's troops were chasing and killing Saiyans everywhere, he would have thought that these people were acting with Darens. Nothing is impossible, it's all told to you. What the eye sees is not necessarily true, Vegeta. Energy does not necessarily overflow on the surface, it may be within. Saying that he was talking about the condensation air bomb with one hand, suddenly Shao flashed behind Dallas, and the condensation energy blade in his hand was about to cut off Darens's neck. Vegeta just wanted to remind, but it was too late. Just when Vegeta felt that Darens was going to die at the hands of Shao, Darens seemed to have eyes on his back, his body was short, and he perfectly dodged Shao's attack, and then elbowed sideways and hit Shao's abdomen. How is it possible? Seeing that he was about to succeed, this kind of thing could happen, and everyone felt a little angry. Nothing is impossible, get ready to go to hell for trial. Litter. Dales condensed the Qigong wave with one hand, and in the voice of Shaviz's plea for mercy, turned it into flying ash and nourished the land of the earth. Damn, this wild monkey is so powerful at such a young age. Is it the legendary Super Saiyan? The combat effectiveness between the Gula Mecha units was not much different, and Deer began to guess wildly when he saw that Shao, who had a combat strength of 170,000 points, was solved by Dales so easily. Hey, Super Saiyan? Your vision is too narrow, and my strength is still 108,000 miles away from the realm of Super Saiyan. Idiot! Leaning forward, he punched Dre in the abdomen, and then a stream of electricity flew in the distance, completely ignoring Dre's body and beckoning towards Darens. Not dead yet. Darens opened the energy shield, the golden current was blocked, and then bent his knees and rushed up, pressing against Dre's jaw. Abominable Saiyan, you actually sneaked up on your Uncle Nez and tasted my super electric attack. Nez was covered in sparks and lightning, and his hands converged, firing an electric attack that was thicker than before. Tickle attack. Darens was too lazy to play with the two garbage, and with a random flick in his palm, a chi element slash quickly formed, splitting the thick lightning bolt from it, and the electric light then raged around. Try your Uncle Dealey's super Qigong wave. Dre, who was severely injured by Dales, flew in mid-air, taking advantage of Darens' efforts to deal with Nez, gathering golden Qigong waves to attack Dale's back. Sky Cannon. Vegeta read the same Saiyan bloodline and planned to interrupt Dre's attack for Dales. In his cognition, even if Darls was strong, it was impossible to deal with two masters with more than 150,000 combat power at the same time. I originally wanted to play a little longer, but unfortunately, your teammates didn't want to. Darens waved his hand casually, and the speed of the Chi-Yuan chop increased, and then it split into three, splitting Nez of the octopus's head into three segments. And then quickly turned around, and his fingers shot out energy beams, piercing Deer's brain on the spot. As a result, Deer's Qigong wave had not yet condensed, so he went offline in advance, but Vegeta's sky-piercing cannon was charged, and a strong light flashed, and Deer's strong body turned into flying ash. Originally, in the original work, because Wukong almost killed the three people who almost killed Sun Wukong because of his love of tempting people, they came to Earth in advance by mistake, and they were forced to go offline in advance without setting off any waves. Yes, Dallas. You killed Gura's ace team, but the shortcomings when you just fought are obvious. There is too much nonsense, a little proud. If these three people have transformation or other turning skills, it is likely that it will be you. Bardock suddenly appeared and commented on the battle that Darens had just had. Yes, father. Dare nodded in agreement, but what he thought in his heart, Bardock didn't know. No way, the character of scions becoming arrogant after improving their strength is really incomprehensible. Bardock spread his hands, helplessly talking to himself. This is for Dales, but also for Vegeta. This guy is the best example. Of course, Bardock refers to the future Vegeta. Bardock, I didn't expect you to be on this lower planet. Seeing the person coming, Vegeta silently stepped back tens of meters and asked loudly. Otherwise, just come out to raise the elderly and bring GNEI and a few children to travel. Bardock did not expect that Vegeta, who was originally going to be on Earth more than 20 years later, now came to the area in advance, but seeing the other party's appearance of about 9 years old, he had an urge to catch this guy to go to school with Tianjin Fan and others. Travel. The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched. Nima, the scions are fighting outside, you bosses traveling outside, this is also no one. How? Doesn't it work? Now the scions of Gaston Star are not weak, and they can face the current crisis, they don't need me to make a move, and I can't be idle yet? Bardock glared at Vegeta with slight dissatisfaction and said, in other words, how can you run into the Gula Mecha unit? You must know that this force is Gula's ace force, the average number of battles is more than 150,000 points, let me see, your combat power is only 75,000 points now, it is really a miracle to be alive. Hey, Bardock's words poked Vegeta's sore spot. I see that you don't want to hide in hiding, and in the future, you will follow me to live on Earth for a while and change the temper of this prince of yours. What do you think? Bardock wants to abduct Vegeta and let him take Dales his age to school to wash away his inner anger. By the way, I want to see what wonderful changes will happen to Vegeta who studied on Earth in the future. I refuse. Vegeta refused Bardock's offer without thinking, and now is not the time for you to have fun. Gula is now personally dispatching, threatening to kill all scions, is at war with the scions of Gaston, and you still have the mind to travel here. That guy, I shuddered when I looked at it from a distance. Several times more terrifying than the original Frieza. Bardock could clearly see the fear in Vegeta's eyes for Gula, and his body trembled at the mention of Gula's name. Don't worry, Gaston's strength is beyond your imagination. For your sake, I'll tell you a little secret. Bardock's mysterious appearance aroused Vegeta's curiosity. What secret? Vegeta asked curiously. I'm not the only Super Saiyan in Gaston. Even if Gula came in person, there was no chance of victory. Bardock smiled and told what seemed to be a secret.